Fang Chang's eyes lit up and he knew what Ning Xiaochuan was thinking. He said, the space transmission array should be at the Tianchi platform of Tsuiyun Peak, but only experts who have carefully studied the array can start the space transmission array. Even if we go to the Tianchi platform, we may not be able to leave the holy land of Lingxiao. Unfortunately, I happen to have some research on space transmission array. Now take me to Tianchi platform. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Under the leadership of Fang Chang, Ning Xiaochuan immediately rushed to Tianchi platform. Now the whole holy land of Lingxiao is in a mess, and no one pays attention to them at all, except King Fizi. When King Fizi saw Fang Chang and Ning Xiaochuan rushing to the direction of Tianchi platform, he immediately followed up. She felt that the demon beast army would come to Lingxiao Holy Land, which might be related to Ning Xiaochuan. If you trespass on Tianchi platform, you will be killed without mercy. The two core disciples of the 6th level of heaven and man in blue robes rushed out immediately and grabbed their way when they saw Ning Xiaochuan and the leader breaking into Tsuiyun Peak. Ning Xiaochuan didn't explain so much to them. He shot with lightning speed and knocked the two core disciples unconscious. Arriving at the Tianchi platform at the top of Tsuiyun Peak, an old man with the 9th weight of heaven and man is guarding the space transmission array. Before the old man stood up, he was knocked unconscious by Ning Xiaochuan. The space transmission array is in the center of the Tianchi platform. It is a circular array composed of 360 stone columns, with a diameter of 36 meters. The center of each stone pillar is inlaid with a Tianpin basalt, emitting the light of stars. In the center of the space transmission array is a circular pit. The bottom of the pit is very flat. It is divided into 360 scales. Each scale is printed with words and numbers, just like a space compass. To transmit space, we must first locate the other end of the space array, that is, locate the space coordinates. Ning Xiaochuan studied for a moment and soon found the coordinates of Tiandi Mountain. Although Tiandi Mountain has been occupied by the Demon Clan, the space transmission array of Tiandi Mountain should not be destroyed. After all, the strong of the Demon Clan also understand the importance of the space transmission array and will not be easily destroyed. Start it for me. Ning Xiaochuan mobilized the mind in his body and painted cumbersome and complex array lines on the space transmission array. The array lines are connected to the spatial coordinates of Tiandi Mountain at the same time. Wow! In the array of space transmission array, 360 stone pillars emit white light at the same time. The light became brighter and brighter, and the void above the space transmission array began to distort, forming a space vortex. King of Extermination, do you want to escape? King Fizi flew up from the lower part of Tianchi platform. His posture was graceful, and the curves of his whole body were very beautiful. He turned into a cyan glow, rushed into the space transmission array, and attacked Ning Xiaochuan. King of Extermination, did you bring in those demon armies? King Fizi was very angry with a cold light in his star eyes, and felt that Ning Xiaochuan had brought those demon armies to the holy land of Lingxiao. Her body method was extremely fast, like a flash of lightning passing through the void, and in an instant, she attacked Ning Xiaochuan in front of her. Ning Xiaochuan is trying his best to start the space transmission array. He has no time to explain to her, so he immediately condenses a mental body. At a glance, it was like that the second Ning Xiaochuan came out of the first Ning Xiaochuan's body and slapped at King Fizi. That mental body separation is equivalent to 1/10 of Ning Xiaochuan's strength. Bang! King Fizi was repelled by the mental body separation, but she did not give up, sacrificed the divine compass of the Supreme King's instrument, and attacked again. Even if the space transmission array is destroyed, the King of Destruction cannot escape. At this time, the space transmission array started. Phew! A flash of white brilliance. When the white glow disappeared, Ning Xiaochuan, King Fizi and Fang Chang came to a dark space, and the temperature in the air also became very cold. Mia! Mir and Wang. Where did you send us? King Fizi stretched out a snow-white jade finger, and the fingertip lit up a flame to illuminate the space. Ning Xiaochuan was also observing the surrounding space, and he was slightly relieved to find that there were no monsters guarding near the space transmission array. In his heart, he secretly said that it seemed that those monsters had not found the space transmission array of Tiandi Mountain. Qin Fizi held the heavenly compass in his hand, while guarding Ning Xiaochuan. At the same time, he asked again, King of Annihilation, why do you lead the demon army to attack Lingxiao Holy Land? Ning Xiaochuan turned around and looked at her and said, I didn't take the demon army to Lingxiao Holy Land. Why should I believe you? Qingfei, sub-path. Ning Xiaochuan said impatiently, since you don't believe me, why do you ask me? With these words, Ning Xiaochuan stopped talking to King Fizi, walked to the bottom of a stone wall, and pressed his palm on the stone wall. The evil fire of destroying the world surged out of the palm. Chi-chi. The evil fire of extermination surged towards the stone wall, refining the array lines on the surface of the stone wall. A moment later, the stone wall collapsed, revealing a large round hole with a diameter of 2 meters. Looking through the big hole in the stone wall, I saw an upward ladder in the dark. Sure enough, the space transmission array of Tiandi Mountain was hidden underground, and those monsters did not find the space transmission array. Ning Xiaochuan said to himself. Tiandi Mountain, we have come to the north/Xinjiang? King Fizi's daimyo slightly frowned, and his face became a little pale. You should know that north/Xinjiang has been completely reduced to the territory of monsters. If a human appears in the territory of monsters, it is simply a dead end. She couldn't use the space transmission array at all, so naturally she couldn't transmit herself back, so she had to follow Ning Xiaochuan and Fang out. The space transmission array is hidden under the grass garden. After Ning Xiaochuan came out of the ground, he appeared in the herbal garden. This used to be the place where the heart-nourishing master of Tiandi Mountain lived, and many miraculous drugs for channeling were planted, but now all those miraculous drugs for channeling are gone. Compared with a few years ago, Tiandi Mountain has undergone earth-shaking changes. The Holy Land, once like a fairyland on earth, is now completely occupied by monsters and has become a base camp of the demon clan. Ning Xiaochuan, Fang Cheng and Qin Fizi just walked out of the herbal garden. Not far away, there was a deafening roar of a lion. A giant lion with red flames all over came from a distance. A pair of eyes as big as a washbasin stared at the 3 people below and said, Human beings, how did you come to Tiandi Mountain? With the roar of a lion, there were thousands of demon birds flying above the mountain in the distance, of which 3 demon birds with huge bodies flew in front. Those are 3 green vultures, all of which are the 7th highest cultivation in heaven and man. They covetously surround Ning Xiaochuan in the center. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at the monsters, took out a token and said, You can retreat. Kill the king. The body of the giant lion, which was burning with fire, shrank into a 2-meter-tall man, covered with scales. He looked at Ning Xiaochuan carefully and said, King of Annihilation, did you not die in the Middle Earth? Ning Xiaochuan put away the token and said, Nature is not dead. Which demon emperor or queen subordinate is the demon beast army occupying Tiandi Mountain now? The fire lion said, We are the subordinates of the thunder god demon emperor. The Tianrui demon king is stationed in Tiandi Mountain and is in charge of all creatures in the territory of 800,000 miles. As soon as the fire lion man finished speaking, a white eagle flew out of the purple hall, the main peak of Tiandi Mountain, and turned into a white-bearded and white-haired old man, with a smile on his face, King of Annihilation, congratulations on returning to North/Xinjiang alive. Ning Xiaochuan said, Are you the demon king of Tianrui? This is Wang. The demon king of Tianrui said to the 3 green vultures, You 3 immediately go to prepare Chongjiang Jade. Tonight we must celebrate in Tiandi Mountain and welcome the king of extermination. Ning Xiaochuan felt strange in his heart. As a subordinate of the God of Thunder Demon Emperor, how could Tianrui Demon King be so happy to see him return to North/Xinjiang alive? You should know that Ning Xiaochuan is a subordinate of Shiji Demon Emperor, while Shiji Demon Queen and Thor Demon Emperor are enemies. What a freak. No. I want to return to the Demon Holy Country immediately and reply to the Demon Queen. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Tianrui Demon King's eyes were cold and said, "Kill the king, so you don't give the king face?" Ning Xiaochuan's mouth slightly hooked and said, "The king really has something very important to repay the Demon Queen. I'm sorry." With this, Ning Xiaochuan walked out first. Take them down to the king. At the order of Tianrui Demon Emperor, those demon beasts and demon birds in Tiandi Mountain flew out one after another, with thousands of them. The shadow of demon birds was everywhere, and the roar of demon beasts was all around his ears. The whole Tiandi Mountain became a massacre, and all demon beasts and demon birds surrounded Ning Xiaochuan in the center, tightly enclosed. Ning Xiaochuan showed a sneering smile and said, "Tianrui Demon King, what do you mean?" The Thunder God Demon Emperor has ordered that if you return to North/Xinjiang, you will be captured immediately. You'd better not go with me to see the Demon Emperor, otherwise the king can only break your bones, and then take you to see the Demon Emperor. Tianrui Demon King sneered. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Just because you rabble want to capture this king? Tianrui Demon King, you are too underestimated. Tianrui Demon King has heard about the achievements of the King of Extermination. It is said that even Long Tai, the first genius of the demon clan, was defeated by him. He is definitely a ruthless role. Tianrui Demon King is not weak, with the 5th level of cultivation in the real world, plus the power of the demons in Tiandi Mountain, it is very confident that it can catch the King of Extermination. It is heard that the relationship between the King of Extermination and the Queen of Shiji Demon and the Queen of Nine-Tailed Demon is very unusual. If you can catch this little white face and take it back to the Lord of Thunder Demon, it will be a great achievement. Do it. Tianrui Demon King immediately ordered. But just as the word hand was spitting out of his mouth, Tianrui Demon King was frightened to find that his head had been pinched in his hand by the King of Extermination. Trembling all over, Tianrui Demon Emperor's heart was extremely frightened. How could the King of Extermination be so strong? Ning Xiaochuan's palm pressed on the top of Tianrui Demon King and said, "I advise you not to mess around, otherwise your head may be torn apart. Do you understand?" Understand. Understand. All understand. Just now, I didn't see the shadow of the King of Extermination, so I was controlled by the King of Extermination. How dare the Demon King of Tianrui resist? Ning Xiaochuan said, "Now that I understand. Let me ask and you answer, okay?" Good. Good. Understand. Tianrui Demon King was very knowledgeable and dared not make an enemy of Ning Xiaochuan. He kept nodding, just like a chicken pecking rice. In front of strong strength, even the Demon King had to bow his head. If you don't bow your head, you'll die. Ning Xiaochuan's palm was still pressed on the top of the Tianrui Demon King, and the sharp sword gas flowed at his fingertips, asking, "Who is in charge of the Demon Kingdom now?" The voice of the Demon King of Tianrui trembled. After the Demon Emperor of Tianming fell in the Middle-earth world, it was the Dragon Emperor of Taiqing who was in charge of the overall situation of the Demon Clan. All the creatures of the Demon Clan thought that the Tianming Demon Emperor had fallen into the Middle-earth world. They didn't know that the Tianming Demon Emperor was just kidnapped by Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan gently nodded, and secretly said in his heart, "It seems that the remaining 3 thoughts of the Tianming Demon Emperor are not in the Holy Kingdom of the Demon family, otherwise it will not be the Taiqing Dragon Emperor to preside over the overall situation of the Demon family." Later, Ning Xiaochuan asked, "Why did the Thor Demon Emperor order me to be captured?" This. Tianrui Demon King's face showed some embarrassment. If you don't say it, I won't embarrass you. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Tianrui Demon King immediately said, there has always been gratitude and resentment between the Thunder God Demon Emperor and the Stone Ji Demon Emperor. When the Heavenly Dream Demon Emperor was there, they both restrained each other and didn't make too much trouble. However, after the fall of the Heavenly Dream Demon Emperor, the Thunder God Demon Emperor and the Stone Ji Demon Queen completely tore their faces. In recent months, they have fought 3 times, and each time, the Stone Ji Demon Queen occupied the top. It is said that the Thunder God Demon Emperor was also seriously injured twice. In order to deal with the Shi Ji Demon, the Thor Demon Emperor combined the Holy Baby Demon Emperor and the White Bone Demon Queen, and finally can compete with the Shi Ji Demon Queen. Just a few days ago, the Thor Demon Emperor suddenly issued a secret order, saying that he wanted to arrest you. As for the reason why the Demon Emperor wanted to arrest you, the king is not very clear. It is estimated that it is because you are a subordinate of Shi Ji Demon Emperor. After the Tianming Demon Emperor was suppressed, north, the demon beasts in Xinjiang were indeed fighting in disorder. In fact, in the history of Tianshu continent, the strength of all races of monsters has always been stronger than that of Terrans. However, it is difficult to integrate the forces of all races of monsters. Internal battles often occur, and no one is satisfied with anyone. Therefore, there will be a state of balance between the human race and the demon race. Unless there is a decisive strong person like Tianming Demon Emperor in the demon clan again, the power of each major demon clan can be integrated to form a situation in which the strength of the demon clan is at its peak. Since the 3 secondary gods of the Heavenly Dream Demon Emperor are not in the demon holy country, where have they gone? Is the Thunder Demon Emperor their opponent after the combination of the Baby Demon Emperor and the White Bone Demon? The 3 times that Tianming Demon Emperor escaped made Ning Xiaochuan very uneasy, and she always felt that she had a greater plot. Ning Xiaochuan decided to go back to the demon holy country first, and maybe he could find out some clues. Moreover, since the Tianming Demon Emperor has been suppressed, maybe we can take this opportunity to save the king of Qing, Liao and Qishuan Taoist. After leaving Tiandi Mountain, Ning Xiaochuan called out the double-headed stone beast from the Xuanzhou Jian and asked the double-headed stone beast to hide in the Jade Haze Empire with Fang Cheng first. Xian Beast Jian is originally a treasure realm of cultivation for demon beasts and Xian beasts. The 6 monsters practiced in the Xian Beast Jian, and their cultivation speed was amazing, almost reaching the 9th level of heaven and man. In the duel with the Tianming Demon Emperor, Xian Beast Jian absorbed a lot of blood gas from the White Bone altar. These blood gases were all refined by the 6 monsters in the Xian Beast Jian, which made each monster change and grow to the Demon King level. The cultivation of the double-headed stone beast is now comparable to the 2nd-tier friars in the real world, and its combat effectiveness can even be compared with the 3rd-tier friars in the real world. It escorts Fang Cheng to Yulan Empire. As long as there is no existence of Demon Emperor and Demon Queen on the road, it is basically safe. Ning Xiaochuan stopped, looked back, and stared at King Fizi standing not far away. Why are you still following me? King Fizi stared at a pair of apricot eyes and said, I can't go back to the Middle-earth world now. Where else can I go, except to follow you? Unless you help me open the space transmission array and send me back to the Holy Land of Lingxiao. Ning Xiaochuan said, Lingxiao Holy Earth is being besieged by the demon army. It is likely that it has now been captured by the demon army and turned into scorched earth. Even if you go back, it will be a dead end. Since you want to follow, then continue to follow. With these words, Ning Xiaochuan called Jin Jiao out of the Xian Beast mirror. Oh! Jin Jiao's cultivation also reached the 2nd level of real life, and he became a powerful Jiao King. His body was more than 200 meters long, and each scale was as big as a dustpan, emitting a stinging golden luster. Ning Xiaochuan sat on the top of King Jiu Dang and flew in the direction of Big Mingzi. Wow! Qin Fizi hesitated for a moment, and cast a fast body method, like a blue lightning, flying to the back of King Jiu Dang. Her black hair was like a waterfall, her eyebrows were beautiful, her eyes were like water, and she looked carefully at the handsome young man sitting not far away. He is the human traitor who was abused by countless human friars. Such a big demon is sitting in front of him at the moment. Is he really as bloodthirsty and cruel as the legend? Miran King, you really don't know where the demon army attacking Lingxiao Holy Land comes from? King Fizi looked slim and moving, holding the divine compass in his hand, and his spirit flowed, like a fairy standing in the painting. As the second beauty in the Middle-earth world, there are countless suitors of Qin Fizi. No man can keep calm after seeing her. However, the legendary great demon, the king of annihilation, was indifferent to her from beginning to end, which frustrated the arrogant Qin Fizi. Seeing that the king of extermination didn't even lift his eyelids, Qin Fizi took another 2 steps and said, "King of extermination, I know Tang Shuyao, the spiritual daughter of the 9 heaven holy earth. The relationship between you should be different. She and I are sisters with good friendship. There is such a relationship between us. When we arrive at the holy kingdom of the demon clan, you shouldn't watch me be killed by those monsters." Finally, Ning Xiaochuan opened his eyes, stared at the beautiful woman standing not far away, and said, "If I were you, I would never follow a murderous demon. Now I haven't entered the demon kingdom. With your cultivation, if you want to escape North/Xinjiang, there is at least a 30% chance. If you follow me to the demon kingdom, your chance of survival will not exceed 10%. Hearing Ning Xiaochuan's words, Qin Fizi had to think. Although North/Xinjiang is dangerous and full of monsters, her cultivation is not weak. She has reached the realm of human beings, and still has a chance to escape back to the Middle-earth world. I was thinking about whether to leave." Ning Xiaochuan stared at her and asked, "Do you really know Tang Shuyao?" "Of course. She also told me a lot about you." "Qingfei sub-path." Ning Xiaochuan said, "What did she tell you?" Qin Fizi said, "She said that if the people of the top 10 holy lands in the Middle-earth world were not too insidious and despicable, you would never have taken refuge in the demon clan. She also said that she did not blame you, but also understood you very well. There must be an extraordinary relationship between you. Otherwise, she would not forgive you so easily. Don't worry about it." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Qin Fizi stared at Ning Xiaochuan with some displeasure. "Don't mention it, I can ask Shuyao in the future." Ning Xiaochuan thought for a moment and said, "I can probably guess where the demon army besieging Lingxiao Holy Land came from." "Where?" Qin Fizi hurriedly asked. "Sea area." Ning Xiaochuan rode. "From the sea?" Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, "De Kuan has great hatred for the Terrans. After escaping back to the North Sea, he will certainly order the monsters in the sea to attack Tianshu continent. Tianshu continent is surrounded by the sea on all sides. Just offshore, it is extremely broad and vast, giving birth to countless powerful demon clan creatures, among which there are even many demon emperor levels. The number of demon clans in the sea area will only be more ferocious and more powerful than the northern/Xinjiang demon clans. The war between Terrans and demons has just begun. It is conceivable that now the whole Middle-earth world should be in flames of war, with corpses everywhere. On the contrary, it will be safer to stay in North/Xinjiang. At least before the Sea Demon clan occupies the Middle-earth world, it will not attack North/Xinjiang, which is also the Demon clan territory. In the history of Tianshu continent, there are a total of 13 records of Sea Demon clan attacking mainland humans, of which 12 are only offshore Demon clan attacking mainland humans, and even once occupied most of Tianshu continent. In another record, it is said that even the Ocean Demon clan participated, and the whole Tianshu continent fell, becoming the territory of the Sea Demon clan. Fortunately, in that troubled time, a secondary god was born in the Terran. That sub-god forged 8,000 sets of god blood armor with his own god blood, and it took 100 years to drive the demon race back to the sea together with all the strong men of the human race. When the war was won, the secondary god also died of exhaustion of God's blood. This shows the horror of the demon clan in the sea. Ning Xiaochuan said, this attack triggered by Dakuan is likely to lead other demon supremacies in the sea to attack Tianshu continent, and maybe the 14th battle between demon families and humans in the sea will break out at that time. What should I do now? Qin Fizi asked. Ning Xiaochuan stared at her and said, what can I do if you ask me? Don't forget, I'm also a member of the demon clan now. You. King Fizi said angrily, are you still human? Will you really be happy to see all the Terrans extinct? You don't care how I do things. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Qin Fizi's 10 snow-green jade fingers were pinched tightly, and he kept grinding his teeth. He was very dissatisfied with Ning Xiaochuan's current attitude. I really don't know how Tang Shuyao fell in love with such a man without any responsibility. A moment later, Qin Fizi calmed down his anger and thought of another question. King of Extermination, what's the matter with Dakuan you just said? Grandpa said that Dakuan was first suppressed in the demon tower. How could it be released? Did you release it? Or did Tianming Demon Emperor release it? No comment. After saying this, Ning Xiaochuan closed his eyes again and continued to practice. 3 days later, Ning Xiaochuan and King Fizi finally arrived at Demengza. This is in ancient days. At a glance, there is a vast expanse of white fog, and nothing can be seen more than 10 feet away. Even the real person will be suppressed by a mysterious force when entering the Great Dream Zhe. Deep in the Great Mingza is the demon holy country in North/Xinjiang, where all the demon emperors and queen demons live. Qin Fizi came to the legendary Big Mingza for the first time, and his heart was both a little excited and a little afraid. She immediately took out the celestial compass, held it in her hand, carefully observed it, and wanted to find the way into the big dream through the celestial compass. Ning Xiaochuan took back the golden dragon King's Xian beast Jian and glanced at King Fizi standing in the white fog. He could only see a soft and beautiful shadow, just like looking at flowers in the fog and looking at the moon in the water, giving people a hazy beauty. That kind of beauty seems to be integrated with the whole dream, which is pleasing to the eye. The front is the demon kingdom. Are you sure you want to follow in? You know, the demon creatures hate humans very much. Even if I go to the demon kingdom, I may not have a chance to come out alive. Ning Xiaochuan walked towards King Fizi with his hands on his back. King Fizi seemed not to hear Ning Xiaochuan's words at all. His beautiful eyes stared at the Tianji compass in his hand and said in surprise, there is a problem. What a powerful force. There is an extremely terrible creature in the demon holy kingdom. Ning Xiaochuan said, there are many supreme-level strongmen in the demon holy kingdom. It's nothing to be surprised. Qin Fizi shook his head hard and said, it's not the supreme one. It's much stronger than the supreme one. When the Tianming demon emperor arrived at the god's palace, the Tianji compass can also sense her strength. But at the moment, the strength sensed by the Tianji compass is stronger than the Tianming demon emperor who cultivated the first god body. How is it possible? Ning Xiaochuan's face also slightly changed, quickly took a few steps, and immediately walked to King Fizi's body and looked at the Tianji compass in her hand. There are thousands of light spots on the celestial compass, flashing constantly, like a vast starry sky. At the center of the compass, there is a very bright star, emitting dazzling light, as if to devour the whole celestial compass. King Fizi said, the central star represents the peerless strong man in the holy kingdom of the demon clan. At the time of the god's palace, the brilliance of the star represented by the Tianming demon emperor was also darker than this one. Ning Xiaochuan didn't doubt what King Fizi said, because his seven-hole demon heart also sent him a dangerous sense of spiritual consciousness. Just suppressed a Tianming demon emperor, how can there suddenly be a more terrible creature? Ning Xiaochuan said to himself. Want to know why? I can tell you. There was a sound in the white fog. Wow. The white mist condensed into a tall, white-haired witch. The words just now came from her mouth. Qin Fizi looked at the white-haired witch, who was incredibly beautiful. She was about 1.8 meters tall, and even compared with Ning Xiaochuan, she was only a little shorter. Although it is very tall, it does not give people a strong feeling. On the contrary, its waist is slender, its legs are slender, and every inch of its skin is crystal clear, like an enchanting holy body made of fairy crystal. Moreover, the momentum of that demon girl is very strong. Just a separation oppresses people out of breath. It's not that King Fizi has never seen a strong man. Her grandfather, immortal Ling Xiao, is a strong man very close to the supreme. However, a part of this demon girl is more powerful than immortal Ling Xiao. The king of extermination, I've seen the demon queen. Ning Xiaochuan walked to the separation of Shiji demon, very calm, and bowed slightly. Shiji, the demon queen, stared at Qin Fizi with a cold look and said, the Terran woman dares to come to the demon holy country. I will give you death. With that, the palm of Shiji's demon emperor's right hand condensed a white demon on, and the jade finger shook, and the white demon on turned into a lightsaber, and cut it towards King Fizi. Although the queen of Shiji demon just made a move at will, the power of this move is also enough to kill the seventh heaviest monk in the real world. With the most important cultivation of King Fizi immortal realm, it is impossible to stop this attack, and there is no chance to escape. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan brought out the Zhenren pagoda and broke the lightsaber played by Shiji, the demon emperor. Holding the Zhenren tower with one hand, Ning Xiaochuan immediately stared at King Fizi and said in a cold voice, what are you waiting for? Don't you salute Shiji demon queen immediately? Qin Fizi was really shocked just now. He didn't expect that such a beautiful Shiji demon didn't ask anything at all. He suddenly killed her, which made her completely unresponsive. See you, demon queen. Qin Fizi immediately bowed to Shiji's demon queen, a little shocked. If Ning Xiaochuan hadn't just shot, she must have become the ghost of Shiji's demon emperor's sword at the moment. Shiji demon's 5 fingers were pinched into a claw shape, and her nails were very sharp. She said, kill the king of man, if I kill her again, can you save her a second time? Ning Xiaochuan said, with her cultivation, it's not worth the demon queen to fight. That's all right. Ben will order now. You, the king of extermination, kill her himself. Shiji, the demon queen, stared at Qin Fizi unhappily, and her eyes were still murderous. She didn't mean to let Qin Fizi go at all. Qin Fizi really felt the horror of the demon race creatures. From beginning to end, she hadn't said a word. Shiji, the demon queen, wanted to fight and kill her. I don't know. How did the king of extermination survive in the demon clan? Ning Xiaochuan looked at King Fizi and just saw King Fizi's eyes asking for help. Ning Xiaochuan said, Demon Queen, let's talk about business first. According to the information I have, I guess the demon clan in the sea will start to attack Tianshu mainland. Shiji, the demon queen, still stared at King Fizi poorly and said, don't guess. The master of the giant spirit facing the sea in the east is now in the holy kingdom of the demon clan, and is discussing with the major demon emperors and demon queens to occupy Tianshu continent. The 4 offshore areas of Tianshu continent, East Linhai, North Minghai, West Songhai, and Antarctic Sea. Any offshore sea area is several times larger than the territory of Tianshu continent, or even more than 10 times. In the sea area, not only monsters live, but also a small number of humans live in some sea areas. But those humans are not primordial, but more advanced Terrans, such as the Sea People and the Dragon People. Kuan is the master of Biming Sea. Shiji Demon Queen's master of the giant spirit is the master of the East Sea, who manages a sea area several times larger than Tianshu continent and holds hundreds of millions of creatures in his hands. The super-strong person sensed by the celestial compass should also be the master of the giant spirit. Does the master of the giant spirit want the northern/Xinjiang demon clan to attack the Middle-earth world together? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Shiji Demon shook his head and said, with the strength of the Sea Demon clan, it is not difficult to win the Middle-earth world. The master of the giant spirit means that let us northern/Xinjiang demon clan not intervene in this war. Ning Xiaochuan said, what does the north/Xinjiang demon clan mean? Shiji said after the demon, if the Tianming demon emperor did not fall, our northern/Xinjiang demon clan and the troll master are still qualified to negotiate. Now the Tianming demon emperor has fallen, and the troll master has personally come to the demon holy country. Can we go against its meaning? It is not to negotiate with us, but to give us orders. Ning Xiaochuan said, when the Sea Demon clan conquers the Middle-earth world, I'm afraid the next step is to attack the north/Xinjiang, the Western Buddhist world, the East barbarians, and the South barbarians. The Sea Demon clan is not just trying to occupy the Middle-earth world. Shiji Demon said, we all understand this truth, but what can we do now? With the strength of the troll, as long as we dare not follow its orders, it will be a dead end. Ning Xiaochuan congealed for a moment and said, in fact, the Tianming demon emperor didn't fall completely. She made a plan in advance and separated the three secondary god thoughts. Now all the three secondary god thoughts are missing. Shiji Demon Queen didn't know that the spirit of Tianming demon emperor was suppressed by Ning Xiaochuan. After hearing Ning Xiaochuan's words, she also showed a thoughtful look and said, the three secondary gods of Tianming demon emperor should go to Mangguiwan, Fengshan Cave and Guishu respectively. How does the demon queen know? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Guess. Shiji, the demon queen, said, don't forget that although it's not long for me to become a human, my Numenon has produced wisdom hundreds of millions of years ago, and I know the secrets that no secondary god knows. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and asked, what did the Dream Demon Emperor do in those three places that day? Shiji said after the demon, the idea of the god of the heavenly Dream Demon Emperor will go to the ruins, because the Numenon 7-color begonia of the heavenly Dream Demon Emperor is buried in a secret place in the ruins. She should want to find her own god Numenon. Who buried the body of Tianming Demon Emperor in Guishu? Ning Xiaochuan heard about it for the first time. Shiji, the demon queen, said, herself. Herself? Ning Xiaochuan was surprised. Shiji said after the demon, I even have some doubts that the body of Tianming Demon Emperor is not dead at all. It is likely that it has been growing in a mysterious place in Guishu, but has just entered a special state. The secondary god can't live for hundreds of thousands of years without dying, and the Tianming Demon Emperor can't do it. Ning Xiaochuan rode. That's not necessarily. Shiji Demon said, you know, I lived hundreds of millions of years before I cultivated human form. If the body of Tianming Demon Emperor also cut off human nature, and it was just a 7-color begonia, in fact, it could grow hundreds of thousands without dying. After the demon creatures die, they will generally become Numenon, and it is impossible to maintain human form. Ning Xiaochuan immediately thought of the woman sitting in the Jinren Tower, which should be just the human body separated from the Tianming Demon Emperor, not her body. As Shiji Demon Queen said, it is really possible for Tianming Demon Emperor to separate the human body in his body, plant his body 7-color begonia in Guishu, and grow for hundreds of thousands of years without death. Ning Xiaochuan said, what if Tianming Demon Emperor finds his body? Shiji's Demon Queen's red lips were crystal clear, her eyes were bright, and she said, even if she finds her body, she can't immediately recover into a secondary god, unless she can find the legendary magic medicine in the immortal cave. Ning Xiaochuan said, this is the reason why she wanted to go to Fengshan Cave for the second time. Shiji said after the demon, Fengshan Cave is extremely mysterious, and there are many treasures left over from the era of Fengshan. If Tianming Demon Emperor wants to restore his body to divinity, he will definitely go to Fengshan Cave to look for opportunities. If she finds a divine medicine or enough divine liquid, maybe her body can restore divinity, even to the realm of secondary gods. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was shocked. If the Tianming Demon Emperor can find his body and restore his divinity, what can he do? The first person to be unlucky must be him. It's strange that the Heavenly Demon Emperor doesn't break him into pieces. Ning Xiaochuan said, then why did the third idea of the Heavenly Dream Demon Emperor go to Mengguiwan? This? Ben Ho is not sure. However, Ben Ho has a hunch that her third thought of secondary god must have gone to Mengguiwan. Shiji Demon Emperor raised his sharp chin and said, you should know that Mengguiwan and Guishu are equally famous. Are they death-forbidden areas in North/Xinjiang? Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, it is said that the origin of life in Tianshu continent is closely related to Mengguiwan. These are just legends. The truth of the matter is that there is an ancient channel in Mengguiwan, connecting Xinhe civilization. I guess that the idea of the third generation of secondary gods of Tianming Demon Emperor should be to go to Mengguiwan to receive the creatures from Xinhe civilization. Shiji Demon Queen Wei. Demon God? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Shiji Demon shook his head and said, the power of God is too strong to come to Dian world. Suddenly, she paused and said, in fact, your cultivation is too weak, you don't need to know these things at all. Even if the sky falls, there will be tall people on it, and it's not up to you to worry. Just after saying this, Shiji Yao frowned slightly, and felt that he was too belittling Ning Xiaochuan. After all, Ning Xiaochuan blocked her blow just now. The strength he just showed was no weaker than the seventh heaviest monk in the human realm. If you were the last god's blood close again, it is estimated that few people under the Supreme are his opponents. Unconsciously, this human boy has grown to such a point. What height will it reach in the future? Ning Xiaochuan looked at Shiji Demon, and when she saw the aloof Lingyan Demon, her eyes unexpectedly showed a soft color, with a bit of femininity that should not appear on her. Ning Xiaochuan was slightly surprised, and then suddenly remembered that he had a very close contact with the Demon Queen. She was originally a woman, but also a very beautiful woman. After Shiji Demon stopped me, she didn't kill me, and she could talk to me calmly. It's really a miracle. Ning Xiaochuan comforted himself, it's estimated that she has forgotten that thing. Well, it's better to have forgotten. A human actually had a relationship with a demon queen. In the history of the whole Tianshu continent, there should not be many such cow people. Demon Queen, since there is nothing else, I want to go back to the King of Destruction cave first. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Go. Shiji Demon Queen Wei. Ning Xiaochuan immediately walked towards the holy kingdom of the demon clan. In his mind, there was still a look in the eyes of Shiji Demon just now, and he always felt that Shiji Demon seemed to have something to say to him. No matter, first go back to see Xiaohong and Xiaolinger, and then try to save the king of Qing, Liao and Qishuan Taoist. Ning Xiaochuan's secret way. King Fizi followed Ning Xiaochuan closely, and kept pace with Ning Xiaochuan, for fear that Shiji Demon would kill her again. Shiji, the demon queen, looked at the direction in which Qin Fizi and Ning Xiaochuan left. Her eyes showed a look of struggle, and she finally didn't make a move. Wow! Her wonderful demon body immediately split into wisps of smoke and dissipated in the air. The Holy Kingdom of Demon Clan is in a magnificent demon temple. At the top of the demon hall, Shiji lies on the side of a golden chair, dressed in scarlet silk, revealing a pair of snow-white jade/legs, which is very slender and sexy. The crisp peak in front of her chest is very full and round, holding the crimson silk dress high, revealing a deep gully. Below her neck is the prominent collarbone, crystal clear skin, and concave convex curves. Holding an ancient bronze mirror in her hand, she gently combed her long hair with a jade comb. Lingyun and Chasing the Moon, the two disciples of Shiji demon, stood on both sides of the chair collapse. Their faces were covered with veils, and the gold wire wrapped around the crisp/chest, revealing flat bellies and round waist. After following Shiji demon for many years, they also know Shiji demon very well. At this moment, they can clearly feel that the state of Shiji demon is very wrong, and bursts of invisible cold air emanate from Shiji demon. Queen demon, the elixir you want has been refined, a total of 8. A thin old man with a height of only half a meter, holding a golden tray, respectfully handed it to the queen of Shiji demon. It has been refined. Shiji, the demon queen, put down the comb in her hand, pinched the orchid finger, and said, "Put down the pill, and you can retreat." The little old man, who was half a meter tall, said with some worry, "Queen demon, this elixir is highly toxic. Even if the Supreme Master takes it, he will also worry about his life. Queen demon, be careful. Ben knows the toxicity of elixir better than you." Shiji demon queen sat up from the soft chair and felt a little cold. The little old man was shocked, and immediately knelt on the ground and said in a trembling voice, "My subordinates are talkative, please forgive me." "Get back." Shiji waved her hand and said impatiently. The little old man immediately stood up and stared at the back of Shiji demon again. He always felt that Shiji demon was a little abnormal, but he didn't dare to ask more, and immediately withdrew. Shiji extended 2 jade fingers behind the demon, twisted up a elixir, thought carefully, and swallowed it with a cold light in her eyes. After the elixir entered her body, a terrible poison immediately spread out and rushed towards somewhere in her abdomen. Well. Shiji's face became extremely pale after the demon, and she immediately sat on the collapsed chair, fully mobilized the demon yuan in her body, and tried her best to resist the corrosion of the poison on her demon body. The abnormal behavior of Shiji demon queen also puzzled Lingyun and Chasing the Moon. Elixir will cause great damage to the demon body. Even if the queen of the demon level takes it, it will also greatly damage his vitality. Why did the demon queen take such a terrible poison pill? Shiji demon queen never wanted to take the elixir, but recently, she always felt a pulse of life in her lower abdomen. She used various methods and could not refine that life. This made her think of an unacceptable fact, so she planned to take elixir to kill a life that had not yet grown up. Ning Xiaochuan saw Xiao Hong, Xiao Linger, and Xianer in the cave of Miranwang. During this time, the Yuanshan of Xiao Hong and Shiner also practiced in the purple stars in the center of Xiaolinger's eyebrows, and their cultivation has made considerable progress. Among them, Xiao Hong has reached the 4th level of reality. You should know that it is a dragon cub. Once it is cultivated seriously, the cultivation speed will be quite terrible. Ning Xiner's cultivation also reached the 9th level of heaven and man, making considerable progress. Of course, what really surprised Ning Xiaochuan was Xiao Linger, whose cultivation speed was even faster than taking a rocket. Ning Xiaochuan couldn't see through her cultivation realm. Although very surprised, it was also expected by Ning Xiaochuan. You should know that little Linger is not only the Yuan god practicing in the purple stars, but also her body can be connected with the purple stars. In reality, only a few months have passed. But little Linger has practiced in the purple stars for hundreds of years, and her progress is naturally beyond ordinary people's imagination. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Little Linger, what level have you reached now?" "Godfather, I'm not sure. I should have reached the eternal realm." Little Linger gently pursed her lips and said softly. With the improvement of cultivation, Little Linger grew a lot taller and looked more mature. She was no longer like the girl of 14 or 5 years old before, as if she was already 17 or 8 years old, and her body was also more perfect. She was definitely a great beauty who fell into a trap. So easy to practice to the supreme state? Ning Xiaochuan felt that he couldn't accept it, and looked at Xiaolinger carefully again. Ning Xiaochuan thinks that his cultivation speed has been very fast. In the younger generation, few people can compare with him. However, there was a more demonic existence around him, and the speed of cultivation left him far behind. This is too striking. Xiao Hong and Ning Xiaochuan stared at Xiaolinger with envious and adoring eyes. The world knows that many talented heroes want to become supreme, but few people can reach that level. It can be said that every supreme has experienced countless hardships, flowed countless sweat and blood, and stepped on thousands of bones. The supreme road is an extremely difficult one. How could she succeed in cultivation so easily? Qin Fizi stood behind Ning Xiaochuan and stared curiously at the beautiful woman named Miranwang Godfather. He secretly said, "I really don't understand how a big demon like Miranwang can follow so many beautiful women around him." She finally understood why the King of Annihilation didn't even look at her. Although she is the second beauty in the Middle-earth world and has a beauty inferior to that of thousands of women, she is not inferior to the beauty of the High Shurji demon or the two women standing next to the King of Annihilation at the moment. Moreover, that beautiful woman named Miranwang Godfather is still a supreme. Is a female supreme just the daughter of the King of Extermination? If it is sent back to the Middle-earth world, it is estimated that many people who abuse the King of Annihilation will be shocked out of their chin. The purple stars in Little Linger's body are really great cultivation, Dong Tian. According to her cultivation speed, it is estimated that she will reach the realm of creation soon. Ning Xiaochuan also separated 4 human-shaped spirits and entered the purple stars to practice. He understood the World Destruction Sutra, the Heaven and Earth Sutra, the Zixia Sutra, and the 4th World Destruction Taoist World Destruction Magic Thunder Taoist that he just learned from the World Destruction Sutra, also known as Magic Thunder Taoist. The first 3 ways of killing the world, Sword Way, Magic Fire Way and Receiving God Way, were all taught to him by Sui Hanyu. From now on, he must comprehend the remaining 2,997 ways of extermination from the Book of Extermination by himself. Recently, he learned the Magic Thunder Road from the Sutra of Destruction. Now it is only the threshold to enter the Magic Thunder Road. It will take a long time to realize the Magic Thunder Road to practice Mahayana. But if he can use the power of purple stars, Ning Xiaochuan believes that he can practice the Magic Thunder Way to Mahayana in 3 days. According to Shurji Demon Queen, the troll master who faces the sea in the east is still in the holy kingdom of the demon family. Now if you go to save the King Qing, Liao and Qishuan Taoist, even if you can hide those demon emperors and queen demons, you can't hide the troll master. You can't move until the troll master leaves the demon family heaven. For the next 3 days, Ning Xiaochuan devoted all his energy to cultivating the Magic Thunder Way. Outside, 3 days. Above the purple stars, it is 9 years. In the 8th year, Ning Xiaochuan practiced the Magic Thunder Road to Mahayana. Ning Xiaochuan sat in the king's cave, his body was wrapped by lightning, and black electric dragons rushed out of his body, flew around in the void, and then rushed into his body. Crackle! Every cell in Ning Xiaochuan's body seemed to be filled with lightning. Countless lightning surged out of pores and converged to the top of his head. A ferocious and angry lightning beast condensed above his head, making a harsh roar. In the cave, Xiao Hong, King Fizi and Ning Xiaochuan were all startled by the sound of thunder and lightning. They immediately woke up from their cultivation and retreated to the distance, afraid to get close to Ning Xiaochuan. Godfather's cultivation has been improved again. Little Linger stood at the place closest to Ning Xiaochuan, with a look of joy in her glittering eyes, stretched out a slender snow-white arm, and the fingertips of her 5 fingers rushed out a purple light column, flying to a position 10 meters away from Ning Xiaochuan, forming a barrier, wrapping Ning Xiaochuan in the barrier. Congealing. Ning Xiaochuan sat in the border, spitting out a word. Cultivate the magic thunder path of Mahayana, and immediately integrate into Ning Xiaochuan's body and Yuanshan. Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation has risen rapidly, from the initial stage of the fifth weight of the real world to the middle stage, and then to the peak of the fifth weight of the real world. Ning Xiaochuan gathered all the black magic thunder back to his body. He pinched his fingers tightly, and could clearly feel that his strength had increased by a large margin. He was only a little short of breaking through to the sixth level of the human realm. Every time I cultivate a way of destroying the world, my cultivation will be improved, but it's a pity that I can't be promoted to the sixth level of reality. Although it didn't break through the sixth level of the human realm, Ning Xiaochuan was surprised to find that another mind cultivated in the purple stars understood the fifth way of destroying the world, the Tao of destroying the world, from the Book of Destroying the World. Just after practicing the magic thunder way to Mahayana, I realized the world-destroying Tao way. That's great. The strongest broadsword technique that Ning Xiaochuan has practiced is the unique skill groundbreaking sword created by the Emperor of Heaven. This move-saber technique integrates the essence of martial arts of the Emperor of Heaven all his life, and it is also the strongest move-saber technique created by the Emperor of Heaven before he became a god. Cutting out with a knife can mobilize part of the divine power left by the Emperor of Heaven in the world, which can be called a powerful divine skill. World-destroying Tao does not rank high among the 3,000 world-destroying Tao, but it can also be called a divine skill. Although the power of world-destroying Tao is weaker than that of earth-breaking Tao, as long as Ning Xiaochuan successfully cultivates world-destroying Tao, he can integrate Tao into his body and Yuan Shen and improve his cultivation. It should only take 3 days to continue to cultivate the world-destroying Tao to Mahayana. Ning Xiaochuan separated 6 human spirits from his body, entered the purple stars, and began to cultivate the world-destroying Tao with all his strength. He only left a mind and stayed in his body. At the same time, Ning Xiaochuan called out the magic sword. The blood-red magic sword is suspended on Ning Xiaochuan's head. On. The gate of the ruins world and the sword body opened, and Ning Xiaochuan's body moved and flew directly into the ruins world and the sword body. In the ruins world, there is a vast sea of blood, the whole heaven and earth are covered with blood gas, and the disgusting smell is floating in the air. All the blood in the sea of blood is drawn from the white bone altar, condensing the blood of hundreds of millions of human beings, full of resentment, evil spirit and evil spirit. If a general monk falls into a sea of blood, he will be instantly corroded into a white bone. However, for Ning Xiaochuan, these blood gases are comparable to precious drugs and elixirs. He is now the 5th highest level of the real world. If he can absorb a large amount of blood gas in the sea of blood, he has a great chance to break through to the 6th level of the real world. How did brother fly into the magic sword? Ning Shiner looked at the bloody sword suspended in the void, and her heart was a little worried. Little Linger gently pursed her lips and said, Godfather has entered the cultivation of magic sword. He must want to break through to a higher level. Don't worry about him. With these words, Xiaolinger immediately arranged a mysterious prohibition at the entrance of Mirenwing Cave to prevent outsiders from breaking in when Ning Xiaochuan broke through the realm. Then, she sat under the magic sword to protect Ning Xiaochuan. Is the cultivation of that great demon going to break through again? His current cultivation has been able to defeat the 3 holy earth palm sections. If his cultivation is improved again, it is estimated that even if his grandfather takes action, he may not be able to suppress him. King Fizi is also the top genius of the younger generation. He reached the realm of real people at a young age, which has amazed countless strong people of the older generation. Since she met Ning Xiaochuan, her self-confidence has been frustrated and hit repeatedly. Xiao Hong stood next to Qin Fizi and said a meaningful sentence to Qin Fizi, Qin girl, you should also practice hard. Otherwise, you will be left far behind by Ning Xiaochuan. When the gap between your cultivation and his cultivation is getting bigger and bigger, you may be abandoned by him. Qing Fizi was slightly surprised and said, "What are you talking about?" "Nothing. Miss Qing, your talent is still quite high. If you can enter the purple stars to cultivate, the cultivation speed should also be quite fast." Little Red Road. What are purple stars? Qing Fizi asked with some puzzlement. Seeing that you are also your own person, there is nothing to hide from you. Xiaohong brings King Fizi to Xiaolinger's side and communicates with Xiaolinger. Xiaolinger glanced at King Fizi and thought to herself that since Xiaohong said she was a godfather's woman, it seemed nothing wrong to let her enter the purple stars. Xiaolinger nodded gently. Xiaohong said to King Fizi, "Release the Yuan god and enter the center of Xiaolinger's eyebrows." In Xiaolinger's body, there is a purple star. She has practiced in the purple star for 3 years, and it's only a day outside. How possible? Qing Fizi looked at Xiaohong with some doubt. With a little curiosity in his heart, he sat opposite Xiaolinger, carefully released the Yuan god, and flew towards Xiaolinger's eyebrows. Wow! The primordial god of King Fizi enters the purple stars. Looking at this scene, Xiaohong gently nodded and said to herself, Ning Xiaochuan's vision is still good. This girl's talent and beauty are at the top level, and her figure is also first class. Xiaohong. What are you talking about? Ning Xiaochuan asked. Xiaohong held her chin with her fingers and said, I'm talking about your future sister-in-law. Xiner, I've never understood that your brother is not an interesting person. How can there always be so many beautiful women willing to follow him? Ning Xiaochuan didn't answer Xiaohong's words, but asked, how can you see that she is my future sister-in-law? I feel that she and my brother are not lovers at all, but somewhat hate my brother. You've never liked a man. You don't know anything at all. I'm too lazy to tell you. Xiaohong looks experienced, thinks she is the smartest dragon girl in the world, and firmly believes that her judgment is correct. She stopped arguing with Ning Xiaochuan and sat beside King Fizi and began to practice. Ning Xiaochuan practiced in the ruins world in the sword body for 4 days, absorbed a lot of blood and gas, and finally broke through the bottleneck, breaking through to the 6th level of the human realm at one stroke. After the breakthrough, Ning Xiaochuan's Yuanshan was nearly twice as powerful. With his current strength, even if he doesn't wear the blood code of the secondary god, he can compete with some weaker 9th level creatures in the real world. Of course, if you encounter the 9th strongest person in the real world at the level of Lingxiao real person, Ning Xiaochuan is definitely not an opponent. The other party only needs to show a move to defeat Ning Xiaochuan. The power of immortal Lingxiao can compete with the supreme level creatures in a short time. But it is absolutely impossible for immortal Lingxiao to defeat the supreme level creatures. If Ning Xiaochuan wears the last god's blood coat, and the power of the gods is blessed on him, he can easily defeat immortal Lingxiao. Even those supreme masters who have just entered the eternal realm may not be the opponents of Ning Xiaochuan, who wears the last god's blood coat. It can be said that Ning Xiaochuan now also has the power of Demon Emperor and Demon Queen, even stronger than the original ground centipede Demon Emperor. With his current cultivation, he still can't borrow the divine power of Tianming Demon Emperor. If we can break through to the 7th level of reality, we should be able to initially mobilize the divine power of Tianming Demon Emperor. Coming out of the sword ruins world of the magic sword, Ning Xiaochuan waved his palm and immediately broke the barrier arranged by Xiaolinger and walked out of the barrier. Godfather, have you broken through? Seeing Ning Xiaochuan coming out of the border, Xiaolinger immediately opened her eyes, stood up and walked towards Ning Xiaochuan with joy. Now Xiaolinger and Ning Xiaochuan are similar in age. They look like two beautiful lovers, not like father and daughter at all. If an outsider hears Xiaolinger calling the king of extermination like this, he will definitely think that there is an extraordinary relationship between them, and they are definitely not simply godfather and goddaughter. Yes. Ning Xiaochuan nodded, looked at King Fizi who was sitting on the ground, slightly frowned, and said solemnly, "How did her Yuanshan enter the purple stars to practice?" "It's me." Xiao Hong stretched out, stood up slowly, opened her round eyes and said, "After all, it's all her own. Letting her practice in the purple stars can quickly improve her accomplishments." "Who told you she was her own?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. Xiao Hong took her head and said, "Am I wrong? She is not your new double monk at all?" "Impossible. If there is no unusual relationship between you, how can you bring her to the demon holy kingdom?" Ning Xiaochuan gently shook his head and said, "No. The purple stars in Xiaolinger's body are not trivial treasures, even more precious than secondary artifacts." Xiao Hong and Xianer entered the purple star cultivation, and Ning Xiaochuan was naturally not worried at all. Because they will never harm Xiaolinger, and it is even more impossible for them to tell the story of the purple stars. But King Fizi is different. After all, she is just an outsider. If the treasure of purple star is not in Xiaolinger's body, but in another monk's body, even Ning Xiaochuan can't guarantee that he will never be moved, let alone King Fizi. Although King Fizi is far from Xiaolinger's opponent, if she leaks the news, immediately, countless strong people will be attracted to seize the purple stars in Xiaolinger's body. Purple stars are treasures of this level, not to mention the supreme. Even creatures in the realm of creation will certainly seize them. If you really attract the creatures who created the realm, Xiaolinger will be dead. Not afraid of 10,000, just in case. What should we do now? Will we kill King Fizi and eliminate future troubles? Ning Xiaochuan hesitated. After all, King Fizi was not a hateful person, let alone a person who should be killed. For damn people, Ning Xiaochuan can act decisively. But for those who don't deserve to die, Ning Xiaochuan is hard to kill. Besides, King Fizi is not necessarily bad for Xiaolinger. If she is killed now, she will not be spared some injustice. Kill? Or not? Xiao Hong also realized that she was in trouble. She pursed her lips and lowered her head, looking very depressed. Xiaolinger walked over, held Xiao Hong in her arms, gently stroked her face, and said, "Xiao Hong, it's not your fault. Don't blame yourself." "No. I made a mistake myself, and I will solve it myself." Xiao Hong stared at Ning Xiaochuan with a round eye. Ning Xiaochuan sighed softly and said, "After all, there is nothing wrong with her. When you start, remember to give her a good time." "Yes." Xiao Hong pinched a pair of pink fists and nodded deeply. The road of cultivation is so cruel. Especially in such a troubled time as now, when dangers abound and strong people emerge in large numbers, we must be careful. A little carelessness and kindness may bring disaster to ourselves. King Fizi's life is a great threat. Only when she dies can she remove this threat. If Ning Xiaochuan had been in the past, it would be absolutely impossible to let Xiao Hong kill King Fizi. After many things, his mentality has changed a lot now. If you want to live in troubled times, you can't be too kind. Since it's a threat, you must get rid of it. Ning Xiaochuan took back the 6 human spirits cultivated in the purple stars, and the 6 surging forces of the road immediately poured into Ning Xiaochuan's Yuan Shen. The world-destroying Tao has indeed been cultivated to Mahayana, which is really great. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was overjoyed. World-destroying Tao is the 5th world-destroying Tao that Ning Xiaochuan successfully cultivated. By integrating the world-destroying Tao into my body, my cultivation can be greatly improved. With the integration of a kind of world-destroying Tao, cultivation will also be improved. Ning Xiaochuan's most urgent wish now is to break through the 7th weight of the real world. If you practice step by step, even with the help of the power of purple stars, it will take half a year to break through the 7th weight of the real world. The higher the level, the more difficult the breakthrough is and the more time it takes. It will take at least thousands of years for those monks who cannot cultivate with the help of purple stars to break through the 6th level of the human realm to the 7th level of the human realm. Some people even spend a lifetime, can't break through to the 7th level of reality. In half a year, from the 6th level to the 7th level, for other monks, the cultivation speed has been against the sky. However, Ning Xiaochuan still feels too slow. He is now completely in a race against time, and must cultivate to the 7th level of the human realm in the shortest time. Otherwise, once the Tianming Demon Emperor returns to the Demon Kingdom, he will die. If you integrate the world-destroying Tao, you can make Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation progress by leaps and bounds again. Even if you can't break through to the 7th level of the real world, it's estimated that it won't be much worse. Unable to help himself, Ning Xiaochuan immediately cultivated and wanted to fully integrate the Tao into himself. When Ning Xiaochuan began to merge Dao, the Yuan god of King Fizi flew back from the purple stars. In 4 days, her Yuan Shen practiced in the purple stars for 12 years, and the Yuan Shen more than doubled. Her cultivation was originally the first peak of the real world. After the Yuan Shen doubled, her cultivation directly broke through to the middle of the second peak of the real world. Only 4 days have passed. After Yuan Shen flew back to his body from the purple stars, King Fizi immediately took out the celestial compass, held it in his hand, and calculated the time with the celestial compass. She was surprised to find that she had been practicing in the purple stars for more than 10 years, and it was only 4 days outside. What level of treasure is purple stars? King Fizi's mood was difficult to calm down, and he stared at Xiao Linger sitting opposite, in shock. His heart secretly said, what is the origin of this woman called the godfather of Miran Wang? No wonder she can cultivate to the supreme state when she is young, because there are treasures like purple stars. If I can always practice with the help of purple stars, I should also be able to reach the supreme state within 10 years. King Fizi's heart whispered. You know, she is still very young now. If she reaches the supreme state within 10 years, she may be able to seize nature and cultivate into the legendary secondary god in the future. An angry voice sounded in King Fizi's ear, liar. King Fizi raised his head, looked at Xiao Hong standing behind him and said, why do you say I'm a liar? Xiao Hong said, you are obviously not Ning Xiaochuan's double cultivation partner. Why did you lie to me? I simply believed it and told you the secret of the purple star. King Fizi was a little innocent and said, I never said I was the double cultivation partner of the King of Annihilation, and I never lied to you. If you hadn't taken the initiative to tell me the secret of the purple star, I wouldn't know at all. Really? Xiao Hong grabbed her hair and looked at Ning Xiaochuan sitting not far away. Ning Xiaochuan was also a little speechless and nodded gently to her. Xiao Hong's 2 snow-white hands were pinched into claws and said, even so, you should take the initiative to remind me, otherwise how could I make such a low-level mistake? And you, Xiner, you should remind me in time. Although I'm very smart, there will be times when I make mistakes. Ning Xiaochuan was more innocent. At that time, she clearly reminded her that she didn't listen. King Fizi finally figured out what was going on and said, in fact, you don't have to worry, I won't tell this secret. You can trust me. Why should we believe you? Xiao Linger stopped practicing and stared at King Fizi very seriously, saying, you have always called Godfather the king of destroying people, which shows that you have a grudge against Godfather, and even regard Godfather as a traitor of the adult race, and you hate Godfather very much. In that case, can we still believe you? King Fizi looked at Xiao Hong, Xiao Linger and Ning Xiaochuan's bad eyes, and his heart was also slightly tight. As an outsider, if he finds such a big secret, he will be killed. Xiao Hong said coldly, after all, it's because of me. I'm sorry for her. If I kill her, I'll definitely feel guilty, which is quite detrimental to my future practice. Xiaoling, do it. I. I. I've never killed anyone, and I can't do it. Xiaoling said. Xiaohong stared at Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan shook her head hard and whispered, I haven't killed anyone. Okay. It seems that I have to do it myself. With a cold smile, Xiaohong rushed out a god-extinguished dragon fire in the palm of her hand, and walked murderously towards King Fizi. Die. Gaga. Xiaohong's speed is as fast as thunder, and she sends out an earth-shaking dragon sound in her body. She slaps at King Fizi with a fierce palm, and has overwhelming dragon power. Xiaoling and Ning Xiaochuan closed their eyes tightly, and didn't want to see the bloody scene. However, Xiaohong's palm stopped abruptly above the head of King Fizi, and she didn't fight down. What's the matter? Ning Xiaochuan's eyes opened a gap. One more time. Xiaohong bit a snow-white shell tooth, gave out a dragon sing in her mouth, and her hands grew red dragon scales, which erupted into a more powerful force, and hit King Fizi again. This time, her palm stopped again and leaned over the top of Fizi's head, but it still didn't fall. Ah! Xiaohong took the dragon fire back into her body, shook her sleeve and said, I can't do it either. What should I do now? Xiaoling and Ning Xiaochuan didn't know what to do, so they immediately closed their eyes and pretended to practice. They seemed to be saying that since you made the trouble yourself, you must solve it yourself. You. Xiaohong was very angry, and her eyes stared at King Fizi again. A trace of essence appeared in her bright eyes, and suddenly a very good idea emerged. She walked up to King Fizi with a faint smile on her face and said, in fact, I have a good idea. Maybe I can save your life. What are you doing? Qingfei sub-path. King Fizi knew that he would die today. Even if Ning Xiaochuan, Xiaoling and Xiaohong couldn't kill her, the king of extermination would kill her himself. No way, this is the end of knowing what you shouldn't know. A female supreme sits here, and she has no chance to escape. But who wants to die? If there is a choice, it is natural to choose to live. Xiaohong attached herself to Qin Fizi's ear and whispered. Hearing Xiaohong's words, Qin Fizi suddenly blushed, and his face showed a bit of shyness. He whispered, Do you want me to sell my soul, serve the devil with my body, and be the servant of the king of extermination? I can't do it, you'd better kill me. Although his cultivation is not as good as that of the king of annihilation and the dragon cub, he is the goddess of the holy land of Lingxiao. How talented is the inner courtyard college of the divine palace? How noble is your identity? She didn't even pay attention to those talented people in the god's palace, let alone ask her to be a servant of a big demon. Naturally, she would rather die than serve a demon. Xiaohong frowned and said, It seems that you really regard Ning Xiaochuan as a big demon, and it's impossible to give in. Well, although I can't bear to kill you, I think those monsters outside should be willing to eat you. You see, your skin is so delicate, your cultivation is so high, and your appearance is so beautiful. Will those monsters insult you before eating you? Will they strip your clothes, will they? King Fizi originally thought that Xiaohong was a very simple girl, but now she found that Xiaohong was like a little devil with a lovely face. You. Would you really do that? Qin Fizi finally got a little uneasy. If she was really handed over to those monsters, the end would be absolutely miserable. Xiaohong nodded seriously and said, It seems that you still doubt the will of our dragon clan. In that case, there is nothing to talk about. Wait a minute. King Fizi clenched his lips and teeth tightly and said, I promise you. Haha. Xiaohong put her hands on her hips and smiled up to the sky. The laughter was very evil, like a bully who flirted with a good family woman. Xiaohong nodded and said with satisfaction, I'm quite satisfied with your decision. In that case, swear to the gods immediately. Read along with me. I, King Fizi, voluntarily become the servant of Ning Xiaochuan. From now on, I will serve my master wholeheartedly, absolutely obey his master's orders, absolutely support his master, and never betray him. If I violate my oath, I will fall into the abyss, suffer from the earth fire and thunder, and be terrified. King Fizi had no choice but to swear with Xiaohong, and a sense of sadness came into his heart. If I had known what would happen today, I shouldn't have followed the extermination king to the demon holy kingdom. Now, he has become a servant of the king of extermination. If you return to the Middle-earth world, you will certainly be reviled by everyone. She wondered whether she had been calculated by the evil dragon woman from the beginning. Mangwuan, one of the 2 death-forbidden areas in North/Xinjiang. This is a barren and vast field. The ground is full of black soil. In some torn ground cracks, black smoke and dust are emitted, diffuse in the air, with a strong toxicity. Half of the decayed coffin was exposed at the crack of some ground fissures. Those coffins exuded a faint glow, and the bodies buried inside seemed to climb out of the coffins at any time. It is said that Mangwuan is the burial ground of the Supreme. Each coffin contains the bones of a Supreme, and each tombstone is engraved with the name of a Supreme. Even the black soil seems to be fused with the blood of the Supreme, with a force of death. All monks believe that Mangwuan is the origin of life in Tianshu continent. Only the Supreme who has really entered Mangwuan knows that there is no life here at all, only death and silence. Boom! Suddenly, deep in Mangwuan, the earth shook violently. The earth cracked, and black smoke gushed from the ground and rushed into the void, forming a black smoke cloud, covering the whole Mangwuan in the smoke cloud. An ancient magic wall rises from the ground. That magic wall is full of kilometers long, rising all the way up. At first, it is only 10 meters high, then 100 meters high, 1,000 meters high, 10,000 meters high. Finally, the height is completely invisible. Looking from the ground, you will find that it is not a wall at all, but a ladder. It's like a ladder to the 9th realm. A woman who exuded a strong evil spirit stood at the top of the ladder, raised her hands above her head, stared at the vast starry sky above her head, and said in a loud voice, "The way of heaven is reversed, time and space are disordered. The seal is dissipated, and the door of man and God." If Ning Xiaochuan was in Mangwuan at the moment, he would recognize the woman standing at the top of the ladder. She looks exactly like the heavenly demon emperor. It is one of the 3 ideas of the secondary god that the queen of the heavenly dream escaped. Wow! At the top of the ladder, a huge door opens. Dragon-shaped, phoenix-shaped, tiger-shaped, and turtle-shaped divine lights came out of the door, illuminating most of the Mangwuan. A dragon-shaped divine light rushed into the coffin hanging in the air. In the coffin, there was a harsh howl. Boom! An ancient corpse with a ragged body flew out of the coffin and fell to the lower part of the ladder, bowing slightly to the upper part of the ladder. He kept this position, motionless. He was wearing a decayed Taoist robe, with a rusty bronze Taoist crown on his head. A dragon shadow wrapped around him, and the dragon head fused with his head. When he was alive, he was definitely a supreme celebrity of Daomen. Those divine lights kept rushing into the ground, and an ancient corpse kept flying out of the ground. Some ancient corpses are wearing imperial robes, some ancient corpses are wearing Buddha clothes, and some ancient corpses are wearing war armor. They were all unparalleled strong before death, and their accomplishments are at least the supreme realm. The ancient corpse in the imperial robe is integrated with the tiger-shaped divine light, and the head is combined with the tiger head, with the tiger lying on his back. The nun dressed in Buddha's clothes was integrated with the phoenix-shaped god light, and the whole body was burning with flames. All the supreme corpses integrated with the divine light survived, and the number was increasing. They all gathered at the bottom of the ladder, like a group of slaves, devoutly worshipping the Tianming demon emperor above the ladder. The door of man and God has been opened. Come, creatures from Xinhe civilization. Tianming demon emperor rode. The door of human god at the top of the ladder vibrated violently, and a 9-headed monster with a huge body flew out of the door of human god, turned into a human figure, and fell beside the Tianming demon emperor. He looked like a man in his 30s, with a bit of evil on his face, wearing purple armor and carrying a 9-pole supreme imperial weapon-level spear, and said, "Finally, I have arrived in Dian world. This God's war, this seat will be able to condense a divine personality and cultivate a true God. All creatures in the world will tremble because of me." Tianming demon emperor said, "9-headed purple Jiao, how can only you pass through the door of man and God? Kill the Son of God? What about other masters?" The 9-headed purple Jiao carried his hands and looked domineering, saying, "I came to Dian world first to help you guard the gate of man and God together. I can't let those lower creatures in Dian world destroy the gate of man and God. The Son of God and other masters will soon all enter the world of Dian, and maybe there will be a sub-God level existence who will come to Dian world in person. Will the existence of the sub-God level really drive into the Dian world? The price paid in that way should be quite large." Tianming demon emperor wrote. "The true God cannot come to the Dian world, but as long as he pays a great price, he can send the secondary God to the Dian world. Even if only a secondary God is sent to Dian world, it will immediately change the pattern of the entire Dian world." The 9-headed purple Jiao nodded and said, "As long as we can win this war of gods, it's worth paying no matter how much. The noise caused by opening the door of human gods is too great. It's estimated that the so-called Supreme Masters on Tianshu continent have been disturbed." Ha ha. According to Jiuto Zijiao, all the creatures in Dian world are low creatures. Even in the Dian world, the creatures known as the Supreme, in his view, are only a little more powerful and lower creatures. He can kill as many as he comes. When the sons of gods and masters arrive in the Dian world, they can clean the Dian world. All creatures that do not obey the demon god must be killed, and none of them will remain. 9-headed purple Jiao sneered. "Okay, the son of the gods is coming, and the son of the gods is the supreme as soon as he is born. The grandson of the gods is a real person at birth. How many powerful young masters will appear? Ning Xiaochuan's fateful enemy will also appear, and other dragon cubs will appear one after another. The real battle of gods is about to begin. Demangza is closest to Mangguiwan, only hundreds of thousands of miles away." The existence of demon kings and queen demons immediately detected the turbulent power in Mangguiwan and felt a suffocating breath coming out of the depths of Mangguiwan. What a powerful fluctuation of power. Is there a strong man born against the sky in Mangguiwan? The queen of the 9-tailed demons sat on the top of a 1,000-foot-high stargazing platform in the Fox clan territory, and immediately stood up. The white skirt loomed and appeared to cover the attractive jade legs. Her eyes were very distant, looking at Mangguiwan hundreds of thousands of miles away, only to see a black cloud covering the whole Mangguiwan, as if great changes had really taken place. After returning to the ruins, will there be unrest in Mangguiwan? The god of thunder demon emperor stood in the clouds, his whole body was wrapped by lightning, like a real god of thunder, which made all the creatures on the ground awe inexplicably. Although those demon emperors and queen demons have lived for thousands of years and know everything about Tianshu continent, they don't know Mangguiwan, a forbidden area of death, and don't know what happened in Mangguiwan at all? The magnificent demon hall where Tianming demon emperor once lived, the master of the giant spirit facing the sea in the east, sat above the demon hall. His body is more than 10 meters tall, his whole body is covered with golden muscles, and every hair sends out terrible power fluctuations. For demon attendants, the 9th heaviest in the real world, knelt in the demon hall trembling, and were suppressed by the breath of the giant spirit master, so that they couldn't stand up. The Tianming demon emperor is really not so easy to be killed by the Terrans. She actually opened the door of man and God in the depths of Mangguiwan. The master of the giant spirit sent out a cold breath. After all, the master of the giant spirit is the lord of the East Sea, which is longer than the longevity of the demon emperor and queen. He knew that in the depths of Mangguiwan, there was a gateway left over from ancient times to connect the divine world, which was called the Gate of Man and God. Boom! 4 pairs of huge flesh wings grew on the back of the master of the giant spirit, rushed out of the demon hall, sent out brilliant and powerful power fluctuations, dragged out a long golden tail, and flew in the direction of Mangguiwan. A moment later, the master of the giant spirit flew out of Mangguiwan. Just a layer of magic barrier in the sky wants to block this master? Break it for me. With a wave of the tiger's arm dominated by the giant spirit, the magic barrier of the sky that imprisoned Mangguiwan immediately broke open. The master of the giant spirit was extremely powerful and stepped into Mangguiwan. Soon, he flew to the depths of Mangguiwan and came to the bottom of the ladder. Tianming Demon Emperor. If you introduce the creatures of Shinha civilization to the Dian world, it will only bring destruction to the creatures in the Dian world. Don't you know that during the last God's War, those places for becoming gods were robbed by outsiders of Shinha civilization? How many real gods do we have in the Dian world? The master of the giant spirit is like a giant in gold armor, full of explosive power, standing on the earth. Every word he spits out is like a loud thunder. With his voice, the whole space is shaking. Within Dian world, all major races are fighting and killing each other. They want to exaggerate their power to the greatest extent and strive for the greatest interests, before the war of gods. But if the creatures of Shinha civilization intervene, it will be completely different. They will wipe out all creatures that do not submit to them, and will not give any chance to speak to the creatures in Dian world at all. Whether human or demon. As long as you don't surrender, you must die. In the eyes of the creatures in the divine world, the creatures in the lower world are all mole ants. 9-headed purple Jiao stood at the top of the ladder, holding his hands in front of his chest, very arrogant, and said, "It's just a group of livestock in Dian world, but he still naive wants to become a god. Don't you know that the whole Dian world is also an array arranged by a great god of Shinha civilization? You are the livestock in the array, and the creatures of our Shinha civilization are the protagonists who enter the array to compete for the place of God. The master of the giant spirit is a strong man who has captured nature. How can he endure such humiliation and burn a raging anger in his heart, saying, 'Tianming Demon Emperor, do you also admit that you are a captive animal of Shinha civilization?' The 9-headed purple Jiao sneered and said, 'You're so ignorant. Don't you know that Tianming is a real god's daughter of Shinha civilization? As early as many years ago, that real god had begun to plan the war of God's sealing, so he would send a 7-colored begonia divine seed to Dian world, waiting for today.' The master of the giant spirit called out an iron bar like a pillar of heaven, pinched it in his hand, and said, 'In that case, the master can only kill you and shut down the door of man and God again. Dian world is our territory, and even if we want to rule Dian world, it should be ruled by this master. Overestimate yourself. I really think your cultivation is great. Maybe you are a master in Dian world, but in front of the master of our Shinha civilization, you don't deserve to be a master.' 9-headed purple Jiaodao. Arrogance comes at a price. The iron stick in the master's hand became 10,000 feet long, and the black iron stick sent out divine light. A stick waved out and beat more than a dozen supreme ancient corpses out. The master of the giant spirit rushed towards the top of the ladder. Ow! Those supreme ancient corpses possessed by the divine light also immediately rushed up the ladder of heaven to intercept the master of the giant spirit. An ancient corpse in a Taoist robe, rotten all over, with a divine light dragon on his back, slapped at the back of the giant spirit master. The Taoist-robed ancient corpse was a 7th supreme in the eternal realm. Although he had been dead for many years, he burst out again with the power of the divine light. Bang! The troll master hit the Taoist robe ancient corpse with a backhand stick, directly smashing it into powder, and even the Xinguang dragon integrated with the Taoist robe ancient corpse was smashed. just killed the Taoist robe ancient corpse, and then 7 supreme ancient corpses were killed, surrounding the troll master in the center. Death. The power of the master of the giant spirit is boundless. With each stick, the body of a supreme ancient corpse can be broken into a cloud of dust, and no one can stop his pace. The 9-headed purple Jiao narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "The iron bar in his hand weighs 100 billion and 80 million jin. It is definitely a secondary artifact and should not be underestimated. That's the treasure of Donglanhai. Shanhai magic needle is indeed a powerful secondary artifact." Tianming Demon Emperor Road. In Tianshu continent, there are 3 legends of secondary artifacts, namely, Dingshan Ruler, Shanhai Needle, and Feng Tian Map. Among them, Shanhai Needle is in the East China Sea. The master of the giant spirit is the master of the East Sea. It is not strange that the Shanhai Needle appears in his hand. In the Shinha civilization, even the secondary gods may not be able to own each secondary artifact. Although Dian World is only a place for captive livestock, there are still many treasures left over. A mere master can master each secondary artifact, which is simply a waste. 9-headed purple Jiaodao. Tianming Demon Emperor said, "I always have a faint uneasiness, and I feel that there will be a sudden change. How long will it take for the sons of gods and other masters to come to Dian World? It should be fast." 9-headed purple Jiao said confidently, "Don't worry, it's just a master. I'll kill him now." The 9-headed purple Jiao smiled coldly, dragged a long purple cloak, domineering, strode down the ladder and killed the master of the giant spirit. Behind the 9-headed purple dragons, there was a huge virtual shadow of the dragon, wrapped in purple gas, punched out, and sent out bursts of violent wind and thunder. After the master of the giant spirit collapsed a supreme ancient corpse, he also slapped 9 purple Jiaos. Fists and palms. Boom. The loud sound was like the impact of 2 iron mountains. The 2 masters trembled all over, and a powerful momentum rushed out, shaking more than a dozen supreme ancient corpses away. The 9-headed purple Jiaos flew backwards more than 10 feet, and then fell steadily on the ladder. The master of the giant spirit retreated 7 steps towards the lower part of the ladder, stabilized his legs, and did not continue to retreat downward. Damn. My power is suppressed by the world power of Dian World, otherwise I can kill you with one move. The 9-headed purple Jiao roared with a deep voice. The master of the giant spirit said, "Arrogance. The battle of gods is coming, and the suppression of the world power of Dian World against outsiders has fallen to a very low point. Your power has only been suppressed to 30% at most. Even if you are really in full power, it is not easy to defeat your master." Jiuto Zijiao said, "Really? Even if I only use 30% of my strength, you are far from my opponent." In the same realm, the creatures of the divine world and the creatures of Dian World are completely slaughtered, just like slaughtering dogs. The 9-headed purple Jiao was extremely confident, his hands folded, and a powerful divine power erupted between his palms, emitting colorful energy. He roared in his mouth, "Kill God." A move of magic was exerted by 9 purple Jiaos, and countless divine powers rushed to him and gathered in the palm of 9 purple Jiaos. The face of the master of the giant spirit did not change, and immediately lifted the Shanhai needle with both hands. His whole body exuded golden brilliance, catapulted up, and a stick bombarded the 9-headed purple Jiao. Bang! The 2 masters retreated again, and then immediately collided with each other. I don't know what kind of material the ladder was made of, but it withstood the crazy attack of the 2 masters, without any damage. At the time of the battle between the 9-headed purple dragon and the master of the giant spirit, a circle of brilliance appeared in the door of man and God at the top of the ladder, and another human figure flew out of it. This is a bald-headed man in his 40s, with 6 ears, gloomy eyes, and a magical breath on his body. He said coldly, "What's the matter?" Nine-headed purple jiaos, can't even take a lower creature in Dian world? The Tianming demon emperor carried his hands on his back and said, the hands of the master of the giant spirit hold secondary artifacts, which are enough to compete with the 9 purple jiaos. Brother 6, if it weren't for the secondary artifacts in his hands, I would kill him within 3 moves. The 9-headed purple jiaoshan's voice. That bald man with 6 ears is the 6th brother of 9-headed purple jiao. He is also a master of Shinha civilization. His name is 6-eared demon ape. His cultivation is more powerful than 9-headed purple jiao. They have a total of 10 brothers, who are also famous in Shinha civilization, and are known as 10 demon saints of Mingo Star. 6-eared demon ape, ranking 6th. 9-headed purple jiao, ranking 9th. This time, all the 10 demon saints of Mingo Star will come to Dian world and be responsible for guarding the gate of man and God and prohibiting anyone from destroying the gate of man and God. Brother 9, Brother Wei, gives you a chance. If you can't kill him in half an hour, Brother Wei can only do it himself. 6-eared demon ape Ling Xiaochuan. Without 6 brothers' action, I will be able to kill him in half an hour. 9 purple jiaos laughed, spread their arms, and the 9 spears on their backs immediately soared into the air. Each spear was wrapped by the virtual shadow of a purple dragon. With its teeth and claws open, it sent out a terrible howl and attacked the master of the giant spirit. 9 long spears, each of which is a supreme imperial weapon. When the spirit of the weapon wakes up, the original power completely bursts out, emitting brilliant power, and the power is very terrible. You know, the whole Tianshu continent can't find several supreme imperial weapons, each of which has the power to destroy the sky and the earth. What's more, 9 purple jiaos also sacrificed 9 supreme imperial weapon level spears at one time, and the power erupted was absolutely terrifying. This time we came to Dian world, we were fully prepared. The 9 war rainbow guns at the level of Supreme Emperor were given by a real god. When the 9 war rainbow guns were combined, their power would not be much weaker than that of the secondary artifact. After offering the 9 pole war rainbow gun, the 9-headed purple jiao finally gradually gained the upper hand and defeated the master of the giant spirit. Pooh! One of the war rainbow spears suddenly stabbed out and penetrated the void. It was like a startled goose flying out and passing through the chest of the master of the giant spirit. A large amount of blood gushed out of the body of the giant spirit master, dyed the latter red, and the blood flowed down like a stream. It's terrible. It's worthy of being a creature from the divine world. The combat skills displayed by it are not comparable to those of our creatures in the world. It must have been taught by the secondary god since childhood to be so powerful. The master of the giant spirit was very frightened and kept retreating downward. 2 monks of the same realm, one is taught by the god since childhood, and has the best resources and the most perfect cultivation method. The other is not taught by gods, and the resources are not so rich, and the cultivation methods are far inferior to each other. Who will be stronger? Of course, the disciples taught by the gods are more powerful. This is just like that in the same realm, the Holy Earth inheritors are much stronger than the scattered cultivation of martial arts. My cultivation is between Buezhong and Jiuto Zijiao. Jiuto Zijiao's cultivation is suppressed by the power of the world, leaving only 30% of its power, but it can still defeat me. The master of the giant spirit did not feel discouraged. After all, the other party was a disciple trained by the gods. He was born in the divine world and absorbed the spirit of the gods all the year round. It was not a shame to lose in his hands. A 9-headed purple jiao is so terrible, not to mention there is a more terrible creature at the top of the ladder. The master of the giant spirit knows that with his own power, he can never destroy the door of man and God. Thinking of this, the master of the giant spirit immediately withdrew and quickly fled to Mengguiwan. Still want to escape? 9 purple dragons laughed wildly, and the 9-pole war rainbow gun turned into 9 purple rivers, stabbed into the void, burst the void, and hit the master of the giant spirit. Poof! Poof! The master of the giant spirit had already escaped to the edge of Mangwuan, but he was still shot through by the two-pole war rainbow, and his head and chest were punctured, suffering serious trauma. Space disorder. The master of the giant spirit had only half his head, and he sprayed a mouthful of blood. A sea of blood appeared above his head. The sea of blood is spinning wildly, crushing the whole space into a chaotic space. Jumping into the sea of blood, the master of the giant spirit disappeared in an instant. The nine-headed purple Jiao dragged a long cloak, wore a thick armor, and carried a bloody rainbow gun to the edge of the sea of blood. Looking at the disappearing sea of blood, he gave a cold hum. Calculate that you run fast, and you won't be so lucky next time. 9 younger brothers, you go to Daong's, and after accepting the demon emperor and demon there, you must let them make a god blood oath and let them be your slaves. Only in this way can they really be loyal to you and will not betray. If there is anyone who does not follow, they will be directly killed. The long voice of the six-eared demon ape. Even if you lend them a courage, you won't dare to disobey my will. It's their honor to be my servant. Haha. 9 purple Jiaos carrying bloody Zhanhong guns turned into a purple streamer and flew in the direction of Big Mingzi. More than a dozen supreme ancient corpses also followed the 9-headed purple Jiao, turned into a gloomy corpse cloud, and flew to the Big Mingzi. Daong's, the cave of the king of destruction. After Ning Xiaochuan integrated the world-destroying Tao into his body, his cultivation improved again, reaching the later stage of the 6th level of the human realm, and his combat effectiveness increased a lot. If we can fuse another way of destroying the world, it is estimated that we can break through the 7th weight of the human realm. Unfortunately, if you want to understand the 6th way of destroying the world from the Sutra of Destroying the World, it is estimated that you can't do it in a while. You can only let the human mind continue to understand in the purple stars. If you can't comprehend the 6th way of destroying the world, even if you continue to practice, it won't be of much use. I don't know whether the master of the giant spirit has left Demengzi. If he has left, he should immediately go to save the King Qing, Liao, and Qishuan Taoist. Ning Xiaochuan stopped practicing and stood up. Bye. See your master. Qin Fizi saw Ning Xiaochuan coming. Under the threat of Xiaohong, he immediately knelt down on the ground, covered his hands in front of his chest, and bowed respectfully. Ning Xiaochuan was slightly stunned and said, "What's the situation?" King Fizi was very wronged, but there was no way. Who told himself to know what he shouldn't know? She was not afraid of death, but she was afraid of falling into the hands of monsters. That would be worse than death. Xiaohong nodded gently, very satisfied with the performance of King Fizi at the moment, with an evil smile on her face, and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, do you think I can help you adjust/teach well? Who allowed you to do this?" Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were a little cold. Xiaohong didn't think she had done something wrong, and took it for granted, such a charming beauty has good cultivation talent. If you kill her, wouldn't you feel very sorry? If you take her as a servant, you might have a fat son for you in the future. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Xiao Linger and Ning Xiner and said, "Do you also allow her to mess around?" Little Linger was a little innocent and whispered, "Godfather, at least she can save her life. This is the best solution we can think of." Nonsense. It's nonsense. Ning Xiaochuan's deep voice. Xiao Linger, Xiaohong, and Ning Xiner have never seen Ning Xiaochuan get so angry. The three of them immediately lowered their heads, just like the 3 little girls who did something wrong. They didn't dare to look at Ning Xiaochuan's eyes at all. At ordinary times, Ning Xiaochuan is very tolerant of them, but tolerance is not connivance. When it is time to educate, we must educate them, otherwise they don't know what is right and what is wrong at all. Xiaohong, in particular, has no sense of propriety. If she continues to grow like this, she will surely go astray in the future. Ning Xiaochuan doesn't think he is a good man. When he meets someone who should be killed, he will kill decisively, but he won't deliberately humiliate others. By doing so, Xiao Hong is humiliating King Fizi. Where do you want to run? Ning Xiaochuan caught Xiao Hong, who wanted to slip away, pinched her ear and almost lifted her up. Ning Xiaochuan, Ning Xiaochuan. You handed her over to me. It's all my business how I deal with it. Why should you care about me? Xiao Hong cushioned her feet and kept screaming. Let go, I'm a noble dragon girl. You're like this. I'm very shameless. Okay. Okay. I'm wrong. I'll go and give her a treat now. I'll never deliberately humiliate others in the future. I'm absolutely obedient. Xiao Hong said. Ning Xiaochuan breathed out a long breath, loosened her hand pinched by Xiao Hong, and said, No, I'll come. After saying this, Ning Xiaochuan walked over to King Fizi and said, Qing girl, in fact, it's all my fault. King Fizi lowered his head, gently bit Bei's teeth, and said, You don't need to say more. I understand that I know your secret, and I can't live. If I were you, I would do the same. Troubled times are so cruel that everyone can't help himself. No. Ning Xiaochuan said, I mean, in fact, I still need a better way to solve the problem, but I didn't think of it at that time. I can use the power of the 7-hole demon heart to erase your memory. In this way, you don't have to die. Ouch. It's all your fault. If you had said you could erase her memory, how could I force her to be your servant? Xiao Hong complained very much. Ning Xiaochuan stared at her. Xiao Hong immediately covered her mouth with her small hands, turned around, squatted on the ground, and drew circles on the ground with her hands, afraid to speak again. It doesn't matter. Now I'll erase the memory in your mind, so that you don't have to be my servant anymore. Ning Xiaochuan said. Late. Xiao Hong stood up again and sighed, She has sworn to the gods that she will serve you sincerely all her life. If she dares to betray, her soul will be destroyed. Ning Xiaochuan had a black line on his forehead and said, Who allowed you to do this? Knowing that she said something wrong, Xiao Hong immediately stuck out her tongue, squatted on the ground again and continued to draw circles. King Fizi thought that after he became the servant of the King of Extermination, he would be insulted by the King of Extermination and could not escape the clutches of the King of Extermination. However, she did not expect that the King of Extermination was completely different from what she had imagined. This made her feel a little good about the King of Destruction. The King of Extermination doesn't seem to be as bad as the legend. He has his own principles and is not a person who will do anything by unscrupulous means. King Fizi's beautiful eyes, glittering and shining, stared at the young man opposite, and even had a somewhat strange feeling in his heart. He is an unforgivable demon. How can I have a good impression on him? No, absolutely not. King Fizi shook his head vigorously. Ning Xiaochuan turned around and continued to look at Xiang. King Fizi calmly said, Since you have sworn to the gods, I have no other way to dissolve the oath now. In the future, you don't have to serve me, you can follow Xiao Linger. By the way, you use the compass of heaven to help me check whether the master of the giant spirit is still in the holy kingdom of the demon clan? Yes. King Fizi gently nodded and immediately took out the Tianji compass. The celestial compass shows that the supreme spirit has left the demon kingdom. Ning Xiaochuan immediately rushed to the demon prison, and he had to rescue the king of Qing, Liao and Qishuan Taoist before the body of Tianming demon emperor came back. Under the leadership of the Golden Horn Demon King and the Silver Horn Demon King, Ning Xiaochuan successfully entered the demon prison and saw the King Qinghe again. Qing Wanpan sat in the center of a round jade platform with a diameter of 10 feet. Every long hair on his head turned into blue flaming feathers, and a pair of beautiful blue wings grew on his back. His strength was expanding rapidly and becoming more and more powerful. Only in the past quarter of an hour, Ning Xiaochuan can clearly feel that the cultivation of King Qingyu has increased 100 times. At the moment, the king of Qing dynasty is like an ancient Qing Yuan who swallows the sky and devours the earth. What's going on? Ning Xiaochuan retreated slightly for 2 steps, with a surprised look in his eyes, and secretly said in his heart, the power in King Qinghe's body has grown too terrible. Has the suppression of her power by Dian world disappeared? The battle of gods has begun? The king of Qinghe regained his surging strength in his body, opened a pair of blue eyes, and there were wisps of green fire flowing in his god bead-like pupils, staring at Ning Xiaochuan coldly, and said, Tianming Demon Emperor? How could she recognize me as the king of heavenly dreams? Ning Xiaochuan was slightly surprised. Soon, Ning Xiaochuan understood again. Some spirits of Tianming Demon Emperor were suppressed in Ning Xiaochuan's body. Those spirits were much stronger than Ning Xiaochuan's soul. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan has a powerful spirit of the Tianming Demon Emperor in his body, King Qingyu certainly won't think that Ning Xiaochuan has the ability to suppress that spirit, so he instinctively believes that Ning Xiaochuan is controlled by the spirit of the Tianming Demon Emperor. Of course, it's not the Tianming Demon Emperor. The spirit condensed by the Tianming Demon Emperor with 5 sub-god thoughts has been hijacked by me and suppressed by me in the Yuanshan. Ning Xiaochuan rode. The king of Qinghe breathed a sigh of relief and said, so you have cultivated the way of receiving gods. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said curiously, how did your cultivation suddenly become so strong? King Qinghe stood up, outlined a beautiful curve, and said lazily, if I didn't guess wrong, the first door of man and God has been opened. The spirit of God in the divine world flows from the door of man and God to Dian world, offsetting the world power of Dian world. Now, the cultivation suppression of Dian world on me has become very low, and my cultivation has probably reached about 30% of its heyday. Ning Xiaochuan said, if the door of man and God is not opened, how much is your cultivation suppressed? King Qinghe stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply and said, if the door of man and God is not opened, the whole Dian world is a completely closed world, and no foreign creatures will be allowed to enter this world. Once someone forcibly breaks in, his cultivation will be suppressed to 1% or even directly wiped out by the power of the world. Ning Xiaochuan was surprised, the door of man and God has been opened? Does it mean that the war of gods has been opened? The king of Qing dynasty gently shook his head, now the first door of man and God is opened. Only 8 doors of man and God are opened, and then the war of God ceiling will really open. There are 8 doors of human gods in total? How can this happen? Ning Xiaochuan was puzzled. King Qinghe said, do you remember I told you that the whole Dian world is the god-making formation arranged by a god-king of Xinhe civilization? In fact, the 8 doors of man and God are the entrance to the god-making formation. Located in the 8 directions of Xinhe civilization, they can lead the young masters and potential gods of the 8 worlds of Xinhe civilization to Dian world. Ning Xiaochuan was silent for a moment, and said, don't you say that the protagonists of the gods' war are actually those Tianjiao and potential gods from the Xinhe civilization, which have nothing to do with our creatures in the world? King Qinghe stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply and said, in those days, that great god king arranged the god formation for the purpose of creating gods. He didn't consider that the birth spirits would also be born in the god formation at all. The creatures in the Dian world are in the eyes of the sons of gods of Xinhe civilization, just like you treat the aboriginal savages of primitive tribes. They will only think that you are a group of low creatures and the object of their experience. Of course, in the several gods' wars in history, many aborigines in Dian world cultivated into gods, and even some earth-shattering powerful figures made those true gods in Xinhe civilization very afraid. For example, the 9-tailed divine fox that led to the early end of the last God's War, and the Wanchu Shangren, the founder of the Tianting that spread all over the world. These characters, during the God's War, have all bloomed bright lights, and can fight with the sons of the gods, and even crush the sons of the gods. After all, these figures are only a few, and it is difficult to produce one for hundreds of millions of years. Even if they can really crush the sons of the gods in the same realm, it is impossible to change the pattern of the entire Dian world, let alone compete with the entire Shinha civilization. In this vast ocean, they are only a drop of water different from ordinary people, which can splash ripples on the water surface, but they cannot change the pattern of the entire ocean. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly and said, "In history, how many gods' wars have taken place in Dian world?" King Qing has said, "The time of the universe is too long, and the birth time of Dian world cannot be studied. It is estimated that only those true gods of Shinha civilization know a little truth. I only know that every time there is a war of gods in Dian world, it is an era. Some eras are as long as tens of millions of years, and some eras are as short as hundreds of thousands of years." Ning Xiaochuan breathed out a long breath and said, "Since it's impossible to study, I believe that even if the sons of gods came to Dian world, I can compete with them, and even crush them. What Jiu Shenhu and Wanchu Master can do, I will also be able to do." King Qing has said, "This apotheosis war will be more cruel and competitive than the previous apotheosis war. Moreover, you have a strong old enemy. He will definitely come to Dian world to get rid of you. With your current cultivation, you are far from her, his opponent." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Let's not talk about this first. Since the first door of man and God is opened, there must be a strong man of Shinha civilization coming to Dian world, and the pattern of the whole world will be changed in an instant. I'll save you now. Can you save me out? You have gone to Fengshan Cave and found colored glazed Tianjing?" The king of green rice was a little surprised. "No. However, I have a treasure that is no less powerful than the secondary artifact." "Didn't you say that the secondary artifact can break the secondary god rule that the Tianming demon emperor arranged on the white stone jade platform? Let me have a try." Ning Xiaochuan pressed his finger on the temple, and the heavenly mark in the center of the eyebrow immediately appeared, emitting a flickering light. The white bone beads, originally suspended in the primordial gods of heaven and earth, immediately emitted bright light, flew out of the center of the eyebrows and hit the round jade platform at the foot of the King Qingyu. When the white bone beads attacked, a white halo immediately rose on the edge of the round jade platform to block the white bone beads. Boom! Under the constant impact of white bone beads, the whole demon prison shook violently, and gravel continued to fall from above. Chi. A small crack appeared on the jade platform at the foot of the king of Qingyu, and the crack became wider and wider. Then, there is a second crack, a third crack. The white bone bead is an inestimable peerless treasure, with power comparable to that of a secondary artifact. Once the original power of the white bone bead is stimulated, even if it is only a trace of the original power, it is also quite terrifying. The Golden Horn Demon King and the Silver Horn Demon King noticed the movement in the demon prison, and immediately rushed in from outside the stone gate, pleading, "Lord Miran, you must not save her, or our brother will be in big trouble." "Sorry, guys." Ning Xiaochuan waved his arm and hit two black magic thunder in the palm of his hand, splitting the Golden Horn Demon King and the Silver Horn Demon King out. The two demon kings hit the stone wall and knocked the stone wall full of arrays out of two shallow pits. The Golden Horn Demon King and the Silver Horn Demon King screamed miserably, fell down from the stone wall, fell to the ground, and fainted. The violent vibration startled the octagonal demon emperor guarding the demon prison. Boom! The octagonal demon emperor rushed from the cold pool under the ground, emitting 8 colors of brilliance on his body, stepping on an 8-colored auspicious cloud, and rushed to the demon prison where the king of Qing was imprisoned. Arriving at the demon prison, he stared at Ning Xiaochuan, who was attacking Baishur Jade platform, and shouted, "Prison robber, die." The octagonal demon emperor turned into a human shape, with 8 sharp horns on his body, shrinking into a ball, like a hedgehog in the shape of a ball, hitting Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan mobilized all his vitality, immediately stimulated a trace of the original strength of the white bone bead, and fought against the octagonal demon emperor. Bang! Under the attack of white bone beads, the octagonal demon emperor immediately flew backward and fell back to the stone door. He spread out his palm and found a blood hole the size of a pigeon egg in the palm, and drops of demon blood fell to the ground. He stared at the man with some shock, and then looked at the white bone bead and said, "Secondary artifact?" Taking advantage of the moment when the octagonal demon emperor was stunned, Ning Xiaochuan immediately put the second god's blood clothes on his body. A stream of evil blood gas emanated from the secondary god's blood clothes, carrying a touch of spirit gas, pervading the whole demon prison. Facing the last demon emperor, Ning Xiaochuan had to go all out. Octagonal demon emperor is the real supreme of the eternal realm. With Ning Xiaochuan's sixth cultivation in the real realm, he must go all out to defeat him. I didn't expect the Terran to produce such a powerful young Tianjiao. The 8-colored light on the octagonal demon emperor flashed, and the blood hole in the palm of his hand immediately recovered as before. He said coldly, "The emperor will come to see you for a while, to see how much weight you have." The octagonal demon emperor rushed up again, and 2 spikes grew out of the palms of his palms, stabbing Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows and heart respectively with the momentum of covering his ears in a flash. Ning Xiaochuan immediately showed the speed of the dragon, burst out at a speed no slower than that of the octagonal demon emperor, turned into a series of shadows, and avoided the 2 blows of the octagonal demon emperor. Destroy the world demon Thunderway. Ning Xiaochuan put his hands together, and countless lightning surged out of his palm and turned into a black thunder ball. Clap out both palms at the same time, and the thunder ball flew out with it, hitting the head of the octagonal demon emperor, and beat the octagonal demon emperor backward by more than 10 steps. The strong demon body hit the stone wall and broke through the stone wall. The octagonal demon emperor climbed up from the ground, and there was still a trace of thunder and lightning flowing all over his body. His demon body was strong, but he didn't suffer multiple injuries. Instead, he became more fierce and braver. He untied a strong iron rope from his waist and attacked Ning Xiaochuan again. When Ning Xiaochuan fought with the octagonal demon emperor, King Qinghe also began to gather strength. A blue flame, condensed in the palm of her hand, turned into a virtual shadow of a flame Qinghuan. Broken. The King of Green Phoenix slapped the empty shadow of the Green Phoenix out and hit the round jade platform under his feet. With a bang, the round jade platform, which had been cracked by white bone beads, immediately fell apart and turned into a pile of white gravel under the attack of the King of Green. A violent energy ripple, centered on the King of Qinghe, rushed out and shattered most of the demon prison. Ning Xiaochuan and the octagonal demon emperor were also impacted by that powerful energy ripple and flew out, smashing stone walls. Ning Xiaochuan smashed a total of 12 stone walls, and then stabilized his body, half kneeling on the ground, holding the ground with one hand, and did not continue to retreat. The octagonal demon emperor smashed 14 stone walls, spit out a mouthful of blood, and stared at the blue-clad woman who came out of the demon prison with some shock. He was the demon emperor, and naturally he could more clearly feel the powerful evil spirit emanating from the King of Qinghe. He said incredulously, "How is it possible? The evil spirit on her body is too pure, and it also has a faint spirit. Is this the real strength of King Qingxi? It is worthy of being a creature from Xinhe civilization. She was really underestimated before." Ning Xiaochuan knew that the cultivation of King Qingyu had been restored by 30%, but he didn't expect that her 30% strength would be so powerful. It is estimated that she is also the daughter of a god of Xinhe civilization, with divine blood flowing in her body. Ning Xiaochuan thought so. Octagonal Demon Emperor. Do you choose to die or surrender? The King of Green Hair sent out blue flames all over his body, and a pair of beautiful blue wings with a length of more than 10 meters grew on his back, and walked towards the octagonal demon emperor step by step. With a playful smile on her face, she gently touched her chin, like an evil girl, staring at the octagonal demon emperor with threatening eyes. Seeing the evil eyes of the king of Qing dynasty, Ning Xiaochuan rubbed his temples and finally figured out some problems. It turned out that Xiao Hong had been taught bad by her, and he knew that the king of Qing dynasty should not be Xiao Hong's teacher. Their eyes and expressions are so similar. Meet Lord Qingluan. The octagonal demon emperor also knew the current affairs, and knew that he was far from the opponent of the king Qinghe. He immediately bowed down and expressed his loyalty. Judging from the power just erupted by the king of Qing, her real strength is absolutely not simple, and not the general supreme can be compared with her. The octagonal demon emperor is really an educated young king. Even the Tianming demon emperor dare not kill her easily. Now that the cultivation of King Qinghe has recovered, if he can worship under the door of King Qinghe, it may be a great opportunity for him. Be honest, get up. You will understand in the future that following this princess must be a very wise choice. The king of Qing dynasty touched the tip of his nose, and his eyebrows were slightly selected. He stared at Ning Xiaochuan, with a bright light in his eyes, and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, do you choose to die or surrender?" "What?" As soon as Ning Xiaochuan stood up, he heard the words of King Qingyu, and his heart couldn't help but burst. Is the king of the Qing dynasty going to cross the river and tear down the bridge? Hee hee. I'm kidding you. King Qinghe patted Ning Xiaochuan on the shoulder and said with a smile, as the fourth-generation successor of the world-destroying Tao, you are qualified to be on an equal footing with this princess. Maybe I will ask you to do something for me in the future. By the way, now, the sons of gods will come to die in world one after another. You'd better try not to use the power of the world-destroying Tao. If you are recognized by others, it will be a big trouble for you. Her expression became serious. Why? Are the heirs of the world-destroying Tao so unpopular in Xinhe civilization? Ning Xiaochuan stretched out a finger and lifted the jade hand that King Qingyu had put on his shoulder. The king of Qing dynasty smiled and said, "It's not as simple as being unpopular. You know, a long time ago, there was a descendant of Mi Shidao who almost destroyed the whole Xinhe civilization. If you expose your identity as a descendant of Mi Shidao, you can imagine how miserable it will be in the future." Almost destroyed the entire Xinhe civilization? Who has such terrible destructive power? Ning Xiaochuan was extremely surprised. Xinhe civilization is not a place that ordinary people can imagine at all. Even some gods may not know how powerful Xinhe civilization is. For the creatures of Dian world, that is the nine-heaven divine world, an extremely sacred place. Who can destroy such a Big Mac-like civilization? King Qinghe said that a descendant of Mi Shidao must not be the founder of Mi Shidao, but the second generation of heirs or the third generation of heirs of Mi Shidao. Doesn't it mean that that person is not Sui Hanyu? Is it the master of Sui Hanyu? Ning Xiaochuan breathed out a long breath, and always felt that the secrets spoken from the King of Green were too amazing. The King of Qinghe did not say, saying, "You will know in the future." Anyway, if you don't want to be chased and killed every day, you'd better not expose the power of the world-destroying Tao. Those creatures in Dian world don't know the world-destroying Tao, but those Tianjiao of Xinhe civilization can definitely recognize the heirs of the world-destroying Tao. Ning Xiaochuan said, "How strong are the sons of the gods?" The king of Qinghe frowned slightly and said, "You can't think of the vastness of the Xinhe civilization at all. I don't know how many gods there are in the Xinhe civilization, let alone how many top-level Tianjiao. Anyway, there are more powerful heroes than me. The cultivation is quite terrible. Only when you really grow up can you fight with them." Bang! The stone gate of one of the demon prisons was smashed, and Liao came out of the stone gate. "Uncle Liao, have you recovered your cultivation to 30%? The way of the King of Green." Ning Xiaochuan's eyes stared at Liao, and he secretly said that Liao's cultivation was indeed unfathomable, and he even broke the rules of the second god of the Tianming demon emperor with his own strength. He is really a powerful creature. Liao stared at the King Qinghe softly, nodded, and said, "The first door of man and God in Mangu Yuan has been opened. Those masters and sons of gods who came to the demon Hong God domain should come to Tianshu land soon. Your Highness, Royal Highness Princess, we have to enter the Fengshan cave before them. Everything depends on Uncle Liao's arrangement." The Green King nodded. Suddenly, Liao's eyes coagulated, slightly raised his head, looked up, and a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. "It's really fast enough to come, and the breath is a little familiar. It seems to be an old friend." What does Liao's words mean? Ning Xiaochuan was thinking about Liao's words. Suddenly, the seven-hole demon heart in his body trembled violently, and he felt a terrible murderous spirit flying from thousands of miles away, and was rapidly approaching the demon holy country. The other party's cultivation is quite strong, and he doesn't hide his cultivation and murderous spirit at all. Who came to the demon holy kingdom? Is it the strong man of Xinhe civilization? Ning Xiaochuan glanced at Liao and finally understood the meaning of what Liao had just said. It seems that he is really the strong man of Xinhe civilization, and has killed the demon holy country. Let's go. I'll go out too. Liao carried his hands on his back and walked outside the demon prison. When he passed by Ning Xiaochuan, he stared at Ning Xiaochuan meaningfully and said, "Be careful to destroy the descendants of the world. From now on, you will be the enemy of the whole world." Liao, Qing Wang, Octagonal Demon Emperor, Golden Horn Demon King and Silver Horn Demon King all walked outside the demon prison, while Ning Xiaochuan rushed to the depths of the demon prison. He still has to save Taoist Qishuan. The nine-headed purple Jiao stepped into the big Mingzi and shook the whole big Mingzi violently. Those demon emperors and queen demons in the big dream Zhe were all startled. Looking at the direction of the nine-headed purple Jiao, they could clearly feel the overwhelming power coming from him. Ow! Ow! More than a dozen supreme ancient corpses followed the nine-headed purple Jiao. Their mouths spit out the dead corpse gas like ink, sending out a long, mournful howl. The demon emperor and queen of the demon in the big dream also came out immediately to meet the master. 9 purple dragons raised the bloody Zhanhong gun above their heads, and a thunder and lightning flew out of the gun tip and rushed into the air, turning the whole sky into a sea of thunder and lightning. Pa! The Thor demon emperor, who was originally hidden in the clouds, was knocked down by the 9 purple Jiaos and fell to the ground in confusion. The armor on the Thor demon emperor was broken, and he was injured all over. He stared at 9 purple Jiaos in horror and said, "Who are you? It's foolish enough that you don't know anything without knowledge, even this seat." The 9-headed purple Jiao sneered and said, "I forgive your ignorance. After all, you are only an aborigine in the Dian world." The Thor demon emperor used to live in a high position. How can he endure such humiliation? Arrogance, in the whole Tianshu continent, no one dares to speak to the emperor in such a tone. The Thor demon emperor called out the lightning-flashing Thor hammer and Thor cone, and in a moment, he woke up the spirit of these 2 supreme king instruments and burst out the most powerful original power. Chi-chi. The body of the Thor demon emperor became 9 feet tall, like a lightning giant. With his feet as the center, the whole earth turned into a sea of lightning. The cultivation of 9-headed purple Jiao was really terrible, so the Thor demon emperor stimulated his most powerful combat power in an instant. With a bang, the Thor hammer hit the Thor cone. A thunder and lightning with a diameter of 3 meters surged out of the Thor cone and cleaved towards the 9 purple dragons. 9-headed purple Jiao's lips were hooked, and his eyes showed a look of contempt. Ow! Behind the 9-headed purple Jiao, the mouth of a supreme ancient corpse sent out a dragon sing, and shot up straightly, flying in front of the 9-headed purple Jiao, and smashed the 3-meter-thick Thor with one punch. Then, a pair of divine light dragon wings appeared on the back of the supreme ancient corpse, rushed towards the Thor demon emperor quickly, punched the Thor demon emperor in the chest, and lifted the Thor demon emperor more than 100 meters away. Bang! Bang! The supreme ancient corpse hit more than 10 punches in a row. The power of each punch seemed to be able to destroy mountains and seas, and did not give the Thor demon emperor any chance to breathe at all. When the last punch of the supreme ancient corpse fell, the Thor demon emperor was finally beaten to the ground, leaving only a thick gasp. Nine Purple Jiao proudly stood up and walked over, stepping on the head of the Thor demon emperor with one foot, sneered contemptuously, "Thanks to you, you are still a congenital thunder spirit, and your combat power is so weak that you can't even defeat a supreme ancient corpse. If you submit to this seat can pass you a volume of God-level martial arts sutra for practicing thunder robbery, which is a scripture handed down by a congenital thunder spirit who has cultivated to the realm of gods. Cultivating this volume of God-level martial arts sutra can increase your combat power in the same realm by 5 to 7 times. Do you choose to obey this seat now, or choose to die?" I choose obedience." Thor demon emperor roared. "Haha." The 9-headed purple Jiao roared and smiled, took his feet off the head of the Thor demon emperor, and stared at those demon emperors, demon queens, and demon kings flying from a distance. "See? There is already a demon emperor who submits to this seat. Obviously, we can have a good conversation. Why do we have to beat you to submission? Don't treat your identity of demon emperors and queen demons as noble. In the 9-heaven god world, I don't know how many cultivated creatures like you compete to be our slaves, and this seat is not rare." The 9-headed purple Jiao stared at the white bone demon and said, "A white bone can be cultivated to the eternal realm. It seems that you have cultivated some kind of skill of swallowing other bones and improving your cultivation to the current realm step by step. However, your cultivation skill is too poor. Even if you cultivate it for a lifetime, you can't cultivate it to the realm of creation. You submit to this seat. This seat can give you a drop of divine liquid to wash and refine the bone body, increase the divinity of the bone body, and improve the grade of the bone body. In addition, this seat can also give you a volume of devouring God-level martial arts sutra. In the future, your achievements, not to mention the realm of creation, even have the opportunity to cultivate to the level of the secondary god." After thinking for a moment, the white bone demon glanced at the Thor demon emperor kneeling in front of the 9-headed purple Jiao. With a sigh in her mouth, she went to the 9-headed purple Jiao and bowed down. "After the white bone demon, meet the master." "Yes, you're still familiar with current affairs." 9 Purple Jiao gently touched the head of the white bone demon, with a happy smile on his face. He likes the feeling of crushing all those who refuse to obey with his own strength. 9-headed Purple Jiao's cultivation is too strong, and he is followed by more than a dozen supreme ancient corpses. In the face of strong pressure, the Thunder God Demon Emperor and the White Bone Demon Queen have surrendered to him. The pressure of other demon kings and queen demons has become greater. There is no doubt that if they do not obey, there is only a dead end. The 9-headed purple Jiao uttered a light sigh in his mouth, stared at the back of Shiji demon, and his face showed a look of ecstasy. What a Lingji stone, I'm afraid, has been psychic hundreds of millions of years ago. It's simply an artifact of forging, and maybe it can forge an artifact. My luck is really great. I didn't expect to encounter such a strange thing just when I arrived in Dian World. The 9-headed purple Jiao stretched out his palm and grabbed it towards the back of Shiji demon. Because of taking elixir, Shiji was greatly weakened and her face was quite pale. When she saw the 9 purple Jiao's big fingerprints pressed, she immediately hid out the jade bottle of Mayan, and wanted to block the 9 purple Jiaos with the help of the power of this Supreme King's instrument. Bang! With just one palm, the Mayan jade bottle of the Supreme King level was cracked and thrown out. Finally, Shiji, the demon queen, still didn't escape the bad luck, and was caught by the big handprints of 9 purple jiaos. 9-headed purple jiao smiled, his eyes were cold, and said, "Show me the original shape." The 9-headed purple jiao slapped the top of the head of the Shiji demon, trying to kill the human body of the Shiji demon and beat the Shiji demon back to its original shape. Even those other demon kings and queen of the demon shook their heads and sighed, thinking that Shiji's queen of the demon would undoubtedly die. Their hearts have a sense of rabbit death and fox sorrow. Although they were worshipped by countless creatures after they became emperor in North/Xinjiang, they were nothing in front of the 9-headed purple jiao. As long as the 9 purple jiaos are willing, they can kill them all at any time. When the 9-headed purple jiao slapped down, the body of Shiji demon changed. Boom! The position of her lower abdomen showed a dazzling blood light. A powerful and boundless spirit of destruction burst out of her body and rushed back to the 9-headed purple jiao. Shiji, the demon queen, was not only not beaten back to its original shape by the 9-headed purple jiao, but the world-destroying gas emanating from her body beat the 9-headed purple jiao upside down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shiji immediately turned into a fine on and disappeared into the ground. This accident surprised all the creatures present and completely failed to react. How could it be like this? How could the queen of Shiji demon have such terrible power in her body that she unexpectedly knocked all the 9 purple dragons out? Did she hide her cultivation before? The Thor demon emperor was a little shocked. If she can really defeat Lord Jiu Zijiao, she can't escape. The white bone demon said, "I just vaguely saw that there seemed to be a magic tablet suspended in her abdomen, and that powerful force was emanating from the magic tablet." How can there be a magic tablet in the body of Shiji demon emperor? If the power of that magic tablet can repel the 9 purple dragons, what level of treasure is the magic tablet? At this moment, Jiu Zijiao was also shocked. He looked at his aching palm and said, "That's the devil's foe. That's the devil's foe. The devil's tablet you see is the legendary God of Destruction tablet, and it's the companion of the devil's foe." My God! The God of Destruction tablet was born again, and the God of Destruction tablet was born again. The 9-headed purple jiao was very afraid and trembled all over. In his mind, he thought of the terrible legend spread in the Shinha civilization. In those days, the descendants of the way of destroying the world almost destroyed the entire Shinha civilization, leaving a terrible shadow on the gods of the Shinha civilization. Legend has it that the stone tablet of the God of Destruction is the supreme holy thing of the Tao of Destruction. It has destroyed more than one civilization as powerful as the Shinha civilization. How could the stone of the God of Destruction appear in the belly of a demon queen in Dian world, and also accompany the fetus of that demon queen? Is that a fetus chosen by the stone of the God of Destruction on its own initiative? Or, the fetus in the belly of Shiji demon is the flesh and blood of the 4th generation of the son of the God of Destruction? Jiu Zijiao's state of mind gradually returned to calm, and countless thoughts flashed in his mind. In either case, she must not be allowed to escape. The 9-headed purple jiao immediately dispatched all the more than 10 supreme ancient corpses. After chasing Shiji demon with all his strength, he must catch her back. The 9-headed purple jiao glanced at all the demon creatures present and said, "Who knows whose bone and flesh the fetus in Shiji's demon's rear abdomen is? Shiji demon emperor is really pregnant? How is this possible?" Those creatures in the demon clan were extremely surprised and felt incredible. You should know that Shiji is a famous cold beauty after the demon. Several demon kings have courted her and wanted to marry her, but they were directly rejected by her. Like her arrogant demon queen, will also combine with men? Moreover, she was pregnant with children. Even several demon queens who were close to Shiji's demon queen were quite surprised. No one guessed about the king of extermination. In their view, the king of extermination was just a human servant under the throne of Shiji demon, and his status was too low. Shiji Demon Emperor even despises the existence of Demon Emperor level, how can he be admired? Ning Xiaochuan rescued Taoist Qixuan and immediately escaped from the demon prison. Ning Xiaochuan, the Taoist priest owes you a great favor. In the future, if you need help, you can come to the Taoist priest at any time. Knowing that Ning Xiaochuan had the supreme level of combat power, Taoist Qixuan no longer regarded Ning Xiaochuan as a junior, but as a fellow monk. Ning Xiaochuan still regarded Taoist Qixuan as an elder and said, "What are your plans next, master?" 7. Xiandao Humanitarianism. Now the world is in chaos, the human race is weak, and the demon race is rampant. Creatures from abroad also come to this world, and the world will only become more and more chaotic. The old Taoist decided to invite several old friends living in seclusion in North/Xinjiang to help the human race tide over the difficulties. Ning Xiaochuan secretly said that the people called old friends by Kixuando are estimated to be those old guys who fought with the Emperor of Heaven 10,000 years ago, and they are definitely not simple people. If those comrades in arms of the Emperor of Heaven were born, it would be a huge help to the Terrans in Tianshu continent. Those old friends have been living in seclusion in the Yulan Empire, living an ordinary life, and have long been unwilling to intervene in the struggle between various ethnic groups. I hope the old Taoist priest can invite them this time. 7. Xiandao Humanitarianism. Ning Xiaochuan bowed to Taoist Qixuan and said, "In that case, elder, let's say goodbye." Taoist Qixuan also slightly arched Ning Xiaochuan, and then turned into a colorful streamer, retreated into the ground and disappeared. Seeing off Taoist Qixuan, Ning Xiaochuan rushed to the edge of Demengza. He could feel that all the demon emperors and queen demons were gathered there. In addition to the demon kings and queen demons, there is a more terrifying atmosphere. That breath, incomparably powerful, far more than the supreme power, makes people feel incomparably palpitating. When Ning Xiaochuan rushed over, he found that almost all the creatures in the demon holy land gathered here and talked about it. He heard several keywords: Shiji Demon Queen, Demon Foe, the fourth generation of heirs of the world. Hearing the comments of the crowd, Ning Xiaochuan's face slightly changed. Has my identity as the fourth generation of heirs of the way of destroying the world been exposed? Ning Xiaochuan looked around, and soon saw Liao and King Qing, who were mixed with the demons, and so on, so he immediately walked over. King Qing, Master Liao, what happened? Why is everyone talking about the way to destroy the world? Ning Xiaochuan's real yuan radiated out, isolating this space to prevent his words from being heard by the demon creatures next to him. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan walking past, the king of Qingyu, Liao, the king of Octagonal Demon, the king of Golden Horn Demon and the king of Silver Horn Demon all showed strange looks. Because they all know that Ning Xiaochuan is the successor of the fourth generation of the way of destroying the world. Ning Xiaochuan was stared at by them, a little scared, and said, "What are your eyes?" King Qinghe held his chin and looked at Ning Xiaochuan from head to foot with a thoughtful expression. He laughed and said, "That's good. Ning Xiaochuan, you actually took down Shiji's demon queen without the knowledge of the gods." This king was a little suspicious. Are you the heiress of the world-destroying way? Or the heiress of the Yinyang saint? Ning Xiaochuan was more confused and said, "King Qingyu, what do you mean?" "What do I mean? You should understand it very well." The king of Qing dynasty spread out his hands and said happily. Both the Golden Horn Demon King and the Silver Horn Demon King stared at Ning Xiaochuan as if they were looking at an idol. The light in their eyes was shining, and they simply admired Ning Xiaochuan. The king of Golden Horn Demon was very excited. He bowed down to Ning Xiaochuan and said, "You are too powerful to kill the king. Can you take this king as an apprentice? I also want to worship teachers." The Silver Horn Demon King immediately bowed to Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes congealed and said thoughtfully, "Sorry, there is only one successor in each generation of the way to destroy the world, and I have no plans to accept disciples now." No. No. We don't learn the way of destroying the world, we only learn the way of conquering demons. The Golden Horn Demon King said while drooling. I also want to learn. The Silver Horn Demon King stared at Ning Xiaochuan with adoring eyes. Ning Xiaochuan wondered, conquering the Queen of Demons? Are you kidding? Who is not the Supreme One in the existence of the Queen of Demons? Who is not a person of extraordinary talent? How can ordinary people conquer it? Practicing hard is the right way. Don't aim high, don't just think of taking shortcuts. If you can have the cultivation of creating a world, you will naturally be able to conquer the existence of the Queen of Demons. Master, the lesson is that we shouldn't aim too high and just think about taking shortcuts. After all, not everyone has such powerful means and accomplishments as Master. The Golden Horn Demon King immediately flattered and said respectfully. The Silver Horn Demon King said pitifully, other people naturally cannot take shortcuts, but Master, you must have a shortcut in your hand. Please pass it on to us. Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows frowned deeper. What mess were they talking about? The Octagonal Demon King really couldn't stand it anymore. He kicked the Silver Horn Demon King and the Golden Horn Demon King out with 2 feet, and said angrily, 2 useless things, thinking about something for nothing all day, it's too late to practice. The King of Annihilation, in fact, the Emperor was also very curious, Shiji Demon Queen, so arrogant woman, what method did you use to conquer her? Ning Xiaochuan suddenly realized that the matter between himself and Shiji Demon Queen has been known by other demon creatures? No. Only I and Shiji are the insiders of this matter. I didn't say it, and Shiji couldn't say it. How could outsiders know? Ning Xiaochuan calmed down slightly and showed great composure, saying, Octagonal Demon Emperor, I don't know what you're talking about. What happened to Shiji Demon Queen? Don't you know? Isn't the child in the back of Shiji Demon yours? Octagonal Demon Emperor rode. What? What was Ning Xiaochuan surprised this time? He lifted up the Octagonal Demon Emperor and said, Who did you just say was pregnant with a child? Shiji Demon Queen. Octagonal Demon Emperor rode. Ning Xiaochuan was a little distracted, his eyes were dull, and as soon as his hand was released, the Octagonal Demon Emperor naturally fell to the ground. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's shocked appearance, the Octagonal Demon Emperor said, Is the child really yours? At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan's heart was very complex, and there was an unspeakable feeling that he couldn't return to God for a long time. It was like a lightning strike on his head in a sunny day, and the whole person was stunned. If Shiji Demon Queen is really pregnant, then the child must be his. After a while, Ning Xiaochuan still couldn't react. He stared at the King of Qinghe and said, Shiji Demon Queen is really pregnant? King Qing nodded and said, Nonsense. Now the whole Demon Holy Kingdom knows this. Your boy is really powerful, and even a demon queen has been taken by you. If you pass back the human civilization, many people will admire it. Where is she now? Ning Xiaochuan still couldn't believe it. He wanted to confirm it face to face after seeing Shiji Demon. King Qing said, She was injured by 9 purple jiaos, and now she has escaped. Ning Xiaochuan said, She's pregnant, and you still watched her injured by 9 purple jiaos? Hey! We didn't know that she was pregnant at that time, let alone that the father of her baby was you. If I knew, with our friendship, I wouldn't help. The way of the King of Green. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes stared at the 9-headed purple jiao in the distance, and an unknown fire arose in his heart. Sooner or later, he will repay this revenge. Ning Xiaochuan is not a person who doesn't recognize people when he mentions his pants. If Shiji Demon is not pregnant, as long as she doesn't mention it, Ning Xiaochuan can also act as if nothing has happened. However, since Shiji Demon Queen is pregnant, this matter is absolutely related to him. Who dares to bully their wives, Ning Xiaochuan must also take care of it to the end. At this moment, 6 demon emperors and 7 demon queens have been accepted by 9 purple jiaos, leaving only the Tai Ching Dragon Emperor, the Brahma Demon Emperor and the 9-tailed demon queens who have not yet made a statement. The 9-headed purple jiao stared at the Tai Ching Dragon Emperor and said with a smile, "Good. The real dragon's physique has reached the 9th level of the eternal realm. Among these demon emperors and demon queens, your cultivation is the most powerful." His eyes were fixed on the Vatican demon emperor, his eyes narrowed slightly, and said, "God's blood, and he has also practiced the scriptures of human Buddhism. Among the many demon emperors and demon queens, your talent is the highest. If you are willing to submit to this seat, you will have the opportunity to cultivate gods under this seat's teaching." Finally, the 9-headed purple jiao stared at the queen of the 9-tailed demon. When his eyes stared at the past, he immediately had a blurred illusion in his eyes. He only saw a gorgeous woman coming towards him. The autumn water was God, jade was bone, and every subtle action was very. Even the 9-headed purple jiao, who is determined and not close to women, is a little confused at the moment, and the whole person is lost in the charm of that witch. Chi. Suddenly, a sharp pain came from the position of the neck, waking up the 9 purple jiaos. Giotto purple jiao felt his head fly up and saw a headless purple body standing below. My head was cut off? The idea came to Giotto Zijiao's mind. Seeing the 9-tailed demon, he cut off the head of the 9 purple jiaos, and those demon creatures breathed out a long breath. This arrogant guy finally died. The 9-tailed demon queen is indeed the strongest of the 9 demon queens. Her powerful charm can't even stop the 9 purple dragons. Cut off the head of 9 purple dragons, but the 9-tailed demon was not excited at all. He immediately took another shot to completely destroy the demon body of 9 purple dragons. However, when the 9-tailed demon struck down with the second palm, the headless corpse struck her first and knocked her upside down. The 9-headed purple jiao's head grew out again, stared at the 9-tailed demon coldly, and said sternly, "Good. Unexpectedly, I met the offspring of the 9-tailed divine fox so soon. How do you say you want to die?" The last Fengshen era ended ahead of schedule, because of the 9-tailed divine fox. I don't know how many geniuses and masters from Xinhe civilization were confused by Jiuwei Shenhu and became slaves of Jiuwei Shenhu, forcing Xinhe civilization to end the War of Gods ahead of schedule. Now, the descendants of 9-tailed fox have appeared. Before coming to Dian World, Giotto Zijiao had heard the legend of Jiuwei divine fox, but at that time, he did not take that legend too seriously. Just a moment ago, he almost died in the hands of the descendants of the 9-tailed divine fox, and then suddenly woke up, afraid to take it lightly again. No. 9 purple jiaos have 9 heads. Only by cutting off 9 heads at the same time can they kill him. If you don't kill him this time, it's difficult to kill him next time. Without any hesitation, the queen of the 9-tailed demon immediately turned into a streamer, rushed into the ground, and wanted to escape. Boom! The 9-headed purple jiao naturally wouldn't give her a chance to escape. She stepped on the ground, and a powerful force rushed into the ground, shaking the 9-tailed demon out of the ground. The body of the queen of the 9-tailed demon was almost broken, and her whole body was covered with bloody wounds, which suffered a heavy blow. She fell to the ground and could hardly stand up. Her cultivation is far from that of Giotto Zijiao. The real fight is not the opponent of Giotto Zijiao at all. Your cultivation is only in the eternal realm, and you almost killed me. The 9-tailed fox clan is really terrible. The 9-headed purple jiao walked towards the 9-tailed demon and sneered, "You should not be a perfect body, right? Didn't your ancestors tell you that only a perfect body can cultivate into the most terrible beauty/lust god body of the 9-tailed fox clan? If you cultivate into a beauty/lust god body, it is estimated that this seat has died in your hands now. Unfortunately, you don't have that chance." After 9-tailed demon, a wisp of evil spirit escaped from her body, and the wounds on her body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before long, those wounds completely disappeared, and there was not even a scar left on her snow-white skin. The queen of the nine-tailed demon once again showed her charm, trying to confuse the nine-headed purple Jiao and win a trace of vitality for herself. Colorful fantasy. The queen of the nine-tailed demon is extremely sexy, flirtatious, and colorful, with plump breasts and hips. The whole delicate body is wrapped in white mist, which envelopes the 9 purple dragons in the white mist and pulls them into the illusion. Nine-headed purple Jiao has been fooled once, so it is naturally impossible to be fooled a second time. He immediately blocked his vision and hearing, judged the position of the nine-tailed demon with his mind, and sneered, "Fox spirit, your cultivation is too far away." Boom! A purple air wave, spitting out from the mouth of the 9 purple Jiaos, made a tsunami-like sound, breaking the colorful fantasy displayed by the nine-tailed demon queen. Wow! The 9-headed purple Jiao's arms shook, summoned a chain as thin as ox hair, flew out like lightning, wrapped around the queen of the nine-tailed demon, tied her hands and legs, and made her unable to move. The name of that chain is called knife chain, which means it is sharper than the blade. It is specially forged to trap powerful creatures. Since you are the descendant of the nine-tailed fox, I won't kill you so easily. It will be more valuable to transfer/teach you to be a loyal servant to deal with other masters. The 9-headed purple Jiaolong laughed. With anger in the eyes of the queen of the nine-tailed demon, she gently moved it, chi, and the knife chain immediately fell into flesh and blood. On her body, there were dense bloodstains immediately. Don't struggle. The more you struggle, the tighter the knife chain will be. Finally, it will shrink to the size of a jujube pit and cut your demon body into thousands of pieces. Don't cherish your life so much. Your life is still of great value to me. Nine-headed purple Jiao smiled coldly. Ning Xiaochuan was imprisoned by the nine-headed purple Jiao after seeing the nine-tailed demon, and his fists were slightly tight. If he had the power to compete with the strong ones who created the realm, he would certainly immediately rescue the nine-tailed demon queen. At the beginning, the Wuyao Emperor wanted to destroy the Yulan Empire. It was Princess Dashi and the nine-tailed demon who came forward and saved the Yulan Empire. It can be said that Ning Xiaochuan owes the Fox clan a great favor. If only I could break through to the 7th level of the real world, and mobilize the spirit power of the Queen of Tianming Demon, I could burst out the power of 5 9th level creatures in the eternal world, and at least have the power to fight with 9 purple dragons. However, my current level has not broken through to the 7th level of the real world. What should I do? Power. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan found that there was such a big gap between himself and the real strong. His eyes looked at the King of Green, and finally shook his head. Although the cultivation of King Qingyu is unfathomable and can easily defeat the octagonal demon emperor, she can never be a dominant opponent. Although Liao's cultivation is more powerful, Ning Xiaochuan is not familiar with him. It is almost impossible to ask him to fight against such a great enemy as Jiutou Zijiao. If Ning Xiaochuan is captured by 9 purple Jiaos, maybe the king of Qingyu will ask Liao to rescue Ning Xiaochuan. But now the nine-tailed demon is captured, and she has no friendship with the king of Qing dynasty. The king of Qing dynasty can't offend a powerful master in order to save her. Now, what should I do? Demon Queen. Let's save you. The 4 powerful old demon kings of the Fox clan fought out of the demon clan creatures and attacked the 9-headed purple Jiao at the same time. The 4 old demon kings have all cultivated 7 tails. The one with the highest cultivation has reached the 9th weight of the real world, and the one with the lowest cultivation has also reached the 7th weight of the real world. They all look like death at home. Even if they pay the price of their lives, they will save the queen of the 9-tailed demon. A group of ants. The 9-headed purple Jiao stared at the 4 old demon kings and attacked, showing a disdainful smile. You know, he is a master who has captured the creatures of nature. The ninth heaviest monk in the real world was like an ant in front of him. No matter how much he attacked, he couldn't hurt a hair of his hair. Boom! Suddenly, the fox-tailed demon king, the ninth heaviest in the real world, unexpectedly blew up his demon yuan, and his body exploded, bursting into a destructive force. It's really not afraid of death. Nine-headed purple Jiao's eyes were slightly chilly, and immediately stretched out a palm, condensing a circular border, blocking the self-exploding power of the ninth demon king in the real world. At this moment, the other three fox demon kings immediately fled with nine-tailed demons. Still want to escape? The nine-headed purple Jiao slapped out and burst the bodies of the three fox demon kings into three blood fog. The queen of the nine-tailed demon was also attacked by the palm power, but her cultivation was much stronger than the three demon kings. She was not shot dead, but she still suffered heavy losses. She spat out a mouthful of blood and suddenly fell to the ground. She was tied with a knife chain and couldn't even move a finger, let alone run away. Princess Dashi led a large group of fox creatures and rushed over. Empress Mother, I'll save you. All the creatures of the fox clan rushed towards the nine-headed purple Jiao, while Princess Dashi rushed to the back of the nine-tailed demon and helped the back of the nine-tailed demon up. What are you doing here? You are not the opponent of Jiu Dang Jia at all. Don't you run away? The nine-tailed demon said coldly. The queen of the nine-tailed demon knows better than anyone that Princess Dashi's future achievements are absolutely above her own, and she may even catch up with the old ancestor nine-tailed divine fox and become a strong person. If nine purple Jiao finds her, it's over. Escape? Where to escape? The nine-headed purple Jiao stepped on the ground, and the hundreds of fox masters who rushed towards him burst into a blood mist, leaving not a complete bone. Hundreds of strong fox people, all above the realm of heaven and man, so all died, no one alive. All the creatures in the demon holy kingdom were stunned by the powerful cultivation of nine purple Jiaos, including those demon emperors and queen demons. Is this the power of a master from the divine world? I'm afraid the Tianming demon emperor is still there, and it's not his opponent. The eyes of the Taiqing dragon emperor and the Brahma demon emperor all showed a bit of surprise. They all stood at the peak of the eternal realm. However, after seeing the power of the nine-headed purple Jiao, they felt the gap between themselves and the monks of the realm of creation. If you really fight with Jiu purple Jiao, you will definitely die. You even have no chance to escape. Nine-head purple Jiao wiped the blood on his fingers, looked around and said, who else refuses to obey, just do it. After holding the nine-tailed demon, Princess Dashi tightly bit her lips and teeth, staring at the nine-tailed purple Jiao with cold eyes. She knew very well that she and her mother could not escape today. Nine-headed purple Jiao's eyes fixed on Princess Dashi, his eyelids shrunk slightly, and a trace of cold light escaped from the pain. Another pure-blood nine-tailed fox, seems to have a very unusual constitution, and has been built into a seductive spirit. Nine-headed purple Jiao, let go of my mother, and I'll go with you. Princess Dashi, with 7 fox tails, was white and flawless. She stood there proudly, not timid, because the other party was a master. The nine-headed purple Jiao sneered, are you qualified to have a discussion with Ben? Today, neither the big fox nor the little fox can escape. The nine-headed purple Jiao was very happy, and secretly said, my luck is really great. Originally, a broken nine-tailed fox is not worth much, but I didn't expect it to lead to a perfect little fox. With your talent and physique, adjust it well. Teach it, and it will be of great value in the future. Princess Dashi showed a somewhat gloomy look. When she decided to come out to save the nine-tailed demon, she had expected this result. I thought there was a chance, but I didn't expect that there could be no chance in front of absolute strength. She also didn't hope that someone could save them at all. No creature dared to offend nine-headed purple Jiao in the whole demon clan, holy country. Moreover, even if you dare to save them, no one will be the opponent of Jiu Dang Jia. Ning Xiaochuan stood among many demon creatures, tightly clenching his fists, with a determined look in his eyes. Princess Dashi has helped him more than once. At this moment, how can he sit idly by when Princess Dashi is in trouble? Spell it. Even if you take risks, you have to fight once. Ning Xiaochuan walked out from among those demon creatures and said from a distance, "Nine-headed purple Jiao, as a dominant creature from Shinha civilization, you are so ungrateful, and you are not afraid to lose face to Shinha civilization?" Ning Xiaochuan's voice was not loud, but now it was too quiet, so it seemed that his voice was very sharp and clearly spread to the ears of all the creatures present. Boom! A stone stirred thousands of waves, and the eyes of those creatures in the demon holy kingdom stared at him. That's the king of extermination. He dares to speak to a master like this. Is he living a good life? An old demon king was very surprised. It is said that the relationship between the king of extermination and the fox princess is very good. It is estimated that he wants to save the fox princess and the queen of the nine-tailed demon. Haha. The king of extermination is just a cultivation in the real world. Do you want to save the queen of the nine-tailed demon and the fox princess? With his cultivation, Lord Jiu Dang Jia can kill him 100 times with one breath. Long Tai stared at Ning Xiaochuan from a distance. He knew Ning Xiaochuan better than other demon creatures, and knew that if Ning Xiaochuan was not sure, he would never rush to die. Ning Xiaochuan, what are you doing? Long Tai secretly said. Princess Dashi also stared at Ning Xiaochuan, and her beautiful eyes were a little surprised. She never dreamed that the person who stood up to help her at this moment would be Ning Xiaochuan. Although she helped Ning Xiaochuan many times, and even took the initiative to show her kindness to Ning Xiaochuan, at that time, she had the purpose of seducing Ning Xiaochuan and wanted to subdue Ning Xiaochuan. But Ning Xiaochuan's mind was more determined than she expected, and she was not seduced at all. She thought her plan had failed, but she didn't expect him to stand up when she needed help most. Moreover, the enemy to be faced is still a powerful creature from the nine-heaven divine world. Once you stand up, you will die. Nine-headed purple Jiao's eyes also stared at Ning Xiaochuan, showing a trace of surprise, sneering, "It's actually a human boy, you're really not afraid of death." Ning Xiaochuan smiled faintly, looking very calm and calmly said, "I'm dead or alive, but it's not the final say." Haha. The nine-headed purple Jiao couldn't help laughing, just a human being with the 6th level of reality, unexpectedly speaking such a big talk, really when this seat can't kill you? Nine-headed purple Jiao didn't bother to talk nonsense with a human being, and his eyes became cold. 2 purple fine mans flew out of his pupils, condensed into the shape of 2 swords, and passed towards Ning Xiaochuan. With the cultivation of nine-headed purple Jiao, even if it's just a stare in the eyes, it can kill the 9th heaviest living creature in the real world. It's not a big deal to kill a 6th heaviest human in the real world. Suddenly, a powerful momentum erupted from Ning Xiaochuan's body, shattering the 2 eyes of 9 purple Jiaos. 2 sword-shaped forces immediately became invisible. The power of the secondary god. Nine-headed purple Jiao's face showed a look of surprise. Boom! Throughout the heaven and earth, countless divine powers rushed towards Ning Xiaochuan. Behind Ning Xiaochuan, there was a huge divine shadow, up to 81 feet high, majestic and holy, mighty divine power, which kept pressing towards the nine-headed purple Jiaos. That is the phantom of the heavenly dream demon emperor. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan had no other way but to take risks to use the divine way to mobilize the divine power of the Tianming demon emperor to compete with the nine-headed purple Jiaos. The spirit of the Tianming demon emperor, suppressed in the primordial gods of heaven and earth, is condensed from 5 times of divine thoughts. The power of every sub-god thought is comparable to that of a creature in the 9th level of the eternal realm. Tianming Demon Emperor's idea of a secondary god can easily defeat the Taiqing Dragon Emperor, who is also the ninth highest peak of the Eternal Realm, and is only a line away from the creation of the realm. In other words, by mobilizing the spirit of Tianming Demon Emperor, Ning Xiaochuan can burst out the power of the ninth heaviest creature in the Eternal Realm, which is the highest level of 5. Originally, Ning Xiaochuan needed to cultivate to the 7th level of reality in order to initially control this huge force. He can only risk it once now. Even if the spell is backfired by the spirit of the Tianming Demon Emperor, Princess Dashi and the Queen of the Nine-Tailed Demon must be saved. Heaven. Tianming Demon Emperor. It's really Tianming Demon Emperor. All the creatures in the Demon Holy Kingdom were shocked and felt incredible when they saw the virtual shadow of Tianming Demon Emperor behind Ning Xiaochuan. How can the virtual shadow of Tianming Demon Emperor appear behind Ning Xiaochuan? How could this happen? Why did the Heavenly Dream Demon Emperor lend you his divine power? Nine-headed Purple Jiao asked coldly. He had to be careful about this matter. If that human boy really had a special relationship with the Tianming Demon Emperor, he really didn't dare to deal with that human boy. After all, Tianming Demon Emperor is a secondary god, and he may return from Guishu at any time. Once back, it must be the realm of the secondary god. It's not the nine-headed Purple Jiao that can offend. Ning Xiaochuan mobilized all his strength and struggled to control the spirit of Tianming Demon Emperor. However, he pretended to be very relaxed. Ning Xiaochuan saw that the nine-headed Purple Jiao was afraid of the Tianming Demon Emperor, so he estimated that the fox pretended to be the tiger's power and said in a deep voice, "The whole demon clan holy country, who doesn't know that I killed the king is the man of the Tianming Demon Emperor. Today, I'm guaranteed after the fox princess and the nine-tailed demon. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you at any time." When those demon creatures saw that the King of Annihilation was so strong, they were even more shocked and felt more incredible. At the moment, the King of Extermination seems to be no weaker than the Tianming Demon Emperor, who condensed the first secondary god body. If there was not really an unusual relationship, how could he lend so much divine power to him? Just when Jiu Dang Jia hesitated, Liao and King Qing came out. Nine-headed Purple Jiao, long time no see. With his arms on his back, Liao radiated a seeming momentum and walked towards the nine-headed Purple Jiao. In the eyes of other demon creatures, Liao is like an ordinary demon creature, and he doesn't feel any strong breath on him. However, Jiu Dang Jia felt an overwhelming momentum, rushing towards him, as if the sky had become dark, causing him a feeling of breathlessness. Liao. Liao Wangshenjun. Nine-headed Purple Jiao didn't believe his eyes, and didn't expect to meet the king of Liao in the Dian world. Liao said, "Why? I'm surprised to see this holy emperor. Why is it just you? Don't the 10 demon saints of Mingastar always go forward and retreat together, and your eldest brother, a poisonous dragon holy emperor, didn't come to the world? When a monk cultivates in the eternal realm, he can have a title. The creatures in the eternal realm are titled Supreme. From the first to the third level of the realm of creation, the title is Master. From the fourth to the sixth level of the realm of fortune, it is called Monarch. From the seventh to the ninth level of the realm of creation, the title is Holy Monarch. Surpassing the Holy Monarch is the secondary god. Secondary god goes up again, which is to condense divine personality and achieve true God. Nine-headed Purple Jiao, who was originally extremely arrogant, immediately put away his arrogance after seeing Liao, and said, "Brother will then come to Dian world. If he knows that Liao Wangshenjun is also in Dian world, he will be very happy. Qua. He must have been very unwilling to lose in my hands. Over the years, his cultivation should have made another breakthrough." Liao smiled faintly. Nine-headed Purple Jiao said in a deep voice, "Brother's cultivation is not as simple as breaking through a little bit. When he comes to Dian World, he will definitely fight with Liao Wan Shenjun at the first time. Losing in the hands of Liao Wan Shenjun is brother's biggest worry in these years. Liao said with a smile, okay. Tell him that I'll wait for him at Fengshan Cave at any time. The nine-headed purple Jiao stared at the king of Qinghe, bowed to the king of Qinghe and said, "This is the Royal Highness Princess of Qingyuan family, isn't it? Royal Highness Princess, please accept the nine-headed purple Jiao." Nine-headed purple Jiao did not salute Liao, but saluted the king of Qing dynasty. It can be seen that in his eyes, the identity of the king of Qing dynasty is more noble than Liao. Now the demon Hong God domain is not the largest demon god? You still worship me, Princess Qingyuan. Don't be hypocritical, worship the demon god yourself. The king of Qing said impolitely. The nine-headed purple Jiao said, since the king of Liao and his highness Royal Highness Princess are here, I will let go of the two fox spirits of the nine-tailed fox clan. But I want to advise you too that you can protect them once, not necessarily the second time. The nine-tailed divine fox was guilty of too many people that year, and the enemies are too many to count. Ha ha. With these words, the nine-headed purple Jiao left the demon kingdom with 6 demon emperors and 7 demons. Nine-headed purple Jiao unexpectedly saw that I was a passerby with King Qinghe, and his wisdom seemed not low. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the figure of nine-headed purple Jiao leaving. After Jiuto Zijiao left, Ning Xiaochuan immediately dispersed his divine power and suppressed the spirit of Tianming Demon Emperor again. It was too dangerous just now. If Ning Xiaochuan really forcibly used the divine power of the Tianming Demon Emperor, he would certainly be eaten by the divine spirit of the Tianming Demon Emperor. Fortunately, Liao and King Qing appeared in time to scare the 9 purple Jiaos away. Your Highness Royal Highness Princess, our identity has been exposed. Before long, all the 10 demon saints of Ming the Star will come. We must leave the demon holy country immediately and go to the God's cave. Liao Dao. The Green King nodded, stared at Ning Xiaochuan, and said, "Do you want to go to the God's cave with us? If there is a strong man like Liao around, it will be much safer after entering the Fengshan cave." Ning Xiaochuan glanced at Princess Dashi and the 9-tailed demon and said, "Can I stay with some friends?" The king of Qing dynasty shook his head and said, "No. Too many people entering the Immortals' cave will only become a burden. Uncle Liao and I have a very important thing to do, to enter the Immortals' cave, and we can't delay at all. We can only take you alone, others, no. Since you have something important to do, you can go first. I can't abandon my friend." Ning Xiaochuan rode. "Okay. Let's go first." King Qinghe suddenly turned around and said, "You should leave as soon as possible. Although you have eluded 9 purple Jiaos for the time being, with the wisdom of 9 purple Jiaos, you will soon find yourself cheated by you. When he drives to the demon holy kingdom again, he will definitely not let you go." With these words, King Qing and Liao immediately left the demon holy kingdom. Miranwang, this time. Thank you. Princess Dashi was charming, with a touch of pretty blush on her snow-white face, and her voice was crisp and soft. She didn't mean to be obsequious, but was born to be obsequious. She was like this. Every frown and smile was obsequious, as if she could hook away the soul of a man. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Don't say thank you. After all, you have helped me before. How is the queen of the 9-tailed demon?" The mother was badly hurt. Princess Dashi said. Ning Xiaochuan immediately rushed to check the injury of the queen of the 9-tailed demon. The queen of 9-tailed demon was indeed seriously injured, but her cultivation was profound and she had no worries about her life. Ning Xiaochuan took out a 6-turn Huanyan pill, took it into the lips of the 9-tailed demon, extracted a bottle of 9-colored Xian water from the heart-nourishing tripod, and gave it to Princess Dashi. Take 9 drops of Xian water after the 9-tailed demon every day, and within 9 days, the injury should be able to recover more than half. what are your next plans? Princess Dashi looked slightly gloomy and said, the strong ones of the Fox clan are all dead and injured. The 9-headed purple Jiao has controlled the 6 demon emperors and the 7 demon queens. If he wants to capture me and my mother, the whole North/Xinjiang will have no place for us. Ning Xiaochuan thought for a moment and said, in that case, you can go with me. There may be only one place in North/Xinjiang, which is quite safe. Is it really okay? Princess Dashi was so happy that she almost jumped into Ning Xiaochuan's arms. However, when she saw Ning Xiaochuan's calm eyes, her mood immediately returned to calm. Princess Dashi was completely impressed by the powerful strength Ning Xiaochuan showed just now. It would be much safer if she could follow Ning Xiaochuan. She and the Queen of Nine-Tailed Demon now need a strong person to rely on. Obviously, Ning Xiaochuan is the strong person who can protect them. After updating this chapter, everyone must have roasted about what big and small foxes have accepted. In fact, they are just teammates, I, a pure man, will definitely not write those evil things. Without any delay, Ning Xiaochuan immediately returned to the cave of the King of Extermination, took Xiaohong, Xiaoling, Ning Xiaochuan, King Fizi, Princess Dashi, and 9-Tailed Demon, and left the demon holy country together into the vast wilderness. Because King Qing and Liao had extremely important things to do, they only took the octagonal demon emperor in the realm of eternal times, while the golden horn demon king and the silver horn demon king had to follow Ning Xiaochuan and others on the road. Miran Wang, you will be our boss in the future. If you have any orders, our brother will certainly go through fire and water. The golden horn demon king's righteous words. The silver horn demon king said, Boss, where are we going now? Those creatures in the divine world have really come to Tianshu continent? What if the 9-headed purple Jiao catches up? Ning Xiaochuan regretted taking these 2 demon kings with him. He chattered all the way and had many problems. His flattering words were very smooth, and he was simply 2 wonderful flowers. Ning Xiaochuan and his party have not low accomplishments, all of which are above the realm of human beings. Among them, Xiaoling, Ning Xiaochuan and the Queen of Nine-Tailed Demon are all supreme-level combat power. With their strength, as long as they don't encounter creatures in the realm of creation, they can at least fight. 7 days later, they finally entered the territory of Yulan Empire and returned to this 5-level human civilization again. Now, the whole Tianshu continent is in chaos, but the Yulan Empire is still peaceful and prosperous. Oh, my God! How can there be a complete human civilization in northern Xinjiang? The Golden Horn Demon King was surprised. The Silver Horn Demon King kept saying, Incredible, incredible, is it because this place is remote, so it has not been destroyed by our demon clan? This is Yulan Empire. Princess Dashi's eyes stared at Ning Xiaochuan and said, although the Jade Lan Empire is located in a remote place, if people of the level of Jiuto Zijiao want to find us, they can still find us here. She was very puzzled. Why did Ning Xiaochuan bring them to Yulan Empire? Can you escape the chase of 9 purple Jiaos when you come to the Yulan Empire? Ning Xiaochuan used to think that Yulan Empire was just an ordinary human civilization, but after hearing the words of Taoist Qishuan in Demon Prison, Ning Xiaochuan changed this concept again. You should know that Yulan Empire is the hometown of the Emperor of Heaven, leaving countless powerful and extremely valuable things, such as the Heavenly Bell of the Supreme Imperial Instrument level in the Emperor of Heaven Academy, the holy thing of cultivating Baiyundong Tian, and even the God's Mansion once used by the Emperor of Heaven. If Yulan Empire had no strong guards, it is estimated that those treasures would have been taken away by others. If those who fought with the Emperor of Heaven really lived in seclusion in Yulan Empire, then Yulan Empire is definitely the safest place in the whole North/Xinjiang now. After arriving at the Yulan Empire, Ning Xiaochuan immediately took the people to the Marquee House of the Sword Pavilion and placed them in the Marquee House. Later, Ning Xiaochuan took Ning Xiaochuan to meet the old Marquis. After a nostalgia with the old marquis, Ning Xiaochuan left the marquis house of the Sword Pavilion alone and rushed to the Emperor of Heaven Academy. Strange. Why do I feel the breath of Tiandi Blade in the Tiandi Academy? There has been no news since Tiandi Blade was taken away by monk Tanqian. Unexpectedly, this time back to the Jade Haze Empire, I actually felt the breath of the Emperor Blade. Ning Xiaochuan entered the Tiandi Academy and saw monk Tanqian as expected. At the moment, monk Tanqian was dressed neatly in a bright red cassock, with a round waist and abdomen, and a string of fist-sized Buddha beads hung around his neck. His whole body was glittering with gold, and he looked solemn and sacred. In addition, in the school palace, there were 3 other gray-haired elders and a middle-aged man in his 40s. Among the 3 gray-haired elders, one of them was Qishuan Taoist, who was rescued by Ning Xiaochuan from the demon prison not long ago. The second old man, dressed in gray plain clothes, wrapped a white sweat cloth around his head, and held a dead wood stick in his wrinkled hand, looking old. On him, Ning Xiaochuan could not feel any power fluctuations. If you meet him on the street, Ning Xiaochuan will definitely treat him as an ordinary old man. But how can it be just an ordinary person to sit with monk Tanqian and Taoist Qishuan? It can only be said that the other party's cultivation is far more than Ning Xiaochuan, so Ning Xiaochuan can't feel his power fluctuations. The third old man, dressed in golden clothes, was slightly fat, but he looked like a local rich man. Generally speaking, the old man's eyes will be very muddy, but the old man's eyes are brighter than the newborn baby. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan coming in from outside, Taoist Qishuan immediately ordered a young student of the Heavenly Emperor Academy to bring Ning Xiaochuan a chair and put it on monk Tanqian's hand. The Taoist priest introduced to you that this little brother is quite amazing, but he has the power to fight against the Supreme at a young age. Fortunately, with his help this time, the Taoist priest can escape from the demon prison. Taoist Qishuan's face wore a faint smile, and his eyes gently stared at Ning Xiaochuan. All the people in the lobby looked at Ning Xiaochuan and nodded to him gently. Monk Tanqian smiled like a Maitreya Buddha, clasped his hands, and said a melodious Buddha name, Amitabha. Benefactor Ning, we are really predestined. Qishuan said, Brother Ning, I'd like to introduce the identities of these monks to you. Taoist Qishuan pointed to the chubby old man in a golden suit and said, This is the second junior brother of the poor, who is also the personal disciple of the Emperor of Heaven. His name is Beiji Taoist. The junior brother has been living in seclusion in the Yulan Empire, and now he is the president of the Shiyuan Chamber of Commerce of the Yulan Empire. The Taoist Beiji narrowed his eyes, nodded slightly to Ning Xiaochuan, and said, Little Marquis, the Taoist priest has heard of your name for a long time. In the future, Shiyuan Chamber of Commerce will rely on the help of Jiang'a Marquis Mansion. Ning Xiaochuan slightly arched his hand at the other party and nodded with a smile. He knew that the other party was just a joke. With the other party's cultivation, if he really wanted to make money, he could establish a huge chamber of commerce covering the whole Tianshu continent. Later, Qishuan Taoist pointed to the old man in plain clothes and said, This is a good friend named Blood Shura who was fighting with the master at the beginning. 10,000 years ago, the reputation of the predecessor Blood Shura shocked the whole Dayan world, and many demon creatures would be terrified when they heard the word Blood Shura. In the history books, there is indeed a record of Blood Shura. He is the first general around the Emperor of Heaven. His combat power is very terrible. He once killed the dragon in the ocean. Many years ago, Ning Xiaochuan saw the biography of Blood Shura in an ancient book in the library of Jiang'a Mansion. Unexpectedly, he actually saw the murderer in history books today. However, the legendary bloodthirsty Blood Shura does not seem to be vicious, but like an ordinary old man who can't be more ordinary. What kind of Blood Shura? That's all the previous titles. I'm just an old servant in the Academy of the Emperor of Heaven now. Please call my current name Shui Xiao in the future. Blood Shura faint way. No wonder Ning Xiaochuan felt a little familiar. It turned out that Zuashura had been living in seclusion in the Emperor's academy and was a servant sweeping the floor. Ning Xiaochuan must have met him before, but he never thought he would be a murderer recorded in history books. I don't know how those students in the Heavenly Emperor Academy will feel after knowing the true identity of Blood Shura. Ning Xiaochuan respectfully paid a little tribute to Zuashura, who became famous 10,000 years ago and has a loud reputation in Tianshu continent. Then, Taoist Qishuan pointed to Monk Tanqian. Before he opened his mouth, Monk Tanqian stood up first and said with a smile, "I'd better introduce myself. In fact, when I was young, I was also a good friend of the Emperor of Heaven and traveled around the world together. Unfortunately, I'm too poor. The Emperor of Heaven became a god 10,000 years ago, but I'm still thousands of miles away from becoming a Buddha. If you have 6 clean roots and quit greed, you may have already become a Buddha." Ning Xiaochuan stared at Monk Tanqian with some eyes. Ba. Goodness, goodness. Monk Tanqian recited a Buddha's name, kept silent about the Emperor's blade, and immediately sat back. Finally, Taoist Qishuan pointed to the middle-aged man in his 40s, looked slightly solemn, and said, "This is the son of the Emperor of Heaven." Son of the Emperor? Ning Xiaochuan had long noticed the uniqueness of that middle-aged man, but he didn't expect that the origin of the other party was so unusual. Isn't the son of the Emperor of Heaven the son of the gods? It is said that the son of the god, with strong blood and divine power, can have the cultivation of eternal realm at birth. Shui Lin, the son of the Emperor of Heaven, nodded at Ning Xiaochuan and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, I can feel that you have a very important relationship with the Emperor's father. It seems that you have carried some luck with the Emperor's father. Have you ever seen the Emperor's father? The cultivation of the son of the Emperor of Heaven is very terrible. His eyes are sharp, as if he can penetrate the mystery of the world. At a glance, he can see that Ning Xiaochuan's body is shrouded in the luck of the Emperor of Heaven." Ning Xiaochuan said humbly, "The Emperor of Heaven went to the 9-heaven divine world 10,000 years ago. How can the younger generation have seen him?" The son of the Emperor of Heaven's eyes slightly coagulated, carefully stared at Ning Xiaochuan, and said, "This matter is over for the time being, and we continue to talk about this war of gods. Ning Xiaochuan, since you have practiced the Heaven and Earth Sutra, which is equivalent to half of the air of the Emperor of Heaven, is qualified to participate in this discussion." The 6 people present immediately looked solemn. The son of the Emperor of Heaven said, "The Empress of Heaven is in seclusion, and I will preside over this meeting. The first door of man and God has been opened, and the creatures from the divine world will immediately arrive at the Tianshu continent. Although we live in seclusion in the Yulan Empire, we will definitely have a conflict with the spirits of the divine world. Everyone thinks that we should take the initiative to attack the first door of man and God to prevent the gods from coming to Tianshu? Or should we choose to protect ourselves and continue to stay in Yulan Empire? In fact, I can give you a little spoilers. The Emperor of Heaven and Ning Xiaochuan must have had contact, and the identity of the Emperor of Heaven is also very special. So much is revealed, and it is estimated that you can't guess. This is one of the main lines of this book. Monk Tanqian half narrowed his eyes and said, "Since a new cycle of gods is coming, the door of man and God will certainly open, and the creatures of the divine world will certainly come. No one can stop the general trend." The Taoist Beiji also nodded and said, "That's right. The general trend is irreversible. I think we can negotiate with the creatures in the divine world and win the greatest benefits in this war of gods. I believe that with our strength, even those creatures in the divine world will be afraid and will not easily have a front door conflict with us." In the following discussion, Ning Xiaochuan mostly listened and rarely spoke. After all, he is not really a member of the Emperor of Heaven. At most, he is only related to the Emperor of Heaven. Monk Tanqian and Taoist Beiji are conservatives, and they feel that they should not fight against the creatures in the divine world, and they should negotiate with them to strive for their own interests. Qichuan Taoist priest and blood shura are radicals. They feel that they should give a head-on blow to destroy the gate of human and God and prevent them from coming to North/Xinjiang, while the creatures of the divine world have not completely arrived in Tianshu continent. After a long discussion, no result was reached in the end. After the meeting, Ning Xiaochuan caught up with Monk Tanqian and said, "Monk, wait a minute, it seems that you should return something to me?" Monk Tanqian pretended not to know anything and said in a daze, "Ba. Benefactor Ning, I don't know what you're talking about. Can you make it clearer?" Ning Xiaochuan smiled and said, "The Emperor Blade, can it be on you?" "Yes." Monk Tanqian said very seriously, "When I was young, I was good friends with the Emperor of Heaven. I will certainly keep the saber left by the Emperor of Heaven with my heart." Ning Xiaochuan's forehead showed black lines and said, "Monk, do you really not understand? Or pretend not to understand?" "I really don't understand." Monk Tanqian seems very honest, just like a simple and honest monk. "It doesn't matter whether you understand it or not. Anyway, I have to take back the Tiandi blade now." Ning Xiaochuan took out the Xian beast Jian and pressed his index finger towards the Xian beast Jian. On the surface of Xian beast Jian, circles of white brilliance immediately appeared, sending out a summoning force. Wow! The Tiandi blade immediately flew out of Monk Tanqian's chest and rushed into Xuanzhou Jian. Ning Xiaochuan could not recall the Tiandi blade before, because his cultivation was not high enough. Now, his cultivation has reached the 6th level of the human realm. Once the power of Xian Beast Jian is activated, even if Monk Tanqian intends to suppress it, it is impossible to suppress it. Oh! Almsgiver Ning, this is a clear robbery? Is there any royal method in this world? Monk Tanqian saw that the Tiandi blade was taken away by Ning Xiaochuan. He was immediately anxious, stopped Ning Xiaochuan's way, and said painstakingly, "Benefactor Ning, you must be a man of good conduct, don't steal, don't rob, don't steal, and don't be greedy. Alas! You've disappointed the poor monk. It's clearly the monk who wants to take the Tiandi blade as his own." At this moment, he actually scolds Ning Xiaochuan, thinking that Ning Xiaochuan has bad conduct and is too greedy. Ning Xiaochuan had long known Monk Tanqian's virtue, and was too lazy to argue with him, saying, "Monk, if you have the ability, you can take back the Tiandi blade from me." Ba. I have always been strict with myself and never did anything like stealing, abducting, let alone robbing. Almsgiver Ning, you can return the Emperor blade to me. The sea of suffering is endless, and it is time to turn around. Monk Tanqian said bitterly. Taoist Qichuan came over and said with a smile, "Ning Xiaoyu, Master Tanqian, what are you talking about?" When Monk Tanqian saw Taoist Qichuan coming over, he immediately squeezed out a Buddha-like smile and said, "Benefactor Ning and I are talking about Buddhism." Benefactor Ning is very interested in several Buddhist scriptures from my great son Blissful Palace. Benefactor Ning, let's go to the Marquee of the Sword Pavilion and talk in detail. Obviously, Great Monk Tanqian didn't want to let Taoist Qichuan know that he had hidden the Tiandi blade, so he immediately pulled Ning Xiaochuan out of the Tiandi Academy. Out of the temple of the Heavenly Emperor, Monk Tanqian smiled mysteriously and said, "Benefactor Ning, it seems that you have brought the demons to the Marquee House. Be careful that you will bring great disaster to the Jade Lan Empire." Ning Xiaochuan also said with a smile, "Even if there is a big disaster, I'm afraid I can carry it with the strength of the Emperor of Heaven." Hey, hey! All the friars of the first generation of the Emperor of Heaven are under the orders of the Empress. If you let the Empress know your relationship with the Empress Dowager Wanyin, I'm afraid you can't tolerate an outsider with the Empress's temper. Tanqian and Shangdao. Ning Xiaochuan was not threatened by Monk Tanqian at all, and said, if the Emperor and Empress really hated Wanyin Fairy, she had already started to kill Wanyin Fairy, how could she wait until now? At that time. In the past, Queen Wanyin didn't integrate with the soul of the imperial concubine, so the emperor naturally didn't bother to deal with her. However, now that Queen Wanyin has plump wings and restored the memory of her previous life, do you think the emperor will forgive her? Monk Tanqian added, now, only I know the relationship between you and the emperor and concubine. If only the poor monk doesn't say it, naturally nothing will happen. Then how can I shut up the master? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Monk Tanqian said solemnly, ah. I'm not threatening benefactor Ning, I just want to get back the emperor blade. Bang! A figure flashed behind Monk Tanqian, and a stick knocked down on the back of Monk Tanqian's head. Who? Monk Tanqian only felt the darkness in front of him and fell to the ground with a bang. Shit! This monk is so greedy that I can't watch anymore. The man in black who knocked Monk Tanqian unconscious said. Ning Xiaochuan was also surprised by this sudden accident. You know that Monk Tanqian is a Buddhist monk in the Eternal Realm. How can he be knocked unconscious by a stick? At that time, in the Holy Land of Light, Monk Tanqian could fight with the idea of the secondary god of the heavenly dream demon emperor. It shows that the cultivation of this great monk is absolutely at the peak of the Eternal Realm, which may be a bit more powerful than the Tai-Ching Dragon Emperor and Demon Emperor. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible to escape in the hands of the second god idea of the Tianming Demon Emperor. Is such a powerful existence even brought down by someone with a stick? Ning Xiaochuan immediately became cautious, stared at the man in black holding an iron bar and said, Who are you? I'm so loose. Yu Mingsong untied the black cloth on his face. Yu Mingsong? Why are you in Yulan Empire? Where have you been during this time? Ning Xiaochuan rode. It's a long story, so I won't talk about it. Yu Mingsong kicked Monk Tanqian severely and said, Brother Ning, this monk knows too much to keep alive. Why don't you tie him in a sack and throw him into the river to kill and sink his body? Ning Xiaochuan said, Monk Tanqian is greedy, but his heart is not bad. There is no need to kill him. Instead, it's you. Who are you? Me? Yu Mingsong pointed to himself and said, I'm Yu Mingsong. Brother Ning, don't you recognize me? Are you the elder Yu of the Yinyang sect? Ning Xiaochuan came straight to the point. Yes. Yu Mingsong rode. Yu Mingsong's answer was very sincere and frank, which made Ning Xiaochuan a little stunned. Yu Mingsong looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, his eyes blurred, like a man with a story, sighed, I'm an honest and low-key person. I'm tired of dealing with different women every day. I just want to be an ordinary man, a gentleman who regards money as dirt and women as grass. Yes, my goal now is to become an upright gentleman respected by all. Brother Ning, do you think I am? Well. Although Yu Mingsong said it as if it were serious, Ning Xiaochuan didn't believe him anymore and said, Are you really the elder of the Yinyang sect? It used to be, but it's not now. Yu Mingsong said, I want to be a quiet gentleman now. I don't want to live the decadent life of Yingyan Jianyan once. Being loved by too many women is actually a headache. A handsome man like me should have a higher pursuit. Brother Ning, seeing you now, I'm like seeing myself once. One day, you will definitely understand my current state of mind. Yu Mingsong patted Ning Xiaochuan on the shoulder and said meaningfully. Ning Xiaochuan was stunned for a moment, slightly arched his hand and said, Listening to your words is better than reading for 10 years. Naturally. Yu Mingsong nodded. Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Mingsong bound Monk Tanqian and took him back to the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. The next day, Ning Xiaochuan, Yu Mingsong, Tanqian Monk, Xiaohong, Xiaoling King Fizi, Princess Dashi, Queen of Nine-Tailed Demon, King of Golden Horn Demon. The Silver Horn Demon King left the Jade Haze Empire and entered the Fengshan Cave. Monk Tanqian was tied into the Immortal Cave with a piece of cloth in his mouth. Once we enter the Fengshan cave, our breath will disappear from the north/Xinjiang. No matter how strong the cultivation of Jiu Purple Jiao is, it is impossible to sense us. Nine-tailed demon queen's injury has recovered more than half, walking in the front, opening the way for everyone. Yu Mingsong and Ning Xiaochuan walked behind the nine-tailed demon. He stared at the enchanting and plump hips shaking behind the nine-tailed demon, extended a thumb to Ning Xiaochuan, and exclaimed, "Ning Xiaochuan, good vision, the nine-tailed fox clan's demons are all enchanting goblins that don't pay for their lives. The nine-tailed demon queen is even more charming. If I had been in those days, I wouldn't have missed such delicious food. Come on." Along the way, Yu Mingsong was explaining to Ning Xiaochuan the figure, face and temperament of the queen of the nine-tailed demon, which looked very experienced. Ning Xiaochuan is really unavoidable, and his ears are about to cocoon. Ning Xiaochuan can be sure that Yu Mingsong's words have been heard by the queen of the nine-tailed demon. Just don't know why the queen of nine-tailed demon hasn't been angry? Ning Xiaochuan worried that Yu Mingsong would irritate the queen of the nine-tailed demon if he continued to speak, so he coughed twice and warned, "Don't talk nonsense, or else tie you up and put a piece of cloth in your mouth." Yu Mingsong glanced at monk Tan Qian, who was carried on his shoulders by the golden horn demon king and the silver horn demon king, took a breath, and immediately closed his mouth. The queen of the nine-tailed demon walked in the front. Her body was plump, her long hair was like a waterfall, and her concave and convex jade body was exposed from her thin clothes, emitting bursts of faint fragrance. A flame hung in the palm of her hand, illuminating the dark immortal cave. Ancient murals are carved on the stone walls of the cave. Some murals are a phoenix wrapped in flames, spreading its huge wings, flying into the clouds and soaring in the sky. Some murals is a tall giant, holding a giant axe, fighting with wild ancient beasts. The mountains, at his feet, were like small earth bags. Each mural is full of divinity, like describing a world and explaining a martial art, which attracts the attention of everyone. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Every painting on the stone wall represents a powerful martial spirit, which is definitely the inheritance of those masters who once entered the immortal cave. They can understand the profound martial classics and powerful magical powers." King Fizi, Princess Dashi, the Golden Horn Demon King and the Silver Horn Demon King were very happy. They each chose a mural, sat under the mural and began to understand. Qin Fizi's eyes stared at the phoenix carving, and soon entered a wonderful world. She felt as if she had entered the body of a phoenix, flying high and soaring between heaven and earth. When other creatures saw her, they immediately knelt down and kowtowed to her, and regarded her as the phoenix, the emperor of birds. Princess Dashi chose a stone carving of a fox woman. On the top of that stone carving, there is a gorgeous woman with a grain of cinnabar on her eyebrows, and 9 fox tails are exposed under her skirt. Although it is only a stone carving, it still gives people a kind of seductive charm. The Golden Horn Demon King and the Silver Horn Demon King sat under the giant holding the battle axe to understand the magical powers and martial arts in the figure. Based on Ning Xiaochuan's current cultivation, it can be seen that the carvings on the stone wall are all the martial arts marks left by top dignitaries. However, those martial arts are too basic, not the essence of those top celebrities. With his current cultivation, it is of little value to understand the carvings on the stone wall. The cultivation of Nine-Tailed Demon Queen and Little Linger has reached the eternal realm, and they can naturally see through the essence of stone carvings, so they did not understand it. Let them practice here. It's also a good opportunity for them. Ning Xiaochuan rode. The queen of the nine-tailed demon nodded gently and said, "Let's go elsewhere." After saying this, the nine-tailed demon first walked towards the deeper part of the Fengshan cave. Yu Mingsong stared at the upturned buttocks and slender waist of the nine-tailed demon, and couldn't move his eyes at all. He rubbed his hands, "Tut tut. It's a fascinating demon that doesn't pay for its life. Ning Xiaochuan, if you don't do it, the elder will return to the Jianghu." Qua qua. Don't you want to be a quiet gentleman? Ning Xiaochuan said this, smiled slightly, and followed up in the direction of the nine-tailed demon. Yes. I want to be an honest man. Calm down, calm down. Yu Mingsong patted his forehead, and then followed. Xiao Linger and Xiao Hong stayed to guard King Fizi and Princess Dashi. Quack. In the dark, a group of evil spirits came flying. Their bodies are translucent. Some have hair and tusks, some wear armor and look ferocious, and some look like skeletons. Their mouths make a sharp howl, which stabs people's eardrums and affects people's soul. Sky Ghost. Ning Xiaochuan released the true elements in his body to form a magic fire field with a diameter of 10 meters, blocking the ghosts out of the field. A ghost in the sky is as powerful as a man in heaven. With Ning Xiaochuan's current cultivation level, no matter how many ghosts come, it is impossible to hurt him. It's just a ghost. If you dare to be rampant in front of Ben Ho, all of them will be destroyed by me. The queen of the nine-tailed demon exudes a powerful evil spirit, and her beautiful eyes seem to be able to shoot lightning, which is very amazing. Demon Queen, wait a minute. Yu Mingsong took out a black bottle, held it in his palm, and read a strange language in his mouth. The surface of the black bottle immediately burst into a black brilliance, and all thousands of ghosts in the god's cave were put into the bottle. In an instant, there were no ghosts left in the whole Fengshan cave. Ning Xiaochuan and the Queen of Nine-Tailed Demon stared at Yu Mingsong at the same time. Yu Mingsong laughed, poured out a dove egg-sized elixir from the black bottle, and said with a smile, "For others, those ghosts are evil spirits, but if we master the soul-refining bottle, those ghosts are more valuable to us than psychic miracles." Ning Xiaochuan took the soul pill in Yu Mingsong's hand and observed it carefully. This soul pill is condensed from a heavenly ghost. It removes the evil spirit and retains only the power of a strong soul. If you let the friars in the territory of earth honor take this soul pill, they can quickly impact the territory of heaven and man. Even if the monks in the real world take the soul pill, it is also of great benefit. Each time you take a soul pill, your accomplishments can be significantly improved. However, Ning Xiaochuan's strong physique is not comparable to that of ordinary monks in the real world. Taking this level of soul elixir has little effect on him. And Yu Mingsong poured out a lot of spiritual elixirs from the black bottle, each of which was condensed by a heavenly ghost, with more than 13,000. The Queen of the Nine-Tailed Demon was a little surprised, stared at the black bottle in Yu Mingsong's hand, and said, "Who are you? What treasure is the black bottle in your hand?" Yu Mingsong laughed but said nothing. Ning Xiaochuan's amazing move to Yu Mingsong has long been seen as strange, and said faintly, "These soul pills are indeed treasures. Take them back to King Fizi and Princess Dashi, which should be of great benefit to them." Ning Xiaochuan's sleeves were rolled, and the 13,000 soul pills were collected into heaven and earth bracelets by him. Ning Xiaochuan was never polite to Yu Mingsong's things. His family background is so deep that no one knows how many treasures he has hidden in his body. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan took away the soul pill, Yu Mingsong didn't mind at all, and said, "It's definitely not as simple as having a heavenly ghost in the Fengshan cave. Maybe there's a real ghost, even the supreme ghost. If you can refine the soul pill with the real ghost, even if it's taken by the monks in the eternal realm, it will also have great benefits." "Have you ever been to Fengshan cave before?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. "No, how could I have been here? I just read some ancient books about Fengshan cave," Yu Mingsong said very seriously. The Queen of Nine-Tailed Demon and Ning Xiaochuan didn't believe him very much. They had some doubts in their eyes, but they didn't continue to ask. As long as he doesn't say, no one can take him. Yu Mingsong, Ning Xiaochuan, and Jiu Demon then investigated in the Fengshan cave before returning to the place where they started. Princess Dashi is the most gifted, and was the first to understand the essence of martial arts on the fox woman carving. Her skin exudes a glittering and translucent luster, as white as jade, emitting light and rain. A flash of light came from the center of Princess Dashi's eyebrows to the 7 white fluffy fox tails flowing from her neck, along her arms and waist, to her hips. Ning Xiaochuan can clearly feel that Princess Dashi's cultivation has improved again, and the cultivation of martial arts has taken a big step forward. Princess Dashi, if you take these 2,000 soul pills, you should be able to hit the 6th level of the human realm. Ning Xiaochuan's arm shook, and a large pill flew out of the heaven and earth bracelet, forming a river of pills. Princess Dashi is now the 4th level of cultivation in the real world. With the help of understanding the carvings on the stone wall and 2,000 soul pills, she can definitely cultivate to the 6th level in the real world in a short time. Princess Dashi immediately took a breath, and the river formed by 2,000 soul pills immediately poured into her body. After swallowing 2,000 soul pills at the same time, she immediately sat on the ground and continued to practice. After Princess Dashi, Qin Fizi also understood the phoenix carving. A pair of red flame wings grew on her back, and her whole body was wrapped in flames, just like a phoenix born again. I realized a volume of ancient nerve Taigu Shenfeng Sutra on the phoenix carving, but the above carving is only the first priority of Taigu Shenfeng Sutra. If you want to obtain a complete Taigu Shenfeng Sutra, you must enter the depths of Fengshan Cave. Qingfei Sub-Path. Ning Xiaochuan's arm shook, and 2,000 soul elixirs also flew out of the heaven and earth bracelet, turning into a sea of elixirs and wrapping King Fizi. If you refine these 2,000 soul pills, your cultivation should be able to rise to the 5th level of the human realm. Ning Xiaochuan wrote. Now, the cultivation level of Qin Fizi is the 2nd level of the real-life level. Since the 1st level of understanding the ancient God Phoenix Sutra, it is also a great opportunity for her. For King Fizi, if she continues to leave Lingxiao Holy Land or God's Palace, the achievement of this life is estimated to be the peak of the eternal realm, or the eternal realm. From the moment she followed Ning Xiaochuan to leave Lingxiao Holy Land, her luck has changed, and her future achievements are definitely not as simple as Wangjing. Qin Fizi's cultivation was not as high as Princess Dashi's, so he just took 200 soul pills for the first time. Later, the Golden Horn Demon King and the Silver Horn Demon King also woke up from the enlightenment and got something for each. Ning Xiaochuan also gave them 2,000 soul pills each. Ning Xiaochuan's heaven and earth bracelet has only more than 5,000 soul pills left. Even if they are refined again, the effect is not great. Ning Xiaochuan plans to leave the rest of the soul elixir to Ning Shiner and the friars in the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. 3 days later, Princess Dashi refined 2,000 soul pills, and her cultivation reached the initial stage of the 6th level of the human realm. Qin Fizi only refined 400 soul elixirs, and his cultivation broke through to the 3rd level of the human realm. The Golden Horn Demon King and the Silver Horn Demon King also refined 400 soul elixirs respectively, and their cultivation also broke through the 3rd level of the human realm. Ning Xiaochuan and others can't wait for them to practice all the time. In that case, they will only be caught up by those creatures in the divine world. The cultivation of the Queen of 9 Demons is the most powerful, ranking first among the 9 demons. She felt a dangerous breath approaching, so she said uneasily, "We must go to the depths of the God's Cave immediately." Next, the group headed for the depths of Fengshan Cave. Half a day later, Ning Xiaochuan stopped, gave a light sigh in his mouth, and looked at the stone wall. "Godfather, what did you find?" Xiao Linger stood beside Ning Xiaochuan beautifully, some confused, and looked in the direction of the stone wall along Ning Xiaochuan's eyes. Little Linger has the beauty of sinking fish and falling geese, the face of closed moon and shy flowers, outstanding temperament and perfect figure, even compared with the charming Princess Dashi. Ning Xiaochuan gently shook his head and said, "I've been here before. There was a clay statue of the old Taoist here, but now it's gone." Ning Xiaochuan was deeply impressed by the clay statue of the old Taoist priest, because there was also a heavenly mark on the eyebrows of the clay statue. Moreover, in the dream, that old Taoist actually came to life and took Ning Xiaochuan to see nature at the beginning of the world. It was precisely because of that experience that had a great impact on Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation path. Now the clay statue of the old Taoist priest has disappeared. Can a clay figurine lead by itself? Maybe it was taken away by the creatures who came to the god's cave first. Shaoling said. Ning Xiaochuan nodded, and no longer thought much, and continued to walk to the depths of Fengshan cave. Along the way, they encountered many attacks from ghosts, all of which were collected by Yu Mingsong with a soul-refining bottle and condensed into a soul pill. Finally, we came to the end of Fengshan cave. In front of us was a narrow stone bridge, tens of thousands of meters long. Opposite the stone bridge, there was a huge door emitting a faint halo. That huge door, connecting heaven and earth, is huge, as if it can swallow everything in the world. This should be the door to enter the land left by the gods. Everyone should be careful. Once you enter this door, it will be 10 times more dangerous than the outside world. Yu Mingsong rode. Everyone present had limited knowledge of Fengshan cave, but Yu Mingsong was like a know-it-all, and there was almost nothing he didn't know. Even in the Immortal's cave, he seems to know much more than ordinary people. Sobbing. Sobbing. Monk Tanqian kept struggling, as if he had something to say. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at Monk Tanqian, who was bound into zongzi, and said, "What does he want to say?" Monk Tanqian's cultivation was sealed, his whole body was tied, and his mouth was stuffed with a piece of cloth. Naturally, he couldn't say anything, but widened his eyes and shook his head at Ning Xiaochuan. Under Ning Xiaochuan's sign, the Golden Horn Demon King pulled the cloth out of Monk Tanqian's mouth. Monk Tanqian gasped fiercely for 2 breaths and said, "Don't break through, don't break through, don't break through the land left by the gods." What does the monk seem to know? Ning Xiaochuan walked over, squatted down, stared at Monk Tanqian, and said, "Master, why can't you break into the land left by the gods?" "Benefactor Ning, first untie the seal in my body, and I will immediately tell you the secret about the land left by the gods." Tanqian and Shangdao. "Do you think I'm stupid? Untie your seal. Who else is your opponent here?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. Yu Mingsong said, "That's right. The big monk is very dishonest. Don't listen to him. Now we'll go to the relic of the gods and look for the treasures left over from the era of the gods. If we're lucky, we may be able to find the legendary divine personality. Once we refine the divine personality, we can become a god on the spot." Fart. Monk Tanqian angrily said, "There is indeed a divine personality in the land left by the gods, but it must break into the 7th god world before we have a chance to find the divine personality. Is the 7th god world a place we can go?" The queen of the 9-tailed demon's heart moved and said, "Is there really a divine personality in the land left by the gods?" Divine personality is the personality of gods, also known as the source of the world. Only the body of the true God can cultivate a divine personality. If you can get a divine personality and refine the divine personality into your body, even an ordinary martial artist can become a true god. If you want to obtain the divine personality, you must kill the true God and seize his divine personality. Therefore, it is impossible for an ordinary warrior to get a divine personality. Even if he is a secondary god, it is not difficult to get a divine personality. If there is really a divine personality in the land left by the gods, it will certainly cause all creatures to rob madly. Even if it is a river of blood, it must be fought. Tanqian and Shang said, "There is indeed a divine personality in the land left by the gods." This is what the Emperor of Heaven said to the poor monk personally, before he became a god. However, the Emperor of Heaven also said that only by breaking into the 7th world left by the gods, can we find the divine personality. Where is the seventh world left by the gods? Even if the secondary gods with strong cultivation enter, 80% of them will fall into it. All of them were suddenly depressed. Even the secondary god dared not easily break into the place. They must be dead-end if they broke into it. It is also reasonable that if the divine personality is so easy to be found, then after the era of gods, only the Emperor of Heaven will become a god. Yu Mingsong said, there are 9 worlds left by the gods. There should be no problem to break into the third world with our strength. It is said that in the third world of gods, we can find the supreme bloodstone, which is of great help to our cultivation. Tan Qian and Shang said, it's not that simple. Even the first level of God's sealing world is extremely dangerous. How easy is it to break into the third level of God's sealing world? If you want to die, don't take the poor monk with you. Benefactor Ning, please untie the seal of the poor monk and let him leave. The poor monk will never mention the matter of Emperor Blade in the future. Ning Xiaochuan probably understood the danger of the land left by the gods, stared at the people, and said, I'm definitely going to practice in the land left by the gods. If any of you want to quit, it's still too late. Wealth and honor are in danger. I must also break into the land left behind by the gods. Yu Ming pined immediately. Xiao Hong and Xiao Linger all listen to Ning Xiaochuan, and they naturally have no difference. As for the queen of the 9-tailed demon and Princess De Shi, they want to avoid the pursuit of the gods, and it is impossible to leave the Fengshan cave. In the end, there are only the Golden Horn Demon King and the Silver Horn Demon King. As soon as they tasted the benefits of practicing in the gods' cave, they naturally wanted to break into the land left by gods. Well, now that everyone has decided to break into the land left behind by the gods, let's start now. Ning Xiaochuan took the lead in walking up the narrow stone bridge and walked towards the Halo Gate. I won't go, I won't go. Sobbing. Monk Tanqian held twice, and the Golden Horn Demon King put a piece of cloth back into his mouth, carried him on his shoulder, and walked towards the Halo Gate. Ning Xiaochuan walked in the front, came to the bottom of the Halo Gate, stepped out, and there were circles of ripples on the gate. Then, a huge suction came from the gate and sucked him in. Wow! A sense of weightlessness came, and his eyes were dark, like falling into a bottomless abyss. The next moment, when Ning Xiaochuan stood firm, he had come to a dark world. It's very empty around, and you can't see the edge. Above the head of the sky, there is a dark red blood moon floating, which is particularly weird. It's so cold. What place is this? Xiao Linger followed Ning Xiaochuan and came to this dark world. Her eyes looked around. She could clearly feel that there was a sudden movement in the dark, and unknown creatures were crawling. This should be the first god-sealing world. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Ning Xiaochuan's mind is strong, his spiritual sense is sharp, and he is surprised to find that there is not only a strong mysterious gas in the first god-sealing world, but also another mysterious gas. Like Xuanqi, this qi is invisible and untouchable, but it really exists. It can even absorb that mysterious qi into the body and transform it into its own power. Ning Xiaochuan immediately ran the Earth Sutra to absorb the mysterious qi. A moment later, Ning Xiaochuan was surprised to find that his cultivation was significantly improved by a small section. Even the true Yuan in the Yuan God has become more pure. The grade of this mysterious gas is too high, more than 100 times and 1,000 times purer than Xuanqi, but it is very thin. Ning Xiaochuan realm just breathes out, and then absorbs all the gas within 100 miles. If I can always use this qi to cultivate, I don't know how terrible the cultivation speed will be. It's a pity that it's too thin for me to cultivate at all. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Yu Mingsong also came out of the Halo Gate. Hearing Ning Xiaochuan's words to himself, he smiled and said, the gas you said should be the gas of God's accumulation in the legend. Only where the gods live can the gas of God's accumulation be condensed. Because there were gods falling into the land of God's inheritance, there is also the gas of God's accumulation in the land of God's inheritance. In the first level of God's sealing world, the Spirit of God is the thinnest, and the more upward, the more rich the Spirit of God is. Reaching the fourth level of God's sealing world, the concentration of the Spirit of God is estimated to be no different from that of the nine-heaven divine world. Then, after Xiaohong, King Fizi, the king of golden horn demon, the king of silver horn demon, monk Tanqian, and the nine-tailed demon, they also came to the world of the first gods, and everyone gathered together. Suddenly, in the dark, 3 huge ghosts with bodies more than 10 meters high came. They stepped on a ghost fire at their feet, stretched out their blue ghost claws, made a gloomy howl, and attacked Xiaohong standing on the edge. The breath of the 3 ghosts is very strong, followed by a group of ghosts, thousands of them, completely wrapping Xiaohong in the ghost. Good guy, it's actually 3 real ghosts. Take it. Yu Mingsong immediately sacrificed the spirit refining bottle and put the 3 real ghosts and thousands of ghosts into the bottle. A moment later, thousands of soul pills were poured out of the soul refining bottle, all suspended in the void, forming a Dan river. Among them, the 3 soul elixirs have the brightest light. They are elixirs refined from 3 real ghosts. The ghost of heaven corresponds to heaven and man. True ghosts correspond to real people. Every time you take a soul elixir refined by a real ghost, it's like eating a real person. For monks in the eternal realm, it is definitely a great tonic. Ning Xiaochuan grabbed his arm, grabbed a soul elixir refined by a real ghost in the air, put it into his hand, and swallowed it directly into his mouth. The remaining 2 soul pills refined by the real ghost were caught by Little Red and Princess Dashi respectively and swallowed directly into their mouths. Other spiritual elixirs refined by thousands of ghosts were divided by King Fizi, the Golden Horn Demon King and the Silver Horn Demon King. In just 6 breaths, Ning Xiaochuan completely absorbed the soul pill, and his cultivation was indeed increased a lot. However, his physique is too strong, far more than other monks in the same realm. The 6th level of cultivation in the real realm is comparable to the 9th level of strength in the real realm. The higher the realm, the advantages of the supreme body of gods and demons gradually appear. A true ghost elixir is not enough to make him break through to the 7th level of reality. With the energy of the true ghost elixir, if you can refine 50 more, it is estimated that you can break through the 7th level of the human realm. Ning Xiaochuan infers so. Little Honghua spent 20 breaths refining the real ghost elixir, and his cultivation was also significantly improved, but he did not break through to the 6th level of the human realm. She is a dragon cub, and her physique is as strong as Ning Xiaochuan. Although she is only the cultivation of the 5th level in the real world at the later stage, if she bursts out all her strength, she will be able to compete with the 7th level creatures in the real world, and even the 8th level creatures in the real world. There is nothing she can do. It is not easy for her to break through the 6th level of the real world. At least she needs to refine 10 true ghost elixirs to break through the level. Princess Dashi spent a quarter of an hour refining the real ghost elixir. After getting this strength, she completely consolidated the initial state of the 6th level of reality, and her strength was greatly improved. Holding the soul refining bottle, Yu Mingsong could easily refine thousands of soul elixirs. He felt very windy, looked into the distance, and said, "I know that there is a burial place in the first god world, where there are the remains of various supreme weapons. If you are lucky, you may be able to find 1 or 2 fragments of Supreme King weapons." Ning Xiaochuan said, "How do you know everything?" "It's all from books. Reading thousands of books and traveling thousands of miles, skills are not overwhelming." Yu Mingsong smiled and said, "It is said that the land left by the gods is the last battlefield of one of the gods' wars. All the creatures of all continents and races in Dian world, as well as those from the 9-heaven god world, fought a decisive battle here. That decisive battle lasted for hundreds of years, leaving countless remnant weapons. Although there are not as many broken weapons of the disabled soldiers in that place as in the Guizhou and the burial mainland, the quality of the forged weapons of the disabled soldiers left here is quite high. After all, this is the battlefield of the strong. Moreover, the calcined weapons of the disabled soldiers in the Guizhou and the burial land have been searched by all kinds of creatures for millions of years, leaving few good things. However, few people can come to the Fengshan cave, and the good things there must not have been collected. The Golden Horn Demon King was excited and said, "Is it really possible to find the fragments of the Supreme King's wear?" The fragment of the Supreme King's weapon is also quite powerful, and it is a rare treasure for real people. In Tianqiu continent, a holy land also has only one Supreme King weapon-level war soldier. The fragments of the Supreme King's wear level, in a holy land, are only a few pieces at most, which are more powerful than the top-grade Supreme wear. Yu Mingsong laughed and said, "Don't say it's a fragment of the Supreme King's instrument, even if it's a fragment of the Supreme Emperor's instrument, it may also be found." Fragments of the Supreme Imperial Instrument. Hearing this, not only the Golden Horn Demon King, the Silver Horn Demon King and King Fizi showed a happy look, but also the Queen of the Nine-Tailed Demon was a little moved. How precious is the Supreme Imperial wear! Even the existence of Nine-Tailed Demon Queen and Tanqian Monk is difficult to obtain a complete Supreme Imperial instrument. In the hands of the Nine-Tailed Demon Queen, she only holds a broken Supreme Imperial instrument, which can only exert the power of 30% of the complete Supreme Imperial instrument. Most of the fragments of a Supreme Imperial instrument can exert the power of half of the Supreme Imperial instrument. Some slightly complete fragments can even exert the power of 10% of the Supreme Imperial weapon. Seeing that everyone was a little excited, Ning Xiaochuan said, "In that case, let's go to the burial place to try our luck." Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Mingsong led the way in front, and the Queen of Nine-Tailed Demon and Xiao Linger walked at the back, and the party rushed to the burial place. Yu Mingsong said. On the way to the burial ground, they encountered more than 10 attacks from real ghosts, all of which were collected into the soul refining bottle by Yu Mingsong and refined into a soul pill. Among them, 78 true ghost elixirs and more than 49,000 heavenly ghost elixirs were refined. Ning Xiaochuan took 50 of the true ghost elixirs. After refining, his cultivation reached the peak of the 6th weight of the real person, only a line short of the 7th weight of the real person. The power in the body has reached the limit of the 6th weight of the real world, and can begin to impact the 7th weight of the real world. Ning Xiaochuan decided to send the people to the burial place, and immediately began to attack the 7th level of the human realm. One day later, they finally came to the periphery of the burial ground. Looking around, they saw countless weapon debris piled up on the open marsh, including broken war hammers, fragments of bronze mirrors, and broken sword pieces. These debris piled up into mountains, and many of them were even buried in the soil. Because time has passed for too long, many low-grade weapon fragments have been covered with rust, and their essence has been lost. They are rotten like soil, which will turn into powder with a light touch. Looking around, it's like a metal ocean. Ning Xiaochuan had been to Guizhou and was not surprised to see weapons piled up into mountains. However, it was the first time that King Fizi, Princess Dashi, the Golden Horn Demon King and the Silver Horn Demon King saw such a spectacular scene, and they were stunned. But there are many ghosts floating in this metal ocean, making the air as dark as ink. Among them, there are even many true ghosts, with strong cultivation. They also seem to be looking for war soldiers. Can the soul ghost also use the supreme weapon? Qin Fizi asked, curiously. Along the way, we also saw a lot of soul demons, but we never saw any soul demons capable of casting weapons. Even the real ghosts with strong combat power did not sacrifice the supreme weapon to attack them. The Queen of the Nine-Tailed Demon said, "The general soul ghost naturally cannot display the war weapon, but the legendary supreme soul ghost can condense the soul king body. Its wisdom is not lower than that of human beings, and it can play the power of the supreme king's weapon, even the Supreme Emperor's weapon. The Silver Horn Demon King was shocked and said, "Is there a Supreme Soul here?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "This is a place left by the gods. Even if you encounter the Supreme Soul Ghost, it's not impossible. Everyone should be careful. It's best to follow the nine-tailed demon or the Elder Yu's side. With their two shelter, you should be able to cope even if you encounter the Supreme Soul Ghost. The probability of meeting the Supreme Soul in the world of the first gods is not high, so Ning Xiaochuan is not too worried about their safety." Haha. Everyone follow this elder. This elder has a soul-refining bottle in his hand. Any soul ghost can be collected, and the soul pill that can be refined can be taken by you. Yu Mingsong narrowed his eyes and straightened his chest, waiting for everyone to worship him. Unfortunately, when he opened his eyes, he found that King Fizi, Xiaohong and Princess Dashi had followed the nine-tailed demon and flew into the burial ground, and had begun to work hard to find the treasure. Only the Golden Horn Demon King and the Silver Horn Demon King were still standing in front of him, looking at him eagerly. Yu Ming sighed with relief and said, "Your choice is wise. I promise you that your cultivation will surpass that little fox and that little dragon girl in the land left by the gods. Let's go. I will take you with me, and take off." Everyone went to the burial ground to look for the treasure, and soon disappeared. Only Ning Xiaochuan stayed, sat on the ground, and began to attack the seventh weight of the human realm. Xiaolinger originally wanted to look for Zhan Bao, but when she saw Ning Xiaochuan start to attack the realm, she immediately retreated back and stood behind Ning Xiaochuan. The world of the first deity is not safe, and there are many powerful real ghosts. The strength of some real ghosts is even comparable to the ninth heaviest creatures in the human realm. She was afraid that a real ghost would disturb Ning Xiaochuan's impact on the realm, so she stayed to protect Ning Xiaochuan's dharma. Ning Xiaochuan has taken back the 3 spiritual thoughts cultivated in the purple stars. After this period of cultivation in the purple stars, Ning Xiaochuan's understanding of martial arts has further improved. Once you break through the 7th level of the real world, it will definitely lead to thunder robbery. This time, you must raise the magic sword to the level of top-grade supreme weapon. The heaven and earth Dao Yuan and the world-destroying Dao Yuan began to operate rapidly, just like 2 huge whirlpools, sending out a devouring force and absorbing the metaphysical qi and divine qi in the first god-sealing world. Wow! 1.5 million pieces of ground-grade basalt flew out of the heaven and earth bracelet, just like a bright star, suspended above Ning Xiaochuan's head. The Xuanqi in those ground products, Xianshi, was also quickly absorbed by Ning Xiaochuan and transformed into Jinyuan. Although Ning Xiaochuan is only the 7th heaviest to impact the real world, it requires more energy than other monks to impact the supreme world. The Xuanqi, contained in 1.5 million pieces of ground product, Xianshi, was not enough for him to absorb. He had to take out the 5,000 heaven ghost elixirs left in the heaven and earth bracelet and absorb them into his body. These days, the ghost elixir is temporarily used to break through the realm. After the realm is broken, go to collect other soul elixirs for Ning Xiaochuan. The heaven and earth Dao Yuan and the world-destroying Dao Yuan expanded rapidly, and finally seemed to break through a certain limit. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan's body gave a roar, and finally broke through the realm, reaching the 7th level of the human realm at one stroke. At the moment of breaking through the 7th weight of the human realm, the Qi of God and Xuanqi within a radius of thousands of miles were absorbed by Ning Xiaochuan and transformed into Jinyuan in his body. Finally breakthrough. At the moment of Ning Xiaochuan's breakthrough, a purple and cyan robbery cloud appeared in the world of the first deity, suspended above his head. After Jian appeared, the air in the whole space seemed to become solidified, completely locking Ning Xiaochuan. Ow! Ning Xiaochuan's mouth sent out a long roar, broke through the suppression of the robbery cloud, flew up, fell 3,000 miles away, and then stopped. Standing on the open earth, Ning Xiaochuan didn't make any resistance, just like bathing in the thunder. With his current constitution, General Lei Jia certainly can't help him, but can further refine his body through the power of Lei Jia. For him, there are only advantages, not disadvantages. It is estimated that only when he breaks through the supreme realm, can he pay a little attention to the supreme robbery. The thunderstorm lasted for 2 hours, and the ground turned into purple-black scorched earth, with potholes everywhere, flowing with strands of electricity that did not dissipate. Fortunately, this is the land left by the gods, and the earth structure is very stable, so it does not cause too much damage. If Ning Xiaochuan crosses the robbery in the north/Xinjiang, it is estimated that there is no grass in the hundreds of miles around, and it will become a desert. Pa! Ning Xiaochuan's dark body cracked a gap and fell a layer of black old skin. The glittering and translucent treasure body is exposed from the bottom of the black old skin, emitting bright brilliance and rich fragrance. The strength in the body was shocked, and all the black old skins on the body fell off, revealing a shining treasure body, which was not like a mortal body, but like a divine body. He could clearly feel that his physique had improved a lot, and his whole body was full of strength. Even compared with the monks in the Eternal Realm, it was estimated that he was not much weaker. After the baptism of thunder robbery, the magic sword was indeed promoted to the level of top-grade supreme weapon. When I hit the Eternal Realm, I should be able to reach the level of Supreme King weapon. Ning Xiaochuan also explored the body of 50 concrete magic swords, each of which reached the level of intermediate supreme weapon. Release all 50 figurative magic swords to form a sword array, and the power will certainly be greatly improved. With my current cultivation, I have been able to refine more war swords into my body. The more war swords, the stronger the power of the concrete magic. Magic Sword and Avatar Magic Sword are Ning Xiaochuan's original weapon, and the power that erupts is the strongest. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan must improve the power and grade of Magic Sword and Avatar Magic Sword. They are also top-grade supreme weapons. Ning Xiaochuan's combat power with the Magic Sword must be much stronger than that with other top-grade supreme weapons. The higher the cultivation, the greater the advantage of the original weapon. Before Xiaolinger came, Ning Xiaochuan put on a white robe and tied a belt, restoring a neat and heroic face, a generous chest and a straight body, giving people a feeling of extraordinary beauty. Godfather, did you not get hurt in the thunder robbery? Xiaolinger fell from the sky, like a fairy, and fell in front of Ning Xiaochuan, asking with concern. Ning Xiaochuan smiled a little relieved and said, "It's all right. What can't ordinary thunder rob do for me? Godfather, you're great." Xiaoling thought for a while, and then said, "Should we also go to the burial ground to find the soldiers? Maybe we can find the treasure." Naturally, no one will be too many treasures. Yes, of course, but you have to wait. After breaking through the 7th weight of the human realm, Ning Xiaochuan plans to try to use the divine way to see if he can master the divine power of the Tianming Demon Emperor. Receive the divine way. Ning Xiaochuan murmured, his hands folded, and his body exuded a powerful divine power. A terrible momentum erupted from Ning Xiaochuan's body, which was like the arrival of a secondary god. That powerful momentum made Xiaolinger's face change. She couldn't bear the pressure and immediately retreated. You know, Xiaolinger's current cultivation is equivalent to the 3rd supreme of the Eternal Realm, and she can't resist the momentum emanating from Ning Xiaochuan. This shows how terrible Ning Xiaochuan is at the moment. The virtual shadow behind Tianming Demon, 81 feet high, condensed behind Ning Xiaochuan. The divine power of Tianming Demon Emperor, Su Ying, is almost integrated with Ning Xiaochuan's body. Ning Xiaochuan punched the void, and 500 miles away, a 10,000-meter-high mountain collapsed in an instant. You know, this is the first God-sealing world, and the structure of the world is very stable. Even monks in the Eternal Realm, entering the world of the first gods, cannot cause much damage. One punch smashed the mountains 500 miles away. Such terrible combat power was enough to startle the monks in the Eternal Realm. If it were in north/Xinjiang, Ning Xiaochuan's punch would be enough to destroy a fourth-class human civilization, just like a meteorite outside the sky, hitting the ground, and instantly killing a dynasty of human beings. This is the power of the 5 ninth-level monks of the Eternal Realm, who are at the peak of the realm. The power of one punch is so powerful. Using the divine power of Tianming Demon Emperor, Ning Xiaochuan's combat power is equivalent to the 5 ninth-level monks of the Eternal Realm at the peak. Of course, his current strength is still not as good as the original Tianming Demon Emperor. Because the original Tianming Demon Emperor cultivated the first secondary god body, which is not just a combination of 5 secondary god thoughts. At the beginning, the more than 10 human supreme masters could not have injured the Tianming Demon Emperor without the assistance of the god-killing array and 2 secondary artifacts. Even so, if it weren't for Ning Xiaochuan, Tianming Demon Emperor could kill them all. It can be said that the siege of the Tianming Demon Emperor had mobilized the combat power of the entire Six-Pin civilization, but it was still not her opponent. With my current combat power, I should be invincible in the realm of creation. However, although I have strong power, I still don't use it unless I have to. After all, this is still an external force, not my real cultivation. Only when my cultivation is really improved, it is really powerful. Ning Xiaochuan thought so. Just now, Ning Xiaochuan borrowed the divine power of Tianming Demon Emperor. Tianming Demon Emperor's second thought stood in a forest of stone tablets in the third god sealing world, generating a bit of induction, and his eyes showed a bit of doubt. Unexpectedly, someone can mobilize my divine power. Who is it? Ning Xiaochuan scattered the divine power of the Tianming Demon Emperor, and then entered the burial ground with Xiao Linger to find the treasures left over from ancient times. Picking up a piece of scrap iron casually from the ground is a broken inferior supreme weapon. However, most of the essence in the residual iron has been lost, and it can't play the power of the inferior supreme weapon at all. It can only be regarded as a waste product. It's a good place to have so many broken supreme weapons. Ning Xiaochuan, release me quickly, and I'll devour all these broken, supreme weapons. The voice of the Emperor's blade sounded from the Shan Beast mirror. Ning Xiaochuan took out the Shan Beast Jian and held it in the palm of his hand. Phew! The Tiandi blade immediately flew out of the Shan Beast Jian, suspended in the void, and the blade body emitted a powerful suction force, which was almost like turning into a black hole, absorbing the remnant calciners on the ground into the blade body one after another. About 3,000 pieces of residual utensils were absorbed, and the Emperor blade stopped absorbing, suspended in the air, and began to refine the 3,000 pieces of residual utensils. The Emperor blade is different from other supreme imperial instruments, because it absorbs the blood of an evil god and changes evil. It can devour other weapons and strengthen itself. This point, other supreme imperial instruments can't be compared with it at all. This burial place for soldiers is simply a paradise for them to eat. In just 1 hour, Tiandi blade absorbed it 10 times in a row, and each time it could devour about 3,000 pieces of residual weapons. The essence, soldier soul, and metal essence in these residual tools are all absorbed by it and transformed into a part of the knife body. Haha! If I can absorb all the residual weapons here, I will definitely be able to be promoted to the level of secondary artifact. The spirit of Tiandi blade sent out happy laughter. At your swallowing speed, it is estimated that it will take 100 years to absorb all the residual organs here. Ning Xiaochuan rode. 100 years is already quite fast. You know, the 3 secondary artifacts in the legend of Tianshu continent are all made by creatures at the level of secondary gods, which took a lifetime to forge, and took hundreds of thousands of years. If it takes 100 years, it can reach the level of secondary artifacts, which is simply against the sky. Said the spirit of the Tiandi blade. Ning Xiaochuan observed Tiandi blade for a few hours, and then entered the hinterland of the burial ground with Xiaolinger to look for opportunities. Such aimless search is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Try it with the 7 orifices demon heart. Ning Xiaochuan sat on the ground, mobilizing the power of the 7 orifices god demon heart, and releasing all his mind. The power of the magic heart of the 7 orifices is very mysterious. When the mind touches a remnant, it will form a light spot in Ning Xiaochuan's mind. Of course, to do this, it is also very exhausting. With Ning Xiaochuan's mind power, you can clearly cover the remaining weapons within 10,000 meters around. If you reach 10,000 meters away, your mind's perception of the remaining weapons will become very vague. With Ning Xiaochuan as the center, within 10,000 meters, there are tens of millions of pieces of debris. Some are only the size of fists, and some are as large as mountains. It's not that the larger the volume, the more precious the remnant, but to find the remnant with the highest grade. Suddenly, a very bright light spot appeared in Ning Xiaochuan's mind, dozens of times brighter than other light spots. Good thing. Ning Xiaochuan slapped at the position he had just sensed, and an iron block the size of a human head flew out of the metal ocean and accurately fell into his hand. Godfather, have you found the treasure? Xiao Linger was more delighted than Ning Xiaochuan, staring at the rusty iron piece, and couldn't help but show a disappointed look. That piece of iron looks very irregular, the surface is full of brown rust, there is no aura, cannot see anything special. Ning Xiaochuan smiled and nodded. As soon as his fingers wiped the surface of the iron block, a reddish glow immediately shone under the rust, which was like a burning flame. Xiaolinger was stunned, staring at the flaming iron block in Ning Xiaochuan's hand, and said, "The remnant of the Supreme King's instrument?" "That's right." Ning Xiaochuan threw the piece of red iron over and said with a smile, "Here you are." "Thank you, Godfather." Xiaoling took the red iron and immediately refined it. Although it is only a remnant of the Supreme King's instrument, it can exert half of the power of the Supreme King's instrument, which is much more powerful than many top-grade supreme instruments. It is also a top treasure placed in a holy land. Ning Xiaochuan used the method just now and continued to look for it. I don't know how long it took to find it. I probably searched all the broken pieces around for dozens of miles. With the piece of iron handed over to Xiao Linger, Ning Xiaochuan found a total of 8 pieces of the Supreme King's pieces. 5 of them can only exert half of the power of the Supreme King's weapon, the other 2 can exert 10% of the power of the Supreme King's weapon, and the last one is the most powerful. It is a quite complete Supreme King's weapon, only a corner is missing, which may exert 50% of the power of the Supreme King's weapon. If this broken Supreme King's artifact is given to the Master of Forging, it will even have a chance to be repaired successfully and become a complete Supreme King's artifact. Ning Xiaochuan gave all the 8 pieces of the Supreme King's wear to Xiao Linger. Anyway, he has the secondary artifact level White Bone Bead and the Supreme Emperor level Tiandi Blade. There is also a complete Supreme King tool Zhoutian Millstone in the Heaven and Earth Daoyuan, which is enough for combat. The fragments of the Supreme King's utensils are of no other value to him except for being sold into basalt. There are also night and day in the first god world, but both night and day are very long. The time of day is 7 times that of the outside world. The time of night is also 7 times that of the outside world. The night finally passed and the day came. The temperature in the first god-sealing world immediately rose, and a scorching sun appeared in the sky, baking the earth, and the whole world seemed to become a stove. Ning Xiaochuan was preparing to take a rest and continue to look for it, when suddenly, a very bright blue light spot appeared in his mind. You know, when Ning Xiaochuan was exploring previously, all the white light spots appeared in his mind. It's really weird that there are cyan light spots this time. Looking along the direction of the cyan light spot, Ning Xiaochuan dug out a piece of cyan iron about the size of a palm in the ground hundreds of meters deep. It's only the size of a palm, half a centimeter thick, but it weighs more than 10,000 jin. In the iron sheet, there is actually the spirit of God. Moreover, every inch of the iron sheet is engraved with complex array patterns. Is this a weapon refined by the gods? Ning Xiaochuan was very surprised. Even the weapon refined by the secondary god cannot have the chi of God. Only the real gods can have the spirit of God in the weapon refined by themselves. The array carved on this piece of green iron is very sophisticated and complex, and it really seems to be made by gods. That's great. The weapon refined by the gods themselves is certainly not ordinary. If more fragments can be found, it may form a complete weapon. Ning Xiaochuan was very excited. He immediately wrote down the breath on the blue iron sheet, and then he specifically looked for this breath. With the keen insight of the seven-hole demon heart, it took only an hour for Ning Xiaochuan to find another piece of blue iron at a distance of 3,000 meters from here. This piece of green iron sheet is twice smaller than the previous one, and only weighs 6,000 jin. Ning Xiaochuan continued to search, and time was running out. He searched for 8 days and 8 nights in a row in the burial ground. He searched almost the whole burial ground and found 473 pieces of blue iron. The largest cyan iron sheet is 1 meter long and weighs more than 100,000 kilograms. The smallest blue iron sheet, only the size of a button, weighs more than 200 kilograms. What the hell is this? The more you find, Ning Xiaochuan is more confused. These iron sheets are grotesque, and you can't see what weapons they are? Ning Xiaochuan put away all these iron sheets and planned to look for Yu Mingsong. After all, Yu Mingsong is a master of forging tools. Maybe he can see the clue. Nine-tailed demon queen, Princess Dashi, Xiaohong, King Fizi, Yu Mingsong, and the golden horn demon king and silver horn demon king carrying monk Tanqian also came out of the burial ground one after another. Everyone had a smile on their faces. Obviously, everyone had found many treasures, which could be described as a return with a full load. The silver horn demon king could not hide his joy and said with a smile, I found a total of 4 fragments of the Supreme King's weapon, one of which is large and can play the power of 10% of the Supreme King's weapon. In such a short time, you can find 4 pieces of the Supreme King's wear, which is a bumper harvest. No wonder he laughed so happily. You are so promising. See how many treasures I have found. The Golden Horn Demon King found 6 pieces of the Supreme King's weapon from the Heaven and Earth Ring in a row, of which 2 pieces are relatively large, which can play the power of 10% of the Supreme King's weapon. My God! Brother, you found more than me. Give me one. The Silver Horn Demon King was about to grab a fragment of one of the Supreme King's tools, but was kicked out by the Gold Horn Demon King. The Golden Horn Demon King bounced the corner of his clothes, and Daisy laughed and said, If you want to have a baby, it depends on your luck. Your luck is not as good as mine, of course not as much as mine. Cut, and you'll find 6 pieces of the Supreme King's wear. What's there to show off? With a wave of Xiao Hong's sleeve, 23 pieces of the Supreme King's instrument flew out and suspended in front of her. Each fragment of the Supreme King's utensil exudes dazzling brilliance, some showing red, some dark blue, some purple gold. There is even a very bright bead in it, and the breath emitted is many times stronger than other fragments of the Supreme King's utensil. That's a Supreme Imperial weapon? The Silver Horn Demon King and the Gold Horn Demon King were stunned when they saw that Xiao Hong took out more than 20 pieces of the Supreme King's wear. When they found that bead, they were even more envious and fell on the ground, and their mouths kept drooling. Yu Mingsong took the bead and identified it. He said, This bead is called Wind and Thunder Bead. It is not a Supreme Imperial instrument. It should be a treasure once inlaid on a Supreme Imperial instrument. Although it is not a Supreme Imperial instrument, it can explode into 10% of the power of the Supreme Imperial instrument, which is more powerful than many Supreme Imperial instruments. It's also very good to be able to give full play to the power of the Supreme Imperial instrument. Like a little money fan, Xiao Hong immediately grabbed the Wind and Thunder beads in Yu Mingsong's hand, and then collected the fragments of the 22 pieces of the Supreme King's ware. Qin Fizi was also very lucky. He found fragments of 16 Supreme King instruments, of which 2 are very complete, only a little missing, which can play 50% of the power of the Supreme King instrument. Princess Dashi found a total of 21 pieces of fragments of the Supreme King's ware. In addition, she also found a piece of fragments of the Supreme King's ware. Although the fragment is very small, it can still exert half the power of the Supreme Emperor's weapon. The cultivation of the Queen of the Nine-Tailed Demon is the most powerful, and the harvest is naturally the largest. She found a total of 47 pieces of the Supreme King's ware and 3 pieces of the Supreme Emperor's ware. In addition, she also found a quite complete Supreme Imperial weapon, which can exert 50% of the power of the Supreme Imperial weapon, which is more powerful than the one of the Fox clan. However, she did not take out the Supreme Imperial instrument. After all, the treasure of the Supreme Imperial instrument level cannot be casually shown to others. My God! It turned out that our brother's luck was the worst, so we found so many pieces of the Supreme King's ware. The Silver Horn Demon King and the Gold Horn Demon King hugged each other and wept bitterly. It was too hard. At the moment, the most painful person is not the Silver Horn Demon King and the Golden Horn Demon King, but the Tanqian monk who is tied aside. Clearly a treasure mountain was placed in front of him, but he could only watch helplessly, unable to find the treasure. Monk Tanqian's heart was bleeding, and he was anxious to cry. He vowed that as long as he was given a chance, he would definitely find more than the Queen of the Nine-Tailed Demon. Sure enough, it is a quest for wealth and danger. How can so many fragments of the Supreme King's ware and the Supreme Emperor's ware be found in other places except in the land left by the gods? The Silver Horn Demon King hugged Yu Mingsong's thigh and said with tears and saliva, "Yu Chonglao, you didn't say that following you must be faster than their cultivation speed. Why do we find fewer treasures than they find? Calm down. Calm down. This elder is sure to keep his word. How can he deceive you?" Yu Mingsong took out the soul-refining bottle and held it in his hand. The light of the bottle flashed, and immediately hundreds of thousands of soul pills flew out of the bottle, all suspended in the sky 10 feet above the ground, forming a sea area of elixirs. Yu Mingsong put his hands in his waist, laughed loudly and said, "When you are looking for the treasure, I will kill all the soul ghosts in the burial ground, put them into the soul-refining bottle, and condense them into a soul pill. With these soul pills, I'm afraid I can't improve my accomplishments." Hundreds of thousands of soul pills, the vast majority of which are heaven ghost pills, and there are probably more than 3,000 real ghost pills. Seeing the spiritual elixir suspended above his head, the Golden Horn Demon King and the Silver Horn Demon King immediately became excited. "It's all ours. It's all ours. It's so cool. Yu Chonglao, you're so handsome," the Golden Horn Demon King said excitedly. Yu Mingsong said with a smile, "Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile." The Silver Horn Demon King was also excited to flow, some incoherent, Yu Chonglao, you are really too strong, please accept me as a dry son. Heir. I have no intention of becoming a father for the time being. Unlike some people, I want to be someone else's godfather all day. Yu Mingsong glanced slightly at Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan smiled, didn't care what Yu Mingsong said, slightly turned his head and winked at Xiaohong. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's eyes, Xiaohong immediately understood it. A pair of dragon wings grew on her back, flew directly into the sea of pills, and immediately began to collect the real ghost elixir. Seeing that Xiaohong collected the real ghost elixir, Princess Dashi and Qin Fizi didn't want to fall behind, so they immediately flew into the Danhai and began to rob the real ghost elixir. There were only more than 3,000 true ghost elixirs in total. Everyone wanted to get them, so they naturally competed quickly. As their cultivation became stronger and stronger, the effect of taking the heavenly ghost elixir became worse and worse. The power of the true ghost elixir is more pure and powerful than that of the heaven ghost elixir. It is absolutely the treasure for the creatures in the real world. Each time you take one, your cultivation will be greatly improved. The Golden Horn Demon King and the Silver Horn Demon King immediately looked silly, and some couldn't react. The Silver Horn Demon King roared, "Hey! That's the soul pill that elder you gave us. Why did you grab it first? How dare you reason with a group of women? We'd better grab it quickly, or they'll finish the real ghost elixir." The Golden Horn Demon King immediately flew into the Danhai and joined the team to rob the real ghost elixir. Finally, Xiaohong shot the fastest, taking away more than 1,400 real ghost elixirs and a large number of heaven ghost elixirs. Princess Dashi collected more than 800 real ghost pills and more than 20,000 heaven ghost pills. King Fizi collected more than 300 true ghost elixirs and more than 10,000 heaven ghost elixirs. The Golden Horn Demon King and the Silver Horn Demon King took a step slower, and received the least real ghost elixirs. They each collected more than 200 real ghost elixirs and a large number of heaven ghost elixirs. More than 3,000 true ghost elixirs were collected, and more than 200,000 heaven ghost elixirs remained uncollected. The rest of these days' ghost elixirs are low-grade ones, which have been despised by everyone. Ning Xiaochuan waved his sleeve and collected all the 200,000 heaven ghost elixirs into the heaven and earth bracelet. He plans to use all these days' ghost elixirs on the sergeants of the Marquis House of Jiangya. If he can cultivate an army composed of friars of heaven and man, it should also be a force that cannot be underestimated. Xiaohong collected the most real ghost elixirs. Naturally, she was very happy. She stared at Xiaolinger and said, "Xiaolinger, we all found a lot of treasures in the burial ground. What about you? Did you find any good treasures?" Everyone stared at Xiaolinger, curious about how many treasures Xiaolinger found. Xiaolinger glanced at Ning Xiaochuan and saw that Ning Xiaochuan nodded to her, so she poured out a large number of war soldiers' fragments from the heaven and earth ring on her index finger, which turned out to be 200 or 300 pieces. There are 237 pieces of the Supreme King's utensils. In addition, there are 12 quite complete Supreme King's utensils. There is only a little missing in each of the 12 Supreme King tools. If you carefully forge them, there is a great chance that they can become complete Supreme King tools, and each of them can be used as a great teaching tool of a holy land. In addition to the Supreme King's ware, there are 11 fragments of the Supreme Emperor's ware and 2 broken Supreme Emperor's ware. Those 2 pieces of broken Supreme Imperial ware, which can exert the power of 30% of the complete Supreme Imperial ware, are rare treasures. Everyone was stunned. Compared with the treasure found by Xiaolinger, the treasure they found seemed too shabby in both quantity and quality. Everyone showed envy, jealousy, and hatred. People are more angry than people. How can you find so many broken weapons in such a short time? Princess Dashi stared at the treasure on the ground, her beautiful eyes rippling, and her heart was shocked. You know, with the cultivation of the Queen of the Nine-Tailed Demon, only more than 40 pieces of the Supreme King's were found. Fortunately, all the monks present are at least human beings, and have seen the world. If you change to a monk in heaven and earth, you will be half shocked to see so many treasures at one time. Xiaolinger pursed her lips, and a shy smile appeared on her face, saying, "These residual weapons are given to me by my godfather." The Golden Horn Demon King knelt on the ground, crying bitterly, and sighed, "People with godfathers are just different and can't compare." Xiaohong's tongue added to her lips, and her eyes kept flashing with color, saying, "Xiaoling, you can't use so many treasures. Shall I keep them for you?" Although she was still asking for Xiaolinger's advice, she had taken action in her hand, and in the blink of an eye, she took away several quite complete Supreme King instruments. The Silver Horn Demon King originally wanted to grab it, but as soon as he rushed over, he gave a scream, and was beaten upside down by Xiaohong. He fell dozens of feet away, and fell 7 meat and 8 vegetables. At this moment, the most urgent thing is monk Tan Qian, who shouted, "Leave a few pieces, and leave a few pieces for the poor monk. Ning Xiaochuan, benefactor Ning, please let the poor monk go. The poor monk decided to break into the land of the gods with you. Even if you encounter a sea of knives, mountains, and flames, you will definitely frown. Otherwise, the poor monk will be the pathfinder for you, the person who walks in the front, the fierce man who cuts through thorns, and the person who bears the greatest danger. Monk Tanqian is really anxious. There are so many treasures left by the gods that he can pick up the treasure at hand. If he misses this opportunity, he will definitely cry to death." Ning Xiaochuan walked towards monk Tanqian and said thoughtfully, "Monk, are you really willing to open the way for us?" In terms of cultivation, monk Tanqian present has the highest cultivation, which may be a little stronger than the queen of the nine-tailed demon. In the god world, although many treasures can be found, there are also many crises, and fatal dangers may be encountered at any time. It really needs a strong man to open the way. Tan Qian nodded kindly and looked merciful. The Buddha said, "If I don't go to hell, who will go to hell?" In fact, monk Tanqian's heart is that although walking in front of the road will encounter danger at the first time, he can also encounter treasures at the first time. Ning Xiaochuan said with some doubt, "You won't change your mind halfway?" Monk Tanqian looked upright and said, "Monks don't lie. They prefer benefactor. Can't you even believe the poor monk?" Ning Xiaochuan gently nodded and said, "Since you are so aware, Master, I will unlock the seal in your body." Bang! Ning Xiaochuan slapped monk Tanqian in the heart and unlocked the seal in his body. Monk Tanqian immediately rushed out of his body a dazzling Buddha light, broke the rope on his body, and immediately rushed to the burial ground. He was holding a golden bowl in his hand. When he saw any broken utensils, he would pick them up in the bowl. He looked hungry and choosy. Which is like a monk with high cultivation? Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation has reached the 7th level of the human realm. With the divine power of the heavenly dream demon emperor, he can burst out the power of 5 9th level monks of the eternal realm with the highest level. Therefore, he is not afraid of monk Tanqian's trickery at all. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Yu Mingsong and said, "I found a special thing in the burial ground. Please help me have a look." "Something special?" Yu Mingsong's heart became interested. Although Ning Xiaochuan hasn't taken out the things yet, he has a premonition that what Ning Xiaochuan takes out must be extraordinary. You know, it is quite normal to find any rare treasures in the land left by the gods. Ning Xiaochuan took out a green iron sheet the size of a palm and handed it to Yu Mingsong. Yu Mingsong took the piece of blue iron sheet, and just slightly checked it. He felt the uniqueness of the blue iron sheet, and his face changed slightly. "My darling, you can find this thing." Yu Mingsong widened his eyes and said, "Have you found any other fragments?" Xiaohong, Xiaolinger, and others also immediately gathered around and stared at the blue iron sheet. "Just with the naked eye, you can't see anything strange at all?" Ning Xiaochuan didn't immediately take out other iron sheets and asked, "What on earth is this?" Yu Mingsong said, "If I'm not mistaken, this should be a fragment of the Oracle Supreme Armor. The treasure is definitely a great treasure, comparable to a supreme imperial weapon. For monks in the eternal realm and the human realm, it's even more precious than the supreme imperial weapon." "So powerful?" Xiaohong's eyes stared round, her eyelashes flashed, and she wanted to take the piece of iron sheet immediately. Yu Mingsong said, "You haven't been to the divine world, so you haven't heard of the Oracle soldiers. The Oracle soldiers are the soldiers under the god's seat, the army of the gods, representing the gods, and fighting on all planets. The armor they wear is the Oracle Supreme Armor. You seem to have been to the divine world." Xiaohong despised Yu Mingsong with a wide eye. Yu Mingsong continued, the friars in the immortal realm can immediately have the supreme level of combat power by wearing the oracle, supreme armor. The friars in the first tier of the eternal realm can immediately play the ninth tier of combat power in the eternal realm. Of course, the friars in the second tier of the eternal realm. The friars in the eighth tier of the eternal realm can only play the ninth tier of combat power in the eternal realm. The ninth combat power of the eternal realm is the ultimate power of the oracle, supreme armor. It can be said that the lower the realm, the greater the value of the oracle, supreme armor. Moreover, the defense of the oracle supreme armor is also very strong. Even creatures in the realm of creation can hardly break it without the help of secondary artifacts. Once there was a first-weight oracle warrior in the realm of all ages. After wearing the oracle supreme armor, he carried the creatures in the realm of creation 3 times and didn't die. With the combat power of the friar who created the realm of change, one finger can kill a friar who is the most important in the realm of all ages. However, after wearing the oracle supreme armor, the most important friar in the eternal realm can carry the 3 strikes of the friar who created the avatar, and his defense is not terrible. The creatures in the realm of real people can immediately play the supreme level of combat power by wearing the oracle, supreme armor. The Golden Horn Demon King thought he had heard wrong, and some didn't believe it. The combat power of the supreme level is equivalent to that of a demon emperor, and there are only 9 demon emperors in the whole North/Xinjiang. How can the Golden Horn Demon King not be excited? The most important monk in the eternal realm wears the oracle supreme armor, and can play the 9th battle power in the eternal realm? Qin Fizi was also very shocked. You know, before the Tianming Demon Emperor was born, the most powerful creature in the whole Tianqiu continent, that is, the 9th weight of the eternal realm. The first world lord of the human race and the Taiqing Dragon Emperor of the demon race are the 9th cultivation of the eternal realm. Standing at the peak of a continent, they are worshipped and respected by countless creatures. Yu Mingsong said, the oracle supreme armor is an armor made by the gods themselves, which represents the will of the gods and is called oracle. For monks in the real world and the eternal world, it is definitely more precious than the supreme imperial wear. The grade of the supreme imperial weapon is too high, and the monks in the realm of human beings can't play the original power of the supreme imperial weapon at all. A monk in the immortal realm, even if he holds a supreme imperial instrument, is definitely not an opponent of creatures in the eternal realm. But the monks in the immortal realm wear the oracle supreme armor, but they can compete with the monks in the eternal realm, and even kill the monks in the eternal realm. Monks in the eternal realm can only play a small part of the original power of the supreme imperial instrument at most. Even if you master the power of a supreme imperial instrument, you can't defeat the 9th power and super defense of the eternal realm erupted by an oracle supreme armor. Yu Mingsong added, but now it's just a fragment, not a complete armor. Yes. It's just a fragment, not a complete armor, eh. If only I had a complete armor, I would immediately have the supreme level of combat power if I wore it. Golden Horn Demon King. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. After all, it was just a fragment, not a real oracle supreme armor. Ning Xiaochuan took out the remaining 472 pieces of iron from the heaven and earth bracelet and said, I have collected a total of 473 pieces of fragments of the oracle supreme armor. With your forging skills, how many sets of oracle supreme armor can you repair? Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan took out hundreds of pieces of the oracle supreme armor at one time, even the queen of the 9-tailed demon with deep cultivation was slightly moved. The king of Golden Horn Demon, the king of Silver Horn Demon, Princess Dashi, and Qin Fizi were even more stunned, and their chins were about to fall to the ground. They all felt that Ning Xiaochuan was too abnormal. They found not only hundreds of fragments of the Supreme King's wear, but also hundreds of fragments of the Oracle's supreme armor. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan took out so many fragments, Yu Mingsong was also slightly stunned and said, the Oracle's supreme armor is a treasure refined by the gods, and it has the power of automatic repair. It is only too broken to repair. Ordinary forge masters, when they get these fragments, naturally, there is no way to repair them. But who is this elder? This elder has read the Chiman Instrument Classic, which contains the forging method of the Oracle, Supreme Armor. If you just want to refine these fragments into the Oracle, Supreme Armor, it is not difficult for this elder. Yu Mingsong looked at the pair of fragments carefully and said, judging from the number of these fragments, it should be possible to restore 6 sets of Oracle Supreme Armor, and even 7 sets of Oracle Supreme Armor. Everyone, including Ning Xiaochuan, was also very excited and delighted. King of Annihilation, can I exchange all the fragments of my Supreme King's utensils for an Oracle Supreme Armor with you? Princess Dashi was extremely charming, her eyes were like water, her voice was charming, and she showed a delicate and moving appearance. King Fizi was still a little reserved, but when she saw Princess Dashi's initiative to speak, she immediately walked to Ning Xiaochuan and said shyly, I'm also willing to exchange all the fragments of the Supreme King's instrument for a Divine Oracle Supreme Realm Armor. In fact, both Princess Dashi and King Fizi knew that no matter how many pieces of the Supreme King's instrument were, they would never be able to exchange for an Oracle Supreme Armor. But in the face of the Oracle Supreme Armor, which can directly improve their combat power, they had to strive for it, staring at Ning Xiaochuan with a pair of tender eyes. Ning Xiaochuan smiled faintly, it doesn't matter. We enter the Fengshen relic together. We are originally a team. Even if we give you the Oracle Supreme Armor, it's not a big deal. Really? Princess Dashi was very surprised. The more she saw Ning Xiaochuan, the more pleasing it was to her eyes. She felt that Ning Xiaochuan was really too elegant and more charming than any human man she had ever seen. Originally, at the beginning, she approached Ning Xiaochuan, just wanted to conquer Ning Xiaochuan and give her a fox girl with the help of Ning Xiaochuan's powerful talent. However, since Ning Xiaochuan fought in the Demon Kingdom and saved her and the 9-tailed demon queen from the hands of 9-headed purple Jiao, she had a different kind of feelings for Ning Xiaochuan. After entering the Fengshen relic, she was taken care of by Ning Xiaochuan all the way. Gradually, she felt that she could not control that emotion. It is likely that he did not conquer Ning Xiaochuan, but was conquered by Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan nodded to her and said with a smile, it's just an Oracle, Supreme Armor. The King of the Golden Horn Demon and the King of the Silver Horn Demon also bumped up to Ning Xiaochuan and said pitifully, the King of Destruction, we may also get an Oracle, Supreme Armor. Of course. Only when your strength is improved can we enter the higher world of the Land of Gods to find treasures. You know, this is the first world of gods. Ning Xiaochuan rode. The Golden Horn Demon King and the Silver Horn Demon King were very happy and said, in the future, you will be our boss. Boss, please accept our worship. The Golden Horn Demon King and the Silver Horn Demon King immediately worshipped Ning Xiaochuan deeply, thinking that after wearing the Oracle Supreme Armor, they could be the existence of the Demon Emperor level. It's exciting to think about it. While Yu Mingsong forged the Oracle Supreme Armor, everyone immediately began to practice. Xiao Hong's cultivation reached the 6th level of the human realm before entering the burial ground. Now, she swallowed a large number of real ghost elixirs and began to hit the 7th level of the real world. Ordinary monks only need to take 8 to 10 true ghost elixirs to break through the 6th level of the real world and the 7th level of the real world. However, Xiao Hong has a special constitution, which is several times stronger than ordinary monks. She must take 70 true ghost elixirs before she can break through the 7th weight of the human realm. Ning Xiaochuan took 50 true ghost elixirs from the late stage of the 6th weight of the real world before breaking through to the 7th weight of the real world. He calculated that if he broke through from the initial stage of the 6th weight of the human realm to the 7th weight of the human realm, he would need to take at least 120 real ghost elixirs. The number of true ghost pills consumed is more than 10 times that of monks in the same realm. If he wants to go from the initial stage of the 7th level to the 8th level, he needs to spend at least 600 real ghost elixirs. If he asked Xiaohong for 600 real ghost elixirs, he could now hit the 8th level of the human realm. You know, Xiaohong robbed more than 1,400 real ghost elixirs. But he is not in a hurry to hit the 8th level of reality. Although the power of the true ghost elixir is already very pure, Ning Xiaochuan feels that the power of the Supreme Soul elixir refined by the Supreme Soul Ghost must be more pure. Now is the 1st level of the world of gods. Entering the 2nd level of the world of gods, you will encounter the Supreme Soul. Taking the Supreme Soul elixir to break through the realm will definitely be better for cultivation. Ning Xiaochuan thought so. Boom. Princess Dashi took 50 real ghost pills in a row and spent 3 days practicing. Finally, she reached the 7th level of the human realm. Her body is gorgeous, her spirit is shining, her body is like jade, and she is simply like a stunning and moving fox fairy. After breaking through the 7th weight of the real world, Princess Dashi took another 200 real ghost pills and began to hit the 8th weight of the real world. It took 7 days for Princess Dashi to refine 200 true ghost pills and successfully cultivate them to the 8th level of the human realm. Her strength became stronger, her breath was surging, her graceful jade body was wrapped in dazzling light, and countless ripples like water ripples shuttled around her body, which was like sitting in a divine sea. There are still more than 500 true ghost pills left, which may hit the 9th level of the real world. Princess Dashi swallowed all the remaining true ghost down and began to hit the 9th level of the real world. It is worthy of being the offspring of the 9-tailed divine fox. Princess Dashi's physique is really strong, only 1 notch worse than the dragon cub. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Princess Dashi and kept breaking through the realm, thinking so in his heart. Xiaohong's cultivation speed is also very fast. She spent 75 real ghost elixirs, which hit the 7th level of the real world. Later, she swallowed 320 true ghost elixirs, hitting the 8th level of the human realm. Now, Xiaohong also swallowed all the remaining true ghost elixirs and began to hit the 9th level of the real world. During this time, Ning Xiaochuan didn't stop practicing. In addition to one mind guarding the noumenon, all the other 6 minds understood the Book of Destruction and the Purple Stars, and finally realized the 6th way of destruction, the Path of Destruction palm print. The Path of Killing the World palm print ranks 240th among the 3,000 ways of killing the world. Although it is not as good as the way of receiving gods, it is much stronger than the Path of Killing the World sword, the Path of Killing the World demon fire, the Path of Killing the World demon thunder, and the Path of Killing the World knife. There are totally 9,981 kinds of palm prints in the way of destroying the world. Each palm print is different. Each palm print comes from different religions and has different martial arts attributes. For example, the first palm print, Nirvana Prajna palm, originated from Buddhism and integrated the essence of martial arts of nirvana, which is more murderous than the Buddhist Prajna palm. For example, there is another palm print, the Annihilating Congenital palm, which originated from Taoism, but its lethality is more terrifying than the Taoist congenital palm. There are also the Soul palm of the World Exterminating, which originated from witchcraft, the Saint palm of the World Exterminating originated from Confucianism, and the Hell palm of the World Exterminating hell originated from hell. There are 81 kinds of palm prints in the path of destroying the world. Each kind of palm print has earth-shaking power. Each palm originates from the most extreme palm technique of a great religion in the world. It's not easy to cultivate any of them. If Ning Xiaochuan wants to cultivate the world-destroying palm print path to great success, he must successfully cultivate all 81 kinds of palm prints, and also integrate 81 kinds of palm prints into one palm. The final palm is the real death palm. It's too difficult to cultivate the world-killing palm print path to great success, which is dozens of times more difficult than cultivating the world-killing knife path and the world-killing magic thunder path. Of course, once the cultivation is successful, the harvest will be considerable, and there will even be a chance for Ning Xiaochuan to break through to the eternal realm in one fell swoop. Yes, as long as he successfully cultivates the world-destroying palm print and integrates it into his body, Ning Xiaochuan can immediately get infinite benefits and have the opportunity to ascend to the sky step by step and reach the eternal realm. At the end of the month, Lao Jiu came to ask for a monthly ticket again. Of course, there must be an increase in monthly tickets. Update at least 3 chapters today. The way of killing the world palm print is only the way of killing the world, which ranks 240th. You know, receiving Shinto ranks in the top 100. If Ning Xiaochuan can practice receiving Shinto to a great success, he will get greater benefits. Of course, it is much more difficult to cultivate the way of receiving gods to great success than to cultivate the way of killing the world. Ning Xiaochuan has been practicing for so long, and he is only practicing the way of receiving gods to Xiaocheng. Cultivating the world killing palm print path in the purple stars can greatly shorten my training time. I hope to cultivate the world killing palm print path to great success as soon as possible. Under the control of Ning Xiaochuan, the 6 spirits on the purple stars all turned into human shapes, and each practiced a kind of palm print. Only by successfully cultivating all the 81 kinds of palm prints can we integrate the 81 kinds of palm prints into one palm and achieve the great success of the world-destroying palm print Tao. In the past half a month, Yu Mingsong successfully repaired 6 sets of Oracle Supreme Armor, leaving 30 fragments. Finally, he failed to refine the 7th set of Oracle Supreme Armor. Find some other pieces of Supreme Armor, and maybe you can refine the 7th set of Oracle Supreme Armor. At this time, Ning Xiaochuan's 6 mines in the purple stars are only 18 palm prints of successful cultivation. You know, it only takes him 3 days to cultivate other ways of destruction in the purple stars, and he can achieve great success. It takes half a month to cultivate the 18 palm prints successfully. It takes at least 3 months to cultivate all the 81 palm prints successfully. Ning Xiaochuan thought in his heart. Yu Mingsong walked over, gave 6 blue tokens to Ning Xiaochuan, and said, "These are 6 oracle orders, each of which is an oracle supreme armor. You can try the power of the oracle supreme armor first." Ning Xiaochuan took one of the oracles and injected the real yuan into the token. That token immediately changed into pieces of armor, completely wrapping Ning Xiaochuan's body in the armor. Ning Xiaochuan's body moved, immediately galloped out, turned into a remnant, rushed to the void 800 meters high, and then hit the ground with a vertical punch. Boom! Smoke billowed on the ground. After the smoke and dust dispersed, a large pit with a diameter of 10 meters was left. Cracks spread hundreds of meters around the pit. Ning Xiaochuan stood beside the pit and said faintly, "After wearing the Oracle Supreme Armor, not only my strength has reached the first level of the Eternal Realm, but also my speed has reached the first level of the Eternal Realm." Yu Mingsong said with a smile, "Whether it's the first level of cultivation in the realm of human beings or the 7th level of cultivation in the realm of human beings, wearing the Oracle Supreme Armor, the power they play is the power of the first level of the realm of all ages." Of course, a friar with the first level of human beings and a friar with the 7th level of human beings, wearing the Oracle Supreme Armor to fight at the same time, it must be that the friar with the 7th level of human beings is stronger. In other words, the lower the monk's accomplishments, the greater the value of the Oracle Supreme Armor. Ning Xiaochuan took Xinyuan back into his body, and the Oracle Supreme Armor covering his whole body retreated like a tide, and immediately turned into a blue token again. Ning Xiaochuan held the Oracle Order in his hand and said, "With my current cultivation, even if I don't wear the Oracle Supreme Armor, I won't be much weaker than the most important monk in the Eternal Realm. If I were the last god's blood coat, I can even challenge the 3rd most important creature in the Supreme Realm. The Oracle Supreme Armor is of little value to me except for its amazing defensive power." Ning Xiaochuan stared at King Fizi, called King Fizi over, and handed her a piece of Oracle Supreme Armor, you put on the Oracle Supreme Armor and try it? After this period of cultivation and taking a lot of soul pills, Qin Fizi's cultivation has reached the 5th level of the human realm. She took the oracle order from Ning Xiaochuan and injected Jinyuan into the oracle order. A close-fitting Oracle Supreme Armor immediately wrapped her whole body, outlining a concave convex curve. Let's have a try. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Good. After wearing the Oracle Supreme Armor, Qin Fizi felt that she had mastered a power comparable to the Supreme, which was many times stronger than her own power. There are only a few supreme figures in the whole Middle-earth world, each of whom is respected by countless people. Suddenly obtained the power to compete with the Supreme, King Fizi naturally also wanted to test how strong his power became. Wow! Her speed became extremely fast, comparable to the speed of the first monk in the Eternal Realm. She rushed to Ning Xiaochuan in front of her in an instant and slapped Ning Xiaochuan on the chest. Ning Xiaochuan didn't dodge, but also hit a punch and collided with Qin Fizi's iron palm. A huge force passed from his arm to Ning Xiaochuan's body, shaking his internal organs. Under the impact of that powerful force, he suddenly retreated. King Fizi also stepped back more than 10 steps, and with each step, the earth would collapse a large area. Ning Xiaochuan said, "You don't have to keep your hand, do your best." Okay. Then you should be careful. The surface of the Oracle Supreme Armor immediately showed a blue flame. Qin Fizi's arm slowly lifted up and drew a huge flame circle in front of him. Oracle Fire. King Fizi rushed out again and turned into a flaming snake. He made 12 palm prints in a row, each of which was like a cloud of fire. Oracle Supreme Armor has 4 special attack methods: Oracle Fire, Oracle Electricity, Oracle Wind, and Oracle Light. Every monk wearing the Oracle Supreme Armor can exert these 4 forces. The higher his cultivation, the more precise and subtle his power can be controlled, and the stronger his destructive power will be. You should know that there is a big difference between the immortal realm and the eternal realm. Ning Xiaochuan can kill the monk who is the 9th heaviest in the real world when he is the 6th heaviest in the real world. However, it is difficult to defeat the first monk in the eternal realm when the real realm is the 7th heaviest. It's so strong, it's worthy of being the supreme armor of the oracle. If you play the power of the fire of the oracle, I'm afraid you can beat the first monk in the eternal realm to death with 1 palm. Only the 2nd monk in the eternal realm can resist this power. Ning Xiaochuan showed the speed of the dragon, retreated abruptly, and did not take the fire of the oracle. It seems that you can only wear the last god's blood clothes to detect the full power of the oracle supreme armor. Ning Xiaochuan immediately took out the blood coat of the 2nd god and put it on his body. A sinister evil spirit erupted from Ning Xiaochuan. The whole space was shrouded in blood and turned into a sea of blood. Exterminating demon fire way. Ning Xiaochuan showed the way of destroying the world demon fire, and also hit 12 fire palms in a row, beating Qin Fizi back constantly. Ning Xiaochuan can blow her more than 10 feet away with each palm. But even if Ning Xiaochuan wore the last god's blood clothes, he could completely suppress Qin Fizi in strength, but he couldn't hurt her at all. The Oracle Supreme Armor is too defensive. After a fight, the two finally stopped. Ning Xiaochuan had a general understanding of the power of the Oracle Supreme Armor. Qin Fizi took off the Oracle Supreme Armor, and his face was very pale. He immediately took a real ghost pill and quickly recovered. Although with the help of the Oracle Supreme Armor, the power of the first monk level in the Eternal Realm broke out, but it consumed quite a lot of real yuan. After a while, her vitality recovered. The Oracle Supreme Armor's defense is indeed very strong, but my real cultivation is only the 5th level of the human realm. In the face of the 3rd level of power in the ancient realm, I can only barely resist. If I face the 4th level of power in the ancient realm, I can hurt me across the Oracle Supreme Armor. If I face the fifth level of power in the ancient realm, I'm afraid that even if I wear the Oracle's supreme armor, I will be shocked to death by that powerful force and turn into a mass of blood mud. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, with your fifth level of cultivation in the realm of human beings, it's quite powerful to burst out such a powerful force. This set of Oracle, supreme armor, I'll give it to you. Thank you. You. Qing Fizi was very happy, but also embarrassed. She didn't know how to call Ning Xiaochuan now. She had sworn to the gods to recognize Ning Xiaochuan as her master and servant. Ning Xiaochuan seemed to see the embarrassment and anxiety in King Fizi's heart, and said, although the oath you made to the gods exists, you don't need to treat yourself as my servant at all, which will be very detrimental to your practice. In the future, you can treat me as a friend. You can call me the King of Destruction, or call me by my name. Qing Fizi stared at Ning Xiaochuan with flashing eyes, and was very moved in his heart. She is increasingly unable to understand the man in front of her. You know, even if Ning Xiaochuan wants her to sleep, she can't refuse. However, Ning Xiaochuan did not do so, but regarded her as a friend with equal status. Is he really the King of Destruction who betrayed the Terrans? After this period of contact with Ning Xiaochuan, she firmly believes that Ning Xiaochuan will never be a mean person and will never betray the Terran. The last 24 hours of this month, tight. Ning Xiaochuan gave 6 sets of Oracle Supreme Armor to King Fizi, Golden Horn Demon King, Silver Horn Demon King, Princess Dashi, Xiaohong and Xiaolinger respectively. Because he had the blood code of the second god, the power that erupted was not much weaker than the Oracle Supreme Armor, so Ning Xiaochuan didn't leave a set for himself. After this period of practice, Xiaohong took all the real ghost evil pills on her body, and finally broke through to the early stage of the 9th weight of the human realm. Princess Dashi was a little worse, and failed to hit the 9th level of the real world, and her cultivation remained at the peak of the 8th level of the real world. If you can get enough true ghost down, it will be sooner or later to break through the 9th level of reality. The cultivation of Qing Fizi broke through to the later stage of the 7th level of the human realm. Both the Golden Horn Demon King and the Silver Horn Demon King are the 6th level of cultivation in the human realm. After all, King Fizi is a rare genius in the human race. The inner courtyard students of the Divine Reserve Palace can be called the pride of heaven, and their cultivation speed is naturally much faster than that of the Golden Horn Demon King and the Silver Horn Demon King. Since entering the Fengshen relic, everyone's cultivation has been greatly improved, and their overall strength has reached a new height. After putting on the Oracle Supreme Armor, the Silver Horn Demon King felt that the whole person was full of power, and laughed wildly. Lao Tzu is also a demon emperor level existence now. Back to North/Xinjiang, who dares to be the enemy with me? The Golden Horn Demon King also greatly increased his confidence and said, we are all supreme combat power now. There should be no problem to break into the second god world. The Queen of the Nine-Tailed Demon said, every world left by the gods is very vast and almost endless. It is impossible for us to find all the treasures in the first world of gods, and we really should go to the second world of gods. When everyone was practicing, the Queen of the Nine-Tailed Demon went to explore other directions of the first level of God world, but no matter which direction she went, she could not go to the edge of the first level of God world. I have no idea how big the world of the first deity is. Yu Mingsong nodded and said, there must be more treasures in the second tier of God world than in the first tier of God world, and the grade is also higher. You know, those ghosts who find top treasures from the burial ground will generally be offered to the hands of the strong in the second tier of God world. All the treasures we find in the burial ground are those souls who find the rest of the treasures. Treasure? Where is the treasure? When Monk Tanqian returned from the burial ground, he heard people talking about treasures. A pair of clear Buddha eyes immediately became golden. Ning Xiaochuan said, we plan to go to the second world of gods and look for treasures of higher grade. Master, your cultivation is profound, help us open the way ahead. Ba. Since I have made a promise, I will keep it. Everyone follows me. Let's go to the second world of gods. Monk Tanxian answered quite readily, as if he was more eager than Ning Xiaochuan and others. Start at once. In just 1 month, Monk Tanxian found more than 30 pieces of fragments of the Supreme King's ware and several pieces of fragments of the Supreme King's ware in the burial ground. Monk Tanxian, who has tasted the sweetness, naturally wants to go to the second god world and look for treasures of higher grade. Even if the second world of apotheosis is dangerous, the master doesn't care at all now. Monk Tanxian took the lead, followed by Yu Mingsong, the king of Golden Horn Demon and the king of Silver Horn Demon. The 9-tailed demon is at the back. In this way, there are strong people in the front and back of the whole team. If they encounter danger, they can be eliminated at the first time. When leaving the burial ground, Ning Xiaochuan took back the Tiandi blade. The emperor's blade devoured the calcined weapons of the disabled soldiers for a month in the burial ground, and its grade has been improved a lot. Although it has not reached the level of secondary artifact, it has been regarded as a top-level treasure in the Supreme Imperial Artifact. With my current grade, it should be better than the Emperor Clock. The spirit of Tiandi Blade laughed happily. Suddenly, Tiandaran said again, Ning Xiaochuan, you have found so many fragments of the Supreme King's ware, and those fragments of the Supreme King's ware are of little use to you. If you give me all the fragments of the Supreme King's ware and the Supreme King's ware, my grade will certainly be improved a lot again. Swallowing a fragment of the Supreme King's instrument is equivalent to swallowing millions of fragments. Swallowing a fragment of the Supreme Emperor's instrument is equivalent to swallowing 100 million fragments. If I can find more fragments of the Supreme King and the Supreme Emperor in the higher-level God world, I may soon reach the level of secondary artifact. Ning Xiaochuan gently nodded and said, the fragments of the Supreme King's ware and the Supreme Emperor's ware are really not of great use to me. It's not impossible to give them all to you to swallow, but I've given them all to Xiao Linger. When I go to the second God Sealing world and find other war soldiers' fragments, I'll give them to you. The Emperor Blade was immediately anxious and said, Xiao Linger is your goddaughter. Isn't your thing her thing? Isn't her thing yours? Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, if you really want the fragments of the Supreme King and the Supreme Emperor, go and ask her yourself. It's a piece of cake. As long as I can get the fragments of those Supreme King tools and Supreme Emperor tools, even if I call her aunt, I'm willing. The Tiandi blade immediately flew out of the Xian beast Jian, turned into a magic knife, suspended in front of Little Linger, and communicated with Little Linger. After a few words, Xiao Linger suddenly looked back at Ning Xiaochuan, and 2 blushes appeared on Qingqing Jueli's cheek. Then, she turned her head and gently nodded to Tiandi blade. Then, she took out the hundreds of Supreme Imperial vessels and Supreme Imperial vessels, leaving only the 12 quite complete Supreme Imperial vessels and 2 quite complete Supreme Imperial vessels. All the other fragments were handed over to Tiandi Blade. The Emperor Blade was ecstatic, and immediately collected all the fragments of the Supreme King's ware and the Supreme Emperor's ware into the ruins world in the knife body. Ning Xiaochuan asked curiously, what did you say to Xiao Linger? How could she give you all the fragments of the Supreme King's ware and the Supreme Emperor's ware so easily? The Emperor of Heaven smiled with evil, hey. I said to her, I'm your godfather's soldier. The higher my grade is, the stronger your godfather's combat power is. Then, she gave me all the fragments of the Supreme King's utensils and the Supreme Emperor's utensils. Really? Ning Xiaochuan didn't believe what Tiandiren said. At this time, Ning Xiaochuan saw Xiao Linger's rather shy appearance and walked towards him. Don't say, I will immediately practice in isolation, and strive to refine all the fragments of these Supreme King tools and Supreme Emperor tools as soon as possible. After saying this, the Emperor Blade was completely silent. Xiao Linger walked side by side with Ning Xiaochuan, gently pursed her red lips, and stared at Ning Xiaochuan from time to time, looking like she wanted to talk and stopped. "Godfather, Tiandaran said you would give me a better gift." "What is the gift?" Xiao Linger's beautiful eyes stared at Ning Xiaochuan with expectant eyes. Ning Xiaochuan cursed the Emperor Blade dozens of times in his heart. You know, Xiao Linger is no longer the half-aged girl she once was, but has grown into a gorgeous woman with an aura on her body and clear eyes, just like a fairy who doesn't eat human fireworks. In fact, Xiao Linger's mind is very simple, without any mind, and is as clean as a piece of white paper. She doesn't understand many things at all. A smile came out of his face and said softly, "Little Belle, what did the Emperor Blade say to you?" Xiaolinger gently rubbed her jade fingers, showing a rather shy smile, and said, "It said that Godfather likes Xiaolinger best. Godfather will give Xiaoling anything she wants. Godfather and Xiaolinger will always be together and will never be separated." "Well, this is the truth." Ning Xiaochuan nodded. Xiaolinger continued, then. "Godfather, can you kiss Xiaolinger?" "Huh?" Ning Xiaochuan's face immediately changed and said solemnly, "No." "Why?" Xiaolinger was very puzzled and asked, "Didn't Godfather just say that if Xiaolinger wants anything, Godfather can give it to Xiaolinger?" Xiaolinger's eyes were a little gloomy, and her heart seemed to be pricked, and she said sadly, "Tiandaran said that if a man doesn't kiss you, he can't be with you forever. It said that a kiss from Godfather is better than any gift." Ning Xiaochuan can guarantee that at this moment, he really wants to beat the spirit of the Tiandi Blade. Unfortunately, the Emperor Blade is hiding in the Xian Beast Mirror at the moment, refining the fragments of those Supreme King tools and Supreme Emperor tools, and dare not appear at all. Ning Xiaochuan immediately patiently explained to Xiaolinger, saying, "Xiaolinger, I really love you, as long as I have everything, I can give you. But however, kiss, it's different, it's between men and women, it's between lovers. I can't give it to you." Xiaolinger's eyes were glittering and translucent, with tears shining, and she said, "Aren't I a woman? Can't we be lovers?" "Godfather, it turned out that you lied to Xiaolinger when you said to be good to Xiaolinger, and you will certainly leave Xiaolinger in the future." With this, Xiaolinger was very sad. She took a few steps quickly and walked in front of Ning Xiaochuan. She didn't want Ning Xiaochuan to see her crying. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the beautiful figure in front of him and frowned deeply. Of course, he didn't pay much attention to this matter in his heart. In his opinion, Xiaolinger was still the same little girl as before. She didn't understand anything and didn't understand what men meant by kissing women at all. She just depends on me now and doesn't want to leave me. It's useless to explain to her now. When she knows the meaning of lovers in the future, she should understand. Ning Xiaochuan thought so. Finally, the group came to the entrance of the second god world. But they found that someone had been guarding the entrance. It is a continuous mountain, with cliffs everywhere. At the top of the mountain, there are 5 towering peaks, which are like 5 pillars supporting the sky. The gate to the second god world is opened on the top of the peak in the center. At this moment, 2 old men in gray robes with bone wings on their backs were sitting on both sides of the gate. Their bodies emit a huge evil spirit, in which there is also a faint force of death. Seeing the arrival of Ning Xiaochuan and others, the 2 old men immediately opened their eyes. 2 powerful spiritual pressure emanated from them and filled the space hundreds of miles of defense. The old man sitting on the left showed some surprise. "Are you the indigenous creatures of Dian world?" "Old man, it's better to respect the emperor when talking to him." "What aboriginal creature?" "Lao Tzu is the demon emperor of northern/Xinjiang. Does the demon emperor understand?" Silver Horn Demon Emperor rode. After receiving the Oracle Supreme Armor, both the Golden Horn Demon King and the Silver Horn Demon King were confident, so they called themselves Demon Kings. The old man sneered, "It's really the aboriginal creatures of Dian world." In front of the creatures of our nine-heaven God world, you dare to be so arrogant. You really don't know how to live or die. I don't want to kill you like a frog at the bottom of a well. The old man sitting on the right said coldly, if you don't retreat quickly, the second God world is not a place you can go. If you go, you'll die. I'm so grumpy. You two old guys, dare to look down on me, the Demon Emperor of Northern/Xinjiang, and see if my Silver Horn Demon Emperor doesn't deal with you well. The Silver Horn Demon Emperor took out the fiery red gourd and asked for the purple gold gourd from the Golden Horn Demon Emperor. The two gourds were originally middle-class supreme utensils. When they were combined into one, they became the purple gold red gourd of the top-grade supreme utensils. The Silver Horn Demon Emperor held the purple gold and red gourd, lifted the gourd cover, aimed at the two old men with bone wings, and said, "Two old men, do you dare to report your name? Mole ants, you can hear clearly. This seat is called a Moro." The old man sitting on the left said. The Silver Horn Demon Emperor said, "Amora, the Emperor calls you, do you dare to promise?" "Why dare you?" Amora stared at the Silver Horn Demon Emperor with a sneer. The Silver Horn Demon Emperor said, "Amora, I'm here." As soon as Amoro promised, he became only the size of a mosquito and was collected into a purple gold red gourd. Seeing this scene, everyone was surprised. The bone-wing old man sitting on the other side of the gate was also shocked, and his eyes were fixed on the purple gold and red gourd in the hands of the Silver Horn Demon Emperor. It was only a top-grade supreme weapon. How could he accept the 9th level of Amora in the Eternal Realm? However, after waiting for a long time, Amoro still didn't break the purple gold red gourd and escaped from it. It was like a stone sinking into the sea, and he was really suppressed in the purple gold red gourd. The Silver Horn Demon Emperor spit hard on the ground and said disdainfully, "The creatures from the nine-heaven divine world are just like this. They can't even resist a top-grade supreme weapon. It's too weak. Originally, I was going to wear the Oracle Supreme armor to fight with you. It seems that I won't have a chance to play my strong combat power. Are all the creatures in the nine-heaven divine world only bragging?" The gray-robed old man sitting on the right side of the gate was half angry and thought that the Silver Horn Demon Emperor must be playing the role of a pig and eating a tiger. Otherwise, how could a 9th heaviest strong man in the Eternal Realm be taken away by him at once? Ning Xiaochuan showed his suspicious eyes and felt very incredible. With the cultivation of Amora, how can you not break the purple gold and red gourd? Yu Mingsong stared at the purple gold red gourd in the Silver Horn Demon Emperor's hand. He felt a little familiar, and his eyelids jumped slightly. He immediately rushed over, grabbed the Silver Horn Demon Emperor's skirt, lifted the Silver Horn Demon Emperor up, and roared, "Lying in the trough, are the two gourds on the ancient god vine growing on the top of the Yunzhou Island ruins picked up by you? Good. I finally saw the thief today. That ancient god vine was the first thing I found." At that time, the two gourds purple gourd and fiery red gourd were not mature, and I was going to pick them after they were mature. However, when I went to Yunzhou Island again, the two gourds were stolen by the thief. Yuming was so relieved that he went crazy. It was two gourds growing on the ancient god vine, which could be called the treasure of heaven and earth. Unexpectedly, they were stolen by thieves. How can he not feel heartache? The Silver Horn Demon Emperor said, "Yu Cheng Lao, don't say it's your own when you see the treasure. How can you find the purple gold and red gourd first? This is our ancestors' 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 ancestor, the gourd picked from an overseas Lingting. In our family, it has been inherited for more than 300 million years." The Golden Horn Demon Emperor said, "Yes. The Queen of the Nine-Tailed Demon can also prove that the purple gold and red gourd is indeed the treasure of our family, which has been handed down for more than 300 million years. Yu Mingsong, what you see must be the two gourds on another divine vine, which can't be our pair." Fart. Yu Ming shivered with relief. The ancient divine vine is the quintessence of heaven and earth. It was born when Dian world was opened up. There is only one plant in the whole Dian world. How can there be a second plant? I'll go. This treasure was forged indiscriminately before it was forged into a medium-grade supreme weapon. My God! I tell you, this matter is not over. Now return the purple gold gourd and the fiery red gourd to me, otherwise, the elder will rob it. Cough. Ning Xiaochuan coughed twice and said, Yu Cheng Lao, I have just confirmed to the queen of the nine-tailed demon that the purple gold gourd and the fiery red gourd are indeed the ancestral treasures of the silver-horned demon emperor. They have been handed down for more than 300 million years. If those two gourds are really the ones you saw first, there is no way to explain it. It can only be explained that you lied. In fact, Ning Xiaochuan has another idea in his heart. Yu Mingsong's words may be true. Because Yu Mingsong's identity is too mysterious. Even if he has lived for more than 300,000 years, it is not impossible. Of course, this is too shocking and worldly, and the possibility is too small. Tan Qian and Shang said, Ba. Benefactor Yu, greed is like a devil. It will drag you step by step into the bottomless abyss, and you will never see the light again. The Buddha said, there is no end to the sea of suffering, and it is time to turn around. Put down greed and become a Buddha on earth. Yu Mingsong stared at monk Tanqian and was furious, I'll go. Bald donkey, you are also qualified to say I'm greedy? Monk Tanqian seemed upright, Ba. This is the truth. Everyone saw it. Benefactor you even want to occupy the treasures of future generations, which really makes the poor monk a little unable to see. The poor monk had to stand up and say a fair word. Yu Mingsong saw that everyone stared at him with a strange look, and he was a little embarrassed. He loosened the silver-horned demon emperor and said, in fact. The elder seems to be really dazzled. The two gourds on the ancient god vine that the elder saw are congenital gods. How can they be just two weapons of the supreme weapon level? Old. Dazzled. Yu Cheng Lao said that you were wrong, and you still don't believe it. The silver-horned demon emperor sighed. The silver-horned demon emperor didn't dare to provoke Yu Mingsong, so he stared at the gray-robed old man standing at the gate and said coldly, Old man, what's your name? This seat is one of the top 10 generals under the seat of nine-headed purple Jiao, Adacillo. The gray-robed old man said. Both Amora and Adaxilo are one of the top 10 generals under the nine-headed purple dragon, and their cultivation has reached the 9th level in the eternal realm. With the cultivation of the top 10 generals, anyone has the strength to sweep the Tianshu continent. Unfortunately, their luck is too bad to meet Ning Xiaochuan and his party. After Amora was admitted into the purple, gold and red gourd, Ada Shilua was also a little uneasy, and felt that Ning Xiaochuan and his party might be very difficult to mess with. However, as a creature from Shinha civilization, he naturally has a sense of pride in his heart, regards himself as a superior, and still does not pay attention to Ning Xiaochuan and others. Therefore, he was very proud to report his taboo. The silver-horned demon emperor said, I call you, do you dare to promise? Adacillo. Adaxilo has just seen with his own eyes that Amora was taken into the gourd. How dare he promise now? I won't play such a boring trick. Adacilo stretched out his bone wings on his back, flew up, and stabbed the silver-horned demon emperor across a void with a supreme king-level spear. Boom! The silver-horned demon emperor was blown out, his mouth kept spitting blood, his chest was broken, and most of his bones were broken. Fortunately, he put on the Oracle's supreme armor in advance, so he was only seriously injured. If he had not put on the Oracle's supreme armor, Adaxilo would have beaten the silver-horned demon emperor into powder with that blow. Oracle, supreme armor. How can you have such a treasure on your body? Ada Shilua was slightly stunned and stared at the silver-horned demon emperor, strangely. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes slightly coagulated and said, Monk, it's your turn. Monk Tanqian sent out a lion roar in his mouth, and golden Buddha light poured out of every pore of his body. 1,000 feet high golden Buddha body condensed behind him, and struck at Daxiluo with one palm. Just now, Daxiluo only made a tentative attack on the silver horn demon emperor. Now he fought with Monk Tanqian, and finally showed his full strength, and his breath became stronger. A group of mole ants, today I will let you recognize the reality, and let you know how humble you are. Ada Shilua severely injured the silver horn demon emperor, immediately increased his confidence, carried a spear, and killed him out. He woke up the spirit of the spear, let the power of the Supreme King's weapon completely explode, and punctured the palm print of Monk Tanqian. The spear smashed the void and stabbed Monk Tanqian's eyebrows. The light of the Buddha shines. With his hands folded, Monk Tanqian was like a King Kong Buddha walking on earth. A Buddha lotus rushed out of his eyebrows, emitting brilliant light, and even resisted Daxiluo's spear. With a bang, two powerful forces collided together, and the earth suddenly burst. A powerful force surged in all directions. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor was a little surprised and said, "The cultivation of the big monk is so strong that he can fight with the generals from the divine world, and he is not defeated. His cultivation should also enter the 9th level of the eternal realm." After the 9-tailed demon, Ning Xiaochuan was not surprised at all. You know, Monk Tanqian was able to fight against the idea of the second god of the Tianming Demon Emperor, and even escape from the hand of the Tianming Demon Emperor. His cultivation was certainly not low. The queen of the 9-tailed demon stared at the two strong men fighting in the distance and said, "The creatures from the divine world are really strong, with pure power and powerful magical powers. In the same realm, it is difficult for us to defeat them." Monk Tanqian's cultivation is obviously stronger than that of Ada Shilua, reaching the middle of the 9th weight of the eternal realm, but when he fought with Ada Shilua, he gradually fell into a disadvantage. Daxiluo is the 9th initial cultivation of the eternal realm. Every move has earth-shaking power. Moreover, his physical constitution is also a bit stronger than that of Monk Tanqian. When he hit hard, Monk Tanqian suffered a lot. You know, Monk Tanqian is a Buddhist monk. His body has long been King Kong, but he still can't compete with Daxiluo. If you were another monk with the 9th weight in the eternal realm, it would have been defeated by Daxiluo. Yu Mingsong said, "The creatures in the divine world can absorb the qi of divine accumulation from childhood, and swallow much more spiritual essence of heaven and earth than the gods in the lower world, which has great congenital advantages. In the same realm, they must be stronger than us. There is still a big difference between the divine world and the lower world. This is not a gap in personal talent, but a gap in the level of civilization. The monk is also very great. He can fight with Daxiluo for so long without defeat." Ning Xiaochuan nodded and agreed with Yu Mingsong. Amuro and Daxiluo are here, which means that the creatures of the 9-heaven divine world have entered the land of gods. You must solve Daxiluo as soon as possible and immediately go to the second world of gods. After the 9-tailed demon, Shaoling, you also do it. Shaolinger was originally the 3rd level of cultivation in the eternal realm. After wearing the Oracle Supreme armor, her combat power immediately reached the 9th level in the eternal realm. The 9-tailed demon said, "Little Bell, you don't have to fight. You just need to guard at the entrance to the world of the second seal, to prevent Daxiluo from escaping." Ning Xiaochuan slightly looked at the 9-tailed demon, showing a thoughtful expression, and then nodded to Shaolinger. Although the cultivation of the queen of the 9-tailed demon has not reached the 9th level of the eternal realm, for the 9-tailed fox family, the cultivation of martial arts is only a part of their strength. You know, cultivation is as powerful as 9-headed purple Jiao, and almost died in the hands of 9-tailed demon queen, which shows the means of 9-tailed demon queen. Wow! The queen of the 9-tailed demon rose from the sky, entered the battlefield between Monk Tanqian and Daxiluo, and walked towards Daxiluo step by step. In the eyes of the public, she did not show any charm, nor flirt, but just walked towards Adesillo. But Ada Shilua's shot speed was getting slower and slower, and his eyes looked at the back of the nine-tailed demon from time to time. When the nine-tailed demon queen came within 10 feet of him, Ada Shilua completely stopped, and his eyes were full of lust. Lustful light, with a satisfied smile on his face. Looking carefully, you will find that his eyes are actually quite empty. Nine-tailed demon came to Ada Shilua's body and pointed at the center of his eyebrows. Ada Shilua immediately shook and fell to the ground with a bang, completely losing combat effectiveness. How did she do it? King Fizi felt quite incredible. That's the 9th heaviest existence in the eternal realm. How can it be so easy to be knocked down? Princess Dashi said, if you cultivate the charm of the 9-tailed fox clan to a very high level, you can achieve that every action is charm and every look is charm. Just now, the Queen Mother seemed to just walk towards Adesillo, but in that process, the Queen Mother used at least 3 kinds of flattery, which made Adesillo completely lose his mind. Only the constitution of our 9-tailed fox family can do this. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor stared at Princess Dashi with some fear and said, this is killing people invisibly, which is impossible to prevent. No wonder the 9-headed purple Jiaos want to catch you at all costs. Your family is too threatening to their gods. The queen of the 9-tailed demon came over and said, in fact, the charm of the 9-tailed fox clan is not so rebellious. If the other party's cultivation is too high, or the other party is a good Buddha, or the other party is a woman, then our charm of the 9-tailed fox clan is difficult to pose a threat to them. Ba. Monk Tanqian immediately folded his hands and recited the Buddha's name, as if deliberately reminding everyone that he was the Buddha with good conduct. Although the queen of the 9-tailed demon said it lightly, the original 9-tailed divine fox led to the early end of the last God's War. I don't know how many earth-shattering heroes fell into her hands and became her ministers under her skirt. Yu Mingsong said, in the same realm, no man can resist the charm of the 9-tailed fox clan. In history, there has never been such a person. Even Buddhists can't do it. It is said that during the last battle of the gods, a holy monk who practiced to the realm of the Buddha was confused by the 9-tailed fox, and finally committed suicide and died. The end was extremely tragic. Monk Tanqian had also heard of it. The biggest scandal in Buddhism was revealed by Yu Mingsong at the moment. Monk Tanqian realized the horror of the queen of the 9-tailed demon. He not only retreated a little 2 steps, but did not dare to get too close to her. The 9-tailed demon shook his head and said, in fact, your words are not accurate. At the beginning, when the old ancestor 9-tailed divine fox was alive, he met a man who was not seduced by her. Moreover, the old ancestor also fell in love with that man. There is such a person, how can I know? That person can resist the seduction of the 9-tailed fox. He must not be an ordinary person, and he must be able to leave a name in history. Who is that person? Yu Mingsong rode. The queen of the 9-tailed demon said, Baigan. Yu Mingsong quickly searched the memory in his mind. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and said, I have seen records about him in history books. It is said that he died by digging his heart. That's right. His 7-hole demon heart was dug out by his ancestors. After the 9-tailed demon. Women are so cruel. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor sighed. The Silver Horn Demon Emperor said, even the hearts of the people he loves are dug away. As expected, he still can't provoke the demon girl of the 9-tailed fox clan. When everyone sighed that the 9-tailed divine fox was cruel, Ning Xiaochuan noticed that the 9-tailed demon mentioned the 7 orifices demon heart. It turns out that some people also had this kind of heart during the last God's War. After Adesillo woke up, his mind was lost and he completely became the servant of the 9-tailed demon. After 9-tailed demon's inquiry, Ada Shilua explained everything. As expected, all the creatures of the nine-heaven god world entered the land left by the gods, and even some of them were the sons and grandchildren of the gods. They all entered the land left by the gods to look for opportunities. We also hurry to the second world of gods. If we go late, I'm afraid the treasures will be taken away by those creatures in the divine world. Monk Tan Qian said eagerly. Ning Xiaochuan nodded, and his heart was also looking forward to meeting those Tianzhijio children and Tianzhijio women in the divine world, and wanted to see whether they were strong or stronger. Let's go. Ning Xiaochuan was the first to enter the gate to the second god world, and then others walked in one after another. Entering the second god sealing world, Ning Xiaochuan immediately felt the spirit of God in the whole space, which was 5 times richer than that in the first god sealing world. When the Earth Sutra is operated, the chi of divine accumulation penetrates into the body at a speed visible to the naked eye and is continuously transformed into true yuan. In his body, he made a crackling sound, and the chi of God was constantly transforming his flesh. A pleasant feeling spreads all over the body, just like bathing in the sunshine in the cold winter. Tan Qian and Shang said, the concentration of divine qi in the second level of deity has actually increased so much. If we can practice in the second level of deity for decades, our physique will definitely change dramatically. At that time, even if we encounter creatures in the divine world, in the same realm, we will not be weaker than them. The nine-tailed demon nodded and said, the chi of God in the land left by the gods can indeed transform our physique. If we practice in the land left by the gods for a long time, in the same realm, we may even be stronger than the creatures in the divine world. Yu Mingsong's eyes moved and said, it is said that there is a Yunshan pool in the third god world. As long as we can stay in the pool for a day, the water in the pool can automatically harden our bodies, remove impurities from our bodies, and make our bodies as powerful as the gods. Unexpectedly, there is such a treasure land. Let's go to the third god world now. Tanqian and Shangdao. Just now, monk Tanqian fought with Adicillo, quite stiffly. Obviously, he was more advanced than Adicillo, but he was always at a disadvantage. Therefore, monk Tanqian most wants to transform his body. Qing Fizi said curiously, Master, Buddhism is not about stress. The body is just a skin bag, and the spirit is supreme? Tan Qian and Shang said, the flesh is indeed a skin bag, but without a skin bag, it is nothing. Go, let's go to find the entrance of the third god world now. Coming to the second world of deity, people can obviously feel that the spatial structure has become more stable. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor tried. Without wearing the Oracle's supreme armor, the power of his fist was only to make a 3-meter deep pit on the ground. You know, even if the Golden Horn Demon Emperor doesn't wear the Oracle supreme armor, it is also the 6th highest cultivation in the human realm. In North/Xinjiang, if you stretch out a finger, you can push down the mountains and cut off the rivers. They didn't go long before a cold wind blew. A strange howling sound came out in the cold wind. Ning Xiaochuan raised his head and looked at the sky. He saw a black palm hundreds of meters wide, pressed down from the sky, with a strong evil spirit. Be careful, everyone. Put on the Oracle supreme armor immediately. Ning Xiaochuan put the second god's blood clothes on his body at the first time, displayed the evil fire path, and also played a large flame handprint hundreds of meters wide, breaking the black palm on the sky. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan took off and rushed into the Yin wind. Xiao Linger was a little worried about Ning Xiaochuan and said, what happened? Don't worry, I just met a supreme soul. I didn't expect to meet a big guy as soon as I entered the second world of gods. Yu Mingsong laughed. The third chapter is more complete. Soul evil can cultivate to the supreme level, and it has produced no less wisdom than human beings. One hit failed, and the supreme soul immediately ran away. How can Ning Xiaochuan let it escape? Destroy the world demon Thunderway. Ning Xiaochuan pointed to the sky and immediately attracted a thundercloud. A bull-mouth thick purple electric column fell from the sky and hit the Supreme Soul. The Supreme Ghost roared, "Human, you want to die." The body of the Supreme Soul is 13 feet tall, and the whole body is purple and black. The soul is very solid, just like the real body. It has half empty and half solid scales, similar to the human body and the head of the ox demon. Wow! The mouth of the Supreme Soul Evil spit out a black iron seal, emitting the breath of the Supreme King's instrument. That iron seal, which became the size of a city, with a spirit of yin and evil, fiercely hit Ning Xiaochuan. When you cultivate to the level of Supreme Soul Evil, you can use the Supreme King's instrument, and you can completely explode the origin of the Supreme King's instrument. Jiu Dang Millstone. Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows flew out of a huge millstone, which was also the Supreme King's weapon-level soldier, and bombarded the Supreme Soul. Bang! Bang! The two supreme weapons collided constantly, and circles of energy ripples broke out. In the end, Ning Xiaochuan, who wore the last god's blood coat, was a bit stronger than the Supreme Soul. Every time the Jiu Dang millstone hits out, it can beat the Supreme Soul back dozens of feet. Under Ning Xiaochuan's crazy attack, the soul of the Supreme Soul was broken 7 times, and each time the soul was reunited, the soul would become more transparent. What a powerful Terran Jr. How come so many powerful young creatures have entered the second world of gods recently? Supreme Soul Sha and Ning Xiaochuan fought for half an hour, and felt more and more difficult. If they continued to fight, they might be beaten out of their wits by each other. Run! The Supreme Soul took back the iron seal of the Supreme King's weapon level, grew a pair of black wings like bats on his back, and immediately ran away to the distance. I can't escape. Ning Xiaochuan showed the speed of the dragon, and a pair of translucent dragon wings grew on his back, which was twice as fast as the speed of the Supreme Soul, and quickly caught up. Quack! Suddenly, a dark cloud came in front, like countless figures flying in the dark cloud, with a biting chill overwhelming Ning Xiaochuan. It was a real ghost, with thousands of ghosts. With Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation, it is naturally easy to crush and kill the real ghosts. But thousands of real ghosts are another matter. You know, the combat power of each real ghost is comparable to that of a real person. A real person is only an ant in front of a supreme person, but if a supreme person is facing thousands of real people, he can only turn around and run away. Soon, Ning Xiaochuan was surrounded by thousands of true ghosts in the center, and his whole body was swallowed. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows showed a heavenly mark, and his whole body exuded white divine brilliance. Once those true ghosts adhered to the white light, they immediately screamed, ran back quickly, and didn't dare to get close to Ning Xiaochuan's body at all. The mark of heaven is specially used to restrain evil, demons, evil spirits, these evil things, and ghosts. If it is the Supreme Soul, it can also rely on the powerful soul body to resist the divine power of the divine mark. However, the real ghost did not have such a powerful soul body. Once it was stuck by the white light on Ning Xiaochuan, the soul body was purified, just like directly vaporized, and turned into wisps of black smoke. Ning Xiaochuan turned into a white pillar of light, rushed out of the treasure of the true ghost, flew to the sky thousands of feet high, hung in the air, and called out the heart-nourishing tripod in his body. Under the control of Ning Xiaochuan, Yang Xinjianding immediately became 99 meters high and was completely wrapped by the world-destroying magic fire, which was like a huge stove. Close. More than 100 true ghosts were collected into the heart-nourishing tripod, and soon became more than 100 true ghost pills under the refining of the world-destroying demon fire. Ning Xiaochuan used the heart-nourishing tripod to refine the true ghost pill, which is different from the true ghost pill refined by Yu Mingsong using the soul refining bottle. The soul refining bottle only removes the evil spirit of the real ghost and condenses it into a pill. Ning Xiaochuan not only removed the evil spirit of the real ghost, but also added Xuanya. Therefore, the true ghost elixir refined by him is more beneficial to monks than the true ghost elixir refined by Yu Mingsong, and it is easier to be absorbed without any side effects. Of course, Ning Xiaochuan's heart-nourishing real tripod is only at the level of top-grade and supreme tools. At most, it can only charge more than 100 real ghosts at one time, which can't be compared with the soul refining bottle at all. If Yangxin real tripod can be promoted to the level of supreme kingware, Ning Xiaochuan can completely put more than 1,000 real ghosts into the tripod at one time. Close. Yu Mingsong stood on the top of a small black hill, beat out the spirit refining bottle, and directly collected the remaining more than 1,000 true ghosts into the spirit refining bottle. The true ghosts, which were dense in the sky, immediately disappeared completely. Qin Fizi was startled by those real ghosts, just now, and said, "It's terrible. There are more than 1,000 real ghosts at one time. Fortunately, there are the King of Extermination and Yu Chang, who can restrain the ghosts. If another monk in the Eternal Realm meets more than 1,000 real ghosts, it's estimated that he has little chance to escape." With the 7th level cultivation of Qin Fizi in the human realm, without wearing the Oracle Supreme armor, being surrounded by more than 1,000 true ghosts is simply a dead end. The 2nd level of the danger of the God world, even monks in the Eternal Realm, is also in danger of falling. Princess Dashi was also a little frightened and said, "This is the 2nd world of gods, and I don't know how dangerous the 3rd world of gods will be." Originally, everyone was still looking forward to entering the 3rd world of gods to find the pool of gods and refine their bodies with the water of the pool. But after seeing the dangerous scene just now, everyone's heart sank to the bottom of the valley and began to worry. After refining the more than 100 true ghosts, Ning Xiaochuan immediately went to hunt down the supreme ghost. After a while, Ning Xiaochuan flew back from the sky with the heart-nourishing tripod and joined the crowd. "Godfather, did you kill that supreme soul?" Seeing Ning Xiaochuan coming back, little Linger immediately showed a look of joy and greeted him. However, when she saw Ning Xiaochuan's serious and calm face, which refused to be thousands of miles away, she stopped slightly and didn't walk over. "It has been refined into the supreme soul pill." Ning Xiaochuan opened the heart-nourishing tripod, and a dark purple soul medicine pill immediately flew out of the tripod. This is a supreme soul medicine pill, which has reached the peak level of soul-level human-level pill. It is only one step away from reaching the level of king-level human-level pill. Ning Xiaochuan swallowed the supreme soul medicine pill directly, and a powerful elixir gas melted into every cell of the body. The medicine power was constantly transformed into the true Yuan, pouring towards the heaven and earth Daoyuan and the world-destroying Daoyuan. At the beginning of the 7th level of reality, at the middle stage of the 7th level of reality, at the later stage of the 7th level of reality. His cultivation climbed rapidly, and soon broke through the 8th weight of the real world. After being stable in the early stage of the 8th weight of the real world, he continued to improve, and finally stopped in the middle of the 8th weight of the real world. "It's great that a supreme soul Shadan has raised me to a whole level. If I can refine more supreme soul Shadan, I should soon be able to break through the eternal realm," Ning Xiaochuan thought to himself. Ning Xiaochuan gave all 137 true ghost pills he refined to Xiaohong. After taking these true ghost pills, Xiaohong's cultivation has improved a lot, reaching the middle of the 9th level of the human realm. Yu Mingsong also handed over more than 1,000 true ghost elixirs refined to the Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor have no way to refine all these real ghost elixirs for the time being, so they can only swallow them while they are on their way. These true ghost elixirs are enough to support them to cultivate to the 9th level of the human realm in a short time. Ning Xiaochuan said, "The world of the 2nd level of apotheosis is too dangerous. There have been supreme ghosts and a large number of real ghosts. The world of the 3rd level of apotheosis is bound to be more dangerous. I suggest that it is best not to go to the world of the third level of apotheosis, before everyone has broken through to the eternal realm. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor said, but after we put on the Oracle Supreme Armor, it is also the most important combat power in the eternal realm, and it should not become a drag on everyone. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, the Oracle Supreme Armor's defense is really powerful, but it can't resist the soul attack, and the Supreme Soul Evil is proficient in the soul attack. Even if you wear the Oracle Supreme Armor, you can't be the opponent of the Supreme Soul Evil, because your soul still stays at the level of the real world. Ning Xiaochuan went to hunt down the Supreme Soul Ghost before, and was attacked by the soul of the other party. Fortunately, Ning Xiaochuan's soul will is firm, far beyond the monks in the same realm, otherwise, it is likely to die in the hands of the Supreme Soul. The fighting power of the Supreme Soul Demon is already very terrible, and he is even proficient in soul attack. It's simply impossible to prevent. When encountering a Supreme Soul Demon, there is absolutely no life or death. The Silver Horn Demon Emperor was in a cold sweat and had a new understanding of the dangers of the second God world. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, although the Supreme Soul Evil is very powerful, if you can hunt a Supreme Soul Evil, you can get considerable benefits. Ning Xiaochuan's palm waved, and immediately there was a complete supreme weapon, 3 slightly damaged supreme weapons, and dozens of fragments of supreme weapons, flying out of the palm and suspended in front of him. These treasures are all the treasures that Ning Xiaochuan refined from the Supreme Soul Evil Spirit. These are all retrieved from the body of the Supreme Soul? Monk Tan Qian's eyes lit up and his heart was very excited. Ning Xiaochuan said, it should be the soldiers found by those ghosts in the first level of the God's world from the burial ground, and then dedicated to the Supreme Spirits in the second level of the God's world. Therefore, every time we hunt a Supreme Spirit in the second level of the God's world, we can not only refine a Supreme Spirit pill, but also get a lot of treasures. As long as we all reach the eternal realm, the overall strength is to improve by a large margin. At that time, we can break into the 3rd tier of God's sealing world, and even the 4th tier of God's sealing world. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor clenched his fist tightly and said, as long as my cultivation breaks through to the 1st level of the eternal realm, and I wear the Oracle Supreme Armor, I can play the 9th level of the eternal realm. Everyone agreed with Ning Xiaochuan's suggestion. Ning Xiaochuan said, since everyone agrees with my suggestion, we will first find a secret place and establish a base in the second world of gods. Only in this way can we be the safest. Where is the safest place to establish a base? Qin Fizi asked. Ning Xiaochuan said, previously, I went to hunt down the Supreme Soul, and found a huge bottomless sinkhole 8,000 miles away from here. At that time, because I was afraid of everyone's worry, I didn't let me explore that sinkhole. But I think it should be a good hiding place. After the 9-tailed demon said, in that case, let's go and have a look first. Under the leadership of Ning Xiaochuan, everyone rushed to that sinkhole immediately. Before long, they found the Tianqing and came to the periphery of it. The opening of this sinkhole is an irregular circle with a diameter of more than 300 meters. Standing on the edge of the pit and looking down at the bottom of the pit, you can only see the darkness, and you can't see to the end at all. It's like the mouth of a giant beast, like being able to swallow a mountain in one bite. Yu Mingsong slightly frowned, grabbed a handful of soil from the edge of the pit, took it to the tip of his nose and slightly wheezed. His eyes became more dignified, and said, I'm afraid this Tianqing is not a good place, maybe it's still a huge ghost cave. Ning Xiaochuan said, it's possible that the previous Supreme Soul Ghost wanted to escape into the Tianqing. Unfortunately, I first reached the top of the Tianqing and blocked its way, forcing it to flee elsewhere. Ghost cave? That's great. I just want to find some Supreme Ghosts, transcend them, and let them reincarnate earlier. Monk Tan Qian rolled up his 2 big sleeves, looking like he was going to have a big fight. Little Hongbai glanced at him and said, Master Monk, I think you want to seize the treasures of the Supreme Soul? Bah. I really just want to transcend them and give them a chance to reincarnate and become human beings. As for their treasures, in my opinion, all of them have been infected with evil qi. I should lead all of them back to Buddhism and let me use the Supreme Buddha Dharma to slowly purify the evil qi on those treasures. Monk Tan Qian stared at Ning Xiaochuan and said with a smile, Benefactor Ning, I just wanted to remind you that all the treasures you searched from the Supreme Soul Evil are tainted with evil spirits, which are ominous. You should give those treasures to the poor monk, and only the poor monk can suppress those evil spirits. Ning Xiaochuan didn't believe what Monk Tanqian said at all, and said, Master, if you don't do it again, I'll step into the Tianqing first. At that time all the treasures in the Tianqing will be mine. Hearing this, Monk Tanqian's face changed and said, Benefactor Ning, your cultivation is too low and too young. You'd better not break into such a dangerous place, or you will lose your life in vain. I'll go to explore the way first, and you wait for the good news of the poor monk. With this, Monk Tanqian jumped into the sinkhole excitedly, for fear that others would rob him. A moment later, Monk Tanqian disappeared into the darkness and was completely swallowed up by the sinkhole. Xiao Linger stared at the bottom of the Tianqing and said with some worry, Godfather, I feel that this Tianqing is really strange, and there seems to be a sinister voice below. Master Tanqian, is it too dangerous to rush in like this? Xiao Linger's psychic sense is so powerful that ordinary people can't compare with her at all. Since she said Tianqing was weird, it must be quite dangerous. Ning Xiaochuan thought a little for a moment and said, Don't worry. Now is the second level of God's sealing world. With Monk Tanqian's 9th level of cultivation in the eternal realm, even if he really broke into the soul evil cave, his life would not be in danger. The 9th cultivation of the eternal realm was definitely at the top level in the previous Tianshu continent. If there was a strong ranking of Tianshu mainland at that time, Monk Tanqian's cultivation would certainly be able to rank in the top 10. Besides, Buddhist monks could have restrained soul evil spirits. Therefore, even if there is a soul ghost cave below, Monk Tanqian is quite unlikely to encounter danger. As time went by, Monk Tanqian still didn't come out of the soul evil cave, and everyone couldn't help worrying. Just when Ning Xiaochuan hesitated to go down to investigate, a harsh howl sounded, and a golden light rushed out of the bottom of the Tianqing. It's Monk Tanqian. Monk Tanqian had a blood hole the size of a bowl in his chest. Drops of golden blood flowed out of his body. While running for his life, he shouted, Be careful, everyone. Those guys rushed out of the ground. With these words, Monk Tanqian disappeared into the sky and ran away without a shadow. Just when everyone was in doubt, 13 supreme ghosts led the dense real ghosts, which was like thousands of black spots rushing out of the ground and surrounded everyone. A human-shaped supreme soul demon, wearing a supreme king's armor and holding a 3-meter-long black sword, said coldly, Damn human beings, hand over the soul emperor bead immediately, or else I will kill you all. Ning Xiaochuan could clearly feel that the supreme soul demon with black armor was quite powerful, and the breath on his body was a little stronger than that of Monk Tanqian, the 9th most powerful monk in the eternal realm. In the second world of gods, there is such a powerful supreme soul evil, which can be called the king of supreme soul evil. It completely exceeded Ning Xiaochuan's expectations. The combat power of the Supreme Soul Demon previously refined by Ning Xiaochuan is equivalent to the second most important monk in the Eternal Realm, and can't be compared with the Supreme Soul Demon at all. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor and others put on the Oracle Supreme Armor at the first time. What happened? Xiaoling also put on the Oracle Supreme Armor. Xiaohong said, Don't ask? It must be the big monk who stole other people's treasures, otherwise, others will come out to chase him? Xiao Linger suddenly realized and nodded. She looked in the direction of Monk Tanqian's escape. Where could she see the shadow of Monk Tanqian? Prepare for battle. Ning Xiaochuan immediately put the second god's blood clothes on his body, holding the heart-nourishing tripod in one hand and the Tiandi blade in the other hand, and mobilized the real yuan of his whole body. The mark of the god in the center of his eyebrows emerged, releasing a large amount of white brilliance, enveloping everyone in the white brilliance, forming a light fog defense layer. The Emperor blade refined a large number of fragments of the Supreme King and the Supreme Emperor, and the blood light of the blade became more dazzling, releasing a powerful evil spirit. Hey, hey! Ning Xiaochuan, Zhen killed those supreme spirits, and all the fragments of the Supreme King's tools on them belong to me. The spirit path of Tiandi blade. No problem. But this time you have to cooperate with me. Ning Xiaochuan rode. That's natural. The spirit path of Tiandi blade. The spirit of a supreme imperial instrument is already comparable to the combat power of a man of eternal cultivation. If the spirit of Tiandi blade fully cooperates with Ning Xiaochuan, he can make Tiandi blade play a more powerful force. How can we fight with so many ghosts? Princess Dashi stared at Yu Mingsong and said, "Yu Chonglao, why don't you use the soul refining bottle and put all the souls into the bottle?" Yu Mingsong frowned and said, "Do you think the soul refining bottle is really invincible? It's 13 supreme spirits, and tens of thousands of real ghosts. Unless it's a secondary artifact, they can be refined all at once. Besides, there's a Supreme Soul King whose combat power is comparable to the 9th level monk in the ancient world. Even if it's a soul refining bottle, it's difficult to clean it up." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Let me, Yu Mingsong, 9-tailed demon queen and Shaolinger deal with the 13 supreme ghosts. You can only deal with the other real ghosts by yourself. Recently, you have swallowed a lot of soul pills, and your accomplishments have been greatly improved. Now is the time to test your actual combat ability." Ning Xiaochuan broke through to the 8th weight of the immortal realm. Wearing the last god's blood coat, his combat effectiveness is comparable to the 4th weight of the immortal realm. If you add the power of the Emperor's blade, even the 5th heaviest monk in the eternal realm can compete. Although the power of the supreme imperial weapon is very powerful, Ning Xiaochuan's real cultivation is only the 8th level in the human realm and the 5th level in the eternal realm. The power of monks is already the limit power he can reach now. If you don't wear the blood clothes of the second god, even if Ning Xiaochuan uses the blade of the Emperor of Heaven, he can only compete with the second-tier friars in the eternal realm. Ning Xiaochuan locked the 3 supreme soul demons whose cultivation was below the 5th level of the eternal realm, and at the same time beat out the Tiandi blade, the Zhou Tian grinding plate, and the dark seal, and rolled the 3 supreme soul demons into the battle circle. Mingxian seal is the only complete Supreme King artifact that Ning Xiaochuan found from the Supreme Soul Demon. The Queen of the 9-tailed demon also attacked the 4 supreme spirits at the same time. Under her deliberate guidance, she led all the 4 supreme spirits to the distance to form a second battle circle. After Shaolinger put on the Oracle Supreme Armor, the friar with the 9th heaviest combat power compared to the Eternal Realm fought with the 5 supreme spirits at the same time, and did not fall into the disadvantage at all. In the end, only Yu Mingsong and the most powerful Supreme Soul were left. The Supreme Soul was extremely angry, opened a huge mouth, and howled, "Human, do you want to fight with me?" Yu Mingsong was blown up by the airflow from the Supreme Soul Evil Spirit, and finally fell to the ground. Before he could speak, the Supreme Soul Evil Spirit attacked him and punched him on the top of his head. Before that huge fist hit Yu Mingsong flew out like a fallen leaf again. Then, he picked up his 2 shoes and ran to the horizon. "Damn, you are too cruel. Why do you leave the most powerful Supreme Soul King to me?" Yu Mingsong used the spirit refining bottle, took more than 3,000 real ghosts away from the bottle at one time, directly emptied a large area of ghosts, opened a gap, and then broke through. The Supreme Ghost King was shocked to see that Yu Mingsong actually used a treasure bottle and took away more than 3,000 real ghosts at one time. It felt that Yu Mingsong would be a great threat and had to get rid of him, so it caught up with Yu Mingsong. After the Supreme Ghost King chased Yu Mingsong and left, there were only tens of thousands of true ghosts left. Princess Dashi, Xiao Hong, Golden Horn Demon Emperor, Silver Horn Demon Emperor, and Qin Fizi in Oracle Supreme Armor, although they are all the most powerful fighters in the Eternal Realm, they dare not fight so many real ghosts. If they gather together and are besieged by tens of thousands of true ghosts, they will definitely die. Therefore, they also broke through the gap opened by Yu Mingsong, and then fled in 5 directions. Fight while escaping. Only by walking and fighting can we have a chance to live. Even if the Supreme Master meets a group of real people, he can only run for his life. Here's an explanation. Someone asks, what is the realm of everlasting? What is the realm of supreme? In fact, Lao Jiu wrote, Eternal Realm is a realm, Supreme is a title. Monks in the Eternal Realm are called the Supreme. For example, Shiman Chuishua's realm is No Sword in Hand, Sword in Heart, and his title is Divine Sword. In other words, swordsmen who achieve no sword in hand, sword in heart may actually be called sword gods, such as Seeking Defeat Alone, such as Fang, such as Nameless, they can all be called sword gods. Like the sword god, Supreme is a title to reach a certain realm. In addition, at the beginning of the month, Lao Jiu asked for a monthly ticket. The 3 supreme spirits opposite Ning Xiaochuan are respectively equivalent to the 1st, 2nd, and 4th combat power of the Eternal Realm. They are all strong, just like facing the 3 supreme masters. Each supreme soul demon has supreme king weapon level soldiers with extremely high wisdom, forming 3 directions to attack Ning Xiaochuan in turn. Ning Xiaochuan is only the 8th cultivation in the realm of human beings. After wearing the last god's blood clothes, he was able to fight 3 with 1 enemy at the same time. The number of true ghosts is too large. With the cultivation of Princess Xiaohong and Princess Dashi, it must not last long. I must try my best to solve the 3 supreme ghosts as soon as possible, and then help them. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes became very sharp, staring at the 3 supreme spirits, and locked on the one with the weakest strength. As long as you can get rid of the most important supreme soul demon in the Eternal Realm first, and then deal with the other 2 supreme soul demons, it will be much easier. Kill the world. Ning Xiaochuan held the blade of the Emperor of Heaven, injected all the real yuan in his body into the blade, and chopped down towards the supreme soul ghost that was the most important in the ancient world. The knife, Qi, became more than 100 feet long, which was like a huge red knife river. Pa. The Supreme Soul Ghost, the heaviest in the Eternal Realm, was split in 2 by the sword Qi, and the soul body was split in 2. Close. With the support of strong soul power, the Supreme Soul Demon, the most important in the Eternal Realm, reconnected the soul body, retreated quickly, and hid behind the other 2 Supreme Soul Demons. Condense the soul again, and the soul of the Supreme Soul, which is the most important in the Eternal Realm, becomes transparent, and its strength decreases significantly, and it dare not face Ning Xiaochuan. It hid behind the 2 supreme spirits, offered a sword-shaped Supreme King's weapon, and constantly attacked Ning Xiaochuan in the distance. Actually escaped. Ning Xiaochuan was once again besieged by the 3 supreme spirits. In this case, we can only use the power of white bone beads to solve the second most important supreme soul ghost in the Eternal Realm first. White bone beads can be said to be Ning Xiaochuan's strongest soldier now. This time it must not escape again. Wow! Under the mobilization of Ning Xiaochuan, the white bone bead flew out of the Daoyuan of heaven and earth, turned into a white column of light, and hit the second most important supreme soul in the Eternal Realm. The second heaviest supreme soul ghost in the Eternal Realm immediately beat out a tower-shaped Supreme King instrument and hit the white bone bead, trying to collide with the white bone bead. However, as soon as the tower-shaped Supreme King instrument collided with the white bone bead, it was hit by the white bone bead and flew out, which could not stop the power of the white bone bead at all. The second heaviest soul in the Eternal Realm screamed, and the soul was pierced by white bone beads. The white bone bead left a huge hole in its chest. Just as it was preparing to escape, Ning Xiaochuan beat out the heart-nourishing true tripod, suppressed it from top to bottom, collected the second heaviest soul in the eternal realm into the heart-nourishing true tripod, and refined it with the world-destroying magic fire. Damn human boy, die. The fourth heaviest supreme soul ghost in the eternal realm, holding a 30-million-pound knife, holding the handle in both hands, chopped into Ning Xiaochuan's back. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan had just subdued the second heaviest supreme soul in the eternal realm, and the big knife had already cleaved to his head. The powerful knife gas was pressed down like an avalanche, blowing the blood clothes on Ning Xiaochuan's body constantly. Groundbreaking knife. Ning Xiaochuan held the blade of the Emperor of Heaven and displayed the unique skill created by the Emperor of Heaven. Those divine powers left in the world by the Emperor of Heaven converged to Ning Xiaochuan, and a tall and majestic Emperor shadow condensed behind Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan's knife, carrying the divine power of the Emperor of Heaven, was so powerful that it directly split the fourth heaviest supreme soul ghost in the eternal realm back, and the soul body was almost shattered. What a powerful saber technique, comparable to divine skill. The fourth heaviest supreme soul in the eternal realm stared at Ning Xiaochuan with some surprise. At this time, the supreme soul Sha, which was collected into the second level of the eternal realm in the heart-nourishing true tripod, had been refined into a supreme soul pill and flew out of the tripod. Without any hesitation, Ning Xiaochuan immediately took the supreme soul pill. Crackle! The Supreme Soul Medicine pill exploded in Ning Xiaochuan's body, and countless Dan Qi gushed out and quickly integrated into the blood. With the blood pouring into the Wudoxin Palace, it rushed into the heaven and earth Daoyuan and the world-destroying Daoyuan from the Wudoxin Palace. The middle stage of the 8th level of reality, the later stage of the 8th level of reality. Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation has climbed to the 8th peak of the realm of real people, and finally refined the Dan Qi of the Supreme Soul Pill, consolidating the realm. Unexpectedly, I didn't break through the 9th level of the human realm. Sure enough, the higher the realm, the more resources I need. If my cultivation reaches the eternal realm, the consumption of resources is estimated to be a huge number for each realm I break through. Of course, reaching the 8th peak of the real world is already quite good, and its strength has been greatly improved. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation increased greatly, the fourth heaviest soul in the eternal realm immediately took action to prevent Ning Xiaochuan from continuing to improve his cultivation. It waved its sword again and chopped at Ning Xiaochuan. You have God-level saber technique, and I also have God-level saber technique. Ice Xian saber technique, frozen thousands of miles. Behind the fourth heaviest supreme soul in the eternal realm, an unreal divine shadow was also condensed, borrowing the power of a certain god. The whole space became extremely cold when the knife light was cut down. The sky was covered with snow, and a thick layer of ice was formed on the ground. Ning Xiaochuan didn't fight with the fourth heaviest supreme soul ghost in the ancient world, and showed his dragon speed to fly towards the first heaviest supreme soul ghost in the ancient world who was seriously injured. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's intention, the fourth heaviest soul in the eternal realm immediately shouted, "Run away, don't be caught by him." The supreme soul ghost, the heaviest in the eternal realm, stretched out two black wings on its back and immediately fled, trying to escape back to the soul ghost cave. Wow! Just when it escaped to the top of the soul evil cave, the heart-nourishing real tripod buckled down from the sky and put it into the tripod. Bang! The supreme soul ghost, the most important in the eternal realm, immediately hit a punch, trying to break through the tripod cover of the heart-nourishing real tripod and escape from it. Ning Xiaochuan was like a god of war, holding the blade of the Emperor of Heaven, and suddenly chopped down, breaking the supreme soul ghost that was the first in the eternal realm again. The supreme soul ghost, the heaviest in the eternal realm, immediately fell into the tripod with a scream, and then was wrapped by the world-destroying demon fire. Ice Xian knife technique, black Ice Xian dragon. The fourth heaviest supreme soul in the eternal realm chased up, with a ferocious face and a roar, and immediately cut out the second move of knife technique. The light of the knife turned into a black ice dragon, making a huge dragon howl, and a claw patted Ning Xiaochuan. If you observe carefully, you will find that there is a knife shadow hidden in the claw of the black ice dragon. Ning Xiaochuan stood on the heart-nourishing tripod, standing straight, with blood clothes floating on his body, holding the evil emperor blade in one hand, condensing the virtual shadow of the emperor behind, and cut down with a light knife. Boom! The black ice dragon was instantly crushed by the knife gas and turned into a black smoke. The fourth heaviest soul in the eternal realm also screamed. Its soul was injured by the knife light cut by Ning Xiaochuan, and a huge wound was cut at the waist, which was almost cut in two. Ning Xiaochuan's cheek was cut out by the knife gas of the other party, cutting out a small mouth of blood, dripping a drop of crimson blood. A supreme soul can also cultivate the divine level sword technique. It seems that you have a lot of treasures. The wound on Ning Xiaochuan's face healed instantly without leaving any scars. Bang! The heart-nourishing tripod was opened, and a pill flew out of the tripod and fell into Ning Xiaochuan's hands. The second supreme soul pill was successfully refined. Ning Xiaochuan took the supreme soul medicine pill, and his cultivation immediately rose again. I only heard a roar in my body, such as the roar of the dragon, the roar of the phoenix, and the roar of the tiger, and finally broke through a bottleneck. The spirit of the second god-sealing world immediately surged towards Ning Xiaochuan's body like a tide, converging to 2 Daoyuan. Among the 2 Daoyuan, the number of Jinyuan doubled in just 3 breaths, and the purity of Jinyuan also reached a new height. Reach the 9th level of reality. Realm breakthrough. Ning Xiaochuan only felt that every inch of muscles in his body were full of explosive power, becoming unprecedented powerful. War. Ning Xiaochuan held the blade of the Emperor of Heaven and showed the formula of the sword on the path of destroying the world. With only one knife, he lifted the fourth heaviest soul evil spirit in the eternal realm and cut off a soul evil arm. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan didn't give it time to breathe at all. He immediately took another shot, and cut off the legs of the fourth heaviest supreme soul, Sha, in the eternal realm. Ning Xiaochuan, after the breakthrough of the realm, is not a soul ghost with the fourth weight of the eternal realm at all. This human boy is too strong. The supreme soul ghost, the fourth heaviest in the eternal realm, immediately fled to the direction of the soul ghost cave. Ning Xiaochuan immediately caught up, but unfortunately it was still a step late. Ning Xiaochuan stood at the edge of the soul evil cave and stared down, but finally he didn't rush into it. After all, the following is the lair of soul evil. It must have arranged many means of defense and attack. If you enter the trap of the other party, you may capsize in the gutter and fall into the trap of the other party. Ning Xiaochuan left the Huncha cave, sensed Xiaohong's position, and immediately chased up to help Xiaohong. Ning Xiaochuan finally found Xiaohong on a vast plain 3,000 miles away from the ghost cave. At the moment, Xiaohong is surrounded and blocked by thousands of real ghosts, which seems to be in danger. If Ning Xiaochuan is a quarter of an hour late, the consequences may be unimaginable. Xiaohong, let me help you. Ning Xiaochuan sacrificed the white bone beads, suspended in the void, emitting a bright brilliance, which was like a white star. The white light stabbed people's eyes. Wow! The white bone beads flew out and turned into a white light path, knocking hundreds of real ghosts and ghosts away. Ning Xiaochuan immediately took 10 true ghost pills to recover the consumed true yuan, and immediately beat out the white bone beads again. Every time a white bone bead is played, the Jinyuan in Ning Xiaochuan's body will be consumed. You must swallow the Jinyuan pill to quickly recover Jinyuan. After all, soldiers at the level of white bone beads can't be controlled by Ning Xiaochuan's current realm. Ning Xiaochuan hit 10 times in a row, killing more than 800 real ghosts, turning them into soul qi, and it is difficult to condense soul bodies. All the real ghosts screamed angrily and killed Ning Xiaochuan, leaving only hundreds of real ghosts to continue to deal with Xiaohong. Wow! Xiaohong spits out a dragon fire in her mouth, which ignites more than 100 real ghosts. It's like more than 100 red lanterns, burning up and running away in all directions. Xiaohong immediately unfolded a pair of flaming dragon wings, rushed out of the siege of the real ghost, and joined Ning Xiaochuan. God extinguishes the dragon fire. Evil fire to destroy the world. One person and one dragon shot out two different flames at the same time, turned into two fire clouds, rushed towards those true ghosts, and immediately turned the whole earth into a sea of fire. For real ghosts without entities, flames can cause great damage to them. Ning Xiaochuan beat out the heart-nourishing real tripod again, and collected more than 100 real ghosts into the tripod. Then, he grabbed Xiaohong's hand and said, "Go." After refining the more than 100 true ghosts into true ghost medicine pills, Ning Xiaochuan gave them all to Xiaohong, who took them to recover. Just then, those real ghosts caught up again. All of a sudden, the wind was blowing, the ghosts were crying and howling, and it was like falling into a yellow hell, with ghosts everywhere. I can't escape at all. Ning Xiaochuan called out 50 medium-sized and supreme weapons and inserted them on the ground to form a huge circular sword array. Each sword is more than 10 meters long, and the door is so wide, just like a sword wall. At the same time, Ning Xiaochuan took out 100,000 pieces of ground-grade basalt, fought them out, and suspended them above the sword array. This is all the remaining ground product basalt on Ning Xiaochuan, which is used to decorate the array. Xiaohong, have you recovered? Ning Xiaochuan rode. After refining those true ghost pills, Xiaohong completely recovered, reached the peak, and became energetic again. She said, "Fight. I don't believe I can't kill a way to live today." She took out a fragment of the Supreme Emperor's wear, pinched it in her hand, injected Jinyuan into the fragment, and beat it out. This fragment of the Supreme Emperor's weapon is the size of a fist, showing an emerald green, which can play 1/10 of the power of the Supreme Emperor's weapon. The fragments of the Supreme Imperial weapon flew out, and immediately sent out a green flame, which was like a huge fireball, flying into the real ghosts, burning a large area of the real ghosts into fly ash. This blow killed dozens of true ghosts, and also consumed 3 yuan in Xiaohong's body. When Xiaohong offered the fragments of the Supreme Emperor's tools to attack the real ghosts outside the array, Ning Xiaochuan also beat out the heart-nourishing real tripod, which can collect more than 100 real ghosts each time. Then, he refined the real ghost pill in a very short time and gave it to Xiaohong to recover. This is Ning Xiaochuan's tactics. As long as the array is not broken, they can continue to consume the strength of those true ghosts, and slowly kill them all. With the cooperation of Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong, more than 4,000 real ghosts were killed in just 1 hour. The number of true ghosts is half less. The sword array can only last for half an hour at most. Xiaohong, speed up the attack. The number of true ghosts must be reduced by half before the array is broken. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Good. Xiaohong immediately took out another fragment of the Supreme Imperial weapon, and at the same time drove the fragments of the 2 Supreme Imperial weapons to attack the real ghosts outside the array. At the same time, Ning Xiaochuan also accelerated the speed of refining true ghosts. It would be great if the heart-nourishing tripod reached the level of the Supreme King's instrument. It can refine thousands of true ghosts at one time, so it wouldn't have to fight so hard as it is now. When we hit the Eternal Realm, we must use the power of thunder to harden the heart-nourishing tripod into a Supreme King's weapon. Half an hour passed quickly, and the ground shook violently, cracking cracks. Boom! A loud noise. The array was broken, and 50 medium-grade Supreme Weapon-level swords were knocked away by those real ghosts. All the real ghosts rushed towards Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong have done their best, sweat-soaked clothes, exhausted, and the real Yuan in their bodies is almost exhausted. However, the number of true ghosts is still more than 2,000, just like a 10,000 ghost pilgrimage, rushing towards Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong. It seems that it is still difficult to escape death. Xiaohong was very tired, her face was a little pale, and her eyes were full of despair. She stood beside Ning Xiaochuan, looking shaky. She has done her best. I can't blame her for not being strong enough. I can only blame too many true ghosts. Ning Xiaochuan had no fear in his eyes, calmly stared at the real ghosts who rushed, spit out 2 words in his mouth, and said, "Pick up God." Chi chi. Suddenly, a surge of divine power erupted from Ning Xiaochuan's body, and condensed into a virtual shadow of the heavenly demon emperor behind Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan's momentum changed, his eyes were sharp, and his whole body was soaking in divine light, as if he had become an omnipotent master. With a wave of his sleeve, Jinya Tower immediately flew out and collected the remaining more than 2,000 real ghosts into the tower. With just one hit, more than 2,000 true ghosts were suppressed. Xiaohong's eyes glazed over. She thought she would die today, but she didn't expect such a turnaround. Ning Xiaochuan, are you deliberately teasing me? You obviously have such a powerful power, why don't you take all the real ghosts into the demon tower at the beginning? Xiaohong put her hands in her waist and stared at her big round eyes, saying angrily. Ning Xiaochuan scattered his divine power, still holding the demon tower in his hand, and said faintly, "That's borrowed the divine power of Tianming Demon Emperor, not my own power. I will never use that power until the moment of life and death." Xiaohong was still very angry and said, "Since you can use her divine power, that's your power. Do you know that I was scared to death just now, and I thought I was dead?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "Take a break first. After you recover, we have to save others." As soon as Ning Xiaochuan finished saying this, Xiaohong directly fell to the ground and went to sleep sullenly. "Anyway, your strength is so strong, you protect me. I'm too tired to sleep first." With that, Xiaohong actually fell asleep. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the beautiful little dragon woman in red lying on the ground and said, "If you always rely on me, it will be quite detrimental to your cultivation. You should understand that in the future, you will fight and compete with other dragon cubs. If you don't practice hard now, you will be dead in the future." Xiaohong sat up from the ground and said, "Are you bothered or not?" Well, I practice now. I really convinced you." When Xiaohong recovered, Ning Xiaochuan also began to refine the more than 2,000 real ghosts in the Jinyao Tower, divided them into 20 batches, and refined them all into real ghost pills with a heart-nourishing real tripod. A total of 2,475 true ghost pills were refined. Ning Xiaochuan collected all these real ghost pills and planned to leave them to Ning Shiner. Previously, in the array, Xiaohong took at least 3,000 true ghost evil pills. Although the absolute majority of the true ghost Sha Dan were converted into true yuan, which was used to urge the fragments of the Supreme Emperor, and was consumed, there was still a large amount of Dan Qi left in her body, stored between blood and flesh. If Xiaohong really chose to sleep just now, these Dan Qi would be lost. At the urging of Ning Xiaochuan, Xiaohong had to concentrate on cultivation and refine all the Dan Qi in her body. Her accomplishments rose rapidly, reaching the 9th peak of the real world. If it weren't for the suppression of the bottleneck of the realm, she might be able to use the power of those Dan Qi to impact the eternal realm at one stroke. It's really strange that after reaching the 9th peak of the real world, I can't make further progress. I guess that even if I swallow a supreme soul pill, I can't break through to the eternal world. Xiaohong stopped practicing and said something melancholy. Ning Xiaochuan said, "This is the bottleneck of the realm. It's like a bottle full of water. No matter how much water you add to it, the water in the bottle will not increase anymore. Just taking hunch a pill, it's impossible to break through the eternal realm. If you want to break through the eternal realm, you must try to understand it yourself. Go to find Xiaolinger." With the time power of her purple stars, you should soon be able to understand the true meaning of the eternal realm. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong set out immediately and went to find Xiaolinger first. Although they all met the enemy separately, the distance between them was not far. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong soon found Xiaolinger's breath in an ancient forest full of mountains. Phew, phew, phew. Just entering this ancient forest, 3 real ghosts flew out of the trunk of an iron forest tree. They stretched out 2 sharp claws and grabbed Ning Xiaochuan's back with a tearing force. Ask for a monthly ticket. Only 3 true ghosts, how can Ning Xiaochuan be hurt? Wow. The heart-nourishing real tripod flew out of Ning Xiaochuan's body, hid out behind him, and instantly collected the 3 real ghosts into the tripod. A moment later, the 3 true ghosts were refined into 3 true ghost pills, which were collected into the Heaven and Earth bracelet by Ning Xiaochuan. Not far away, 7 real ghosts flew out of a black marsh pit and attacked Xiaohong. Every real ghost condensed into a ghost, stretched out its sharp claws, and emitted a bone-chilling breath. Ning Xiaochuan had been on guard for a long time, and the heart-nourishing true tripod flew out. He collected the 7 true ghosts into the tripod and refined them into 7 true ghost pills. The more you walk towards the depths of the mountain forest, the more true ghosts appear, and sometimes hundreds of true ghosts appear at the same time. All these true ghosts were refined into pills by Ning Xiaochuan and collected into Heaven and Earth bracelets. What's the matter? Xiaolinger is not fighting with 5 supreme ghosts. How can there be so many real ghosts here? Xiaohong said in a puzzled way. Ning Xiaochuan said, Xiaolinger should have suppressed the 5 supreme spirits. She came to this mountain forest to save King Fizi. I have felt the breath of her and King Fizi. Come with me. Ning Xiaochuan's legs radiated colorful light, and he stepped on a colorful rainbow under his feet, which turned into a streamer and flew towards the depths of the mountains and forests. A pair of flame dragon wings grew on Xiaohong's back, several minutes faster than Ning Xiaochuan, and immediately caught up. Soon Ning Xiaochuan found Xiaolinger and King Fizi, who were healing in a hidden cave dug on the cliff. Godfather. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan enter the cave, Xiaolinger immediately stood up, rushed towards Ning Xiaochuan, and hugged Ning Xiaochuan's tiger waist tightly. Ning Xiaochuan touched Xiaolinger's cheek and said with concern, How did you get hurt? No, nothing, just minor injuries. Little Linger shook her head and said. When King Fizi saw Ning Xiaochuan coming, his heart was also relieved, as if he had seen the backbone. He said gratefully, Xiaolinger was attacked by tens of thousands of real ghosts to save me. Fortunately, I can escape with her. Ning Xiaochuan said, Just escape. Xiaoling, the 5 supreme spirits have been killed by you? No. I suppressed them all in the Taishu stove, and planned to take them back and give them to Godfather to refine into the supreme soul pill to improve his cultivation. With that, Xiaoling took out a reddish-gold copper stove, held it in the snow-white palm of his hand, and handed it to Ning Xiaochuan. Taishu stove, a supreme imperial weapon, is a war soldier forged by a sub-god named Donglin Taishu during the last Fengshan War. However, Taishu in the east had fallen in the last War of Gods, and even the Taishu stove was damaged and left in the burial ground of the first god world. Ning Xiaochuan dug out the Taishu stove from the bottom of the burial ground, and then gave it to Xiaolinger. This is the origin of the red gold copper stove in Xiaolinger's hand. You heal first, and I'll refine the 5 supreme ghosts. Xiaohong, you go to guard the cave. Once a real ghost finds here, kill it immediately. Ning Xiaochuan said this, stared at King Fizi again, thought slightly, and took out 1,000 supreme soul pills from the Heaven and Earth bracelet and gave them to her. Ning Xiaochuan gave an order to King Fizi, raise cultivation to the 9th level of the human realm as soon as possible. Ning Xiaochuan had more than 2,000 true ghost pills on his body. After entering this mountain forest, he encountered many true ghosts, and refined more than 800 true ghost pills. Now I have given Qian Fizi 1,000 pills, and he still has more than 2,000 real ghost pills on his body. Thank you. Qian Fizi took the 1,000 true ghost pills, and Mei Mao stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply, looking inexplicably shy and beautiful. Next, Ning Xiaochuan opened the Taishu stove, released a supreme soul evil spirit, collected it into the heart-nourishing tripod, and refined it with the world-destroying magic fire. With the current grade of nourishing the heart, you can only refine one supreme soul at a time. The cultivation of the 5 supreme spirits suppressed by Xiaolinger are one of the first-level spirits in the eternal realm, 2 of the third-level spirits in the eternal realm, and 2 of the fourth-level spirits in the eternal realm. It is precisely because the cultivation of these 4 supreme spirits is not high, so Xiaolinger can quickly suppress them, and then come to save King Fizi. In fact, it is difficult to meet the Supreme Soul Ghost above the 4th level of the Eternal Realm in the 2nd level of God's sealing world. Most of the cultivation of the Supreme Soul Evil Spirit is below the 4th level of the Eternal Realm. The Supreme Soul King, whose cultivation has reached the 9th level of the Eternal Realm, is completely a special situation. It should not have appeared in the 2nd level of God's sealing world, which is the strong one that should appear in the 3rd level of God's sealing world. Because the cultivation of the Supreme Soul is different, Ning Xiaochuan also divides the refined Supreme Soul Medicine Pill into 9 grades. The Supreme Soul Sha, the first rebuilt in the Eternal Realm, is refined into a product of the Supreme Soul Pill. The 9th level cultivation of the Supreme Soul Sha in the Eternal Realm, and the refined pill is 9-grade Supreme Soul Pill. When Ning Xiaochuan refined all the 5 supreme spirits into pills, Xiaolinger's injury had also healed. Ning Xiaochuan handed the 5 supreme soul medicine pills to Xiaolinger and said, "If you take these 5 supreme soul medicine pills, you should be able to break through the 4th weight of the Eternal Realm. Godfather, your cultivation is the 9th highest in the human realm. You need these 5 supreme soul pills more." Xiaoling said. Ning Xiaochuan said, "My cultivation has become a bottleneck. Relying on the soul evil pill alone, I can't break through the Eternal Realm at all. Even if I swallow 5 supreme soul medicine pills, it won't be of much use." After hearing Ning Xiaochuan's explanation, Xiaolinger took 5 supreme soul pills. When Ning Xiaochuan refined 5 supreme soul medicine pills, Qian Fizi's cultivation has also reached the 8th level of the human realm. It's only a matter of time before she reaches the 9th level of reality. Let's go. Let's go back to the ghost cave first to see if other people have gone back safely. Ning Xiaochuan stood up and walked towards the cave. Qian Fizi asked, "What about those real ghosts in the forest?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "Don't worry about them. Without the leadership of the Supreme Ghost, these real ghosts are like a plate of scattered sand and can't become the climate." Half a time later, Ning Xiaochuan, Xiaohong, Xiaolinger and King Fizi returned to the Soul Evil Cave again. At this time, Princess Dashi, the Queen of the Nine-Tailed Demon, and the servant of the Queen of the Nine-Tailed Demon, the War General Adaxilo, had already waited beside the ghost cave. Seeing that they were safe, Ning Xiaochuan didn't feel surprised at all. It was easy to deal with the 4 supreme spirits with the cultivation of the Queen of the Nine-Tailed Demon. As for Princess Dashi, she is surrounded by Adaxilo, the 9th heaviest general in the Eternal Realm, who is protecting her, and the rescue of the Queen of the Nine-Tailed Demon. Naturally, she will not encounter danger. Kill the king, help me refine 4 supreme soul pills, and I can pay you. After the Nine-Tailed Demon. After saying the Nine-Tailed Demon, he took out a cloth bag of the Supreme King level, and the 4 supreme souls were put in the cloth bag. For the Queen of Nine-Tailed Demon, the Supreme Soul Medicine Pill is also a rare treasure, which can quickly improve her cultivation. Her cultivation has stayed at the 8th level of the Eternal Realm for hundreds of years. This is an opportunity to break through the 9th level of the Eternal Realm at one stroke. Only Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Mingsong can refine the Supreme Soul, Sha Dan. The Queen of the Nine-Tailed Demon naturally asked Ning Xiaochuan, For Ning Xiaochuan, it doesn't matter whether the queen of the nine-tailed demon pays him or not. After all, he has regarded the queen of the nine-tailed demon and Princess Dashi as friends. It's not a big deal to help them refine the Supreme Soul Pill for free. Ning Xiaochuan was about to take over the bag containing 4 supreme spirits. Suddenly, a figure flashed in front of him and stood in front of Ning Xiaochuan, blocking Ning Xiaochuan's line of sight. With a close look, this sudden figure is Yu Mingsong. Yu Mingsong touched the 2 curls of beard on the top of his lips and said with a smile, "Brother Ning, you are a respected spiritual trainer. How can you make pills for others? Besides, the voice of the Queen Demon just now is not like begging, but like ordering you. If I were you, I would definitely not make pills for her. The Queen of the Nine-Tailed Demon has always been the Queen of the Demon Clan. She is in a high position and respected by countless creatures in northern/Xinjiang. If it weren't for avoiding the chase of the 9-headed purple Jiao, how could she be so embarrassed? It is absolutely impossible for her to condescend and humbly beg." Nine-tailed demon Queen's eyes were a little cold, staring at Yu Mingsong, who suddenly appeared, and said, "I'm just a fair deal with the King of Extermination. He helped me refine the Supreme Soul Shadan, and I gave him the corresponding reward. Since it was a fair deal, why must I ask him?" Hey! Brother Ning, you heard that others are High Demon Queen, and they won't ask us at all. In that case, we won't refine this pill." Yu Mingsong laughed. Princess Dashi was afraid of the stalemate between her mother and the King of Destruction, so she hurriedly said, "The King of Destruction, my mother didn't mean that. Aren't we allies?" "Since we are allies." Yu Mingsong hurriedly interrupted Princess Dashi's words and said, "Your Highness, Royal Highness Princess, you need to understand one thing. Now at your mother's request, for Ning Xiaochuan. When she asks for someone, she always looks like asking for someone. She just threw down a word, kill the king, help me refine 4 supreme soul pills, and I can pay you. This is really overbearing. Brother Ning, considering the face of the Queen Demon, is sorry to refuse, but I Yu Mingsong can't stand it. I have to stand up and say a fair word. Lord Demon, it's really inappropriate for you to do this, and you can say you want to pay. If you are willing to sleep with Ning Ogawa, or accompany me Yu Mingsong to sleep, we will never frown, and we will refine the Supreme Soul Pill for you immediately." Hearing Yu Mingsong's last words, the eyes of the Queen of the Nine-Tailed Demon were cold, and a strong chill emanated from her body, freezing a layer of white frost on Yu Mingsong's clothes. She sneered, "Yu Cheng Lao, after talking so much, is thinking about Ben Ho. Do you really think that our fox women only sleep with men?" A powerful wave of power broke out from the Queen of the Nine-Tailed Demon. 2 murderous spirits flashed in her eyes, and 9 fluffy fox tails flew up completely. "Ben thought your identity was suspicious for a long time. I'll try it today. How far has your cultivation reached?" The 5 fingers of the 9-tailed demon were pinched into a claw shape and became extremely sharp. Every nail is like a sword, flashing cold light. Ning Xiaochuan immediately walked over, stood between the Queen of the Nine-Tailed Demon and Yu Mingsong, and said in a deep voice, "Stop." Ning Xiaochuan stared at Yu Mingsong and said unhappily, "Yu Cheng Lao, you'd better be calm in the future, don't always make some crooked ideas, otherwise, don't walk with us." Then, Ning Xiaochuan stared at the back of the 9-tailed demon and said, "After the 9-tailed demon, you helped me once, and I also came to save you and Princess Dashi once. We are not in debt. Now entering the land of the gods, I hope we have an equal relationship, and I hope we can be friends." Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were very serious, with an irresistible momentum, staring at the 9-tailed demon, also slightly palpitating. The Queen of the Nine-Tailed Demon couldn't help thinking of the powerful force that broke out when Ning Xiaochuan and 9-headed purple Jiao confronted each other. Although Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation is still in the realm of real people, his combat power is definitely not as simple as the realm of real people. Never underestimate him. The queen of the nine-tailed demon collected her strength, and the cold light in her eyes gradually dispersed, revealing a charming smile. The queen of nine-tailed demon is called the first beauty of North/Xinjiang. Naturally, she is incomparably gorgeous. Once she smiles, she immediately gives people a feeling of being incomparably enchanting. Her voice is soft and beautiful. The king of extermination, I am very willing to make friends with you, and even it can make the relationship further. Ha ha. It has to be said that the nine-tailed fox clan are all masters of seducing men. A moment ago, the queen of the nine-tailed demon was also like a queen who reigned in the world, looking very cold and gorgeous. Ordinary creatures had already been scared to kneel. In an instant, she was like a charming witch, with a flower-like smile and a jade-like beauty. Every look in her eyes seemed to tease Ning Xiaochuan, just like a gentle and charming little woman. At first glance, it looks like a beautiful woman in her 30s, at the second glance, it looked like a stunning beauty in her early 20s, at the third glance, it looks like a beautiful girl of 14 or 5 years old. A variety of temperament unexpectedly gathered on the same woman at the same time, makes people feel like living in a spring. In a dream. After hearing the nine-tailed demon, Princess Dashi said such provocative words to Ning Xiaochuan, and she couldn't help but gently bit her lips, showing a struggling look in her eyes. Finally, she didn't say anything, just stood by and quietly watched Ning Xiaochuan and the nine-tailed demon negotiate the transaction of refining the Supreme Soul Pill. After negotiation between Ning Xiaochuan and the queen of the nine-tailed demon, it was agreed that Ning Xiaochuan could help them refine pills, but for each refining of a Supreme Soul Pill, they had to pay Ning Xiaochuan a fragment of the Supreme King's instrument. A fragment of the Supreme King's instrument is not very valuable to the queen of the nine-tailed demon. As long as the cultivation is strong enough, you can get a large number of fragments of the Supreme King's utensils in the land left by the gods. Refining the Supreme Soul Pill is also an easy task for Ning Xiaochuan. It didn't take long for Ning Xiaochuan to refine the 4 Supreme Soul Ghosts into 4 Supreme Soul Medicine Pills and give them to the queen of the nine-tailed demon. Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan seemed to think of something. He stared at Yu Mingsong and said, "Yu Mingsong, I remember, you were not chased by the 9th most important king of the ancient world? What about the king of the Supreme Soul?" Yu Mingsong took out the soul refining bottle and held it in the palm of his hand. He smiled and said, "It has been collected into the soul refining bottle by the elder. I believe it will not take long to refine into a king's supreme soul, Sha Dan." Boast. Can you take away the supreme soul evil king? Xiao Hong rolled her eyes and didn't believe Yu Mingsong's words. Yu Mingsong straightened his chest, put away the soul refining bottle, and said with a smile, "I knew you wouldn't believe it. Can you ordinary people guess the strength of this elder?" Haha. Dada. A hurried footstep sounded. Ba. Seeing that your benefactors are safe, I am relieved. Monk Tan Qian came from a distance with big sleeves floating, his face full of red light, and he smiled like a Buddha. Seeing Monk Tan Qian coming back, everyone's face was black. "Monk, what treasure did you steal? How could you lead all those ghosts out and almost kill us?" Princess Dashi said. Monk Tan Qian's face was solemn, and he was stunned for a moment. He said straightforwardly, "Stealing? How can we say it's stealing about monks?" The poor monk just thought that the treasure was an ominous thing, which would harm the world, so he took it away. He planned to use the Supreme Buddha Dharma to purify its evil spirit. Only Monk Tan Qian can say such cheeky words. Ning Xiaochuan said, "What's your point? After you provoked those ghosts out, you ran away first and threw a lot of ghosts to us. Monk, you're really calculating." Wronged. Wronged. Monk Tan Qian looked very bitter and sighed. At that time, the poor monk was seriously injured and had to find a place to heal, so he took a step first. After healing the wound, he rushed back immediately. You see, The Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor were the poor monks who risked their lives to save them. How can you think that the poor monk is a person who forgets righteousness? Ba. Ba. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor followed Monk Tanqian and gnashed their teeth. Seeing Monk Tanqian's merciful face, they wanted to rush up and beat him. Monk Tanqian didn't get up early for nothing. If it weren't for the Golden Horn Demon Emperor and Silver Horn Demon Emperor who promised to give him all the pieces of the Supreme King's tools, he wouldn't have saved the Golden Horn Demon Emperor and Silver Horn Demon Emperor so easily. Ning Xiaochuan asked again, "Monk, what treasure did you steal?" Under the coercion of everyone, Monk Tanqian had to take out the treasure stolen from the Soul Evil Cave. It was a purple-black bead the size of a longan, emitting a faint luster. The surface of the bead was full of dense lines, which was like blood vessels wrapped around the column. Standing several feet away, Ning Xiaochuan could clearly feel the powerful energy contained in the beads, which was like a blazing sun wrapped in the beads. What is this? I feel that once the energy in the bead is detonated, it is enough to destroy a world. Xiao Linger stared at the beads in Monk Tanqian's hands, and she felt suffocating. Others have the same feeling. That bead is absolutely extraordinary. No wonder it will irritate the Supreme Soul King. Monk Tanqian must have stolen a wonderful treasure. Soul Emperor bead. Yu Mingsong Road. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Yu Mingsong and said, "Do you know that bead?" Yu Mingsong nodded and said, "In the world of the Soul Ghost, if you reach the level of the Supreme Soul Ghost, you can be called the Soul King. Only the Soul Ghost Master, who reaches the realm of creation, can be called the Soul Emperor. And the Soul Emperor bead is the Yuan bead condensed by the Soul Ghost Master with his whole body's soul force, just like the Dao Yuan of the warrior and the Demon Yuan of the demon family. Only by killing the master of the soul demon can we get the Soul Emperor bead in its body. If the Soul Emperor bead is obtained by other Supreme Soul Demons, then as long as the Supreme Soul Demon refines the Soul Emperor bead, it can directly reach the realm of creation and become the new generation of Soul Emperor in the Soul family." Everyone was shocked and stared at the Soul Emperor bead in Monk Tanqian's hand. You know, in Tianqiu continent, there are many earth-shattering figures who are trapped and die in the 9th tier of the Eternal Realm, such as the Taiqing Dragon Emperor of the Demon Clan and the First World Lord of the human race. They are all extremely talented people. They practiced in the Eternal Realm in their youth, but are still blocked under the Creation Realm. Therefore, it can be seen that it is difficult to reach the Creation Realm. Only by seizing and giving up nature, can we cultivate to the realm of nature. At this moment, Monk Tanqian actually got a Soul Emperor bead. As long as the Soul Emperor bead is refined, there is a chance to reach the realm of creation. Not to mention Ning Xiaochuan and others, even Monk Tanqian himself was excited, and his hands were shaking. He did not expect that this bead should be so precious, and his luck was simply too good. He immediately stuffed the Soul Emperor bead into his pants for fear of being snatched away by Ning Xiaochuan and others. Ning Xiaochuan said, "I see. This Soul Emperor bead must be the treasure that the Supreme Soul Ghost King used to break through the realm." After the Soul Emperor bead was stolen by Monk Tanqian, it naturally angered and desperately wanted to kill us all. However, how did the Supreme Soul King appear in the second world of gods? How could he get such a treasure as the Soul Emperor bead? After the Nine-Tailed Demon. The Queen of the Nine-Tailed Demon is the 8th cultivation of the Eternal Realm. Naturally, she also wants to reach the legendary realm of creation, and naturally wants to get a Soul Emperor bead. Ning Xiaochuan said, "If you want to know the answer, let's go into the Soul Ghost Cave and explore it." Monk Tanqian got the Soul Emperor bead in the Soul Evil Cave. Naturally, everyone also wanted to enter the Soul Evil Cave to find the treasure, so they all couldn't wait to fly to the bottom of the Tianqing. This time, Monk Tanqian was still at the front, led by him. After all, he had entered the Soul Ghost Cave once, and he seemed to be very familiar with the road. In the Soul Ghost Cave, there are many arrays, some of which can even kill monks in the Eternal Realm. Since Monk Tan Qian was leading the way, he naturally cleared all these arrays and took everyone step by step into the depths of the Soul Evil Cave. It's really strange that these ghosts can even arrange such a delicate array. Qingfei Sub-Path. Ning Xiaochuan said, "It's normal that this is the land left by the gods. I don't know how many strong men died here in the war. The martial scriptures and secret scriptures of those strong men naturally fell in the land left by the gods. It is not difficult to understand those martial classics and secret codes with the wisdom of the Supreme Soul. It is even easier for them to arrange arrays." They walked towards the depths of the ghost cave, and encountered many residual true ghosts, all of which were cleared by Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Mingsong and refined into a ghost pill. The fourth heaviest soul ghost in the Eternal Realm that escaped into the Soul Ghost Cave was also suppressed by Monk Tanqian. Seeing that the general situation was gone, the Supreme Soul immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. "Our spiritual cultivation is also very difficult, Buddha, you have spared a small life. Amitabha. I will transcend your soul and send you to reincarnation." Tanqian and Shangdao. Wait a minute. Ning Xiaochuan stopped Monk Tanqian, stared at the Supreme Soul, and said, "I have a few questions to ask you. If you answer me honestly, maybe I can spare your life and let you go." "Your Excellency, please say." The Supreme Soul said. Ning Xiaochuan said, "How can a Supreme Soul Evil King be born in this Soul Evil Cave? As far as I know, the existence of the Supreme Soul Evil King level generally does not appear in the world of the second gods." The Supreme Soul Sha hurriedly said, "In fact, that Supreme Soul Sha King originally lived in the third tier of God world, but happened to come to the second tier of God world and give us the Supreme Blood Stone, so you will meet it." People suddenly realized that no wonder they would meet a Supreme Soul Evil King. It turned out to be this reason. Ning Xiaochuan continued to ask, "What does it mean to distribute the Supreme Blood Stone?" The Supreme Soul Evil Spirit hesitated slightly, and finally said, "It is said that the Supreme Blood Stone is the heart of those ancient creatures who fell into the land of the gods. Those hearts are buried in the soil, absorb a lot of spiritual qi, and change into a blood-red gem. This gem is called the Supreme Blood Stone. As long as you refine a Supreme Blood Stone, a real ghost can condense the Supreme Soul body and become the Supreme Soul Ghost. Those real ghosts, as long as they make enough contributions, can be rewarded with a Supreme Blood Stone. Those Supreme Ghost Kings in the third level of God world naturally want to get the treasures of the first level of God world and the second level of God world. Therefore, those Supreme Soul Evil Kings will establish such a reward system, so that the soul evil spirits of the second God sealing world can help them find treasures and then give them. Supreme Bloodstone? Is there such a treasure in the world? Xiao Hong's eyes lit up and said to herself, "If I can also get a Supreme Blood Stone, won't I be able to directly reach the Eternal Realm?" The Golden Horn Demon Emperor kicked the ass of the Supreme Soul Evil, and said in a cold voice, "Don't tell me honestly, where is the Supreme Blood Stone rewarded by the Supreme Soul Evil King?" The Supreme Ghost kept crying and said, "The Supreme Blood Stone is a treasure that only exists in the third-tier God sealing world." The Supreme Ghost King only brought 2 Supreme Blood Stones, and they were refined by 2 real ghosts. Now there is no Supreme Blood Stone. If you want to get the Supreme Blood Stone, go to the third-tier God sealing world. Now, Ning Xiaochuan, Xiaohong, Golden Horn Demon Emperor, Silver Horn Demon Emperor, King Fizi, Princess Dashi, almost all of them have reached the 9th weight of the human realm, or are about to reach the 9th weight of the human realm. Just taking the soul evil pill, you can't break through to the eternal realm at all, and you can only spend a lot of time to understand the true meaning of the eternal realm. However, since there are treasures such as the Supreme Blood Stone in the land left by the gods, that is another matter. The Supreme Ghost glanced at the crowd and said pitifully, "Gentlemen, can you let me go now?" Hey! Ning Xiaochuan promised to let you leave, but your uncle-in-law didn't promise. Yu Mingsong laughed. Yu Mingsong directly beat out the soul refining bottle. In the scream, he took the supreme soul into the bottle and began to refine. I'm kidding. If you let a supreme soul evil spirit leave, it's simply releasing the tiger back to the mountain. It may lead a large group of soul evil spirits back at any time, to Fu Ning Xiaochuan and others. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible to let it go. Not long after, Yu Mingsong poured out 2 supreme soul pills from the soul refining bottle at the same time. The light of the 2 supreme soul elixirs is very bright, containing strong elixir gas. The light is flashing, and the divine light is shining, which is like 2 king-level human elixirs. The light of one of the supreme soul elixirs was the brightest. The virtual shadow of divine cattle flew on the surface of the elixir, sending out a howl like wind and thunder. Is that the soul elixir refined by the Supreme Soul King? Monk Tanqian was shocked. Only the breath of the Supreme Soul King can be so powerful. Yu Mingsong smiled. Seeing the shocked eyes of the people, his bones lightened by Tu Liang, and he enjoyed the feeling of attention. He laughed and said, I told you earlier that the elder's means are all-powerful and his cultivation is extraordinary. How can a Supreme Soul King escape the palm of the elder? The eyes of the 9-tailed demon queen showed a dignified look. Although Yu Mingsong was very out of tune, his cultivation was indeed unfathomable. Since he can suppress the 9th heaviest soul evil king in the eternal realm, he will certainly be able to suppress her. In the future, it's better not to offend him. But what puzzled the Queen of 9-tailed demon was that since Yu Mingsong's cultivation was so powerful, why had he never heard of his name before? Moreover, why does he always follow Ning Xiaochuan? What on earth is he plotting? After all, the Queen of the 9-tailed demon is a fox spirit who has been practicing for thousands of years. She knows more about words and expressions than Princess Dashi and others. She has long seen that the reason why Yu Mingsong followed the people to enter the relic of the gods was entirely because of Ning Xiaochuan. What's the origin of Ning Xiaochuan? Yu Mingsong stared at the 9-tailed demon and said with a smile, after the 9-tailed demon, do you want this king's soul elixir refined by the supreme soul elixir? If you take this elixir, you will definitely be able to break through to the 9th level of the eternal realm. The Queen of the 9-tailed demon smiled coldly and said, are you so kind? Naturally, I can't give you this king's soul pill, casually. You must promise me a condition. Yu Mingsong rubbed his hands, looked at the full chest and upturned buttocks behind the 9-tailed demon, and his face was wearing an obscene smile. Shameless. Ben won't promise your terms. 9-tailed demon raised his proud chin and turned his head directly. Yu Mingsong sighed, the Queen of Demons didn't listen to me and refused. The elder was so pure that he just wanted to see the Queen of Demons with a beautiful smile, and he didn't want anything else. Well, since the Queen of Demons refused, I'll give these 2 supreme soul pills to Shaoling. 9-tailed demon queen naturally can see that Yu Mingsong is deliberately flirting with her, and her heart is very angry. If in the past, who dares to be so rude to her? Yu Mingsong actually gave 2 supreme soul elixirs to Shaolinger. Shaolinger held 2 supreme soul elixirs, also slightly stunned, and glanced at Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan said, since it's a gift from Elder Yu, you can take it. Thank you, Elder Yu. Shaolinger clasped her fists and thanked Yu Mingsong. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Elder Ben and your godfather are good friends who live and die together. I still want to give this gift. Yu Mingsong said very generously. Later, people searched for a large number of treasures in the Soul Ghost Cave. Xiaohong found a cave where fragments of the Supreme King's wares were stacked. There were more than 800 fragments of the Supreme King's wares. It was like a treasure pool, emitting colorful light. Although there are many fragments of the Supreme King's ware, there is no fragment of the Supreme King's ware at all. Xiaohong is naturally quite disappointed. For her, the fragments of the Supreme King's instrument have little attraction. Ning Xiaochuan said, the fragments of those supreme imperial instruments should be offered to the Supreme Soul King of the third God-sealing world. The fragments of these Supreme King tools were all taken away by Ning Xiaochuan, and he planned to give them all to Tiandaran, to help Tiandaran reach the level of secondary artifact as soon as possible. Qin Fizi found another hidden cave, where tens of thousands of martial arts scriptures, such as the Great Zen Sutra, the Taishan Sutra, the Lingshu Sutra, the Shaoyao Sutra, and even 2 volumes of the divine martial arts scriptures created by the secondary god, Shenhua Sutra and Burning Heaven Sutra. In addition to the martial classics, there are also treasure books that record all kinds of magical powers and techniques, such as Broken Cloud Sword Formula, Wind and Thunder Bakuan, Jialong Change. These ghosts have collected so many files, including martial classics, magical powers, arrays, heart-nourishing secret codes, all kinds of classics. This is simply a huge treasure, which is more precious than a scripture pavilion of saints. Qin Fizi was stunned, and secretly said that the Sutra Pavilion of Lingxiao Holy Earth could not be compared with here at all. If you move out all the books here, you can create a great church in a short time. Qin Fizi immediately collected all these books into the Heaven and Earth Ring, and immediately went to find other treasures in the Soul Evil Cave. This Soul Ghost Cave was passed down many years ago, and has a large collection of treasures, including not only fragments of martial scriptures and Supreme King's utensils, but also some high-grade psychic miracles and many fragments of Oracle Supreme armor. Ning Xiaochuan found more than 100 fragments of Oracle Supreme armor in a narrow cave with arrays, which can be repaired into 2 complete Oracle Supreme armor. It took 3 days for everyone to search almost all the treasures in the Soul Evil Cave. Except for some secret caves that have not been found, other treasures are basically packed into everyone's pockets. Once again, everyone's faces were filled with smiles, and obviously there was a lot of gain. What should we do next? Should we continue to practice in the second world of apotheosis, or should we immediately move towards the third world of apotheosis? The Golden Horn Demon Emperor was as excited as beating chicken blood. In his view, there were treasures everywhere in the land left by Fengshen. If he started late, he would be picked up by others. Tan Qian and Shang said, the third world of deity is definitely much more dangerous than the second world of deity, and it is even likely to encounter creatures in the divine world. I think it is best not to rush into the third world of deity before everyone's cultivation has entered the eternal realm. The Queen of the Nine-Tailed Demon sneered, Monk, you got the Soul Emperor bead. Of course, you want to refine the Soul Emperor bead in the second level of God world and impact the realm of creation. However, it is impossible for the second level of God world to find the second level of Soul Emperor bead. If we want to improve our cultivation, we must go to the third level of God world. Tan Qian and Shang said, I really want to attack the realm of creation first, and then enter the third world of apotheosis. Is this wrong? If there is no monk in the realm of creation, how can we resist the danger of the third world of apotheosis? Seeing that monk Tan Qian and the nine-tailed demon were about to quarrel, Ning Xiaochuan immediately said, I have a suggestion. I don't know if you can listen to it? Monk Tan Qian and the nine-tailed demon immediately stopped and stared at Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan said, now, most of us have reached the 9th level of cultivation in the human realm. If we don't go to the third level of God world to find the supreme bloodstone, we can't cultivate to the eternal realm in a short time. However, if we go to the third level of God world without reaching the eternal realm, we may encounter life danger at any time. So, I think we can first send 2 strong men to explore the way to the third God world and look for the supreme bloodstone by the way. The rest of us, continue to practice here. What do you think? The Queen of the Nine-Tailed Demon's eyes lit up and said, if you want to send a strong man to the third God world, Ben Ho must be one of them. Monk Tanqian immediately shook his head and twirled the Buddha beads while saying, I choose to stay and practice, and strive to break through the realm of creation as soon as possible. Our team needs a supreme master of the realm of creation too much. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Yu Mingsong. Yu Mingsong narrowed his eyes and smiled, saying, naturally, the elder is quite willing to have a chance to get along with the queen of the nine-tailed demon alone. Haha. The eyes of the queen of the nine-tailed demon immediately became cold and heavy. If she went to the third god world with Yu Mingsong to explore the way, she would rather choose to act alone. Ning Xiaochuan thought for a moment and said, in that case, I and the nine-tailed demon will explore the way to the third god world, and everyone else will stay in the second god world. Ning Xiaochuan made such a decision, naturally with his intention. First of all, the strongest ones in the whole team are Ning Xiaochuan, Yu Mingsong, Xiao Linger, the queen of nine-tailed demon, and Monk Tanqian. If you want to choose 2 people to go to the third god world, you can only choose from 5 of them. Xiao Linger has 5 supreme soul pills and 2 high-grade supreme soul pills from Yu Mingsong. She must stay to cultivate and break through. The same is true of Monk Tanqian. If he can refine the Soul Emperor beads and practice to the realm of creation, he can indeed improve the overall strength of the team. At the same time, Ning Xiaochuan was quite worried about Monk Tanqian. If he was allowed to break through the realm of creation, no one expected that he would rob everyone's treasure and then run away. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan let Yu Mingsong stay in order to contain Monk Tanqian. Moreover, if the gods come here, with Yu Mingsong's unfathomable cultivation, they can completely resist the attacks of the gods. After the nine-tailed demon, let's start now. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Yu Mingsong smiled, compared Ning Xiaochuan with a thumb, and said, Brother Ning, the elder didn't read you wrong, and you finally began to act. The queen of the nine-tailed demon naturally knew what he was talking about, but miraculously he was not angry. Instead, he showed a charming smile and said, Kill the king of man, why do you go to the third god world alone this time, but you must have a good exchange of feelings. Ha ha. Seeing the gorgeous smile of the queen of nine-tailed demon, even Ning Xiaochuan's heart swayed slightly. The flattery of the nine-tailed fox clan is really powerful. If the queen of the nine-tailed demon intends to seduce Ning Xiaochuan may not be able to resist with her seduction means. Ning Xiaochuan and the nine-tailed demon flew out from the bottom of the ghost cave and returned to the ground again. The battle general Adicillo did not go to the third world of gods with them. The queen of the nine-tailed demon ordered him to stay and protect Princess Desai. Wait a minute. Ning Xiaochuan turned around and looked at the huge sinkhole in front of him. His fingers scattered true elements, and he carved array lines in the void. Soon, he painted an array at the entrance of the Tianqing. When the array fell, the entrance of the sinkhole immediately disappeared and became like the surrounding ground, as if it had disappeared. The queen of the nine-tailed demon nodded, her beautiful eyes rippling, showing appreciative eyes, and said, I didn't expect that your attainments in the array are so high. With the protection of this hidden array, those creatures in the divine world can't find the entrance of the Soul Evil Cave unless they go near the Soul Evil Cave. Let's go. Ning Xiaochuan first spread out a pair of illusory dragon wings and flew towards the entrance of the third god world. Nine-tailed demon queen stood tall crisp peak, looked in the direction of Ning Xiaochuan's flying away, and showed a charming smile on her flawless white face. What a king of annihilation, unexpectedly able to resist this queen's charm, it's a little interesting. Just now when she was talking, she slightly integrated Mei Shu into her eyes and voice. However, Ning Xiaochuan was completely unaffected by Mei Shu and immediately flew away. Nine-tailed demon queen also immediately flew in the air and chased Ning Xiaochuan. The entrance to the third god world is built on a barren field. In the center of the field, a square altar is built with white boulders. That altar is 8,400 meters high and majestic. In the center of the altar is an ancient tripod. The four sides of the ancient tripod have a bronze animal head, with ferocious eyes and claws, as if it could live at any time. A circular light door is suspended above the altar. That is the gate to the third god world. At this moment, a group of young creatures are gathering around the altar. They are not human beings, but demonic creatures who come to the nine-heaven god world. Ning Xiaochuan and the queen of the nine-tailed demon immediately gathered their breath and stood in the distance, staring at the creatures of the divine world from afar, hundreds of miles away from the altar. They are the Tianjiao of the younger generation in the nine-heaven divine world. What are they doing? Nine-tailed demon queen had some doubts. Let's go and have a look. Ning Xiaochuan is also curious. The nine-tailed demon said, our bodies have not been transformed by the Qi of God. Once they pass, they will see through. If they know that we are creatures of Dian world, they will definitely be hostile to us, and may even join hands to kill us. Ning Xiaochuan said, it doesn't matter. As long as we wear the Oracle Supreme armor, they won't feel our breath. In the Soul Ghost Cave, Ning Xiaochuan found more than 100 pieces of fragments of the Oracle Supreme armor. When leaving the Soul Ghost Cave, he asked Ju Mingsong to repair these fragments into 2 complete sets of Oracle Supreme armor. At this moment, he took out 2 sets of Oracle Supreme armor and handed one of them to the Queen of the Nine-Tailed Demon. They put on the supreme armor of the Oracle, and the whole person was wrapped in the armor. Under the control of Ning Xiaochuan, the armor covering his face spread out, revealing a handsome face. Then, he strode towards the direction of the altar with the nine-tailed demon. Those young geniuses of the nine-heaven divine world, seeing Ning Xiaochuan and the nine-tailed demon coming, were all on alert. A bald man with purple skin, with 4 demon-light eyes on his face, walked towards Ning Xiaochuan and the nine-tailed demon, and said in a cold voice, which Oracle soldier are you under the god seat? This is not the place you should come, and don't you roll to catch the supreme soul of the second god-sealed world? Ning Xiaochuan saw at a glance that there was a big man with 4 goals, with very pure divine blood flowing in his body, and even a faint divine power on his body. Just standing on the opposite side gives people a feeling of true God coming into the world. If an ordinary real monk, he must have knelt on the ground and worshipped him piously at this moment. This 4-eyed man, even if he is not the son of a god, must also be a direct descendant of a god within 5 generations. Generally speaking, the blood of God in the body of the god's own son and daughter is the thickest. Once born, it is the cultivation of the eternal realm. Secondly, the grandsons and granddaughters of the gods, who also have strong divine blood in their bodies, will inherit the divine power of their fathers and grandfathers. They are basically human-level accomplishments at birth. Some of these geniuses can even have eternal cultivation at birth. If we continue to inherit it, the divine blood in future generations will gradually become thin. In front of this big man with 4 eyes, the divine blood in his body is also very thick. He is not a god, but has divine power. He is definitely a noble god, and his cultivation has reached the 5th weight of the eternal realm. When he saw Ning Xiaochuan and the nine-tailed demon wearing the Oracle Supreme armor, he thought they were Oracle soldiers. The Oracle soldiers, in front of the god's arrogance with a great identity background like them, are like personal guards and servants, and have no high status at all. Ning Xiaochuan had long expected this situation and stared at the back of the nine-tailed demon. The queen of the nine-tailed demon gently nodded, his eyes were cold, and he scolded, "What are you, and can you provoke us?" Soon after, she slapped out with a lightning speed. You know, the queen of the nine-tailed demon is the 8th peak of cultivation in the eternal realm. The power of one palm is like a mountain falling apart, giving people a destructive force. Facing this palm, the 4-eyed man's face changed slightly. In his eyes, it was like an overwhelming cloud pressing down. Therefore, he also immediately hit a punch, 5 fingers like King Kong iron, and all his body strength hit out in an instant. Bang! One hand and one punch collided. The big man with 4 eyes immediately flew backward and fell more than 10 feet away before he reluctantly stood firm. The queen of the 9-tailed demon was secretly shocked. She used 30% of her strength in this palm. Even the 7th heaviest monk in the eternal realm would be seriously injured by this palm. That 4-eyed man, who had the 5th highest cultivation in the eternal realm, unexpectedly caught her palm, and he was not injured. The genius of the divine world is really not simple. He can fight across 2 realms. Ning Xiaochuan's secret way. You know, without the blessing of the power of the second god's blood coat, Ning Xiaochuan can only fight across 3 realms. However, the genius of the divine world, who can fight across 2 realms at random, does make Ning Xiaochuan feel a lot of pressure. I don't know what level those top talents have reached. When the queen of 9-tailed demon and Ning Xiaochuan were frightened, the heart of the 4-eyed man was even more frightened. How strong! The 4-eyed man could sense that the queen of the 9-tailed demon had not used the power of the Oracle Supreme Armor just now, and just relying on her own cultivation, she flew him out. Her cultivation is absolutely above me. Is she not an Oracle warrior, but a descendant of a god? The 4-eyed man's heart was uncertain. If the other 2 were also the descendants of gods, they couldn't offend casually. In the distance, a heroic man with long golden hair stared at Ning Xiaochuan and the 9-tailed demon, with a slight arc on his mouth, and said with a smile, "The Supreme Eagle King was defeated by a woman with a palm. This woman is a little interesting, beautiful and powerful. Carving King Supreme is the title of the 4-eyed man. I'm afraid it's not difficult for Brother Jean to defeat her with your strength." Another man with a single horn on his head, named Tianxi Supreme, clasped his hands and smiled faintly on his face. The man with long golden hair walked towards Ning Xiaochuan and Jiu Demon, clasped his hands and said with a smile, "Below, lie Baixing, the 2nd-generation god successor of the Jinshu family, Jinshifeng. I don't know which planet the 2 came to the demon Hong star domain? And which god successor?" Seeing Jin Shufeng, the Supreme Eagle King immediately dispersed his strength, showed a look of taboo in his eyes, and retreated slightly for 2 steps. The Jinshu family also belongs to a famous clan in the divine world, and ordinary people dare not provoke them at all. Jinshifeng is the grandson of a god in the Jinshu family. His status is much higher than that of the Supreme Eagle King. His cultivation is also far stronger than that of the Supreme Eagle King. The queen of the 9-tailed demon said, "Sorry, this is our secret, I can't tell you." With these words, the queen of the 9-tailed demon and Ning Xiaochuan ignored Jin Shufeng and walked towards the altar. Jin Shufeng thought that after hearing that he was the 2nd generation of gods of the Jinshu family, the queen of the 9-tailed demon would definitely stare at him with adoring eyes, and even throw herself into her arms. Unfortunately, the queen of the 9-tailed demon had never heard of the Golden Tree family, so she naturally had no feeling. I dare to speak to a god grandson of the Golden Tree family with such an attitude, which seems to teach them a lesson. Tianxi's supreme cold voice. Jin Shufeng gently shook his hand and said with a smile, "No, they still have greater use value. Wait and see." Ning Xiaochuan and the 9-tailed demon walked to the lower part of the altar and looked up. I only saw that there were geniuses in the divine world constantly climbing on that lofty altar. Each of these divine geniuses is powerful. Any young generation who can sweep the Tianshu continent, no one is their opponent at all. At this moment, on the altar is a beautiful witch with long royal blue hair. Her hair shows 2 sharp snow-white ears. Her body is tall and cocky. Her thin skirt is flying in the wind, outlining a faint and attractive body. She ascended the altar step by step, walked to the side of the huge tripod, made a blood mark on her fingertips, and dropped a drop of fresh blood into the tripod. Wow! Jiu Dang immediately absorbed her blood. Then, a dark yellow gas flew out of the tripod and rushed into the body of that gorgeous witch. After refining the yellow gas, the witch immediately flew into the channel leading to the third god world. Then, the next genius of the divine world ascended the altar and dropped his blood into the huge tripod. Unfortunately, there was no yellow airflow from the giant tripod. The divine genius sighed and retreated from the top of the altar. Ning Xiaochuan observed for a moment and saw 7 divine geniuses ascend the altar. 5 of them gained the mysterious yellow qi and entered the third god world. The other 2 geniuses in the divine world did not get the mysterious yellow gas, so they could only reluctantly walk down the altar and continue to stay in the second god sealing world. I see. If you want to enter the third world of gods, you must get the approval of that giant tripod. Drop blood into the giant tripod. As long as there is a yellow airflow in the giant tripod, you will be allowed to enter the third world of gods. If there is no yellow airflow in the giant tripod, you cannot enter the third world of gods. That's right. But there's another point, I'm afraid you may not know. Jin Shifeng came from a distance with his hands on his back. He walked to the back of the 9-tailed demon, stopped, looked at the demonic face of the 9-tailed demon with a smile that he thought he was brilliant, and said with a smile, "It is said that this Ask God Ding is left by a very powerful big man. If you are strong enough, after dripping blood into the ding, you can see the location of the legendary supreme artifact gods list in the ding." Ning Xiaochuan and the Queen of 9-tailed demon were slightly surprised. They finally understand the purpose of those Protoss gods entering the apotheosis world. They not only want to experience in the apotheosis world, but also want to win the apotheosis list. It is said that only those who leave their names on the list of gods can be qualified to become gods. Who can control the list of gods can control the fate of all people. Jin Shufeng said, before that, there were already 4 strong people who were against the sky. They saw the location of the list of gods in the Ask God tripod. They have rushed to the third world of gods. They may even have gone to the fourth world of gods. You know, they are all sons or daughters of gods, and their physique is very strong, which is not imaginable for ordinary descendants of gods. Do you want to have a try? Ning Xiaochuan was sure to go to the third world of gods, so he nodded to the back of the 9-tailed demon, and the 2 walked towards the top of the altar at the same time. Tian, she said to the Supreme, Brother Jin, do you think these 2 people can get the qualification to enter the third world of gods? Jin Shufeng stared at the back of Ning Xiaochuan and the 9-tailed demon, his eyes getting colder and colder, and said, even if they succeed, they just make wedding clothes for us. Once the Xianhuang Qi flies out of the Ask God tripod, we will immediately fight to seize the Xianhuang Qi. Only in this way can we enter the third god world. Jin Shifeng and Tianqi Supreme all went to the top of the altar to drop blood into the tripod, but there was no dark yellow gas in the tripod. Therefore, if they want to enter the third god world, they must rob others of their dark yellow qi. When Ning Xiaochuan and Jiuwei Demon ascended the altar, not only Jin Shufeng and Tianqi Supreme, but also other divine geniuses who could not enter the third tier of gods began to be restless. Ning Xiaochuan noticed that the atmosphere was very wrong, and passed a message to the back of the 9-tailed demon, saying, let's drop our blood into the asking god Ding together. Once we get the dark yellow gas, we will immediately enter the third god sealing world. If only one of us gets the dark yellow gas, then neither of us should enter the third god sealing world and leave here immediately. The queen of the 9-tailed demon also glanced at the lower part of the altar and saw that many people showed bad eyes, so she nodded at Ning Xiaochuan. If only one person gets the dark yellow qi, the other one will definitely not be able to enter the third god world. Those who are left are likely to be besieged by those divine geniuses. Therefore, either enter the third world of gods together, or don't go in at all. Ning Xiaochuan and the queen of the 9-tailed demon stood in a position of the altar respectively, and at the same time, they drew a blood mark on their fingers and put a drop of fresh blood into the asking god tripod. Chi. 2 drops of blood, at a speed visible to the naked eye, were absorbed by Shendang. Then, two dark yellow chi flew out of the tripod and flew towards Ning Xiaochuan and Nine-Tailed Demon. Ning Xiaochuan and the Queen of the Nine-Tailed Demon were very happy. It was really great that they both obtained the qualification to enter the third tier of God world. Haha. Beauty, leave a dark yellow aura, and I can spare you from death. Jin Shufeng turned into a golden streamer. In an instant, he rushed to the top of the altar, stretched out a golden claw, and was about to rob the dark yellow gas that flew to the back of the Nine-Tailed Demon. Jin Shufeng's cultivation reached the 7th level in the eternal realm. What's more, he is also the grandson of gods, with a very strong spiritual blood, strong physique, and far more combat effectiveness than the 9th weight of the eternal realm. The 9th heaviest creature in the world of Dian has no strength to fight back in front of him, and it is impossible to survive the 3 moves. In the other direction, Tianqi Supreme also shot Ning Xiaochuan, trying to snatch the dark yellow gas of Ning Xiaochuan. Tianqi Supreme cultivation reached the 6th level of the eternal realm. With his strong physique, he can also cross 2 realms and defeat the creatures of Dian world. In other words, his real combat power is comparable to the 8th strongest in the world of Dian. Boom! There was a loud noise in the cauldron, and a dazzling blood light rushed out of the cauldron. Jin Shifeng and Tianqi Supreme were asked about the blood light sent out by the divine tripod, which was blown backwards, just like 2 leaves. Their bodies seemed to have been hit by a heavy hammer, their 5 internal organs were broken, fell down to the altar, and spit blood in their mouths. How could this happen? Jin Shufeng's deep cultivation soon controlled his injury and stared at the top of the altar in shock. This vision is not the first time. Previously, the sons and daughters of gods dropped blood into the holy cauldron, and the same vision occurred in the holy cauldron. This shows that the man and woman standing at the top of the altar have strong blood, and they are even recognized by the god Ding. You can see the location of the legendary artifact gods list. Ning Xiaochuan immediately looked at Ding Zhong and wanted to know where the list of gods was. However, seeing the picture in the tripod, Ning Xiaochuan was stunned. The picture in the tripod is not clear, but very vague. You can only vaguely see a blood-red camel walking on a vast sea of gods, giving people a kind of holy breath, which is almost like the picture in myths and legends. That blood-red camel, I don't know how many 10,000 meters high, its body is bigger than the mountains, and its whole body begins to rot, but it still gives people a powerful smell that 1 foot can crush the world. It walks on the sea surface of Shanghai and moves forward step by step. Each step is like stepping out of an endless space. On the top of the blood-red camel, there was a vague shadow of a woman. The woman held the golden scroll in her hand. A mighty divine power flew out of the golden scroll and made people blind. When the picture in the tripod disappeared, Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were still staring at the bottom of the tripod, and the whole person seemed petrified. The picture in the tripod disappears, and the power of asking God tripod also disappears. Without asking the power of the divine tripod to stop, those geniuses in the divine world rushed to the top of the altar immediately. They must have seen the location of the gods list. Leave the dark yellow air and say the location of the gods list, otherwise you will be dead. Jin Shufeng's whole body burst into dazzling brilliance, and a powerful force erupted from his body. Another strong young man in the divine world also rushed towards the top of the altar at a very fast speed, hit a big handprint, and pressed down behind Ning Xiaochuan and the Nine-Tailed Demon. King Miran, asked the power of the divine tripod, has disappeared. Let's go quickly and go to the 3rd god sealing world immediately. What's the matter with you? Nine-Tailed Demon Queen called Ning Xiaochuan, but found that Ning Xiaochuan was still staring at the bottom of the holy tripod, and his eyes did not blink. The Queen of Nine-Tailed Demon had no other way but to hold Ning Xiaochuan's arm, spread out his body method, and jumped into the channel leading to the 3rd god world. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan and Jiu Dang Demon just rushed into the channel of the 3rd god world, and more than a dozen powerful forces exploded outside the door of the channel at the same time, shaking the whole space violently. Damn! They ran away. Jin Shufeng fell to the top of the altar and threw his sleeves fiercely, very angry. Tianqi Supreme said, although their strength is also very strong, they are far from being compared with the son of the gods. How can they be recognized by the god Ding? Ignore these first. I must immediately get a dark yellow gas into the third god world, and never let them escape. Jin Shufeng said. Tianqi Supreme said, there is nothing we can do to get Shenhuangqi. We just need to go to Tianshu continent to catch some creatures and let them drop their blood into Wenshending. Although the blood of these aborigines is very cheap, there will always be 1 in 10,000 who can get Shenhuangqi. Okay. We'll go to Tianshu to catch a group of creatures now. It's best to choose those creatures with strong cultivation and high talent. Jin Shufeng said. With these words, Tianqi Supreme and Jin Shifeng immediately left the land left by the gods. Other geniuses in the divine world also shed blood on the holy tripod one after another. Those geniuses who got the mysterious yellow gas immediately chased into the third god world to catch Ning Xiaochuan and the queen of the nine-tailed demon. Entering the third world of deity, Ning Xiaochuan gradually recovered from his absence. Miran Wang, what happened to you just now? Nine-tailed demon queen asked curiously. Ning Xiaochuan took a deep breath and said, nothing. I'm just thinking, we're asking where the picture we saw in the divine tripod is? Is it in the land left by the gods? The queen of the nine-tailed demon said, Ben has also left Tianshu continent, gone overseas, and been to other continents, but he has never seen the sea area in the tripod. Your guess is not wrong. There is also a woman riding a blood-colored camel in the sea area we saw in the holy tripod, which is likely to be in a world in the land of gods. It may be in the third world of gods, it may also be in the fourth world of gods, of course, it may also be in a higher world of gods. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was shocked and said, if she is in the land left by the gods, I must find her. The queen of the nine-tailed demon nodded gently and said, the list of gods is too precious and must be one. However, since the other party has the list of gods, his cultivation must be very strong. With our current strength, it is impossible for us to be her opponent at all, let alone snatch the list of gods from her hand. Nine-tailed demon queen didn't really understand Ning Xiaochuan's meaning. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were shining with firmness and said, if your accomplishments are not enough, then try to improve your accomplishments. The world structure in the third god world has become much more stable. Every stone on the ground is extremely hard, just like dark iron. Ning Xiaochuan's current cultivation cannot easily crush those stones. Even the trees growing in the world of the third deity can be called precious wood. Cutting down a branch casually and forging it with the forging technique is a piece of xuanqi. The concentration of divine qi in the third god-sealed world has increased 5 times. It is estimated that even compared with the divine world, it is not much different. Ning Xiaochuan constantly breathed and breathed the qi of God, and he could feel that his cultivation was significantly improved every time he breathed. The queen of the nine-tailed demon said, there are treasures everywhere in the third god world. It's like coming to the divine world. Maybe we can find Tianpin basalt mine underground, or we can find the 10,000-year holy medicine in some secret places. Ning Xiaochuan said, let's ignore other treasures first. Our primary goal now is to improve our cultivation. What we need to do is to find the supreme bloodstone and Yunshan pool. Ning Xiaochuan and the nine-tailed demon left the entrance of the third god world not long after. They felt that there were gods behind them to catch up. There were 3 creatures in total, all of whom were quite fast, and soon arrived in front of Ning Xiaochuan and the queen of nine-tailed demon. Stop and tell us the location of the list of gods, otherwise you can't survive or die. One of the male creatures looked quite young. With a wave of his sleeve, he beat out a supreme imperial instrument like a chess table, fixed the space, and prevented Ning Xiaochuan and the nine-tailed demon from escaping. 2 men and 1 woman caught up. The man who sacrificed the Black Life and Death chess platform was named Ghost Leopard Supreme, and his cultivation was the most powerful, reaching the 6th level of the Eternal Realm. Moreover, he also carried a powerful Supreme Imperial weapon, which obviously came from a very unusual origin. Another man, with purple skin all over his body and 4 eyes on his face, was the Supreme Eagle King he had seen in the second world of gods. The third person is a beautiful woman named Mink Supreme. Her skin is snow white, her eyes are bright and her teeth are bright. A ferret tail hangs down from her long skirt, flashing silver brilliance. The queen of the nine-tailed demon stared at the black and white life and death chess table suspended above his head. He was not nervous at all, and calmly said, "He is worthy of being a genius in the divine world, and he can even take out a supreme imperial instrument casually." In Tianqiu continent, a supreme imperial instrument can already be used as a religious artifact, and there are not many in total. What do you know? This black and white life and death chess table was handed down to me by an old ancestor before I entered the Dian world to help me cultivate myself into a god in the War of Gods. You know, in the divine world, even creatures in the realm of creation, it is difficult to get a supreme imperial instrument. The supreme ghost leopard snorted coldly. Ning Xiaochuan suddenly realized that in order to win the battle of the gods, these geniuses in the divine world must carry soldiers of the supreme emperor level. Even if they don't have the supreme imperial weapon, the gods behind them will also give them the supreme imperial weapon to increase their strength. The supreme soul sable's eyes showed a different color, stared at the nine-tailed demon in surprise, and said, "What did you mean by saying you are worthy of being a genius in the divine world just now? Are you not creatures in the divine world?" The Ghost Leopard Supreme and the Eagle King Supreme also immediately reacted and looked carefully at Ning Xiaochuan and the nine-tailed demon again. "No wonder you should wear the Oracle Supreme armor. It turns out that you are an aboriginal creature of Dian world and are deliberately hiding your identity." Haha. The Eagle King laughed loudly and sneered, "Two low creatures, were almost cheated by you." Ghost Leopard Supreme was also very worried about suppressing Ning Xiaochuan and Jiu Demon, but immediately relaxed after learning that they were creatures of Dian world. They are the favorites of the divine world. In the divine world, they are people who want wind and rain. Come to Dian world, naturally more noble, how can you pay attention to the creatures of Dian world? Tell me the position of the list of gods, and I can consider taking you as slaves. The Ghost Leopard Supreme held his hands on his chest, looked arrogant and said, "In the view of the Supreme Ghost Leopard, it is the greatest gift for them to accept the natives of Dian world as slaves. With the temperament of these aboriginal creatures, they will certainly be grateful for this, and immediately kneel on the ground to worship him, proud to be his servant." Nine-tailed demon queen sneered and said, "Arrogant. Now that you know our secret, do you think you can escape today?" After saying this, the nine-tailed demon immediately shot, turned into a beautiful phantom, and pointed to the eyebrow of the Supreme Ghost Leopard. The Ghost Leopard Supreme stood motionless, like a rock, and sneered, "You are so naive. You think that wearing the Oracle Supreme armor and having the 9th combat power in the Eternal Realm can be your opponent? If you have the Oracle Supreme armor, we don't have it." The Ghost Leopard Supreme immediately took out a set of Oracle Supreme armor and put it on his body. It also erupted into the 9th combat power of the Eternal Realm and attacked the nine-tailed demon. Bang! The Ghost Leopard Supreme pinched his fist with his 5 fingers and punched on the ground. A powerful wave of force poured out of his fist and attacked the back of the nine-tailed demon along the ground. The cultivation of the nine-tailed demon queen was obviously 2 levels higher than that of the Ghost Leopard Supreme, but it fell into the bottom and was forced to retreat by the Ghost Leopard Supreme. Oracles of Light. The Ghost Leopard Supreme palms hit out at the same time, and 2 bright pillars of light rushed out of his palms and hit the queen of the nine-tailed demon. The queen of the nine-tailed demon flew out like a broken kite, looking quite embarrassed. My level is obviously 2 levels higher than him. How can my combat power be so much weaker than him? The Queen of Nine-Tailed Demon felt a dull pain in her chest. She was hurt by the other party in the battle just now. The Ghost Leopard Supreme stood proudly and sneered, "It is also the 9th largest combat power of the Eternal Realm, but with the Chi of God in our body, we can maximize the power of the Oracle Supreme Armor. The aboriginal creatures of your Dian world do not have that ability. If you are in the same realm, the aboriginal creatures of your Dian world are not worthy to give us shoes." Really? If you are in the same realm, even if the 10 geniuses in the divine world are added together, they are not my opponent. Ning Xiaochuan rode. The Ghost Leopard Supreme seemed to hear the funniest joke in the world and said, "What are you? You dare to speak to this seat in such a tone? If this seat wants to kill you, it just needs to move your little finger." Ghost Leopard Supreme can see that Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation is not even to the eternal realm. Such a weak creature is not even a mole ant in his eyes. Too lazy to waste time with you. Ning Xiaochuan is ready to use the divine power of Tianming Demon Emperor to receive gods. To get rid of the geniuses of these 3 gods, we can only use the way of receiving gods. Boom! Suddenly, the ground shook violently and cracks appeared. In the crack, red light was emitted, and huge red stone tablets rose from the red light and turned into a forest of steels. There are many stone tablets in all directions. It's like coming to a tomb forest. Some stone tablets, only 3 feet high, are like red jade, polished very smoothly, with fine words carved on them, and each word exudes a faint luster. Some stone tablets are as high as 900 feet, like a towering stone mountain or a steep cliff. A strong force wave emanates from the stone tablet, which makes people produce great pressure. Whether it was the 3 geniuses in the divine world, or Ning Xiaochuan and the Queen of the Nine-Tailed Demon, they were shocked by the sudden changes, thinking that it was some kind of divine skill performed by the other party. "Get back! Leave this forest of steels first." Ning Xiaochuan's heart gave birth to a strong unease, and immediately showed the dragon speed, turned into a series of illusions, and quickly flew out of the forest of steels. "Get back! Get back quickly! This forest of steels is not simple. I feel like there is a heart beating in every steel, and I will live at any time." The Ghost Leopard Supreme also had a strong sense of crisis in his heart, thinking that it was some kind of magic performed by the other party. But when he looked at the 2 people opposite, he found that Ning Xiaochuan and Nine-Tailed Demon Queen were also running outside the forest of steels. What happened? Isn't it their magic? No, it's definitely not their magic. They can't be so strong. Catch them. The Ghost Leopard Supreme's eyes sent out a faint light, holding the black and white life and death chess table in his hands, stepping on his steps, rushed into the forest of steels, and chased Ning Xiaochuan and the Nine-Tailed Demon. Boom! A 3-foot-high stone tablet beside the Ghost Leopard Supreme turned into a 3-foot-high stone man with a human body, human limbs, and head, and attacked the Ghost Leopard Supreme. The stone man's mouth vomited a breath of white gas, and a huge roar occurred. "The sky is overcast." All the yin chi in the sky and under the ground rushed towards the arms of the stone man, and was absorbed into the body by the stone man, and the arms of the stone man immediately turned blue and black. The stone man slapped out, and the palm became 7 meters long, like a 5-finger seal, hitting the Ghost Leopard Supreme. What the hell? When the Ghost Leopard Supreme flew up, he kicked out the stone man with 1 foot, and the whirlwind condensed from his toes. The stone man was blown more than 30 feet away, and his hands and feet were broken. But just in the past moment, the stone man immediately reconstituted his stone body and attacked the Ghost Leopard Supreme again. Can the stone body be reorganized? The face of the Ghost Leopard Supreme changed slightly. Just now, when he fought with the stone man, he could clearly feel that the combat power of the stone man was comparable to that of the most important monk in the eternal realm, which was quite powerful. If every stone tablet in this forest of steels can change into a stone man at the level of a monk in the eternal realm, then even if a monk in the realm of creation enters the forest of steels, he can only escape. When Ning Xiaochuan and the queen of the nine-tailed demon were rushing out of the forest of steels, a 9-foot-high stone tablet made a chi-chi sound, and thunder and lightning shuttled on the surface of the stone tablet. Boom! Then, the stone tablet burst open, and the gravel condensed into a 9-foot-tall stone man. The stone man holds a stone knife and cuts it out. The speed of the knife is as fast as a light shuttle. Which is it like a stone man? It's like a consummate master of Tao skills who practices Tao skills. The stone man stepped on a mysterious step, and 2 flames were burning in his eyes. The stone knife cut out, with a mysterious and unparalleled track, and sealed all the retreats of Ning Xiaochuan. The knife light is like a water curtain, which is airtight. Ning Xiaochuan didn't expect that a stone tablet around him would turn into a stone man. Fortunately, he had the speed of the dragon and narrowly avoided it. The stone man cut 36 knives in a row, each of which was extremely deadly, with a strong murderous spirit. Each knife is exquisite, sending out dozens of knife shadows. A stone man with stiff body can never use such unpredictable knife technique. Ning Xiaochuan changed 36 directions in a row and hit all the 36 knives split by the stone man. How awesome! The combat power of this stone man is absolutely comparable to that of the monks in the eternal realm. Moreover, how do I feel that it is not just a stone man, like having its own consciousness and martial spirit? Ning Xiaochuan immediately called out the Tiandi blade, holding the handle of the knife in both hands, and rushed towards the stone man. The stone man exuded a powerful momentum, holding a stone knife, stepping on the steps, turned into a remnant, and rushed to Ning Xiaochuan. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan and Shiren each cut a knife, and their hand speed was as fast as lightning. With the naked eye, it was almost impossible to see how they made and received the knife. After a mistake, Ning Xiaochuan and Shiren rushed out at the same time. A moment later, Ning Xiaochuan turned around and stared at the motionless stone man. Chi! The body of the stone man was split from the middle and evenly divided into 2 halves. I practiced the world-destroying Tao and the earth-breaking Tao. Even if my cultivation is not as good as you, it's not difficult to kill you. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan's eyes froze. The stone man, who was split in 2, was unexpectedly reunited and attacked Ning Xiaochuan again. Immortal body? Ning Xiaochuan was slightly stunned. A stone man with the second weight in the eternal realm was already very difficult to clean up. If he still fought, he would not die. Well, even if Ning Xiaochuan's combat power is stronger than it, he can only run for his life. Incorrect. The stone man can have the combat power of the eternal realm, and is also proficient in the extremely mysterious knife technique, which shows that it must be a special life body. As long as it is a living body, there must be a fatal point. If you find its fatal point, you can kill it. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes locked on the head of the stone man, and once again showed the way of killing the world. Phew! A knife waved and cut out, and a torrent of world-destroying gas gushed from the blade and chopped on the head of the stone man. The powerful knife chi shattered more than half of the stone man's head and turned it into pieces of gravel. The stone man is still immortal. Its mouth sent out a roar, spit out a red stone gas, backhand as a knife, to Ning Xiaochuan's neck. How could Ning Xiaochuan expect the stone man's reaction speed to be so fast? Seeing that the stone knife was about to cut into Ning Xiaochuan's neck, Ning Xiaochuan's body immediately swooped down and hit the stone man directly. At the moment he approached the stone man, his 5 fingers turned into sharp claws, and 1 claw pierced the stone man's heart. Because the heart is the key of human monks. Ning Xiaochuan just reacted instinctively, and did not expect to kill the stone man through this move. Chi. However, what Ning Xiaochuan didn't expect was that his 5 fingers stabbed into the stone man's heart and actually grabbed a hot heart-shaped stone from the stone man's body. That heart-shaped stone emits red brilliance, contains powerful energy, and is simply like a real bloody heart. After taking out the heart-shaped stone, the stone man really became motionless. Then, with a bang, it broke into a pile of gravel. Is this the supreme bloodstone? Ning Xiaochuan roared. Ning Xiaochuan and Nine-Tailed Demon came to the third god world to find the supreme bloodstone. There is no place to look for in broken iron shoes, and it takes no time to get it. At this moment, the queen of the Nine-Tailed Demon is also being attacked by a 9-foot-high stone giant. The fighting power of that stone man is much stronger than that of the stone man solved by Ning Xiaochuan. The higher the body of the stone man, the stronger the combat effectiveness. The stone man, 3 feet tall, is equivalent to the first fighting capacity in the Eternal Realm. The stone man, 9 feet tall, is equivalent to the second highest combat effectiveness of the Eternal Realm. At this moment, the stone giant fighting with the Nine-Tailed Demon is as high as 9 feet, and the combat power is the 4th heaviest monk in the ancient world. Ning Xiaochuan said, after the Nine-Tailed Demon, the weakness of the stone man is their heart. Their heart is the supreme bloodstone we are looking for. Supreme bloodstone? After Nine-Tailed Demon heard Ning Xiaochuan's words, her eyes immediately became bright. The 9 white foxtails immediately became hundreds of meters long, and each foxtail was like a divine whip. A tail whipped out, and the air made a snap sound, sending out large sparks. With just one blow, the chest of the stone man was pierced. A red heart-shaped stone flew into the hands of the queen of the Nine-Tailed Demon. After Ning Xiaochuan got the supreme bloodstone, he immediately began to refine it, and planned to take this opportunity to impact the Eternal Realm at one stroke. The supreme bloodstone contains very strong blood gas and energy, condensing the ancient supreme martial art memory and spirit. It is for this reason that those stone men can display exquisite knife skills and various powerful magical powers. In fact, those stone men are all dominated by the supreme bloodstone. Ning Xiaochuan took the supreme bloodstone directly into the heart palace of Wudao and suspended it in the heart palace. The evil fire immediately rushed out, wrapped the supreme bloodstone and began to refine quickly. Just beginning to refine the supreme bloodstone, new changes have taken place in the forest of steels. Bang! Bang! Those stone tablets have changed into stone figures. Each stone man has the fighting capacity of the Eternal Realm. Only within 100 meters of Ning Xiaochuan, there are 17 stone men. In the distance, there was a steady stream of stone people rushing towards Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan can cope with a stone man. However, if there are more than a dozen stone figures at the same time, it is certain to be defeated. Once surrounded by them, it is estimated that there is no chance to escape. Not only Ning Xiaochuan, the Queen of Nine-Tailed Demon, the Supreme Ghost Leopard, the Supreme Eagle King, and the Supreme Spirit Marten were all besieged by stone men. If they hadn't worn the Oracle Supreme Armor and had super defense, it was estimated that someone would have died in the hands of the stone man. Run away! Ning Xiaochuan shouted to the Nine-Tailed Demon, and a pair of flame dragon wings grew on his back, and quickly flew to the horizon. If you don't escape under the siege of so many stone men, even the monks in the realm of fortune will be dead. Shua shua. 17 stone men chased Ning Xiaochuan. They also display magic tricks that can make their speed faster, catching up with Ning Xiaochuan. They hit Ning Xiaochuan with magical powers and techniques from a distance. Some hit a thunder ball with a diameter of 1 meter, some hit a knife edge with a length of more than 10 meters, and others hit a big red handprint. Among the 17 stone statues, the tallest one is as tall as 81 feet, which is no different from a huge stone mountain. Its combat power is comparable to the 6th heaviest monk in the ancient world. He is carrying a huge stone hammer, and his arms move like a huge windmill. Then, throw out the stone hammer and hit Ning Xiaochuan, who was running ahead. Who? Ning Xiaochuan hit 4 supreme weapons in a row to resist the powerful magical powers and spells attacked behind him. You know, that's the stone man of 17 monks in the ancient world. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan is like fighting with 17 supreme masters at the same time. If you change to another monk, I'm afraid that in a moment, it will have been smashed into powder. Ning Xiaochuan only resisted for a moment, but was hit by one of the magic powers, fell from the sky and fell heavily to the ground. Fortunately, he was wearing the Oracle Supreme armor, otherwise, the blow just now would kill him. Boom! As soon as Ning Xiaochuan stood up from the ground, he saw a huge stone hammer fall from the sky. The stone hammer is wrapped in flames, like a meteorite. Ning Xiaochuan immediately took off the Oracle's supreme armor, put on the last god's blood clothes, held the emperor's blade in both hands, and shouted, "Earth-breaking knife!" The divine power between heaven and earth condensed into a huge imperial shadow behind him. You can use the divine power of the Emperor of Heaven by using the earth-breaking knife. When the stone hammer fell, Ning Xiaochuan immediately chopped it out with a knife. A powerful knife gas hit the stone hammer with a loud noise, and the stone hammer was knocked away by Ning Xiaochuan. You know, after all, it was the stone hammer hit by the 6th-level stone man in the Eternal Realm, and its power was very terrible. Ning Xiaochuan's legs sank to the ground, leaving only his waist on the ground. His arms were almost completely numb, and every bone of his body was aching to crack. Wow! The stone man, who was 81 feet tall, jumped up and jumped more than 3,000 meters directly. He caught the stone hammer and roared like a beast in his mouth. Ow! With another fierce blow, he carried a stone hammer in both hands and bombarded Ning Xiaochuan's head, which was bound to kill Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan was still very calm, and the heavenly mark in the middle of his eyebrows appeared. The white bone bead turned into a white column of light and hit the stone hammer. The white bone bead blocked the stone hammer for a moment. Taking advantage of this moment, Ning Xiaochuan turned up and immediately fled to the distance. Boom! The stone man, who was 81 feet tall, hit the white bone beads and flew out, and immediately chased Ning Xiaochuan again. Its speed is even faster than that of Ning Xiaochuan, and its direct distance from Ning Xiaochuan is getting closer and closer. Come on! Come on! Come on! Ning Xiaochuan almost aroused his potential and ran forward at full speed. Boom! However, at this time a 3-foot-tall stone man jumped out of the ground in front of Ning Xiaochuan, carrying a stone gun, and suddenly stabbed at Ning Xiaochuan. Because the speed of the stone gun is too fast, like a beam of light, hitting Ning Xiaochuan's chest. Get out of the way! Ning Xiaochuan roared, waved the blade of the Emperor of Heaven, and slapped the 3-foot-tall stone man out with a knife. Because of the block of the 3-foot stone man just now, Ning Xiaochuan's speed was slightly slower. The 81-foot-high stone man who chased after him immediately caught up and struck down with another hammer. Ning Xiaochuan clenched his teeth and immediately moved to the left to avoid the attack of the stone hammer. Boom! The stone hammer hit the ground and smashed it into a huge pit. A powerful force rushed into the ground and spread from the ground to Ning Xiaochuan's feet, shaking Ning Xiaochuan to fly. Ow! The huge stone man waved his arm and smashed the hammer at Ning Xiaochuan again. Ning Xiaochuan was in the air, and his body flew upside down. He rushed to the stone man, who was 81 feet tall, and stabbed him in the heart. Chi! With a flash of knife light, a big hole was dug in the stone man's heart, and a scarlet supreme blood stone flew out of the stone man's body and fell into Ning Xiaochuan's hands. Ning Xiaochuan fell to the ground and spit out a mouthful of blood. He felt that his whole body was about to fall apart. Just now, he almost died under the hammer of the stone man. It was entirely by gambling that he dug out the supreme blood stone of the stone man. If he fails, he will die. The blood gas emitted by this supreme bloodstone is more pure and dozens of times stronger than the supreme bloodstone I am refining. Ning Xiaochuan put away the supreme bloodstone, and immediately took a 6-turn Huanyang pill to recover from the injury. The 3-foot-tall stone man who was beaten out by Ning Xiaochuan immediately got into the ground and wanted to escape. "Stay for me." With a wave of Ning Xiaochuan's arm, the emperor's blade turned into a blood light, flew out of his hand and rushed into the ground. Poof! A moment later, the emperor blade flew back from the ground with a supreme bloodstone and fell back into Ning Xiaochuan's hands. This supreme bloodstone is similar to the supreme bloodstone I'm refining. If the breath is a little weak, I'll leave it to King Fizi. Give Xiaohong the most pure supreme bloodstone. Other stone men did not catch up. Ning Xiaochuan immediately began to refine the supreme bloodstone in his body. With his current cultivation, even if he rushed back immediately, it was difficult to save the queen of the nine-tailed demon. Only by refining the supreme bloodstone and rushing into the eternal realm, can his cultivation achieve a leap. Ning Xiaochuan's blood gas in his body became stronger and stronger, and his body seemed to burn up, and every inch of flesh and blood was like flame spar. The pores of his whole body opened, and streams of fiery air rushed out, flowing around his body. From a distance, it seems that there are hundreds of fire dragons flying around him, giving people a feeling of 10,000 dragons galloping. The Tao Yuan of heaven and earth in the middle of the eyebrow rotates rapidly, like a sea of air wrapped in the body, making a tsunami-like sound. The spirit of the third god-sealing world immediately surged towards Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows, and all gathered to heaven and earth Tao Yuan. The true Yuan in the heaven and earth Tao Yuan began to transform rapidly into a higher level of qi. Supreme qi. In the body of a martial artist in the realm of Xuanqi, what he cultivates is Xuanqi of martial art. In the body of those who respect the martial arts, what they cultivate is the vitality of the martial arts. In the body of martial artists in the realm of heaven and man, what they cultivate is Tianwu vitality. In the body of martial artists in the real world, what they cultivate is Jinyuan. The supreme qi comes out of the body of martial artists in the eternal realm. Every time a warrior improves a great realm, the power in his body will also change dramatically. The grade of supreme qi is higher, purer, and stronger than Jinyuan. The power of the same kind of magical power, which was exerted by real people and monks in the eternal realm, was completely 2 levels. With the same supreme king's weapon, the friar of the eternal realm can play a more powerful force, and can easily kill the 9th heaviest friar of the real realm. The true Yuan in the Tao Yuan of heaven and earth is constantly transformed into supreme qi. The supreme bloodstone in the Wu Daoxin palace also injected wisps of blood into the world, destroying Taoist Yuan. Both Tao Yuan are rapidly rotating and expanding. About half an hour later, the true Yuan of the 2 Taoist Yuan, almost all into the supreme qi. At the same time, a 3-colored robbery cloud condensed in the sky, emitting 3 kinds of light, blue, black and purple. Every color of the robbery cloud sent out a shocking sound, and dragon-shaped lightning shuttled through the cloud. Boom! This piece of robbery cloud kept rolling, releasing a breath of incomparable terror, making the air seem to become solidified. Almost all the creatures within a 10,000-mile radius felt the breath of the robbery cloud. Whether it is the genius from the divine world or the soul ghost who originally existed in the 3rd level of God, almost all retreated to the distance, afraid of being involved in the robbery cloud. Those stone men who were 3,000 miles away also felt the smell of clouds in the sky. At the same time, they stopped attacking, immediately turned into stone tablets, and quickly sank to the ground. The queen of the 9-tailed demon stared at the 3-colored robbery clouds in the sky in the distance, and felt a bit shocked in his heart. He said to himself, how can there be such a powerful robbery cloud in the 3rd god world? It can't be caused by the king of extermination? Only when you break through the realm of human beings and the realm of sub-gods will it lead to disaster. Only Ning Xiaochuan, a freak, will be hacked by heaven every time he breaks through a realm. The Supreme Ghost Leopard showed an astonished look. It was Sancha Zhenlong robbery, and unexpectedly someone could lead to such a disaster. The King of Carving said, "It is said that only the genius who cultivates the supreme body, when breaking through the realm of creation, will lead to the destruction of the dragon by the three evil spirits. In the world of the third gods, there should be such a proud son of heaven? Those sons and daughters of gods are far more physical than ordinary people. They are supreme cultivation at birth. Moreover, their physique also has various attributes. Therefore, their physique is called supreme body. When they break through the realm of creation, they will lead to the dragon robbery of Sancha town. Ordinary monks, no matter how talented, do not have such treatment. The constitution of the sons and daughters of gods is the innate supreme body. It is said that there are also some Tianjiao who are against the sky. They are not the sons and daughters of gods, but can cultivate into the supreme body through the efforts of the day after tomorrow. This kind of character is more powerful and rare. When they cultivate to the eternal realm, they can also lead to the three evil spirits' town dragon robbery. The Ghost Leopard Supreme then said, "I was lucky to have seen a divine daughter break through the realm of nature 10 years ago, which led to the dragon robbery of Sancha town. The divine daughter was robbing in a desolate starry sky, and my grandfather and I just stood in the distance to watch the ceremony. At that time, the robbing cloud was more than 100 times terrifying than the current one, and only an electric light destroyed half a small planet. The creature in the distance that attracted the dragon robbery of Sancha town should not be impacting the realm of creation, but the realm of eternity." The Supreme Eagle King said, "Do you mean that it is a peerless Tianjiao who has been cultivated into the supreme body after tomorrow?" The Ghost Leopard Supreme nodded. The Supreme Eagle King said, "Let me show the magic power of the Golden Eagle God Eye and see who is the Holy One." Wow! The Eagle King's eyes turned golden, emitting 2 golden pillars thousands of miles long, and immediately saw the human man standing 3,000 miles away. "It is Ning Xiaochuan." It turned out to be him, that native of Dian world, that human boy. The Supreme Eagle King recognized Ning Xiaochuan, immediately withdrew his eyes, and told the Ghost Leopard Supreme and the Spirit Sable Supreme what he saw. The Ghost Leopard Supreme's eyes immediately became cloudy and sunny. "I really didn't expect that the boy's physique was so strong that every fetus/body could be cultivated into the supreme body. If this son grows up, it is definitely a huge threat. We will kill him now." With murderous spirit in his eyes, Ling Diao is about to fly towards the center of Jiayun. "Do you want to die?" The Ghost Leopard Supreme coldly said, "If you let the robbery cloud sense your existence, it will immediately drop a more terrible thunder robbery and kill you together." The Spirit Marten Supreme immediately stopped and said, "What now? Watching him break through the eternal realm?" The Supreme Ghost Leopard snorted coldly and said, "Is it so easy to survive the Sancha town dragon robbery? Even many of the sons and daughters of gods who have been instructed by the gods have died under the Sancha town dragon robbery. That boy is just a lowly aboriginal creature. I think he will die under the thunder robbery in Jiuqing." Qua. Ning Xiaochuan didn't feel the slightest pressure even if he led to thunder robbery when he broke through the 4th and 7th weight of the real world. Those thunder robbers can't hurt him at all. But at this moment, he finally felt great pressure. The dragon robbery in Sancha town is more than 10 times stronger than the 7th heaviest thunder robbery in the real world. If you are not careful, you may be killed by lightning. Heart nourishing is really wonderful. Magic sword. Avatar magic sword. Ning Xiaochuan mobilized almost all the soldiers in his body and suspended them above his head. At the same time, he held 3 true ghost pills in his mouth for emergencies. Boom! The blue, purple and black thunder clouds made a dull noise, which was like thousands of troops roaring in the clouds, deafening. Suddenly, a blue dragon-shaped lightning as thick as a bucket rushed out of the blue thunder cloud, straight into the ground and hit Ning Xiaochuan below. Ning Xiaochuan uttered a long roar in his mouth, slapped it out, and unleashed the world-destroying demon thunder. A huge thunder ball flew out of the palm and smashed the blue dragon lightning. The power of this blue dragon-shaped lightning is probably equivalent to the full blow of the most important monk in the Eternal Realm. If other monks who have just broken through the Eternal Realm suffer this blow, they will certainly be seriously injured, but there is absolutely nothing I can do. Now it's just the beginning. It can't be that simple. Boom. 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 Just after Ning Xiaochuan adjusted his breath, not long after, 3 lightning dragons rushed out of the robbery cloud, showing cyan, purple and black respectively, and split on Ning Xiaochuan's head almost at the same time. Ning Xiaochuan's hands moved in the void, taking his body as the center, forming a vortex, which dissolved the power of the 3 lightning dragons. Close. With his mouth open, he swallowed 3 lightning dragons directly into his stomach. Countless electric lights shuttle through Ning Xiaochuan's body. Under the suppression of Ning Xiaochuan's powerful power, all those lights were integrated into the blood and transformed into their own power. These 3 lightning dragons are also the first level of power in the Eternal Realm. The next lightning should be upgraded by 1 level. A moment later, in the purple robbery cloud, an electric dragon with a diameter of 1 meter and a very clear dragon scale and dragon head rushed down to destroy the sky and the earth and hit Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan still didn't use any soldiers, and directly resisted with his flesh. His arm suddenly expanded, and he even hugged the electric dragon, leaving the lightning to strike him. The purple electric dragon broke into thin electric lights, rushed into Ning Xiaochuan's chest, and merged into the viscera. The second level of power in the Eternal Realm. So far, the thunder robbery is still within his range, and even he can use the power of thunder and lightning to harden his body and weapons. What a pervert! He actually swallowed the power of Lei Jia directly to expand himself. Ling Diao Supreme stared at Ning Xiaochuan, who was crossing the robbery in the distance. He was very shocked. He didn't expect that this Terran boy was so powerful that he was simply a demon. The Ghost Leopard Supreme snorted coldly and said, "It's just the beginning now. There are 7 powers in total for the 3 evil spirits to stop the dragon robbery. When reaching the last power, it's like 3 7th-weight monks in the Eternal Realm, who hit at the same time. Can you imagine that a creature who has just broken through to the first level of the Eternal Realm, no matter how strong his constitution is, can resist the full blow of the 7th-level monk of the Eternal Realm? What's more, it's 3 7th-weight monks in the Eternal Realm who attack together. Under the thunder, he will definitely die without a burial place." The Supreme Eagle King said, "I don't think he can survive the last heavy thunderstorm at all. When the 4th heavy thunderstorm happens, it's his death. I think he should be able to survive the 5th thunder." Ling Diao, Supreme Wei. The power of Lei Jia is becoming stronger and stronger. The 3rd heavy thunder fell, which was comparable to the full blow of a 3rd heavy monk in the Eternal Realm. The black electric dragon, with an incomparably solid body, is like a real dragon, cleaving down at a very fast speed. The power of the 3rd Lei Jia is too strong. Ning Xiaochuan can no longer use the power of Lei Jia to refine his body, so he immediately beat out the heart-nourishing tripod and hit the black electric dragon. Bang! Yang Xinzhending was deformed by the black electric dragon, and it was uneven, like turning into a strangely shaped scrap iron. Countless lightning shuttles on the heart-nourishing tripod, as if to melt the heart-nourishing tripod. The power of the 3rd heavy thunder robbery was not completely over. Soon after, 3 electric dragons rushed out of the clouds, and each electric dragon was comparable to the full blow of the 3rd heavy monk in the Eternal Realm. Boom! 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 Ning Xiaochuan beat out the magic sword and 50 concrete magic swords at the same time and hit the 3 electric dragons. In just a moment, the magic sword and 50 figurative magic swords were blown back and fell to the ground. Some sword bodies were bent, and some sword bodies melted directly into a twisted iron ball. Ning Xiaochuan took back all the magic sword, heart-nourishing tripod and 50 concrete magic swords in his body, and was ready to fight the 4th heavy thunder robbery with his own strength. I would like to recommend you a very good-looking fantasy new book, The Eternal God Emperor, written by Faitian Fish. You must go to see it. Absolutely fantastic book. Boom. The 4th and 5th thunderstorms were all resisted by Ning Xiaochuan. The power of lightning has become more and more fierce. Rao is the 3rd god. The space structure of the world is very stable. The ground is still melted by lightning, turning into a magma lake, and countless lightning shuttles on the ground. On the ground, there are all scorched pits cut by lightning, dense and everywhere. Ning Xiaochuan crawled out of one of the big pits. His body was dark, and his hair and clothes became ashes. At the moment, he looks like a piece of coke. He didn't wear the blood coat of the 2nd god and the supreme armor of the oracle. He carried the thunder completely on his own strength. Moreover, under the thunder robbery, even wearing the blood coat of the secondary god and the supreme armor of the oracle are useless. Even the world barrier can't stop the thunder robbery, let alone just a battle suit and armor. He actually survived the 5th heavy thunderstorm, that is to say, even if 3 friars of the 5th heavy in the eternal realm hit together, they could not kill him. How can there be such an unnatural creature in the world? Even the descendants of those gods, few people have reached such a terrible level. The supreme eagle was so shocked that his face turned pale, and he even stuttered. The supreme ghost leopard snorted coldly and said, "I don't believe he can withstand the 6th heavy thunder." The 6th heavy monk in the ancient world only needs to stretch out a little finger to kill the 1st heavy creature in the ancient world. Even genius is no exception. In another direction, the Tianming demon emperor dressed in white, stepped on the void, and walked step by step to the edge of the coverage area of the thunder robbery. She stopped, stood upright, stared at Ning Xiaochuan standing under the robbery cloud, and smiled coldly. It can actually attract the 3 evil Zhenlong robbery, which seems to have been built into the supreme body. What a king of annihilation, the emperor underestimated you. Tianming demon emperor doesn't think Ning Xiaochuan can withstand the Sansha Zhenlong robbery, but if he really passes the Sansha Zhenlong robbery, then the queen of Tianming demon can't keep him. He must be killed in the cradle, before he grows up. Boom. The 6th thunderstorm landed. The black thunder and lightning condensed into an ancient dragon with wings. Its body is more than 80 miles long, like a thunder and lightning mountain. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were fearless, and he played 4 kinds of magic powers in a row, including the world-destroying sword, the world-destroying knife, the world-destroying demon fire and the world-destroying demon thunder, which were transformed into a blood-red giant sword and a giant knife, a fireball and a thunderball with a diameter of 10 meters. He actually wants to confront Lei Jia. Bang bang. In just a moment, the 4 magical powers were shattered by the 6th heavy thunder, and became dissipated. Pa! The 6th thunder disaster finally hit Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan's body was wrapped in an electric cloud, and his whole body was cut into flesh and blood. Then those flesh and blood were scorched and turned into a black hard shell, covering his body. The 6th thunder robbery did not end at this point. Soon, 3 ancient dragon-like thunder and lightning rushed out of the robbery clouds of 3 colors and split on Ning Xiaochuan. Poof! Ning Xiaochuan vomited a mouthful of blood from his mouth, and his body fell back straightly, falling into the hot magma. Finally, I died in the thunder. The Eagle King breathed a sigh of relief. If you don't die in the 6th thunder robbery, it's too abnormal. However, the human boy was already very powerful, and he actually robbed half of the sixth heavy thunder. Even the sons and daughters of gods may not be able to reach this step when crossing the three evil spirits' town dragon robbery. Really dead? Tianming Demon Emperor's eyes looked at the robbery cloud above the sky, and the robbery cloud of three colors not only did not disperse, but became thicker, as if brewing the next robbery thunder. If Ning Xiaochuan is really dead, the robbery cloud should disperse. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan jumped out of the magma lake, fell to the ground, and immediately took 10 real ghost evil pills. Then, sit on the ground and start to quickly recover the vitality of the body. There's the last heavy thunderstorm. I must survive. Even if it's heaven, I can't kill me. Ning Xiaochuan made every effort to recover from the injury, and his will was very firm. Standing behind the nine-tailed demon in the distance, I was relieved to see Ning Xiaochuan rushing out of the magma again. The King of Annihilation is indeed too strong. If he is allowed to survive the thunder disaster and reach the eternal realm, he will be like a Qianlong flying in the sky, with a bright future. In the future, he will surely shine a very bright light on the big stage of the world. The key is, can he survive the thunderstorm? Coming. Ning Xiaochuan stopped practicing, stood up and looked at the sky. Ow! A bolt of lightning flew out of the blue, purple and black clouds. Lightning condensed into 3 nine-clawed dragons. Each nine-clawed dragon exudes an extremely powerful breath, with a brilliant atmosphere, exhaling like clouds and exhaling like the wind. The 3 nine-clawed dragons did not split down alone, but merged into one, turning into a more terrifying dragon lightning. Gods and demons. Ning Xiaochuan inspires 3 kinds of supreme power in his body: divine supreme power, magical supreme power, and kendo supreme power. Wow! His body turned black and white. The left side of the body turns into a cold night. The right side of the body becomes a bright day. He is like the person standing between night and day, both like a god who saves all living beings and a demon who destroys the world. How can this happen? Is it possible to cultivate 2 supreme bodies at the same time? How can it be? The supreme ghost leopard was stunned, and his heart was hard to calm down. 2 supreme bodies? It should be 3. The queen of Tianming demon stood with her hands down, and her heart was more determined to kill Ning Xiaochuan. Such a demon should not live in the world. His existence will affect the balance of the world. Ning Xiaochuan folded his hands and shouted, "War!" He regarded the natural disaster as an enemy and beat out his strongest strength. Boom! The huge 9-clawed dragon condensed by lightning broke up under the attack of the black and white light column, turning into a sea of lightning, completely wrapping Ning Xiaochuan. After the lightning completely disappeared, everyone saw that Ning Xiaochuan still stood there and did not fall. Succeed. Successfully passed the dragon robbery in Sansha town and reached the eternal realm. Pa! Ning Xiaochuan's black hard shell on the surface of his body was broken and fell to the ground, revealing a shining body, emitting a brilliance of black and white. Take a deep breath, and the breath of God in the third God-sealing world immediately converges to him. It was only 3 breaths, and the Qi of God within 1,000 miles was absorbed by Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan can clearly feel the powerful power in his body, which is definitely not as simple as just stepping into the eternal realm. It is much stronger than those creatures who have just entered the eternal realm. Absorbing some of the power of heaven's calamity and the power of God's Qi, I actually reached the peak of the 2nd level of the eternal realm, not far from the 3rd level of the eternal realm. It's really great. It is absolutely impossible for ordinary creatures to have such a fate. Because when they break through the eternal realm, they won't survive the robbery at all. Although it is very dangerous, it can also get great benefits. What makes Ning Xiaochuan more happy is that the magic sword and Yangxin Zhending have reached the level of Supreme King where under the hardening of Lei Jia. 50 concrete magic swords, all of which have reached the level of top grade and supreme weapons. The queen of the nine-tailed demon arrived at the first time. She was graceful and charming. Her eyes were as beautiful as stars, and every inch of her skin was crystal clear. 9 white fluffy fox tails appeared under her hips, with a sunken fish and wild geese-like face, and she came to Ning Xiaochuan with a smile. Ning Xiaochuan's clothes were turned into fly ash in the thunder robbery, and she was naked, but she didn't shy away at all. Her eyes were very bold, staring at every part of Ning Xiaochuan's body. King of Annihilation, congratulations on your breakthrough. The ruddy corners of the mouth, behind the nine-tailed demon, drew a beautiful radiance, revealing 2 rows of white and crystal shell teeth. Ning Xiaochuan's body flashed a blue light, and Qingmu Tianyi emerged from his skin, like a blue gown. Lord Demon Queen, I'm afraid we'll have another fierce battle soon. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were very sharp, just like a sharp sword, staring at the 3 gods Tianjiao flying from a distance, the Supreme Ghost Leopard, the Supreme Eagle King, and the Supreme Spirit Marten. The Queen of the Nine-Tailed Demon still has a smile on her face, which is very enchanting and beautiful, just like a unique enchantress, less than 20 years old. She said with a smile, when you crossed the robbery, I refined a supreme bloodstone and successfully hit the 9th level of the Eternal Realm. With my cultivation, I can deal with them even without using flattery. If using flattery, the Queen of the Nine-Tailed Demon can easily subdue the Ghost Leopard Supreme and the Eagle King Supreme and turn them into her slaves. Of course, with the arrogance of the Queen of the Nine-Tailed Demon, she naturally disdains to use the charm of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan to deal with 3 young creatures. Human boy, I really missed it. I didn't expect that you were a young master who cultivated the supreme body. You are qualified to fight with me fairly. Carving King, Supreme Road. Ning Xiaochuan said, fairness? I am the 2nd highest cultivation in the Eternal Realm, and you are the 5th highest cultivation in the Eternal Realm, which is also called fairness. Besides, you are also a genius in the divine world. You can fight across at least 2 realms, and your real combat power is comparable to the 7th highest cultivation in the world of Dian. Of course, if you want to fight with me fairly, you can also. We all wear the Oracle Supreme Armor, and I promise to beat you to the ground within 3 moves. The Eagle King laughed loudly and said, human boy, your talent is really high. But do you think you can defeat me by wearing the Oracle Supreme Armor? I am the 5th highest cultivation in the Eternal Realm, and my understanding of martial arts is far stronger than you. Moreover, what I cultivate is the Qi of God, which can maximize the power of the Oracle Supreme Armor. Just these 2 points, you can't compare. Recommend the blood fantasy masterpiece, The Flying Fish's work, The Eternal God Emperor. Introduce, 800 years ago, Zhang Ruochen, the son of the Ming Emperor, was killed by his fiancée Princess Qi Yao. A generation of Supreme Tianjiao fell here. 800 years later, Zhang Ruochen came back to life, but found that he had killed his fiancée and had unified the Kunlun realm, opening up the first Central Empire, known as the Queen of Qi Yao. The Empress of Qi Yao, who controls the world and faces all directions, youth is eternal, immortal. Zhang Ruochen stood outside the ancestral hall of the emperors, looking at the statue of Empress Qi Yao, burning with hatred in his heart. After I rebuild for 13 years, I dare to let the Empress go down to the Yellow Spring. It's useless to talk more. Fight. If you can pass 3 moves in my hand, I'll spare you from dying. Ning Xiaochuan held a palm-sized divine order in his left hand. Driven by the Supreme Spirit, the divine order immediately split into pieces of divine armor, completely wrapping Ning Xiaochuan's body. The Eagle King's eyes coagulated, and he also put on the Oracle Supreme Armor. After wearing the Oracle Supreme Armor, they are the 9th largest combat power in the Eternal Realm. With Ning Xiaochuan's talent, the Supreme Eagle King wanted to defeat him. It was really not an easy thing. However, the Supreme Eagle King never believed that he would not be able to catch his 3 moves. Fight. I will step on you completely and let you know that in the same realm, the genius of the divine world is much stronger than the genius of Dian world. Chi. A pair of huge black iron wings grow on the back of the Supreme Eagle King, and the edges of the wings are covered with iron feathers like blades. Each iron feather is comparable to a top-grade supreme weapon, emitting cold light. Shwa. The Eagle King stepped on the pace, and the speed was fast, which was almost like a blink. 36 directions can be changed in every moment. The wings on his back, like two huge blades, kept chopping at Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the black iron wing and cut over. He didn't dodge. Suddenly, a point came out, and a sword gas flew out of his fingertips, hitting the armor on the chest of the Supreme Eagle King, making a loud noise. That sword chi, through the armor, stabbed into the flesh of the Supreme Eagle King. Poof! The Supreme Eagle flew out upside down, and a sharp pain came from the position of his heart. Warm blood flowed out of the blood hole in his heart. How can it be so strong? In the same realm, he was defeated by the other party with one move. No, not reconciled. The Supreme Eagle slapped his palm on the ground, flew up again, opened his mouth and spit out a golden bead, hitting Ning Xiaochuan. The golden beads bloom and become a golden mountain. The Supreme Eagle King constantly penetrated the divine chi in his body into the golden peak, making the golden peak become larger and larger, reaching 3,000 meters high. The golden peaks rotate in the sky, making a buzzing sound. Looking up, most of the sky was occupied by golden peaks, blocking out the sky and the sun, with great momentum. Golden rays flew down from the golden peaks, like a fairy mountain in the divine world. This is the most powerful soldier of the Supreme Eagle King, named Jinyun Mountain. In Xinhe civilization, there is an extremely powerful artifact called Jiu Dang Jia, which is composed of 9 metal peaks, suspended in the starry sky, which is larger than the 9 stars combined. The Golden Cloud Mountain mastered by the Supreme Eagle King is an imitation of Jiu Dang Mountain. Although it is an imitation, its power is still very powerful, comparable to a quasi-supreme imperial weapon. Is this your card? Ning Xiaochuan rode. The Supreme Eagle King held Jinyun Mountain in his hands, looking very laborious, and said, "Human boy, let you see the power of Jinyun Mountain, and you will know who is the real strong." Boom! The huge Jinyun Mountain bombarded Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan stretched out his arms and shouted, "Earth Vein, listen to my orders." Ning Xiaochuan cultivated the Earth Sutra. Now that he has reached the eternal realm, he can fully communicate with the earth and borrow the power of the earth. One thought can change the landscape thousands of miles around. With one stamp, the earth will collapse. As soon as his hands were lifted, 2 10,000-meter peaks immediately rushed up under the ground, like bamboo shoots springing up, blocking the crushed Jinyun Mountain. Ning Xiaochuan's arm was lifted again, and a mountain rose again on the ground, directly suppressing the Supreme Eagle King at the foot of the mountain. The Supreme Eagle stood on the ground, his body expanding, and turned into a large black eagle more than 1,000 meters long, emitting a fierce gas, like an ancient giant bird, trying to prop up that mountain. Suppress it. Ning Xiaochuan's arm pressed down. The mountains pressed on the emperor's back doubled in size. Jia. The Eagle King uttered a plaintive cry, and was finally suppressed by the mountains. He lay on the ground and couldn't get rid of it at all. Ghost Leopard Supreme and Spirit Mink Supreme did not expect that Ning Xiaochuan could really suppress the Eagle King Supreme within 3 moves. How can this son be so strong? Go! The Ghost Leopard Supreme and the Spirit Sable Supreme put on the Oracle Supreme armor and rushed towards Ning Xiaochuan immediately. Welcome! Ning Xiaochuan raised his arms, and 2 mountains rose on the ground at the same time, suppressing the Ghost Leopard Supreme and the Spirit Marten Supreme under the mountain. The potential of the earth. Ning Xiaochuan soared and fell to the top of the mountain to suppress the Supreme Ghost Leopard. The heaven and earth elements in the center of his eyebrows whirled rapidly, and a breath of earth flew out of the center of his eyebrows and sank to the ground. Wow! Hundreds of strong pillars of air rushed up from the ground thousands of miles around. These air pillars are condensed from the potential of the earth and carry the power of the earth. Those pillars of air all gathered into the three mountains, and suppressed the Ghost Leopard Supreme, Spirit Marten Supreme, and Eagle King Supreme under the mountain. Unless they can carry the land thousands of miles away, otherwise, they will never escape from the bottom of the mountain. Human, how can you mobilize the power of the earth? What magic is this? Carving King Supreme roared. The Ghost Leopard Supreme roared, "My grandfather is one of the 10 demon saints of Minga Star, double-headed Ghost Leopard. If you don't want to die, let me out immediately." Ning Xiaochuan walked towards the Supreme Ghost Leopard and said, "Do you believe I can let you die now?" Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's cold eyes, the Ghost Leopard Supreme's face changed, and he was really afraid of being killed by the other party. "If you really die in the hands of a human boy, it will be too unjust. You let me go. I can give you any treasure you want." Ghost Leopard Supreme's attitude is no longer so tough, but seems to be begging Ning Xiaochuan. Nine-tailed demon later spread a message to Ning Xiaochuan, saying, if his grandfather is really a figure of the top 10 demon saints of Mingo Star, don't kill him for the time being. Once he is killed, his grandfather will definitely feel something, which will be detrimental to us. Ning Xiaochuan also nodded gently. The 9-headed purple Jiao ranked 9th among the 10 demon saints of Mingo Star, and his cultivation was already unfathomable, enough to sweep the northern/Xinjiang demon clan. If another demon saint is provoked, Ning Xiaochuan and the queen of the 9-tailed demon probably have no chance to escape. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the Ghost Leopard Supreme coldly and said, "It's not impossible for me not to kill you. I know you have a Supreme Imperial Instrument Black and White Life and Death chess table. If you give that Supreme Imperial Instrument to me, I can still spare your life." The Ghost Leopard Supreme clenched his teeth and said angrily, "Impossible. The Black and White Life and Death chess table is the treasure my grandfather gave me, and it can't be given to anyone." "Really? In that case, there is no discussion. All 3 of you have to die. When you die, all the treasures on you naturally belong to me." Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were cold and fierce, and he made a decisive move. When he raised the blade of the Emperor of Heaven, he was about to chop the neck of the Supreme Ghost Leopard. "Okay. I promise you." The Ghost Leopard Supreme had a cold sweat on his forehead. Now let's save his life. He was very unwilling. It was a Supreme Imperial weapon, and it was the strongest soldier on his body. Finally, I had to hand over the Black and White Life and Death chess table to Ning Xiaochuan. "You must first stabilize him until I escape and tell my grandfather. As long as my grandfather takes action, this boy must be dead, and then the Black and White Life and Death chess table will still return to my hands." Ghost Leopard Supreme hard hair out a sneer. Ning Xiaochuan took over the Black and White Life and Death chess table, immediately released the demon fire, refined the Black and White Life and Death chess table, and then put it into his body. A Supreme Imperial Instrument is definitely a great treasure. Ning Xiaochuan was planning to continue to blackmail the Supreme Spirit Sable and the Supreme Eagle King, when suddenly, a cold wind blew behind him. Hua hua. On the ground, thick ice was frozen and spread towards Ning Xiaochuan and the Queen of 9-tailed demon. In the sky, snow was flying, and the cold wind was howling. The third god world seemed to turn into a cold winter all at once. Ning Xiaochuan and the Queen of the 9-tailed demon suddenly turned around and stared at the white woman in the distance like a great enemy. The woman in white was very beautiful. Standing in the snow, she was like a fairy coming down to earth, with long hair and gorgeous posture. She approached Ning Xiaochuan and Jiuwei demon step by step. After seeing the face of the woman in white, the Queen of the 9-tailed demon showed a look of surprise and uncertainty. "Demon Emperor. Heavenly Dream Demon Emperor. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the approaching woman in white and felt a suffocating pressure. Ning Xiaochuan felt a faint murderous spirit on the Tianming Demon Emperor. Tianming Demon Emperor is fighting for him. Does the idea of the heavenly dream Demon Emperor already know that I suppressed her first secondary divine body? Ning Xiaochuan's secret way. Every thought of the secondary god is independent of each other. Logically speaking, the Tianming Demon Emperor's idea of other secondary gods should not know that it was Ning Xiaochuan who suppressed her first secondary divine body. See the Demon Emperor. Ning Xiaochuan and the Queen of the Nine-Tailed Demon bow their hands at the same time. The Tianming Demon Emperor stopped and stared at Ning Xiaochuan. His red lips opened and closed, and his voice was a little cold. Miran King, did you not expect to see this emperor in the third god world? Ning Xiaochuan said, I'm very excited to see the demon emperor. Qua. Really? Tianming Demon Emperor showed meaningful eyes and said, my emperor really despised you before. I didn't expect you to grow to such a degree. Come here, Miran King, and let my emperor have a good look at you. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was more uneasy, and the murderous spirit on the Tianming Demon Emperor was more obvious. His face remained unchanged, and he said, my subordinates are just human beings, and there is nothing to look at. This cultivation of my subordinates is far worse than that of the Demon Emperor, such as fireflies, compared to the stars. The Queen of Nine-Tailed Demon is so smart that she naturally sees the strange atmosphere. However, she did not know the hatred between the King of Extermination and the Demon Emperor of Tianming. And in her opinion, the King of Extermination has just reached the Eternal Realm. How can he become the enemy of the Tianming Demon Emperor? The gap between their accomplishments is too big. One is God, the other is man. Shua. The Tianming Demon Emperor snorted coldly and turned into a series of shadows. In an instant, he rushed to Ning Xiaochuan and shot like lightning. When Ning Xiaochuan hadn't reacted, he took Ning Xiaochuan out with one palm. Ning Xiaochuan has been on guard against the Tianming Demon Emperor. At the moment when the Tianming Demon Emperor's body moved, Ning Xiaochuan also followed. The speed of his action can't be avoided, but it's still much slower than Tianming Demon Emperor. Before he lifted his arm, he was slapped by the Tianming Demon Emperor. The idea of a secondary god of the heavenly dream Demon Emperor is the power of the ninth peak of the Eternal Realm. After I put on the Oracle Supreme Armor, it is also the ninth peak of the Eternal Realm. It is also the ninth peak of the Eternal Realm, but why is the gap so large? When he was about to fall to the ground, Ning Xiaochuan bounced his legs and rolled up again, falling 10 feet away from the Tianming Demon Emperor. Wow! The magic sword and Tiandi blade appeared in Ning Xiaochuan's hand at the same time. With a sword in one hand and a knife in the other. The Tianming Demon Emperor stood in the position that Ning Xiaochuan had just stood proudly, 2 snow-green fingers gently stroked his long hair, and gave a cold smile. The King of Annihilation, we are also the 9th level of combat power in the Eternal Realm, but the Emperor was once a secondary god, who knows more about martial arts than you. Really? I have to try. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes are firm and fearless. The secondary god can also fight. He didn't believe that the same 9th level combat power of the Eternal Realm was so much worse than the secondary god. Tianming Demon Emperor said, I only use one hand and don't use any war tools. If you can force me to use second hand or war tools, I will let you live today. She carried one hand behind her back and spread out the other. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes shrunk slightly, and he immediately showed the speed of the divine dragon. A flame 3 feet high burst out of his body, and a pair of flame dragon wings condensed on his back, turned into a flame, and cut across with a knife. His speed has reached his current limit. Wow! The figure of Tianming Demon Emperor flashed, easily dodged Ning Xiaochuan's full strength, and pointed his backhand at Ning Xiaochuan's wrist. The finger of the Tianming Demon Emperor hit the surface of the Oracle's supreme armor, and a powerful momentum passed through the armor and hit Ning Xiaochuan. Pa! The bone at the wrist was broken, and a sharp pain spread all over the body. With a bang, the Tiandi blade fell from Ning Xiaochuan's hand and fell to the ground. Ning Xiaochuan resisted the pain and clenched his teeth. Taking this opportunity, the magic sword in his right hand stabbed the Tianming Demon Emperor's chest. Tianming Demon Emperor was like a ghost, coming and going like the wind, and instantly retreated 10 feet away. Ning Xiaochuan stabbed her sword into the air without even hurting her hair. In the same realm, Ning Xiaochuan can easily suppress the 3 geniuses in the divine world. But also in the same realm, he couldn't do anything about the Tianming Demon Emperor, and he couldn't even touch the corners of the Tianming Demon Emperor's clothes. Is the gap between ordinary warriors and secondary gods really so large? The Tianming Demon Emperor stared at Ning Xiaochuan and said, "The genius who cultivates into the supreme body is nothing more than that." No wonder a great god in ancient times once said that whether to cultivate into the supreme body or not is not important, what matters is the idea of martial arts. In fact, many gods are not the supreme body. Those who have the supreme body, on the contrary, are difficult to cultivate into gods. Do you think the emperor is right? It's just the beginning. Ning Xiaochuan clenched his teeth and made a crackling sound in his arm. The broken bone was immediately reconnected. The Tiandi blade that fell to the ground returned to Ning Xiaochuan's hand. He continuously injected the supreme qi into the blade of the emperor, and stimulated the original power of the supreme imperial instrument. In the whole space, thousands of knife shadows immediately appeared, forming a torrent of knife qi convergence, attacking the Tianming Demon Emperor. Connect the clouds to the sky. The Tianming Demon Emperor showed an extremely mysterious magic power. His arm was raised and turned into a huge palm print, which was connected with the clouds above the sky. A slap pressed down, and all the sword qi condensed from the Tiandi blade collapsed. It's time to end. The Tianming Demon Emperor turned into a white shadow, and in an instant, he rushed to Ning Xiaochuan's body, his 5 fingers flashing divine light. The fingertips of each finger contain a magical power, hitting Ning Xiaochuan's chest. This blow was no longer like the power that the monks in the eternal realm could exert. It was simply like the blow of a real sub-god. Even a world seemed to be shattered. Groundbreaking knife. Ning Xiaochuan's back condenses a huge imperial shadow. His body is towering and his eyes are like torches, giving people a kind of imperial domineering. Hunyuanichi sword. A huge imperial shadow appears behind Ning Xiaochuan again, with a long breath and a body like the shadow of the god of Taishu, giving people a kind of purple momentum. One emperor and one emperor at the same time. With one knife and one sword, they cut out almost at the same time. Tianming Demon Emperor's face changed slightly, and he had to use his second hand. Her 2 hands hit out at the same time and collided with Tiandi blade and magic sword. Boom! The imperial shadow and the imperial shadow are broken at the same time. Ning Xiaochuan flew backward again, slid more than 10 feet on the ground, sank his legs, and finally stabilized his body. Tianming Demon Emperor was a little surprised and said, "Your luck is not small. You can mobilize the divine power of the Emperor of Heaven and the Emperor of Purple and Gold at the same time. My Emperor despises you again. My Emperor has his word. Since you forced me to use my second hand, my Emperor will let you live today. However, you won't be so lucky next time you meet." Tianming Demon Emperor is a secondary god, and naturally will not go back on his word. Wait a minute. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Tianming Demon Emperor said coldly, "What else do you want to do?" Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were cold and sharp, and he said, "I haven't said I'll let you live." "How can you leave?" Tianming Demon Emperor's eyes slightly coagulated, gave Ning Xiaochuan a cold look, and said, "What did you say?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "Tianming Demon Emperor, your first secondary divine body has been suppressed by me. I naturally want to clean up all the remaining 3 secondary divine thoughts. Pick up the divine way. 5 ghosts of the heavenly demon emperor flew out of Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows and suspended behind him. The breath emanating from each soul shadow is no weaker than the Tianming demon emperor standing opposite. The powerful power of the 5 spirits is integrated with Ning Xiaochuan's body. Ning Xiaochuan summoned the demon tower and held it in the palm of his hand. His body exuded a terrifying breath, which was like a god coming to earth. What a king of extermination! It turns out that the emperor's first divine body was really suppressed by you. With your cultivation, you can't have such a powerful force. What's your origin? Tianming demon emperor rode. Ning Xiaochuan said, my origin is not important. Take it. The Jinyao tower was beaten out by Ning Xiaochuan and turned into a huge god tower as high as a mountain. It was necessary to collect the Tianming demon emperor into the tower. When you think about it, you will feel alive and calm down the world's blood begonia. Tianming demon emperor turned into a colorful begonia 10,000 feet high, split into thousands of petals of rain, flew towards the sky and earth, and immediately fled. Wow! Most of the petals were collected into Jinyao Tower, but some of them still flew away and disappeared in Ning Xiaochuan's sight. As long as a petal flies away, the idea of the second god of Tianming demon emperor can escape. Ning Xiaochuan took back the Jinyao Tower and sighed, she escaped. It will be more difficult to suppress her next time. Just now, Ning Xiaochuan and the Tianming demon emperor fought. The queen of the 9-tailed demon had been looking at it. She was very shocked and finally understood something. It turned out that the first divine body of the Tianming demon emperor fell in the Middle-earth world, and it was all laid out by the king of annihilation. Even the Tianming demon emperor fell in his hands. This son is really not simple. The eyes of the queen of the 9-tailed demon were a little colorful, as if she was thinking about something. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the coming 9-tailed demon and said, after the 9-tailed demon, you now know my gratitude and resentment with the Tianming demon emperor. Do you decide to be friends with me or continue to be the subordinate of the Tianming demon emperor? This question is very important, because the queen of the 9-tailed demon used to be a subordinate of the Tianming demon emperor. The queen of the 9-tailed demon smiled and said, the Tianming demon emperor is the creatures of the divine world, and those creatures of the divine world either want to catch me or kill me. I can't be a subordinate of the Tianming demon emperor anymore. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, well, in that case, let's go back to the second god world first. The queen of the 9-tailed demon said, don't we look for Yunshan Pool and Fengshan List? Ning Xiaochuan hesitated a little, and said rationally, the demon emperor of Tianming escaped, and she will definitely immediately invite the strong in the divine world to deal with us. If we let them block up in the third god world, we can't escape. Well, let's go back to the second world of gods for the time being. After careful consideration, 9-tailed demon also nodded and agreed with Ning Xiaochuan's decision. Then, Ning Xiaochuan and 9-tailed demon immediately flew towards the channel leading to the second god world. A piece of blood-red petals flew out of the soil and turned into a peerless woman. With a faint evil spirit in her eyebrows and eyes, she pinched her 5 fingers and crushed all the boulders around. Damn! It's a great shame that the emperor was forced to run for his life by a human being. King Miran, your name is taken by the emperor, and you dare to rebel against the emperor. When the emperor's body wakes up in the ruins, you must recognize the power of the emperor again. Tianming demon emperor turned into a white smoke, like a ghost, flying towards the channel of the fourth god world. The 2 9th-level generals of the Eternal Realm guarded the passage of the 4th-level god world. After seeing the Tianming demon emperor, they immediately bowed down and said, see the Tianming demon emperor. Tianming demon emperor said, where is the 9-headed purple Jiao? The emperor wants to see him. Lord Jiu Dang is in the Devil Stone Forest of the Fourth God World. He is looking for the ancient God Stone that escaped. One of the generals said. Tianming Demon Emperor said, immediately send him to the Third God World to help me deal with the Terran enemy. Subordinates, now go to report to Lord Jiu Dang. The general knew that the Tianming Demon Emperor was a big comer, and dared not neglect it. He immediately jumped into the light gate and rushed to the Fourth God World. Yesterday, I recommended Fiashianu's God of the Ages, and some book friends said they couldn't receive it. Please go to or QQ Reading to receive. It's genuine, and it's free now. I hope you can support one. Help cast a recommendation vote. Lao Jiao is very grateful. The Tianming Demon Emperor stared at another general and said, immediately lead 10 oracle soldiers to the passage of the Third and Second God's World. If you see that human beings want to escape from the Third God's World to the Second God's World, stop him at all costs. Subordinates understand. That war general immediately took out a supreme instrument in the shape of a conch, blew the conch, and the sound was melodious, which spread all over the Third God World. Before long, 10 divine warriors wearing oracle supreme armor flew to the horizon, standing in a neat row, and their breath was very strong. Under the leadership of that general, the 10 oracle soldiers immediately rushed to the entrance to the second world of gods. Unfortunately, when they arrived, Ning Xiaochuan and Jiu Demon had already left the third world of gods and fled to the second world of gods. The fourth god world. This is a vast sea of stones. At a glance, it is full of dense stones. There are blue boulders as big as mountains and red stone particles the size of fingernails. These stones, covering thousands of miles around the earth, are simply like a sea of stones. Some stones are buried in the ground, while others are suspended in the void. Walking into the stone sea is like walking into a huge maze. The 9-headed purple Jiao came to this stone sea after chasing Shiji demon. Shiji, the demon queen, fled into the stone sea like a fish in water. She can incarnate thousands of things, integrate with every stone here, and immediately disappear without a trace. In the past half-month, 9 purple Jiaos have entered the stone sea 3 times, but they were attacked by those stones 3 times, but almost injured. Damn, if you are outside, you can burn all the stones thousands of miles around into ashes in one day. The 9-headed purple Jiao was very angry and punched out fiercely, breaking a boulder more than 10 meters high. The spatial structure of the fourth god world is more stable than that of the third god world. With the deep cultivation of the 9-headed purple Jiao, it can only break a boulder with one punch, and it is impossible to refine a stone thousands of miles around. The thunder god demon emperor, the white bone demon queen, the holy baby demon emperor. All the demon emperors and demon queens of the northern/Xinjiang demon clan stood behind the 9-headed purple Jiao. All of them were silent and dared not say more. Tell Lord Jiu Dang that the Emperor of Heaven and the Demon Emperor want to see you. The 9th battle general of the Eternal Realm flew from a distance, folded his wings on his back, knelt in front of the 9-headed purple Jiao, and repeated what the Tianming Demon Emperor had just said. A human can actually break into the third world of gods, and he still needs this Buddha to deal with him personally? Is it the strong man of the human race of Shinha civilization who has come to die in world? No. The door of other human gods should not be opened. 9-headed purple Jiao frowned slightly, puzzled in his heart. Are there any human monks in Tianshu that Tianming Demon Emperor can't solve? The general said, I don't know. Lord Tianming Demon Emperor didn't say it clearly. Okay. I will go to meet that human for a while and see how strong he is. The 9-headed purple Jiao turned around and ordered the Demon Emperor and the Demon Queen, such as the Thunder God Demon Emperor, the White Bone Demon Queen, the Holy Baby Demon Emperor, and so on, stay, surround here, and don't let that ancient god stone escape. With these words, the 9-headed purple Jiao immediately rushed to the third god world. At this time, Ning Xiaochuan and the Queen of the Nine-Tailed Demon have returned to the Soul Ghost Cave of the second-level God Sealing World. Godfather, you are finally back. Xiaolinger was very happy to see Ning Xiaochuan returning to Hunsha Cave, and immediately greeted him. Ning Xiaochuan stared carefully at Xiaolinger, nodded, and said, "Your cultivation has reached the 6th level of the Eternal Realm, and your progress is too fast." Xiaoling said, "It's all the credit of the Supreme Soul, Sha Dan. If I refine the last Supreme Soul, Sha, I will definitely reach the 7th level of the Eternal Realm, or even higher." Xiaohong flashed out behind Xiaolinger, staring at a pair of round big eyes, eyelashes blinked, and said in some surprise, "Ning Xiaochuan, you have broken through the Eternal Realm, and you have found the Supreme Bloodstone?" Ning Xiaochuan nodded with a smile and said, "I really find the Supreme Bloodstone, so that I can easily break through to the Eternal Realm." "Any more? Any more? I want one too. You must have left one for me?" Xiaohong immediately leaned against Ning Xiaochuan, just like before, dawdling on Ning Xiaochuan. But she didn't know that she was no longer the little girl she used to be. Now her chest was very material, soft and tall. That pair of sparkling beautiful eyes, pitifully staring at Ning Xiaochuan, showing very eager eyes. It's not like asking Ning Xiaochuan for the Supreme Bloodstone. It's like seducing Ning Xiaochuan to commit a crime. Ning Xiaochuan coughed. As a dragon girl of the Dragon Clan, she may become the existence of the Dragon King in the future. Can you be cool and noble? With that, he took out a crimson Supreme Bloodstone and put it in Xiaohong's palm. Xiaohong took the Supreme Bloodstone, just like a little squirrel holding a pine cone. She was very happy. She immediately put the Supreme Bloodstone into her pocket and said with a smile, "Who says that a dragon woman must be noble and cold, and she is still a little girl?" Seeing that Xiaohong successfully begged for a Supreme Bloodstone from Ning Xiaochuan, King Fizi, the Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor also immediately stared at Ning Xiaochuan with a look of longing in their eyes. The Supreme Bloodstone is a treasure that all real people in the world want to break their heads. Ning Xiaochuan handed over a look to King Fizi, took out the last Supreme Bloodstone and gave it to her. Get the Supreme Bloodstone. King Fizi's heart rises a sense of gratitude to Ning Xiaochuan. With this Supreme Bloodstone, she can immediately start to attack the Eternal Realm. The creatures in the Eternal Realm were the existence she could only look up to before. She never dreamed that she could reach that realm and become a supreme existence. Seeing that Xiaohong and King Fizi get the Supreme Bloodstone, they will soon be able to impact the Eternal Realm. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor are naturally very disappointed. Ning Xiaochuan saw all this in his eyes and immediately walked towards the back of the Nine-Tailed Demon and said, "After the Nine-Tailed Demon, how many Supreme Bloodstones have you got?" Ning Xiaochuan believed that the Supreme Bloodstone obtained by the Queen of the Nine-Tailed Demon was definitely more than 1 or 2. The Queen of the Nine-Tailed Demon glanced at the Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor, showing a thoughtful look, with a slight hook on his red lips, and said with a smile, "I got a total of 12 Supreme Bloodstones, one of which was refined by me to break through the 9th weight of the Eternal Realm. Now, there are still 11 Supreme Bloodstones left." Ning Xiaochuan said, "After all, the Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor entered the land of the gods with us. Can the Nine-Tailed Demon Queen give them 2 Supreme Bloodstones for my face?" The Queen of the Nine-Tailed Demon said, "Treasures of this level, such as the Supreme Bloodstone, can only be found in the land left by the gods. Anyone placed in the Tianshu continent will cause a murder catastrophe. You should also understand that we got these Supreme Bloodstones at the risk of our lives. We couldn't do it later if we gave them 2 Supreme Bloodstones." After a pause, she added, "But if I want to give it to you, I'm very happy." The eyes of the Queen of the Nine-Tailed Demon are beautiful and sparkling, staring at Ning Xiaochuan without blinking, with a somewhat provocative smile. Ning Xiaochuan knew very well that the purpose of Nine-Tailed Demon Queen was to make him owe her a modest favor, She is a very shrewd woman who knows how to expand her own interests. In her opinion, Ning Xiaochuan's potential is infinite and his future achievements are unlimited. Now is the best opportunity to get closer to him. Ning Xiaochuan smiled and said, "Well, I'll lend you 2 supreme blood stones." Nine-tailed demon queen's smile was charming, took out 2 supreme blood stones, gently put them into Ning Xiaochuan's palm, and said softly, "Don't pay them back." With these words, the queen of the nine-tailed demon took Princess Dashi to a secret room. She wants to help Princess Dashi refine the supreme bloodstone and impact the eternal realm. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the enchanting figure of the queen of the nine-tailed demon and gently shook his head. He really deserves to be a fox spirit. He is too calculating. After the golden horn demon emperor and the silver horn demon emperor got the supreme bloodstone, they looked at Ning Xiaochuan with extremely grateful eyes, directly knelt on the ground and said, "Thank you for killing the king. In the future, our brothers will swear to follow to the death, go up the knife mountain and go down the sea of fire, without hesitation. It's not a big thing. Get up. Strive to refine the supreme bloodstone as soon as possible. Only when you reach the eternal realm can you get more benefits in the land left by the gods." Ning Xiaochuan waved his hand and motioned them to step back. After all this, Ning Xiaochuan also began to practice. He is now the second highest cultivation in the eternal realm. After wearing the Oracle Supreme Armor, he can play the 9th highest combat power in the eternal realm. However, this is far from enough. He needs more powerful forces. Wow! Half of the Zhenren Tower flew out of the heaven and earth Daoyuan in the middle of the eyebrow, turning into a 3-foot-tall tower, suspended in the palm of Ning Xiaochuan's hand. Now I have hijacked the 5 secondary gods of the heavenly dream demon emperor, which can give play to the fighting power of the 5 friars with the 9th peak of the ancient world. If I hijack another secondary god idea, won't I be able to give play to the fighting power of the 6 friars with the 9th peak of the ancient world? Tianming Demon Emperor has a total of 49 sub-god thoughts. Except for the 5 sub-god thoughts hijacked by Ning Xiaochuan and the 3 escaped sub-god thoughts, the other 41 sub-god thoughts are all sealed in this half-town tower. Now is the time to use their power. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan carefully untied one of the seals of the idea of secondary god. The idea of secondary god condensed into a gorgeous woman, suspended in the town tower. She opened her eyes as bright as stars and looked around. Her consciousness was still quite vague, and she said, "Who told me to wake up? This is Zhenren Tower." "Yes, this is the town tower." Ning Xiaochuan walked towards her with his hands on his back. "Human." After seeing Ning Xiaochuan, the second god of Tianming Demon Emperor immediately turned cold in his eyes, stretched out an arm, and immediately condensed a white sword in the palm. "Receive the divine way." Ning Xiaochuan gathered the 5 times thoughts of the Tianming Demon Emperor in one body, carried infinite divine power, slapped it with one palm, and flew out the Tianming Demon Emperor standing opposite, hitting the tower wall of the Zhenren Tower. With only one slap, she almost broke her spirit. "Pa!" Ning Xiaochuan lifted the Tianming Demon Emperor from the ground, slapped her on the top of her head, used the receiving Shinto, and began to absorb the spirit in her head. Only by absorbing the divine spirit can we mobilize the divine power corresponding to this part of the divine spirit. It took Ning Xiaochuan 2 days to absorb all the spirits contained in the head of the Tianming Demon Emperor. Wow! He showed his way to receive gods again, and immediately showed the shadow of 6 heavenly demon kings behind him, like 6 identical gods standing behind him, forming a sacred and strange picture. The 6 shadows become one, and become a woman with a solid body. This woman looks exactly like the Tianming Demon Emperor, and brings together 6 secondary gods as a whole, which is comparable to the combination of 6 monks with the 9th peak of the eternal realm. Although it is still a soul, it is very real, just like a body of flesh and blood. Her strength reached the limit of the eternal realm, and with one hit, she could turn other ninth heaviest creatures in the eternal realm into ashes. See your master. She knelt on one knee and bowed to Ning Xiaochuan. If those demon clan creatures in North/Xinjiang saw this scene, they would certainly lose their chin. The Tianming demon emperor, who was high above, knelt at the feet of the king of extermination and saluted the king of extermination. Of course, she can't be regarded as Tianming demon emperor. She is only part of the spirit of the Tianming demon emperor mastered by Ning Xiaochuan. This part of the spirit was forcibly hijacked by Ning Xiaochuan and became a servant of Ning Xiaochuan, completely under the control of Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Can I use your divine power to fight with the creatures who created the realm?" She respectfully said, "I'm afraid it's still a little close. The creatures that create the realm of change are not comparable to the monks in the eternal realm." Then she said, however, the first divine body condensed by the Tianming demon emperor was suppressed by the master in the demon tower. It was a flesh body comparable to the creatures in the creation of the realm. If the slaves could borrow that flesh body, it would be enough to compete with the creatures in the creation of the realm. Ning Xiaochuan called out the demon tower, the tower door opened, and a flawless body flew out of the tower and suspended in front of Ning Xiaochuan. This flesh body is the first secondary divine body forged by the Tianming demon emperor with the blood of hundreds of millions of human beings. It is exquisite, perfect and flawless. It is almost carved from divine jade, emitting a faint fragrance. I'm afraid it won't decay even if it is buried in the soil for 10,000 years. This sub-divine body is definitely a little stronger than the physical body of ordinary creatures in the realm of creation. The spirit condensed from the head of the 6 secondary gods flew into the first secondary gods. The woman who was suspended in the void immediately opened her eyes and walked down from the void, emitting a strong breath. She bowed to Ning Xiaochuan and said, "Thank you, master." Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, "In the future, you will follow me and be my maid. You are no longer Tianming demon emperor now, and you need a new name. In the future, you will have the same surname as me, so you will be called Ning Tianming." "Thank you for your name," Ning Tianming said. There are still 40 secondary god thoughts in the Zhenren Tower. With my current cultivation, I should be able to hijack several secondary god thoughts. Let me help you and continue to improve your strength. The 7th heaviest monk in his realm can control the power of the 5 secondary gods of the heavenly dream demon emperor. Now it has reached the 2nd level of the eternal realm, and naturally it can control more secondary god thoughts. Ning Xiaochuan untied the seal of a second god thought and continued to refine it. Except you Mingsong, everyone in the Soul Evil Cave is trying to improve their cultivation and strength. Yu Mingsong held a 3-foot square stone plate in his hand. There was an ancient grain and pit carved on the stone plate, and there seemed to be some strange words. Even the oldest wise man in Tianshu continent may not understand the words and lines on the stone plate. Yu Mingsong looked at the stone plate for a long time, gently nodded. "There are 2 more doors of human gods have been opened. This time, I'm afraid it will become more lively, interesting. The 2nd God world." 9 purple jiaos, carrying 9 long guns on their backs, suddenly stopped, emitting a light purple light on their bodies. The 6 generals behind the 9-headed purple jiao were also covered with a halo, and their breath became a little stronger. Tianming demon emperor glanced at him and said, "What's the matter?" The 9-headed purple jiao laughed loudly and said, "It's great. My strength has increased by another 20%. Now I can play 50% of my accomplishments." The eyes of Tianming demon emperor became dignified. Avenue, when the gods of Shinha civilization come to Dian world, their cultivation will be suppressed by the power of the world. When the first door of man and God is opened, they can play a 30% power of their cultivation. When the 2nd door of man and God is opened, they can play a 40% power of their cultivation. When the third door of man and God is opened, they can play a 50% power of their cultivation. That is to say, now there are 2 doors of man and God open? The 9-headed purple Jiao nodded and said, the 8 doors of man and God are respectively connected to the 8-star regions of Shinha civilization. Only when the 8 doors of man and God are all opened, the power of Dian world to suppress the creatures of our Shinha civilization will completely disappear. At that time, we can give full play to our full strength. 9-headed purple Jiao then said, since my cultivation has increased by 20%, it is not difficult to find that human and that 9-tailed fox. The 9-headed purple Jiao closed his eyes, and a powerful mental force came out. After a while, the 9-headed purple Jiao opened his eyes, with a smile in his eyes, and said, yes, they are indeed hidden in the second God world. Now I will go to clear this group of ants. After a long time, 9 purple dragons, Tianming Demon Emperor, and the 9th heavy general of the 6 ancient territories all came to the outside of the Soul Evil Cave. Boom! 9-head purple Jiao's feet stepped on the ground, and the earth suddenly shook, and Ning Xiaochuan's array was instantly broken. On the ground, a sinkhole, with a diameter of hundreds of meters is exposed. When the 9-headed purple Jiao and the Tianming Demon Emperor were killed, the people in the Soul Evil Cave immediately noticed that they all stopped practicing and flew out of the Soul Evil Cave, ready to fight. Haha! Who did the Emperor think it was? It turned out to be you. The creatures of your Shinha civilization are so powerful. Who are you going to catch? The Golden Horn Demon Emperor laughed. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor refined the Supreme Bloodstone and successfully broke through to the first priority of the Eternal Realm. Wearing the Oracle Supreme Armor, his combat power can be compared with the 9th strongest in the Eternal Realm, and he naturally has great confidence. Even in the face of the Tianming Demon Emperor, he dares to fight. In his view, the 9th level of the Eternal Realm is already the strongest combat power of Tianshu continent. What else can we fear? Boy, you are too arrogant. Don't you kneel down and salute immediately after seeing the 9-headed purple Jiao and the Tianming demon? A 9th heavy general in the Eternal Realm behind the 9-headed purple Jiao said coldly. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor looked like a newborn calf was not afraid of tigers, pointed to the nose of that general, and said very arrogantly, shit, who are you? I am Suanai, one of the top 10 generals under the 9-headed purple dragon demon throne. The general stared at the Golden Horn Demon Emperor. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor touched the purple gold and red gourd and said, Suanai, the Emperor called you, do you dare to promise? Sunai thought that the Golden Horn Demon Emperor was too naive, and sneered, why don't you dare? Suanai. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor shouted solemnly. I'm here. As soon as Suanai promised, he was sucked into the purple, gold and red gourd by a huge force. The remaining 5 generals were shocked by the scene in front of them. They couldn't believe that just a gourd could hold a 9th heaviest strongman in the Eternal Realm. You know, all the creatures who can come to Dian world are the arrogant ones who have a chance to become gods, and none of them are mediocre and weak. Just taken away? 9 purple Jiaos were also slightly surprised, feeling incredible, and their eyes shot 2 purple lights, staring at the purple gold-red gourd in the hands of the Golden Horn Demon Emperor. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor covered the purple golden-red gourd, shook it hard twice, and said to himself, it should have turned into water. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor took off the gourd cover again and said to the 9 purple Jiaos, 9 purple Jiaos Demon Saint, the Emperor calls you, do you dare to promise? 9 purple Jiaos had noticed the extraordinary purple golden-red gourd, which actually gave birth to a massive chaos, which was definitely a congenital deity. The 9-headed purple Jiao naturally didn't dare to take risks. He snorted coldly and said, boy, I'll give you a chance to make up for your mistakes. Hand over the purple gold and red gourd in your hand, and I can let you live. Cut. Who believes it? Do you believe it yourself? Silver Horn Demon Emperor rode. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor said carelessly, "Nine-headed purple Jiao, you are a demon saint. I call you, do you dare to promise?" Nine-headed purple Jiao blushed, forcibly suppressed his anger, and said in a deep voice, "Ling Tomu, kill the boy for this seat. Subordinates take orders." Behind the nine-headed purple Jiao came a 9-meter-tall general with a human body, a red tiger's head, and a blue mountain axe. Ling Toma rushed towards the Golden Horn Demon Emperor murderously, his arms shook, and his body sent out thick power, suddenly catapulted up, and an axe cleaved down to the top of the Golden Horn Demon Emperor. "Brother, let me help you." The Silver Horn Demon Emperor took out a broken Supreme King's weapon like a mace, weighing tens of millions of kilograms, waved it out and hit Linjitomu's head. Boom! The Silver Horn Demon Emperor and the Golden Horn Demon Emperor shot at the same time, but they were still defeated by Ringtomu. The soles of their feet rubbed against the ground to produce a large amount of electric fire, and quickly flew backwards. How powerful! How powerful! The Golden Horn Demon Emperor felt a little numb in his arms. Fortunately, the Silver Horn Demon Emperor helped him. If he was asked to resist Ling Tomu's axe just now, he would be hurt by the other party. Bah! It's so powerful. What did you eat to grow up? The Silver Horn Demon Emperor spit on his hand and lifted the mace again. 2 mole ants can block this general's axe. It seems that you are not so weak. Ling Toma said coldly. The Silver Horn Demon Emperor pointed at Linjitomu with a mace and said arrogantly, "My wipe, how to talk. Believe it or not, the Emperor will beat you into a disability every minute." Ignorance. Linjitomu rushed up immediately and chopped the axe again. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor, the Silver Horn Demon Emperor and Ringtomu fought fiercely, and the 3 creatures were even inseparable, unable to decide the victory for a long time. You know, Linjitomu is the living creature of Shinha civilization. In the same realm, he can easily defeat the living creature of Dian world. After the Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor joined hands, they stopped him. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and saw some clues. If you fight alone, neither the Golden Horn Demon Emperor nor the Silver Horn Demon Emperor is the enemy of Ling Tomu's 3 moves. However, the Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor are twin brothers. They are interlinked and have a tacit understanding. When they work together, they can play several times their combat power. Therefore, they can compete with Ringtomu. What a waste. I can't even take 2 retarded ones. Nine-headed purple Jiao snorted coldly, stared at Ning Xiaochuan, and said, "It's you again, human boy. Last time, you dared to deceive me that you were the man of Tianming, Demon Emperor. This time, I made it difficult for you to fly with your wings inserted. And you, 2 nine-tailed foxes." Ning Xiaochuan looked very calm and said faintly, "Nine-headed purple Jiao, do you really think that we must not be your opponents?" The nine-headed purple Jiao sneered and said, "The Tianming Demon Emperor has told us your cards. Even if you can borrow the divine power of the Tianming Demon Emperor, you are far from our opponent. The strength of the strong man who created the realm is not what you can imagine." Really? Then you'll win my maid first. Tianming, go and experience the skill of the 9-headed purple dragon demon saint. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Standing behind Ning Xiaochuan, the woman in white with a veil slowly came out, revealing a pair of bright eyes under the veil, flashing with divine light. She stared at the 9-headed purple Jiao and said faintly, "Demon saint, please teach me." The Tianming Demon Emperor glanced at the woman in white with a veil and said coldly, "Miran King, you dare to take the Emperor's first secondary god body as a maid. It's really brave of you to insult a secondary god like this. Aren't you afraid that the Emperor's original Buddha will come to the sight of the gods and break you into pieces?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "In those days, did you not want to turn me into your servant? I just call her a maid, and I already respect you very much." Qua qua. Tianming Demon Emperor sneered and stopped talking. The nine-headed purple Jiao stared at the white-masked woman standing opposite, and felt that the other party's body was flowing with a wisp of divine power, and his cultivation seemed to be a little stronger than him. The nine-headed purple dragon immediately became serious. With a wave of his arm, a supreme imperial weapon-level spear on his back flew out and turned into a purple dragon, breaking through the void and stabbing Ning Tianming. Ning Tianming's body moved sideways, as fast as streamer. The next moment, she stood on the side of the nine-headed purple Jiao, pinched her jade fingers into a sword formula, and pointed out. Bang! 9 purple Jiaos were hit by the sword formula, and their bodies flew out. A blood hole the size of a finger appeared in their chest, and blood kept pouring out. What a fast speed! The nine-headed purple Jiao was secretly surprised. Tianming Demon Emperor said, "What she showed is the Emperor's unique skill, stepping on the cloud and chasing the moon, and your speed can't match her." Ning Tianming is formed by condensing some spirits of Tianming Demon Emperor, and is naturally proficient in all the magical powers of Tianming Demon Emperor. Moreover, her martial arts knowledge and combat experience are comparable to a secondary god. Ning Tianming's body condenses 8 sub-god thoughts, and her cultivation is a little stronger than the most important monk in the general creation realm, plus her martial arts knowledge and combat experience. Even if the nine-headed purple Jiao fought with her, he would fall below. Jiuto Zijiao was struggling in the Vietnam War, and felt that if the war continued for a long time, he might lose, so he immediately said, "Tianming Demon Emperor, kill that human boy first. As long as you kill that human boy, her spirit will naturally disperse." The Tianming Demon Emperor said to the remaining 4 generals, "Go ahead. Except for the 2 nine-tailed foxes, everyone else will die." The battle broke out completely. 4 ninth heaviest generals in the Eternal Realm rushed out at the same time. The Tianming Demon Emperor killed Ning Xiaochuan himself, intending to kill Ning Xiaochuan. After the Zijin Emperor, Ning Xiaochuan was the only one who could completely irritate her. "Godfather, let me help you." Little Linger was very worried about Ning Xiaochuan's safety, so she immediately put on the Oracle Supreme Armor, played a copper furnace of the Supreme Emperor level, and hit the Tianming Demon Emperor. At the same time, Xiaohong, King Fizi, and Princess Dashi also rushed over immediately, stood in the other 2 directions, and launched an attack on the Tianming Demon Emperor at the same time. They are all wearing Oracle Supreme Armor, and their combat power is the 9th heaviest monk in the ancient world. Together with Ning Xiaochuan, it was like 5 ninth heavyweights in the Eternal Realm besieged the Tianming Demon Emperor at the same time, beating the Tianming Demon Emperor back constantly. After all, Tianming Demon Emperor is only a secondary god idea. No matter how powerful it is also limited and cannot be invincible. Tianming Demon Emperor was very oppressed. Once upon a time, these creatures in front of her seemed to be like mole ants, but now these mole ants have all grown up and can actually force her back. Ning Xiaochuan, Xiaohong, Xiaolinger, King Fizi, and Princess Dashi all have soldiers of the Supreme Imperial weapon level, and their combat effectiveness cannot be underestimated. Wow! A fragment of the Supreme Emperor's weapon was cut from the waist of the Tianming Demon Emperor, tearing a huge gap in her body, and her body was almost cut in 2. She had just condensed her body again, and the Tiandi blade cleaved to her again, splitting her body in 2. The Tianming Demon Emperor immediately regained his body and quickly retreated, saying, "Where will the 4th World War be?" The 4 generals have recognized this as their master. Nine-tailed Demon Queen came over with a smile. The Queen of the Nine-tailed Demon is not only followed by 4 generals, but also 5 generals. There is another general, who has been subdued by the Queen of the Nine-tailed Demon before entering the 2nd world of gods. The Heavenly Demon Emperor stared at the Nine-tailed Demon coldly and said, "If I had known, the Emperor should have killed you earlier." "Don't you want to thank the Demon Emperor for not killing?" after the nine-tailed demon. Hum. The heavenly demon emperor snorted coldly and immediately showed his fast magic power of stepping on the cloud and chasing the moon to escape from here. However, Xiao Hong's speed was faster than her, and she flew in front of her and beat out the fragments of a supreme imperial instrument, which turned into a broken iron mountain and hit the Tianming demon emperor. Break it! Tianming demon emperor slapped it out and beat the iron mountain away. Suddenly, she found a cloud above her head, and a huge iron tower was suppressed. Wow! Put the second god of Tianming demon emperor into the tower, and Jinyao tower flew back and fell into Ning Xiaochuan's palm. Destroy the king, the emperor's body has come out of the ruins, and will soon come to the land left by the gods. You are dead. The voice of Tianming demon emperor came out of the demon tower, with a cold evil spirit. Ning Xiaochuan knew that Tianming demon emperor never lied, and his face changed slightly, saying, "We must leave the land of the gods immediately. Being chased and killed by a real sub-god is no joke." Leave? I can't leave. At the edge of the sky, a purple-black ghost cloud, mighty flying over, clouds layer by layer, giving people a feeling of darkness. Two huge leopard head ghosts emerged from the clouds. Their heads were as big as mountains, emitting a powerful breath of awe. That breath is much stronger than the nine-headed purple jiaos, which makes people feel suffocating. Second brother, you finally came. The nine-headed purple jiao immediately separated from Ning Tianming, and was extremely excited, flying towards the double-headed ghost leopard. The Comer is the double-headed ghost leopard demon saint who ranks second among the 10 demon saints of Mingo Star. The supreme ghost leopard stood beside the double-headed ghost leopard demon saint, stared at Ning Xiaochuan below, and gave a cold smile. Human, my grandfather is coming, how are you going to die today? Ning Xiaochuan resisted the pressure and said, life and death are destiny, and wealth is in heaven. If you can kill me, even if I die here, I won't have any complaints. Haha. With my grandfather and Grandpa Nine here, do you think you still have hope of escape? The supreme ghost leopard laughed loudly. Suddenly, the spirit of God Yun in the whole second god sealing world suddenly vibrated, a blue glow flew from the horizon, a blue divine bird flew in the glow, and a woman's voice came out of her mouth. If you want to kill him, have you asked the princess to agree? The blue divine bird turned into a human shape, turned into a girl in blue, fell in front of Ning Xiaochuan, carried his hands, and stared at the 9 purple dragons and 2-headed ghost leopards above the sky. Princess Qingluan. Seeing the arrival of the king, the double-headed ghost leopard demon saint immediately turned his head and looked in the direction where the king had just flown. He doesn't think that the king of Qing dynasty will appear alone. Sure enough, Liao and the octagonal demon emperor came slowly from the sky. Liao walked slowly, but he could stride tens of miles with each step. Liao Wang Shenjun, are you sure you want to take care of this matter? You need to know that the human boy, who offended the Tianming demon emperor, has come out of the ruins and will soon visit the land of the gods. Ghost leopard demon emperor Wei. Liao smiled and said, even if it doesn't matter, Tianming demon emperor will let me go? Demon god will let me go? The double-headed ghost leopard said coldly, Liao Wang Shenjun, you have been hiding in Dian world for so many years, why do you want to come out and die? Life is changeable, so don't be too full of words. How can you say who lives and who dies? Liao Dao. At this time, variables appear again. The space in front of Ning Xiaochuan was distorted, and a gap more than 10 meters long was cracked. An extremely beautiful woman came out of the space crack. It simply doesn't look like a mortal woman, with no trace of worldly breath on her body. Her body was very ethereal and dreamy. She was clearly standing in front of Ning Xiaochuan, but Ning Xiaochuan felt that she was standing in another space thousands of miles away. It is the snow spirit that has not been seen for a long time. She came from the broken void, and even the space barrier of the sealed land could not stop her. The demon emperor of Tianming couldn't come to seal the land, and she was invited by an old friend of hers to catch up. Xue Lingxiu's voice was loud, without any impurities, and he stared fearlessly at the two demon saints standing in the void. Seeing Xue Lingxiu, Ning Xiaochuan was happy and said, "The master of the purple gold emperor has been resurrected?" Xue Lingxiu nodded gently. "That's great." Originally, Ning Xiaochuan was ready to fight to the death, but he didn't expect that at the critical moment of life and death, King Qingyu and Xue Lingxiu would come to help, which was simply too righteous. Liao smiled and said, "Double-headed ghost leopard demon saint, it seems that Tianming demon emperor can't come to seal the gods and leave the land." I said, "Life is changeable, don't talk too full, you just don't believe it." I don't believe you are really so strong." The nine-headed purple dragon demon saint picked up a long gun and sank, "Second brother, let's join hands to ask for advice from the Liao Wang Shenjun." The double-headed ghost leopard demon saint nodded, "Fight." Ow! 9 purple jiaos grew scales on their bodies, and their bodies made a chi-chi sound. 8 purple jiaos grew again on their necks. The human body, with 9 jiaodo, was wrapped in purple air, giving people a feeling of barbarism. This is the strongest form of 9-headed purple jiao. The double-headed ghost leopard also immediately turned into a body, with 2 huge leopard heads, 8 leopard feet, and a huge thunder ball under his feet. The 2 demon saints shot at the same time, turned into 2 demon clouds, and rushed past at a lightning speed. Liao stepped out, immediately stood in the void, raised his arm and waved to the sky. Wow! The 2 demon saints came and retreated quickly. There was only 1 head on the neck of 9 purple dragons. The other 8 jiaodo were all cut off and fell from the sky. The double-headed ghost leopard left a huge bloody wound on his chest, almost cutting his body in 2. Because Liao's strength remained in the wound, his wound could not heal for a long time. Liao just showed a move, and the 2 demon saints were hit hard at the same time. Pick up jiaodo. When the golden horn demon emperor and the silver horn demon emperor saw the 8 jiaodo falling to the ground, they rushed up immediately and picked up the 8 jiaodo with a lightning speed. This is the head of Zijiao in the realm of fortune. Every drop of blood is very precious, and every piece of flesh and blood can be used to refine medicine. Seeing this scene, the 9-headed purple dragon demon saint vomited blood angrily and shouted, "You two are looking for death." Who? 9 purple jiao spit out a jiaoqi, which is wrapped in countless wind blades, and cut towards the golden horn demon emperor and the silver horn demon emperor. Ning Xiaochuan gave Ning Tianming a look. Ning Tianming turned into a remnant, flew to the golden horn demon emperor and the silver horn demon emperor, slapped out, and broke all the jiaoqi spit out by the 9 purple jiaos into purple smoke. Liao glanced in a certain direction and said, "A poisonous dragon, if you don't show up again, Ben Xingjun will kill your 2 brothers." Ow! A dragon chant came from the end of the sky and rang through the whole world of the second deity. Dragon chi shuttles between heaven and earth, converging into a huge dragon nest. In the center of the 10,000 dragon nest, stood a thin old man, with a pair of dragon horns on his head and a mighty and fierce spirit on his body. He is the head of the 10 demon saints of Mingo Star, a poisonous dragon demon saint. He is so powerful that he is definitely a super strong man of the dragon clan. I didn't expect that all creatures of this level appeared. After the 9-tailed demon, Xiaohong stared at a teenager standing next to a poisonous dragon demon saint, and whispered to Ning Xiaochuan, "Ning Xiaochuan, he is a fighting dragon envoy. I feel the breath of another dragon cub on him." There is another fighting dragon envoy? Ning Xiaochuan's eyes coagulated and looked at the boy. The boy looked only 13 or 4 years old, with a thin face and 5 black, sharp claws at the end of his palm. When Ning Xiaochuan stared at him, the boy's eyes also stared at Ning Xiaochuan. There was a sneer in his eyes. His eyes were very sharp, just like the eyes of a poisonous snake. An arm of poisonous dragon stood in the center of the 10,000 dragon nest, with his arm behind his back, staring at Liao, and said, "King Liao, I didn't expect that you and your Royal Highness Princess escaped to Dian world. The demon god told you that if you met you must be invited back." He especially accentuated the tone of the word please. Liao said, "Do you think you can invite me with your current cultivation? I heard that your cultivation has improved a lot, or we will fight again in the god world." A poisonous dragon smiled and said, "There must be a war between us, but not today. Ben Xingjun has a better proposal." "Tell me." Liao Dao. An arm of poisonous dragon stared at Xiaohong and Ning Xiaochuan and said, "My new disciple is a fighting dragon envoy. He wants to compete with the fighting dragon envoy beside you. I don't know whether Liao Wangxinjun agrees?" Liao looked at the young man beside a poisonous dragon. At a glance, he saw that the young man was extraordinary, his body was as powerful as a divine beast, and his cultivation had reached the 5th level of the eternal realm. On the contrary, Ning Xiaochuan is now the 2nd level of the eternal realm, which is a full difference of 3 realms. Ning Xiaochuan took a step forward and said, "I am willing to accept his challenge." Hearing this, the young man showed a satisfied sneer on his face. "Ning Xiaochuan, don't be impulsive. With your physique, you can indeed defeat an ordinary monk in the ancient world by crossing 3 realms. However, that young man is a fighting dragon envoy, and he is definitely not an ordinary monk in the ancient world. Even in the same realm, he is a great enemy," the king of Qing advised. Shui Lingshu's eyes sent out spiritual light, glanced at the boy and said, "His physique is very special, and he is not much weaker than the Supreme. He seems to be. It seems that he swallowed the dragon cub." "What? As the god of war, he devoured the dragon cub? Why is he so cruel?" Little Red Road. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, "He should have swallowed more than one dragon cub. There must have been other fighting dragon envoys who died in his hands. He is really a strong enemy and cannot be underestimated. Publish a QQ group of this book, 376-449-065. Welcome to chat, discuss and boast." Ning Xiaochuan and the young man hung in the void, looking at each other, facing each other from afar. The former's eyes are full of war, while the latter's eyes are full of banter and contempt. "I really want to know how strong the fighting dragon envoy of Shinhe civilization is." With that, Ning Xiaochuan immediately took the magic sword, turned into a remnant, and flew over to the boy. Seeing this, Xiaohong also followed up, spitting out a large piece of god-extinguished dragon fire in her mouth, completely surrounding the evil boy in the turbine-like flame. The evil young man snorted coldly, and his arm suddenly lifted. A huge black claw print flew out of the flame, and in an instant, all the gods extinguished the dragon fire. You know, with Xiaohong's current cultivation, show her mind to extinguish the dragon fire, and even the supreme instrument can be roasted. It was really terrible that the boy let such a terrible flame go out with just one claw. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were slightly frozen. He could not use the method of killing the world in front of these people. If you let people know that he is the successor of the world-destroying Taoism, even Liao can't keep him, maybe all the creatures in Dian world will be destroyed. Put away your tricks. Mole ants are mole ants. I'm also a dragon fighter. Don't you think it's ridiculous?" The evil boy stared at Ning Xiaochuan coldly, as if he were looking at his prey. He didn't treat Ning Xiaochuan as an enemy, as if he had one. Really? Who is mole ant is not sure. Ning Xiaochuan can't use the trick of destroying the world, but he has other cards, which are equally powerful. Heaven's seal. Ning Xiaochuan's hands changed rapidly in the air, and the Tianzuan seal in the center of his eyebrows appeared, emitting dazzling white light, illuminating all the miles around. Driven by the supreme qi, a thin white light column of the water tank hit the evil boy, shaking the void. The evil young man looked at the huge white light column attacking him, crossed his hands on his chest, and quickly waved it. Two huge five-toothed claws flew out when they were printed, and collided with the white light column. Two huge energies hit each other in the air. A few seconds later, the white light column printed and issued by the god broke the two claw prints of the evil boy, and then flew to the evil boy, making a huge collision sound. The golden horn demon emperor and the silver horn demon emperor stood aside and saw Ning Xiaochuan hit the evil boy. They danced and shouted, "Ning Xiaochuan, fuck him." After the golden horn demon emperor and the silver horn demon emperor broke through the eternal realm, their strength increased greatly, and they also wore the Oracle Supreme armor, and their accomplishments reached the 9th level of the eternal realm. But they felt that if the white light column just came to them, even if their brothers worked together, they might not be able to catch it. Under such a strong attack, they thought that the evil boy must have been injured. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the unfinished dust in front of him, and his expression became particularly dignified. The seal of God just released can be regarded as a more powerful trick in his world-destroying method. However, the evil boy almost resisted it with his paw prints with his hands, and he didn't even have a weapon, let alone fit with the dragon cub. When the smoke and dust dispersed, a figure stood there steadily, patted the dust on the clothes, and gave two harsh sneers in his mouth. "Qua qua, is this the only low-level trick? How powerful I thought it could be. It's really disappointing to me. In that case, it's my turn. How can it be? How can he be all right? Don't stop me, I'm going to hit the wall." The Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor saw that Ning Xiaochuan's powerful attack was useless to the evil boy. They felt completely weak and wanted to hit the wall. Liao and a poisonous dragon looked at the battle very calmly, and their expression did not fluctuate for who was better or worse, because whoever won or lost would not have any impact on the overall situation. Who is the overall situation? They are the big picture. Ning Xiaochuan and evil young men are like two pioneers in the confrontation between the two armies. Whoever can win the first battle will win the morale. The evil boy looked at Ning Xiaochuan and smiled with evil intent. The 5 fingers of his right hand suddenly changed, and the whole arm was covered with black dragon scales, and then attacked Ning Xiaochuan as fast as streamer. Ning Xiaochuan only felt a flower in front of him, and the evil teenager arrived in front of him. He didn't look surprised, and immediately cast the dragon to the right quickly. Wow! Although Ning Xiaochuan dodged in time, he was still caught by a fingerprint, and a long scratch appeared on the Oracle Supreme armor. A strong spirit rushed into the armor, through the armor. Even Ning Xiaochuan's body also had a scar, but he immediately recovered completely. "Little Red, fit!" Ning Xiaochuan shouted. Xiaohang immediately flew over, turned into a dragon-shaped flame, entered Ning Xiaochuan's body, and turned into a set of dragon armor from the inside out. Ning Xiaochuan's back shows a pair of huge dragon wings, with a brilliant atmosphere, blocking out the sky and the sun, like the god of war. How can it be when it fits? It's not an ant trying to shake a big tree. The evil boy quickly attacked Ning Xiaochuan. This time, he sacrificed his soldiers, which was a king's farewell hook at the level of the Supreme Emperor. He hooked Ning Xiaochuan's collarbone and bypassed the place covered by armor. Ning Xiaochuan quickly flew into the air, took out the Tiandi blade and the magic sword with both hands, and stimulated the supreme body of the gods and demons. Half of his body emitted white light, half emitted black light, and behind him, 2 extremely huge virtual shadows of gods appeared. Hunyuanichi sword. Groundbreaking knife. 2 huge arc-shaped energy waves flew out of the void in front of Ning Xiaochuan, flicked the Overlord's parting hook away, and then hit the evil boy. Seeing this, the evil boy quickly put his supreme spirit into the Bawang farewell hook, and a mighty ghost shadow also appeared behind him. Then, the Bawang farewell hook made a sharp turn in the air and hooked Ning Xiaochuan again. Thunder Dragon is born. Ning Xiaochuan didn't dare to be careless, and immediately showed a dragon magic. This is a new magic power that Xiao Hong realized by swallowing the dragon cub of the crown prince. I don't know how long it has passed since then. It is naturally extremely powerful to use Ning Xiaochuan and Xiao Hong's current cultivation. The overlord parting hook stabbed quickly, with a will to destroy the world. Even the surrounding void began to ripple. But after all, this is a world of gods. Space and earth are extremely hard. Even the secondary god can't destroy this place. If you were outside, with the fighting power of Ning Xiaochuan and evil strange teenagers, I'm afraid that thousands of miles around would become ruins. Ning Xiaochuan took out the Tiandi blade and spread the dragon wings behind him. His body was as fast as lightning. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor, the Silver Horn Demon Emperor, Princess Dashi, King Fizi, and others can't see Ning Xiaochuan's action track at all, and Ning Xiaochuan's figure has completely become blurred. Small skills. Seeing this, the evil boy also spread out the divine dragon speed, wrapped the overlord's parting hook around his right hand, and quickly flew up. The speed was even faster than Ning Xiaochuan. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan was about to be caught up, suddenly, a huge shadow appeared on his head. The huge demon tower fell from the sky, enveloping the evil boy. Bang! The evil boy, suspended in the demon tower, with a little chill in his eyes, burst into a drink, hit the overlord's farewell hook out and hit the demon tower. An energy wave passed through the demon tower and beat Ning Xiaochuan back dozens of miles. Ning Xiaochuan took back the demon tower and held it in his hand. At the same time, he mobilized the power of white bone beads and severely suppressed the demon tower to prevent the evil boy from escaping. Through observation, Ning Xiaochuan found that there was dragon blood in the body of the evil teenager, which was not devoured, but innate. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan believes that he is a dragon from Xinhe civilization. He is a dragon. Since it's a dragon, as long as it doesn't become a god, it can only be regarded as a demon no matter how powerful it is, so Ning Xiaochuan used the Jinyao Tower instead of the Zhenren Tower. The demon tower kept shaking, and there was a faint trend that could not be suppressed. Boom! With a loud noise, the door of the demon tower was forcibly opened by the evil boy and escaped. The evil boy has a set of armor on his body, which is combined with the dragon cub. Force me to display the power of the dragon cub. You are proud enough. After the evil boy aroused the power of the dragon cub, he no longer used the overlord farewell hook, but used a black dragon scale spear changed by the dragon power of the dragon cub to fight with Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan held a magic sword in his hand and kept attacking the evil boy. In a short moment, the two had fought more than 10 moves, but the evil boy was better after all. Ning Xiaochuan's attack hit him and did not cause much damage to him. However, every time he was attacked by the evil boy, he would feel a burst of pain. Ning Xiaochuan kept fighting with the evil boy, ready to use the power of white bone beads again. Suddenly, the evil boy raised his spear and swept fiercely at Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan was caught off guard by the broken spear, and the oracle armor on his body gave a bang, splashing countless sparks. Ning Xiaochuan flew backward and quickly stabilized his body. He felt sharp pain in his 5 internal organs, and his skull seemed to be broken. Or by the gap, it is doomed to be a fierce battle. Godfather. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan was beaten to fly out, Xiao Linger was about to go over to save Ning Xiaochuan, but she was held down by the king of Qingyu on the side and shook her head. Little Linger had no choice but to look at Ning Xiaochuan with great sadness and couldn't come forward to help. War. Ning Xiaochuan roared, and the 50 concrete magic swords in his body flew out together, and quickly fought against the evil boy. At the same time, a white bone bead flew out of Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows, and its speed was even faster than Ning Xiaochuan's full speed, containing huge energy to fight against the evil boy. But 50 of them are top-grade supreme weapons and 1 supreme king's weapon, which are not worth mentioning in front of the Supreme Emperor's weapon. With a slight hook at the corner of his mouth and a wave of his arm, the Overlord's farewell hook reappeared, and huge thunderbolts appeared on it, hitting Ning Xiaochuan's sword. Wait, something's wrong. Why do I feel a powerful force suppressing my blood? The evil boy stared at the front tightly like a poisonous snake, and found the white bone beads hidden in the sword. He felt a pressure from the superior. End this battle. Ning Xiaochuan held up the blade of the Emperor of Heaven and cut forward fiercely. A virtual shadow of the Emperor of Heaven behind him was unmatched, and he also made a downward cutting action, with a momentum that shocked the world, hitting the evil boy. All the creatures on the second floor of the whole god world can feel that powerful force. Continue to recommend Flying Fish's God of the Ages. Old 9 is hard enough. The evil boy felt a trace of danger, and unexpectedly took out a holy war talisman, which quickly stimulated the power of the talisman and threw it into the sky. 100 feet high emerald green light screen, condensed in the void, unexpectedly resisted all the attacks of Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan poured all his supreme qi into the Tiandi blade and gave the strongest blow, but he still couldn't break the light screen. Two terrible energies confronted each other in the air, and the power emitted made Jiu Dang Jia, King Fizi, and others feel extremely depressed, as if something was pressing heavily on their chest. In the place where Ning Xiaochuan and the evil and strange teenagers confront each other, ground fissures appear, and continue to spread to the distance. The earth trembled constantly, and the dragon qi shuttled in the void. Unimaginable, this is just a battle between two young people. A quarter of an hour later, Ning Xiaochuan's supreme qi has been exhausted, and there is no way to use the seal of heaven, the dragon magic power, the supreme body of gods and demons, and the white bone beads, which is a crazy consumption of supreme qi. Ning Xiaochuan's supreme spirit is not inexhaustible. The evil boy saw that Ning Xiaochuan's supreme weapon was about to be consumed, so he took back the holy June talisman. His eyes were very cold. Unexpectedly, Ning Xiaochuan forced him to use the holy emperor talisman. Even with the cultivation of a poisonous dragon, it was difficult to condense one. That's all for today. There's no need to fight. At this time, a poisonous dragon's face was a little embarrassed and he had to come out. For the defeat of the evil boy, a poisonous dragon didn't say much. He knew that there were still many cards of evil and strange teenagers, but it was inconvenient to show them. If those cards were used, Ning Xiaochuan would undoubtedly lose. On the bright side, evil teenagers occupy the top. However, the evil boy also used the power of the saint's talisman, which actually fell into the inferior. Even if we continue to fight and win Ning Xiaochuan, we will only be laughed at by Liao. A poisonous dragon, you have a good disciple, and your potential is not small. Liao laughed. In the whole Dian world, there are few people who know that Ning Xiaochuan cultivates the way of destroying the world, and Liao is just one of them. He knew that Ning Xiaochuan also had his strongest cards and used the power to destroy the world. Liao certainly knew the power of the world-destroying Tao. If Ning Xiaochuan really played all the cards with the evil young man, it's hard to say who won and who lost. However, Ning Xiaochuan's current state is indeed different from that of the other party. If he continues to fight, he will certainly suffer losses. Let's go. A poisonous dragon glanced at Liao and Ning Xiaochuan. There was no expression fluctuation on his face. He directly cut a space crack, and then walked in. Elder brother, did you just let them go? Nine-headed purple Jiao was unwilling, but a poisonous dragon had entered the space crack, so it was naturally impossible to answer him. In desperation, he can only follow to leave. Human beings, remember. My name is Fateful Man, young master Liang. The evil boy sneered at Ning Xiaochuan. That look is extremely arrogant. Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the evil boy faintly. Ning Xiaochuan also has his own pride. You despise me, and I also despise you. No one is afraid of anyone who wants to fight. A tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye. With a cold smile, the evil boy stepped into the space crack and disappeared in the space. At the next moment, the space crack also disappears immediately. The fighting power of this fighting dragon emissary is far stronger than what we have seen. I believe he still has his cards unused, just like the Holy June talisman he used just now. Ning Xiaochuan, you must be more careful when you meet him next time. Liao said aside. I can see it too. Anyway, thank you, Master Liao. Ning Xiaochuan hugged Liao, and then immediately lifted the combination with Xiaohong. Little Red condenses into a human shape. Turned into a beautiful girl in red, her face was very pale, as if she had lost too much blood. She was seriously injured in the fight with young Master Liang just now. She must be treated immediately. Seeing this, King Qingyu immediately walked over, took out a healing holy medicine and handed it to Ning Xiaochuan, saying, "This is an 8,000-year-old healing medicine that Uncle Liao and I found in the 4th layer of the God's world. Take it for her." Thank you. Ning Xiaochuan took the healing magic medicine, summoned the heart-nourishing tripod, put the magic medicine in it, and refined it into 7 healing pills with the world-destroying magic fire. She took 1 pill for Xiaohong and 1 for herself, and then began to refine the elixir to repair the injury. An hour later, Ning Xiaochuan opened his eyes and saw that Xiaohong's injury had healed, so he quickly stood up. Master Liao, what are your next plans? Ning Xiaochuan knew that Liao must have come to them not only because of a poisonous dragon, but also for other reasons. We found a divine pool in the 3rd layer of the God world. The energy in it is very special. If you harden your body in it, your constitution will change. The longer you harden, the better the effect, and the stronger your constitution. Liao Dao. Many people must know such a magical place? Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly. If so, it is difficult to guarantee that he will fight again. Yu Mingsong once mentioned that place, but when Ning Xiaochuan and Nine-Tailed Demon Queen went to the 3rd God world, they didn't find it. That place is very hidden, and Uncle Liao hides it with great magic power, which others can't feel, but it's impossible to hide for long. We must hurry to Yanshenji as soon as possible. And King Qing paused, with a little smile on his face, and said, besides, there's an old lady of yours who is good there. Old friends? Who is it? Ning Xiaochuan thought of the moon god, but immediately shook his head. Now the creatures of Xinhe civilization have entered the land of Fengshan wantonly. As the creatures of Dian world, they will definitely become the target of public criticism. The moon god is very intelligent and certainly will not be so rash. In addition to the moon god, Yu Cixi and Tang Shuyao have no such strength. Others, who have strength, only Zihanyan and Baozhu Dizong can enter here. I don't know who it will be. Let's go. You'll know when you go. The king of Qing dynasty sold up for a while and didn't say it. Then, he took Ning Xiaochuan and others into the space crack opened by Liao and went to the entrance to the 3rd floor. King Fizi, Princess Dashi, Golden Horn Demon Emperor, Silver Horn Demon Emperor and others are all asking God Ding to get dark yellow gas and successfully enter the 3rd floor. Coming to the 3rd floor, after 2 hours of flight, King Qinghe took them to a vacant lot. Thousands of miles around is a barren landscape, which looks really like what King Qinghe said. Yun Xinqi is hidden by Liao with magical powers, and Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation did not see any end of the problem. On. Liao pointed to the void in front of him, and a wave spread, and a lake with purple waves appeared in front of him. A pure and incomparable breath drifted out of the lake. Ning Xiaochuan and others just sniffed slightly, and they felt that the running speed of the supreme qi in their bodies was much faster than before. It's so magical. Just smell it, and the running speed of supreme qi becomes faster. Feeling such a magical effect, King Fizi couldn't help crying out. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor have been screaming for a long time. Ning Xiaochuan and Princess Dashi's concentration was good. Although they were also very surprised, they didn't scream like the Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor. However, it is strange that Yan Shenqi is shrouded in purple smoke. Ning Xiaochuan and others can only see a distance of more than 10 meters, and they can't see the real panorama of Yan Shenqi at all, giving people a mysterious feeling. I can't wait. I want to go in and harden my body. As long as I harden my body in the Yunshan pool, my constitution can become as strong as the gods. I can compete with them in the same realm. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor shouted that they would rush in no matter 37 or 21, but they were stopped by Ning Xiaochuan. King Qingyu said that it was his old lady inside. It must be a woman. In case the Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor really rush in, Ning Xiaochuan can't guarantee that he can control himself from killing. Wait. She's almost out. Liao said softly. After an hour, the purple smell around Yunshan Pool began to decrease and disappeared in less than a quarter of an hour. Then, on the surface of the purple pool, a gorgeous beauty in purple clothes emerged, with elegant and noble temperament, and every inch of the skin of the whole body was shining. Cold smoke. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the purple smoke emerging from the water, and her heart pounded. She was like a flower fairy in the water, soul-stirring. It's been a long time. Zihanyan stood on the surface of Yan Shenqi and slowly came to Ning Xiaochuan. There was a bit of glittering and translucent tears in his eyes. Ogawa. The voice of purple cold smoke almost trembled. When she reached 10 meters away from Ning Xiaochuan, she quickened her pace and ran towards Ning Xiaochuan. At this moment, she was desperate. At this moment, she began to cry. This is a kind of love. Zihanyan quickly rushed into Ning Xiaochuan's arms and hugged him tightly, as if he would never let go. Dashi on the side saw this scene as if she had lost something, and her heart ached faintly, but she didn't know what she had lost. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor saw this scene, and immediately became angry. I said why don't we two go in, it's Shenqi Zhangjiao. The two of them came to Princess Dashi and whispered to Princess Dashi, do you want me to help you clean up Ning Xiaochuan? What's the relationship between cleaning up Ning Xiaochuan and helping me? Princess Dashi was very confused about the reason why the Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor found themselves. They had no hatred with Ning Xiaochuan. Why should they deal with him? Princess Dashi felt a little confused. Look, that boy has a woman here, aren't you angry? Said the Golden Horn Demon Emperor. Princess Dashi's cheeks flushed slightly and she ignored them. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor felt bored, so they walked away by themselves. Obviously jealous, but they pretended not to know. I really don't know what the fox spirit thinks. Or are our two brothers honest, like one inside and outside? Yu Changlao, do you think so? Hey, don't you two want to deal with him? Come here and I'll tell you what to do. Yu Mingsong said his idea to the two people with an obscene smile. Then, the three people were quiet together, wide-eyed, revealing a tacit smile. You can enter Yunshan Pool now. Liao said. I'll try it first. Ning Xiaochuan walked towards the smoke-confused Yunshan Pool, and wanted to explore Yunshan Pool first. Yunshan Pool is surprisingly large, hundreds of miles, not like a pool, but like a lake. The environment in the pool is quite strange. The lake water is very hot, just like magma. If ordinary people enter Yunshan Pool, their bodies may be instantly melted by the pool water. The place we came into is only one of the many entrances to Yunshan Pool. In other directions, there should be an interface to enter Yunshan Pool. I hope we don't encounter the creatures of Shinha civilization. Everyone should be careful. Yu Mingsong stood by the pond, staring at the purple chaotic lake, and said with a dignified look. With his hands on his back, Liao didn't enter the pool, but stood in the air, standing on the lake with a strong sense of war, and the breath covered the whole Yunshan pool. Suddenly, a demon cloud flew from the void in the distance, and chaotic airflow shuttled through the cloud, like a figure standing in the cloud. Ow! A deafening dragon chant came out of the clouds, emitting a breath of terror, which made the water of Yun Shenqi ripple in circles. Bah! Yu Mingsong slapped his mouth. It's really a crow's mouth. Come whenever you say. Ning Xiaochuan looked towards the bank of Yunshan pool and saw only demon shadows and human shadows flying out and landing on the bank. All are young Tianjiao of Shinhe civilization, but they did not immediately enter Yun Shenqi, and are still waiting. It should be waiting for the arrival of the strong of Shinhe civilization. When Ning Xiaochuan and others entered this area, they were noticed by the creatures of Shinhe civilization, so many strong people rushed over immediately. On the surface, Liao, an expert who created the realm, was in charge. Naturally, those creatures of Shinhe civilization did not dare to rush into action. Even if God River civilization, no one will not open their eyes to offend the existence of a saint level. About half an hour later, a large number of gods arrived, including a poisonous dragon and others. One-armed dragon demon saint, two-headed ghost leopard demon saint, three-legged blood toad demon saint, five-eyed python demon saint, six-eared demon ape demon saint, nine-headed purple dragon demon saint. 6 of the 10 demon saints came all at once, which can be described as threatening. That human boy can fight with Xiaoliang? His cultivation seems not high, and Dian world can produce such arrogance? Five-eyed python looked at Ning Xiaochuan, standing in Yunshan pool, and said coldly to a poisonous dragon. From time to time, it spits snake seeds, and its eyes are a little sinister, as if it was going to swallow Ning Xiaochuan raw. One arm of the poisonous dragon's eyes were cold, looking at Liao, and did not answer the five-eyed python's question. In his eyes, only Liao can be his opponent. The five-eyed python knew it was boring, so he stopped talking. Young Master Liang stood behind a poisonous dragon, with cold eyes like poisonous snakes, staring at Ning Xiaochuan tightly, with a strong sense of war in his eyes. If a poisonous dragon hadn't spoken, he would have fought with Ning Xiaochuan. Fighting between the gods of war and spiritual envoys is a natural enemy. Brother, Liao and those lowly creatures of Dian world come first. What should we do now? Nine-headed purple Jiaodao. Ignore them. One-armed poisonous dragon Wei. Jiuto Zijiao nodded, turned to the geniuses of Shinhe civilization and said, Now, you begin to enter Yunshan pool to harden your body. Although you have been in Shinhe civilization, you have the qi of Shinyun to harden their body drive. However, the water of Yunshan pool is still of great benefit to you, which can make you further in the 100-day pole. Suddenly, the whole Yunshan pool was boiling, and a genius of the divine world walked towards the Yunshan pool, step by step to the depths of the Yunshan pool. Yunshan pool has great resistance to creatures who have reached a certain age limit, resulting in the fact that the older generation simply cannot enter the pool. Even the 9th-level martial artist in the realm of creation can't do it, so only the young generation of geniuses go in. Ning Xiaochuan stood in the shallow water area at the edge of Yunshan pool and looked at the purple smoke. Wait for me outside. Then, Xuelingxiu, the king of green, the king of golden horn demon, the king of silver horn demon, King Fizi, Dashi, Xiaohong and Xiaolinger all entered the Yunshan pool and used the unique power of the pool water to refine their bodies. Zihanyan had previously hardened his body and obtained unimaginable benefits, so he didn't go in with Ning Xiaochuan and them. As soon as they entered Yunshan Qi, Xuelingxiu and King Qingyu felt a powerful heat coming from the water, immersing into their bodies and integrating into their flesh and soul. A pain spreads from the skin surface to the bone marrow, which is unbearable, like thousands of ants eroding the heart. Not to mention others. I wipe it. Why is it so hot? It's cooking us. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor couldn't help howling loudly, because the temperature inside was too high. Even if their cultivation reached the first level of the Eternal Realm, it was difficult to resist, and they could only barely support. Ning Xiaochuan, Xue Lingxiu, and Qing Qingyu were the most powerful, but their eyebrows slightly frowned, and then they began to absorb the divine power in the Yunshan pool and condensed their bodies with divine power. Before entering Yunshan pool, Zihanyan told them that the water in Yunshan pool was extremely hot, like magma. The closer to the center of Yunshan pool, the stronger the effect of quenching. However, the closer it is to the center of Yunshan pool, the higher the temperature of the pool water is, and it is difficult for even the monks of the Eternal Realm to adhere to it. With Zihanyan's talent and cultivation, he only lasted for 4 days. It's much more difficult to harden your body in Yunshan pool than you think. Ordinary geniuses can only persist for 1 day at most. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor just didn't adapt at the beginning. Let it out. Now they also calm down, close their eyes, and calmly absorb the spiritual power of Yunshan Qi. A powerful creature whose whole body exudes golden brilliance, passes through layers of purple fog and comes to the bank of Yunshan pool. The golden brilliance, around her body, condensed into the virtual shadow of a golden divine bird, with a pair of golden fire wings. With a look of anticipation, she said, "This time, genius gathered, and even some divine sons and daughters. Who do you say can persist in the divine pool the longest?" The smell on her body is very strange, both like the demon clan and not like the demon clan. That breath is very domineering, even with a bit of devouring gas. It's hard to say. There are too many geniuses gathered this time, not only Demon Hong star domain and our demon star domain, but also the Tianjiao of other star domains of Xinhe civilization. It's not clear who is the strongest, said another figure whose whole body was covered with black fog. It is said that the White Demon Sun, the daughter of the White Python God in the Demon Hong star region, has also come. That is the daughter of a god, and she is sure to persist in the Yunshan pool for more than 5 days. The disciple Liang Gongzi of the poisonous dragon with one arm is also very strong, and he is also a fighting dragon envoy. I think he may persist for more than 5 days. Those old generation martial artists can't enter it to refine their bodies, so they naturally praise those young talents who can enter there. The higher the fame of those young geniuses, they will follow. At the other end, the 6 demon saints of Mingo Star also gathered together and communicated with each other. Now, 2 doors of human gods have been opened, connecting the demon star domain and the dragon star domain respectively. The killing star in the demon star domain should also come to Dian world. Once she arrives, among her peers, it is estimated that no one is her enemy, said a poisonous dragon. Is it her? Why did she come? How did she come to Dian world? The other 5 demon saints heard the words of a poisonous dragon and asked at the same time. This shows the weight of the murderer in their hearts. It is said that there is one of her fateful enemies here. I don't know exactly how. A poisonous dragon shook his head. He only knew that the girl came to Dian world to find an old enemy, and he didn't know anything else. The 5 demon saints also shook their heads in disappointment. For the girl, even in their identity, they didn't dare to comment in vain, and they could only think silently in their hearts. After slowly absorbing the divine power of Yunshan pool for about 3 hours, Ning Xiaochuan has gradually adapted to the energy of Yunshan pool and began to walk slowly towards the center of the pool. However, Xue Lingxiu was 1 step faster than him. This is not to say that Xue Lingxiu's talent is higher than Ning Xiaochuan, but her cultivation is stronger than Ning Xiaochuan. Her cultivation has reached the 5th level of the Eternal Realm. After Ning Xiaochuan walked towards the center of Xinyun pool, Qing Wang, Xiao Hong, Xiao Linger and Dashi immediately followed. Only Qin Fizi, the Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor were a little slower. Half a day later, they began to approach the center of the pool. Other divine geniuses also walked to the center of Yun Shenqi at the same time, and while approaching, they absorbed the power of Yun Shenqi gods to harden their bodies. Ning Xiaochuan quietly started the magic sword to absorb the energy in Yinshan pool. Magic sword is still a warfighter at the level of Supreme King weapon. It will take a long time to upgrade to Supreme King weapon. Now is a good opportunity. As time passed and 2 hours passed, Ning Xiaochuan continued to walk towards the center of the pool, and he must obtain more divine power. At this time even Tiandi blade began to absorb the energy in Yinshan pool by itself. Other divine geniuses also took out the supreme imperial instruments given by their family elders and began to absorb them. Obviously, they had already inquired about the situation of Yun Shenqi and were prepared. After a day, the Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor couldn't hold on and had to leave Yun Shenqi. No way, compared with the creatures of Shinha civilization, their physique is still quite poor. In fact, their talent is fairly good. If other geniuses from Dian world enter Yinshan pool, they may not be able to hold on for half a day. No way, the divine genius is too strong, this is the gap. I don't know if I can absorb the water in Yinshan pool with Xian Beast Jian. If only I could store it. Taking the water out of the pool can also help Xiner and Grandpa harden their bodies. But so many strong people can't be blatant. They have to find a way. Ning Xiaochuan's heart moved and thought of a way. All of you lean towards me. Ning Xiaochuan preached to Xuelingshu and others. Half an hour later, the crowd had all moved closer, looking at Ning Xiaochuan strangely, wondering what he was going to do. You will fully stimulate and absorb the energy in the Yinshan pool with the Supreme King's instrument in your hand. Don't be afraid to consume. After the Supreme Qi is consumed, take the True Ghost Evil pill immediately. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Although they didn't understand why Ning Xiaochuan wanted them to do this, they didn't ask much, and immediately began to act according to Ning Xiaochuan's instructions. Although Xuelingshu and King Qingyu were confused, they also cooperated with Ning Xiaochuan to take out a supreme imperial instrument. One is the Heavenly Bell, the other is the Fire Phoenix Heart Feather. Inspired by their deep cultivation, the two supreme imperial instruments quickly absorbed the power of the gods in the pool. Seeing this scene, Ning Xiaochuan quietly started the Xian Beast Jian. On the surface of the Xian Beast Jian, a light door appeared, which filled the pool water source in the Yinshan pool. Ning Xiaochuan started Zuan Shijian and began to absorb Yun Shenqi liquid, but in order to avoid being found, he suppressed the speed very slowly and could only suck a drop in a few seconds, which was also a matter of no way and could not be found. The creatures of Shinha civilization on the bank of Yinshan pool are staring at Ning Xiaochuan and his party. It is very strange to absorb the power of the gods of Yinshan pool with supreme utensils. They do not take the time to absorb energy and harden their bodies, but do their best to harden their supreme utensils. Even if the grade of the supreme wares improved a little, how about it? Your own strength is the key. I don't know what they think of such thankless things. It's probably a genius who knows he can't surpass the Shinha civilization, so he retreated and asked for the second place to harden the soldiers. A divine warrior sneered. Brother Huang is absolutely right. It must be so. Another creature echoed. The brother Huang in his mouth was only one of the few people who had been tempered in the Yinshan pool for more than a day, but he couldn't hold on and was forced out. Because he lost face, he certainly wanted to ridicule those geniuses in Yinshan pool. In his opinion, he just couldn't hold on because he wasn't prepared before. Brother, what is that boy doing? It's a little weird. Jiuto Zijiao also saw Ning Xiaochuan and his party's behavior, and did not understand what they were doing. I don't know. Let Xiaoliang test it. One-arm poisonous dragon way. Liang Gongzi, who was refining his body in Yinshan Qi, received the voice from Jiuto Zijiao, opened his eyes, looked in the direction of Ning Xiaochuan, and frowned slightly. Then he gave a cold lip and slowly approached Ning Xiaochuan and others. Young Master Liang just moved, Ning Xiaochuan felt it. His mind is so strong that he can know anything in time. Ning Xiaochuan didn't stop, still controlling Xuanzhou Jian and absorbing the water of Yunshan pool. Ning Xiaochuan didn't put the Xuanzhou Jian out, but hid it in the Supreme Master of Heaven and Earth, wrapped the pool water with the Supreme Air, and carried it into the Xuanzhou Jian through the pores. Even if young Master Liang comes over, he won't find anything. When Liang Gongzi was dozens of meters away from Ning Xiaochuan stopped absorbing. At the same time, King Qingyu and others stopped running the supreme weapon and immediately swallowed 10 true ghost evil pills. A moment later, the supreme qi became abundant. Young Master Liang also stopped and didn't approach them anymore. His eyes were still staring at Ning Xiaochuan tightly, and a chill came from his eyes. Ning Xiaochuan smiled, looking unusually calm, and looked at young Master Liang from a distance, without the slightest timidity. Now is not the time to fight. Liang Gongzi and Ning Xiaochuan both understand this truth. Ning Xiaochuan closed his eyes again and continued to refine his body. Young Master Liang snorted coldly, and also began to harden his body, thinking that he must devour Ning Xiaochuan and his dragon cubs. One day later, another part of people were forced to leave Yunshenqi and could no longer refine their bodies. If it is forced to harden, the body may melt. Ning Xiaochuan and his party, up to now, in addition to the Golden Horn Demon Emperor, Silver Horn Demon Emperor, and King Fizi, others still remain in Yunshenqi. Ning Xiaochuan, Xuelingshu, Qing Wang, Xiaoling, Xiaohong, and Princess Dashi were even ahead of the crowd, leaving behind some of the divine geniuses. When Princess Liang saw it, she was unwilling to fall behind and also began to move forward. The same is true of other divine geniuses. Young Master Liang sneered, and the speed increased greatly. Soon, he surpassed Xuelingshu and the king of Qingxi, and became closer and closer to the center of Yunshenqi. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at Liang Gongzi, and there was no fluctuation in his heart. He knew that Yunshenqi quenched his body. It was not who was fast, who was good. The key was to see who persisted for a long time. After Ning Xiaochuan walked forward for a distance, he began to close his eyes and absorb the power of the gods. After 2 days of quenching in Yunshan pool, Ning Xiaochuan's physique has undergone earth-shaking changes. His physical strength has become stronger, and even the power of the heart god has begun to increase. Ning Xiaochuan felt full of strength. Even without using any increased armor, he could kill the Tianjiao of a 4-fold Shinhe civilization with one punch. Xiaohong and Xiaolinger feel the same way. Xiaohong itself is a dragon cub, whose constitution is far stronger than that of many human warriors. After this tempering, she has become even stronger. Even the Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor, who only lasted for 1 day in Yunshan pool, have also benefited greatly. With their current strength, if they play Linjitomu again, they will definitely be able to kill him. For some time, Ning Xiaochuan has fully adapted to the power of the location of Yunshenqi where he is located. He started Xian Beast Jian again and began to slowly absorb Yunshan pool liquid. After 3 days of absorption, more than 50,000 drops of Yunshenqi liquid have been accumulated. With so much Yunshenqi liquid, it is entirely possible to develop a pill to change their physique, and then give it to Ning Shiner and Lao Hoyi to take to improve their physique. Otherwise, if you directly enter Yunshan pool to refine with the cultivation of the old marquis, I'm afraid that if the purpose of refining is not achieved, you will think that you can't bear the powerful power of Yunshan pool and die. On the 4th day, some people were forced to leave Yunshenqi and stop quenching. The whole Yunshan pool has become a lot empty, from the initial tens of thousands of creatures, to now there are only a few hundred people left. The vast majority of them are the elites of the divine genius, except, of course, Ning Xiaochuan, and others. Young Master Liang opened his eyes and saw that Ning Xiaochuan was still quenching in Yinshan pool and was not eliminated. His eyebrows frowned slightly, but then he sneered and began to absorb energy to harden his body again. On the 5th day, fewer people were still insisting, and the originally lively scene in Yinshan pool became sparse. Up to now, only dozens of people are insisting. These people, each of whom is a famous genius on their planet, must continue to persevere. The Yinshan pool liquid in the Xian beast, Jian, increased again, reaching 60,000 drops. On the 6th day, Princess Dashi could not hold on, left Yan Shenqi, returned to the Queen of the Nine-Tailed Demon, and immediately began to sit down and practice. At this time, Ning Xiaochuan also felt a little laborious. He silently operated Supreme Qi, began to resist the hot power from Yinshan pool, and slightly slowed down the speed of absorbing energy. This God's War is really a lot of geniuses. It's the 6th day now, and there are dozens of people practicing in Yinshan pool. We also said that young Master Liang must have insisted on more than 5 days, but I didn't expect that he really did it. The older generation of martial artists by Yinshan pool began to talk again. Isn't it? The White Demon's son, the daughter of the White Python God, is also insisting, and there doesn't seem to be any pressure to watch her look. The constitution of the spirit daughter is too terrible to be compared with ordinary creatures. Another martial artist of the older generation said. This God's War will be very fierce. On the 7th day, young Master Liang finally couldn't hold on. He was very unwilling, but he had to leave Yan Shenqi. On the 8th day, Qing Wang and Xiao Hong withdrew from Yinshan pool one after another. King Qinghe seemed very relaxed and didn't immediately start practicing like other martial artists. He touched his chin with one hand and stared at Yan Shenqi. Finally, Ning Xiaochuan got Ning Xiaochuan. I didn't expect Ning Xiaochuan to be so strong, Uncle Liao, or we'll take him back after the God-Sealing War. It's uncertain that he can help us. Liao glanced at Ning Xiaochuan faintly and said to the king of Qinghe, if he can defeat his old enemy, I can think about it. Qing Wang Yingying smiled, I believe he can do it. He will destroy the descendants of the world. Haha. On the 9th day, fewer people are still insisting. Ning Xiaochuan and his party were left with him, Shui Lingxiu and Xiao Linger. There are only a dozen people in Yinshan pool who are still insisting. If nothing happens, these people will surely become the existence of secondary gods in the future, and even condense the divine personality and cultivate the true God. Just as the crowd was still struggling, a woman walked a distance forward again and got closer to the center of the pool. She is the daughter of the White Python God, the White Demon. White Demon's talent is really terrible. In this case, she can even move forward. You know. Many people can only reluctantly absorb energy in situ, and it is extremely difficult to take a step. Time is passing ceaselessly. It has been 9 days since entering Yinshan pool and quenching body. The creatures still in the pool have changed from tens of thousands at the beginning to only a few. Ning Xiaochuan is still persisting, enduring the pain brought by Yinshan Qi, and constantly refining his body. After 9 days of hardening, his whole body has been improved, every inch of his skin has become harder than the supreme instrument, every inch of his meridians are 10 times stronger than before, and even the storage of supreme Qi in his body has tripled. And his mind has also become strong. If we say that in the past, the energy of his mind was equivalent to a 9th-level martial artist in the real world. Now, after Yinshan Qi quenched his body, his mind is as powerful as a martial artist who is the most important in the eternal realm. Ning Xiaochuan had an unspeakable pleasure in his heart. After this promotion, it was easy to defeat young Master Liang after going out. He is deeply aware of the importance of Yinshan Qi liquid. When he studies the elixir that can improve his physique, the strength of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion will certainly increase by a large margin, and he can rest assured to experience at that time. Now there are 8 people who are still refining their bodies in Yinshan Pool, including Ning Xiaochuan and Xiu. In addition, there are 6 favored sons of heaven from Xinhe civilization: White Demon Sun, Demon Tong Tian, Yanxia, Gang Lion, Kaluro, and Kuweishing. 3 of them are the sons and daughters of gods, belonging to the congenital supreme body, and their cultivation is very powerful. The other 3 are slightly weaker. Almost all of them are the grandsons of gods, and all of them have been cultivated into the postnatal supreme body. Any one of them can be regarded as the young strong man of Xinhe civilization, defeated by the invincible hand of the same generation. How can it be? How can that boy still insist? By the Yinshan Pool, Liang Gongzi looked at Ning Xiaochuan, who was still quenching in Yinshan Pool, with a shocked face. He couldn't believe that the human boy could last so long in Yinshan Pool. His physique is also very strong. He is not only the body of a real dragon, but also devoured several dragon cubs, and only lasted 7 days in it. He knows better than anyone what it means to stick to 9 days in the pool, and only a real demon-level Tianjiao can do it. Die. He must die. Now, all the 8 people who are still quenching in Yinshan Pool have reached the center of Yinshan Pool. Everyone is under great pressure to insist, and no one gives up. Being able to cultivate into the supreme body, the mind is absolutely firm, which is not comparable to ordinary people. The power of the gods in the Yinshan Pool is very important to them. If they persist for more than a moment, they will get more benefits. On the 10th day, the 8 people in Yinshan Pool were still insisting, unable to part with each other, and they were all competing with each other. Ning Xiaochuan felt that his bones were melting and his blood was burning. However, he still didn't give up, but took a deep breath and activated the 50 concrete magic war swords in his body at the same time to help him resist the heat of Yinshan Qi. At the same time, it also uses that heat to harden the war sword. He absorbed the power of the gods at a faster speed. The other 7 people, everyone's whole body began to turn red, their faces kept emitting hot sweat, and even blood beads overflowed from their pores. When sweat and blood beads were about to drip into the Yinshan Pool, they were immediately evaporated by the heat emitted by the Yinshan Pool and turned into wisps of smoke. 3 hours later, Yunshenqi changed. Boom! The huge holy pool, boiling up, burst out of a fist-sized bubble. No. 10 days of refining is the limit. Yunshenqi is going to start expelling them. Yunshenqi also has spirituality. Haha. These people are so rebellious that they irritated Yunshenqi. Yunshenqi began to get angry and forced them to leave. The Tianjiao Gang Lion from the Demon Hong Star region couldn't hold on at first, screamed, and flew out of the Yinshan Pool. The blood heat is blurred all over the body. If it is later, the body may be melted by the pool water. Then, the other 7 people couldn't hold on, immediately flew up from the Yinshan Pool, and then returned to the camp of their race. The whole Yinshan Pool was boiling. Someone wanted to test how terrible the Yinshan Pool was, so he threw a supreme weapon-level soldier into the pool. Chi. That supreme weapon-level soldier turned into molten iron in an instant. Seeing this scene, all the creatures present took a cold breath. They all persisted for 10 days, which is really worthy of being the genius of our Xinhe civilization. A warrior in the realm of nature, who was covered with golden light and had a pair of big wings behind him, said, "Now the door of man and God has not been fully opened. After opening it, more geniuses will come to Dian world. At that time, the creatures of the whole Dian world will be slaughtered by us like pigs and dogs." The other one was full of black gas, and his face was very ferocious, like a zombie climbing out of a 10,000-year-old tomb. Of course, some creatures stared at Ning Xiaochuan and Xiu. Those 2 human beings in Dian world surprised them that they could compete with the sons of gods. After Ning Xiaochuan landed, he returned to Liao's side and immediately sat down to practice, quickly refining the remaining spiritual power in his body. Then he stood up and said, "It's almost time for us to leave here." "Well, it's time to leave." Liao nodded. At this time, there was a loud noise around Yunshan Pool. Yunshan Qi was shaking in all directions, and the earth began to shake. A creature in the demon star field with hundreds of hands shouted and roared, "How dare the 6 demon saints of Ming this star want to take Yunshan Qi away?" Sure enough, an armed poisonous dragon, a double-headed ghost leopard, a 3-legged blood toad, a 5-eyed python, a 6-eared demon ape, and 9 purple dragons all showed their great magic powers in vain to take away the whole Yunshan Pool. They can't succeed. Liao glanced at the void, immediately took off, and used his magic power to attack a poisonous dragon and others. The same is true of other creatures of Xinhe civilization, who have shot to block the 6 demon saints. If they are really allowed to take Yunshan Qi back, the strength of Mingo Star will definitely soar, which is definitely a huge threat to the creatures of other planets of Xinhe civilization. Among the major forces of Xinhe civilization, there is also a competitive relationship. The 6 demon saints of Mingo Star are all cultivation in the realm of creation. Anyone who makes a move will be absolutely groundbreaking and sweep one side. Not to mention 6 players at the same time. The cultivation of a poisonous dragon has reached the 9th level of the realm of creation, and it can be called the strongest under the secondary god. Few of the fighters present were his enemies. Liao Lung snorted and hit a poisonous dragon with a big handprint. "Liao. The last time I was defeated by you, this time, it's time for you to return." Under the attack of Liao, a poisonous dragon stopped collecting Yunshan Qi and immediately played a magic power to fight with Liao. This is the battle of the Emperor level. The destructive power of fighting between the strong in the realm of fortune is too terrible. Let's leave here quickly and deal with everything with Uncle Liao's cultivation. The king of Qing dynasty glanced at the battlefield of Liao and a poisonous dragon from a distance. She believes in Liao's strength very much. Ning Xiaochuan, King Qingmin and others left here immediately, and other Yan Tianjiao of Xinhe civilization also retreated one after another. It's not suitable to stay here for a long time. They can't participate in the duel between the strong in the natural environment now. Young Master Liang looked at the direction Ning Xiaochuan and others left, flashed a sneer on his mouth, and opened the dragon to catch up quickly. "Come with me. I'll take you to find Shiji," the king said. Ning Xiaochuan looked surprised. The king of Qinghe actually knew where Shiji's demon emperor was? At the right time, he also had some doubts in his heart, and he had to ask clearly after facing Shiji demon. When they were rushing to the entrance of the 4th floor, a dragon-shaped shadow flew through the void, fell to the ground, and stood in front of them. "It's young Master Liang." "Ning Xiaochuan, how dare you fight with me again?" Young Master Liang shouted. Refining his body in the Yunshan Pool, Liang Child's constitution has become much stronger, infinitely close to the supreme body. He was confident that he would kill Ning Xiaochuan and devour his dragon cub. Why dare? Without any nonsense, Ning Xiaochuan summoned his magic sword and flew over to Liang Gongzi directly. Xiao Hong also immediately followed up. Ning Xiaochuan cut quickly, and the surface of Liang Child's body immediately splashed a spark, sending out a ding-ding metal collision sound. "His skin is dragon scale." Young Master Liang snorted coldly, and immediately aroused the strength of the dragon cub. In his hand, he condensed a long gun covered with black scales and stabbed Ning Xiaochuan fiercely. Ning Xiaochuan showed his dragon and quickly dodged away. A thunder dragon came into the world, showed up and split on young Master Liang. Young Master Liang was immediately shocked and retreated for several miles. How possible? Liang Gongzi was very shocked. Of course, in the last battle, he felt that Ning Xiaochuan could not be his opponent at all, but now the opponent shook him back with a move. He couldn't believe what had happened. Little Red flew from the air, and a breath of God extinguished dragon fire fiercely attacked young Master Liang. A hot force wrapped young Master Liang, and young Master Liang had to use supreme qi to resist. At this time, young Master Liang took out his supreme imperial weapon, Overlord Farewell Hook. He poured all his supreme qi into it, and the Overlord's parting hook immediately flew in the direction of Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan called out the blade of the Emperor of Heaven, and a huge ghost shadow appeared behind him, and severely chopped at young Master Liang. Groundbreaking knife. The Emperor's shadow of Weian cut down synchronously with Ning Xiaochuan's action. The huge arc knife wave hit the head of young Master Liang. Young Master Liang's expression was very frightened. If he was hit by knife gas, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. He hurriedly urged the Holy Emperor Talisman to throw it into the air, and 100 feet high emerald green light screen appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan again, blocking Ning Xiaochuan's attack. Ning Xiaochuan looked slightly frozen, and immediately took out his magic sword and used a sword formula of divine skill level Hunyuan Ichi sword. Behind Ning Xiaochuan, there appeared a purple ghost shadow. With a wave of the sword, the space suddenly shook and cleaved to the cool young master. Boom! The saint's talisman vibrated slightly. Ning Xiaochuan's attack was once again blocked by Xinjun talisman. Haha, Ning Xiaochuan. After 10 days of refining in Yinshan Pool, you get this power? It's my turn next. Young Master Liang saw that Ning Xiaochuan's attack was blocked, and immediately laughed proudly. He used his magic power to attack Ning Xiaochuan. He was very cautious, and did not take back the saint's talisman, which was still suspended in the void. Really? Then let you see my real power. Ning Xiaochuan said a word, and immediately returned the 6 minds who understood the world-destroying palm print path in the purple stars. All of a sudden, his 6 minds' perception of the world-destroying palm print Tao was integrated with his own martial arts. Annihilation palm print road de Shang. Pa pa pa. Ning Xiaochuan's accomplishments broke through one after another, and instantly broke through the 3rd, middle, late, and 4th level of the ancient world. Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation broke through to the late stage of the 4th weight of the eternal realm, and then stopped. Ning Xiaochuan showed a prajna palm originated from Buddhism, and suddenly a huge palm appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan, with a wave of power to destroy the world and fight against young Master Liang. Young Master Liang was shocked to see that Ning Xiaochuan actually used such a powerful palm print. He input all his strength into the Holy June talisman and wanted to use it to block Ning Xiaochuan's attack again. However, this time he was doomed to be disappointed. I saw Ning Xiaochuan's Nirvana Prajna palm hit the emerald light screen, but a sound was heard in a few seconds, and then everyone saw the light screen. Broken. Young Master Liang was completely desperate. In his eyes, Ning Xiaochuan was not a human being at all, but a pervert. He even broke the saint's talisman, which was a life preserver, given to him by a poisonous dragon. Bang! Young Master Liang vomited blood at his mouth, and was blown out by palm power. His whole body was blown open, and he rolled on the ground like a gourd rolling on the ground. I'm unwilling. I'm unwilling. He got up from the ground and cast a kind of forbidden art. His blood burned all over his body, and the power of gods gathered towards him. Fight again. The 2 dragon horns on Liang Child's head sent out electric light, half of his body turned into a dragon, and attacked Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan gently shook his head and was preparing to take action. Shua! A sword came from a distance. Pooh! With only one sword, Liang Gongzi was cut in 2. Since then, there has been another fighting dragon envoy in the world. Why fight with such a character for so long? Xuelingxiu returned the sword to its sheath and went straight to the 4th god world. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at Xuelingxiu. Crisp and neat, it is worthy of snow spirit. On the way to the entrance of the 4th sealed god world, Ning Xiaochuan's 6 spirits re-entered the purple stars, and one of them was studying the Fang integrated into the Yunshan pool water. After studying in the purple stars for a month, the outside world has only passed an hour. After studying the dam prescription, Ning Xiaochuan withdrew his mind, put 30,000 drops of Yunshan pool water into the heart-nourishing tripod, and added 14 5,000-year-old miraculous drugs. When you reach the entrance to the world of the fourth god, the pill will be completely refined. There are 15,000 pills in total, all of which are at the level of soul level and human level. Ning Xiaochuan named them quench body pills. Later, Ning Xiaochuan took out hundreds of thousands of real ghost evil pills and sky ghost evil pills from the heaven and earth bracelet, and gave them all to the Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor. 2 Demon Emperors, please do me a favor. I hope you can go to Yulan Empire and help me send Quench Body Dan and Soul Sha Dan to the Marquis House of Jian Pavilion and give them to the old Marquis. Ning Xiaochuan said to the Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor looked at each other slightly and understood Ning Xiaochuan's meaning very well. The third apotheosis world is so dangerous, and the fourth apotheosis world does not know how dangerous it will be. The Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor know very well that their cultivation is indeed far from being compared with others. If they continue to walk, they will definitely become a drag on everyone. Although Ning Xiaochuan said it euphemistically, in fact, it is also their hope not to go to the fourth god world, so as not to die unnaturally. Mir and King, it's all your help that our brother can reach the eternal realm. Your business is our brother's business. Send Quench Body Dan and Soul Sha Dan to Yulan Empire, and we will stay in Yulan Empire. If anyone dares to make trouble in Yulan Empire, with our strength, we can at least ensure the safety of Jianaho Mansion. Both the Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor were very grateful to Ning Xiaochuan and said solemnly. After thinking for a while, the Octagonal Demon Emperor also decided to leave with the Golden Horn Demon Emperor and the Silver Horn Demon Emperor. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at Qing Fizi and said, "Qing girl, go to Yulan Empire first." Qing Fei Ziming by Ning Xiaochuan nodded gently. After the Octagonal Demon Emperor, Golden Horn Demon Emperor, Silver Horn Demon Emperor and King Fizi left, Ning Xiaochuan and others immediately entered the channel to the fourth god world. Stepping into the world of the fourth level of deity, an extremely strong aura of deity came to my face, which was almost 3 times richer than the third level. Where on earth is the king of Qing, the queen of Shiji demon? Ning Xiaochuan asked. With a smile on his face, the Green King said, "What's the hurry? Just come with me." Shwa. The king turned into a blue streamer and quickly flew to a certain direction of the fourth god world. "Ogawa, is she important to you?" Along the way, Zihanyan was silent, and he didn't ask until now. There was a look of resentment in her eyes. She knows better than anyone that Ning Xiaochuan rarely cares about a woman. That Shiji Demon Emperor has an extraordinary relationship with him. Ning Xiaochuan stared into Zihanyan's eyes and said, "It's very important. There's one thing I must confirm." 3 days later, Ning Xiaochuan and others finally arrived at the vast stone forest. Arriving at the edge of the stone forest, Ning Xiaochuan saw the Thor Demon Emperor, the Holy Baby Demon Emperor, the White Bone Demon Queen and so on, and all the demon emperors and demon queens in North/Xinjiang gathered there. They are guarding the stone forest. Without any hesitation, Ning Xiaochuan flew down from the air and drank in a deep voice, "War." All the demon emperors and demon emperors were attracted by him and used their magic powers to fight Ning Xiaochuan. A mere king of extermination dares to die. The Holy Baby Demon Emperor laughed, and did not pay attention to such a small role as the King of Destruction. Ning Xiaochuan directly calls out the demon tower and turns it into a huge metal peak. The Holy Baby Demon Emperor spits out a long fire snake, thousands of meters long, winding towards Ning Xiaochuan. Bang! Jinyao Tower hit it, and with just one hit, the holy baby demon emperor was smashed to pieces, and he couldn't die anymore. The god of thunder demon emperor summoned a bucket thick and thin lightning, which cleaved to Ning Xiaochuan's head from top to bottom. Ning Xiaochuan hit the demon tower again, easily breaking those thunderbolts. No dash. The thunder god demon emperor's face changed dramatically and shouted. Then he was taken into the demon tower. Taiqing Dragon Emperor is the most powerful demon emperor, reaching the 9th weight of the eternal realm. He showed a dragon's fast magic power, turned into a dragon's shadow, quickly flashed to Ning Xiaochuan, and a claw covered with dragon scales grabbed Ning Xiaochuan's neck. Ning Xiaochuan took out the blade of the Emperor of Heaven, and with a quick chop, the 5 claws of the Dragon Emperor were immediately cut down. The Dragon Emperor roared angrily, and the strong pain made him go out of his reason, directly display his strongest magic power, and frantically hit Ning Xiaochuan. At the same time, the white bone demon standing aside also shot, hit Ning Xiaochuan on the back with a magic trick. Ning Xiaochuan hit back with one hand and slapped the white bone demon on the ground with one palm. The queen of the white bone demon was very angry, summoned thousands of white bone puppets, and manipulated them to fight Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan hit a big handprint and directly knocked all the white bone puppets to pieces. After those white bone puppets were broken up, they immediately reunited. Wow! The seal of heaven appeared from the center of the eyebrow, emitting a strong light, covering 100 miles. Thousands of white bone puppets, in an instant, all turned into powder. Ning Xiaochuan showed his dragon speed, and in an instant, he reached the back of the white bone demon and pointed out. A demonic fire flew out of the fingertips and instantly burned the back of the white bone demon into fly ash. Boom! At the same time, the Taiqing Dragon Emperor was also strongly suppressed by Ning Xiaochuan and collected into the Jinyao Tower. In less than a quarter of an hour, all the demon emperors and queen demons were killed by Ning Xiaochuan, and none of them remained. Ning Xiaochuan fell to the ground, holding the demon tower, and asked, "Where is Shiji Demon Queen?" "It's in that stone forest, but the periphery of the stone forest is sealed by 9 purple dragons. The seal must be broken." Qing Wang also knew that Ning Xiaochuan was very anxious, so he immediately said as soon as he asked her. "Okay. Then I'll break the seal." Ning Xiaochuan showed the way of killing the world, hit the ground heavily, and the array lines immediately emerged from the periphery of the stone forest. Ning Xiaochuan sacrificed the supreme imperial instrument black and white checkerboard of life and death obtained from the supreme eagle king and hit the stone forest. The chessboard became extremely huge and heavily pressed down. There was a roar in the direction of the stone forest. Ning Xiaochuan didn't relax at all, and kept exerting his magic power, even using white bone beads. However, Jiu Dang Jia was a figure in the realm of creation after all, and his array was not so easy to be broken. The king of the Qing dynasty poured all the supreme qi into the heart feather of the fire phoenix, and also attacked the seal barrier. Boom! The boundary around the stone forest broke into wisps of smoke. 2 chapters are combined. After Heli opened the seal barrier, Ning Xiaochuan immediately sent out his mind and went into the stone forest to explore. Strangely, he did not find the existence of Shiji Demon, not even a breath of life. Shiji Demon Queen is not here. Ning Xiaochuan's mental strength is comparable to that of the strong man who created the realm. Moreover, he is very familiar with the breath of Shiji Demon. Even if Shiji Demon emits a faint breath, he can feel it. But there was no breath. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes looked puzzled, stared at the king of Qinghe, and said, "Are you sure Shiji was trapped here after the demon?" Of course, Uncle Liao sensed her breath here at that time. But at that time, we were in a hurry to go to the second god world to save you, so we didn't save her. With her cultivation and the power of stone forest, those demon emperors and queen demons in northern/Xinjiang couldn't help her. The king of Qinghe frowned. It is reasonable to say that the queen of Shiji demon cannot escape, but why is she not in the stone forest? Where on earth has she gone now? Ning Xiaochuan also thought. Has she left? Even if the queen of Shiji demon got the chance in the land left by the gods, she should not have entered the realm of creation. Since it is impossible to break the border around the stone forest without entering the realm of creation, how did Shiji leave? Outside the stone forest, there are Taiqing Dragon Emperor and other demon emperors guarding it. The latter one alone cannot defeat them. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes stared at the stone forest again. Can he say? He immediately mobilized all 7 minds and flew into the stone forest to find out. Suddenly, he felt a wave of breath, and Shiji Demon Queen had left traces in that area. Wow! He immediately flew into the stone forest and began to explore that area. About half an hour, Ning Xiaochuan finally found some clues. He punched out and hit a silver boulder. Boom! The boulder was crushed. The bottom of the boulder reveals a magical cave. The cave was shining with silver light. The hole is very narrow, and only one person is allowed to pass at one time. The whole hole gives people a deep feeling. I don't know where it will lead. Here it is. Ning Xiaochuan squatted down and looked carefully into the cave. It seems that Shiji Demon Queen should leave from this cave. How can there be such a strange hole here? Where does it lead to? The king of Qinghe said with some doubts. Obviously, this is not a cave opened by Shiji Demon, but a cave that has long been formed. Found something interesting? Yu Mingsong carried his hands on his back and walked towards Ning Xiaochuan and King Qingyu. Then, Snow Spirit Empty, Little Red, Little Bell, Nine-Tailed Demon, Princess Dashi also came one after another. Moreover, there is one more person, which is Monk Tanqian. I saw that Monk Tanqian's whole body was emitting golden Buddha light, just like a golden god Buddha. With a faint smile on his chubby face, he passed towards Ning Xiaochuan. Monk, have you broken through? At the first sight of Monk Tanqian, Ning Xiaochuan felt that he had become different from before, giving people a deep feeling. After refining the Soul King pill, Monk Tanqian should have successfully broken through the realm of creation. Ba. Almsgiver Ning is really good at seeing. I have learned the Mahayana Dharma, captured nature, and entered the realm of nature. Tut tut. However, there is one thing that is not perfect. Monk Tanqian folded his hands and said solemnly. Ning Xiaochuan said, isn't it perfect? Monk Tanqian smiled, and his eyes looked at Ning Xiaochuan with a thief's smile. After all, I'm the only strong man in the realm of creation in our team. How can I do without a supreme imperial instrument in my hand? If Benefactor Ning can lend the Emperor's blade to the poor monk will protect everyone. That's perfect. Ba. Monk Tanqian still can't forget the Tiandi blade. Tiandi blade can be said to be one of Ning Xiaochuan's strongest soldiers. Naturally, Ning Xiaochuan cannot hand it over to Monk Tanqian. Borrow. Are you kidding? Can you return it after borrowing it? Ning Xiaochuan no longer paid attention to Monk Tanqian, but stared at the silver cave on the ground. Monk Tanqian also stared at the cave with Ning Xiaochuan's eyes. When his eyes were staring at the cave, the smile on his face closed and said solemnly, this cave is strange. There seems to be an extremely dangerous breath coming out of the cave, and that breath seems to be able to kill God. Boast. I don't believe it yet. Can a mere cave kill God? Xiaohong walked to the entrance of the silver cave and stepped in. Pa! A silver flash of lightning flew out of the hole, splitting Xiaohong and throwing her out, and she kept sprinkling blood on her body. That silver lightning broke through Xiaohong's body, leaving a blood hole the size of a bowl. Her body became charred, and blood kept gushing from the wound. Ning Xiaochuan immediately flew out, caught Xiaohong, held her in her arms, and took a pill into her mouth to help her heal. It was just a flash of lightning, but it almost killed Xiaohong, and the dragon Yuan in her body became tattered. Seeing this scene, all the people present were overwhelmed. When they looked at the silver cave again, their hearts became a little more frightened. Even the dragon's constitution can't bear it. Isn't it a dead end for other creatures to enter? With the help of Ning Xiaochuan, Xiaohong's injury recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and she soon woke up. Tan Qian and Shang said, "You can't break into that cave. Even if the creatures in the realm of creation enter, they will die." The queen of the nine-tailed demon nodded and said, "The body of the queen of the Shi demon is an ancient god stone with a history of hundreds of millions of years, and the power of the secondary god can't break her body. Therefore, she can enter that cave. But we are just mortals, and we can't bear the terrible power in that cave." King Qing has said, "Ning Xiaochuan, what do you say?" Ning Xiaochuan looked at the pale little red, meditated for a moment, and said, "Since only Shi demon can enter that cave, it may also be an opportunity for her." Although, Ning Xiaochuan really wants to ask some things clearly after seeing Shi demon. But everything should be done according to his ability. He can't lose his reason and bring himself and everyone into a dangerous, desperate situation. Hey. I have a good proposal. Do you want to consider it?" Yu Mingsong touched the 2 curls of beard above his lips, revealing a smile that he thought was handsome. "What bad idea are you going to have?" Seeing Yu Mingsong's obscene smile, the king of Qing dynasty wanted to beat him. Yu Mingsong coughed twice and said, "You need to know what the elder has read widely and knows about the secrets of the land left by the gods. It is said that the legendary elixir of 10,000 years can be found in some dangerous places on the 4th floor of the gods' world. Even if only one is found, it will be of unimaginable benefits to us." 10,000-year elixir. The queen of the nine-tailed demon and monk Tan Qian screamed almost at the same time. Hearing the 10,000-year holy medicine, everyone was immediately moved, especially monk Tan Qian and the queen of the nine-tailed demon. Monk Tan Qian has just broken through the realm of creation, and needs something to consolidate the realm, or even upgrade to a higher realm. The elixir of 10,000 years is undoubtedly the best choice. After the nine-tailed demon, he was trapped in the 8th weight of the eternal realm for a long time, and only when he came to the land of the gods did he break through to the 9th weight of the eternal realm. If there is no elixir of 10,000 years, with her talent, she may reach the realm of creation all her life. Therefore, she needs the elixir of 10,000 years more urgently than anyone. People can be said to hit it off immediately and immediately set out to look for the elixir of 10,000 years. Ning Xiaochuan held Xiaohong in his hand, turned around and took a deep look at the silver-white cave, and said to himself, "Shi demon, no matter where you go, I will find you and ask you clearly." People released their minds one after another, looking for the trace of the 10,000-year holy medicine in the 4th god world. Ning Xiaochuan's 7 orifices demon heart suddenly produced a bit of induction, slightly raised his head, looked toward the sky, and saw a dark cloud flying over. "Be careful, everyone. An army of soul demons is flying towards us. It is more terrifying than the soul demons we have encountered before. There are a lot of supreme soul demons." Hearing the words supreme soul evil, the people were not afraid at all, but very excited, and immediately rushed towards the group of soul evil army. After flying dozens of miles forward, he finally encountered a soul evil army. A large group of supreme ghosts and true ghosts galloped in the air, making a per-ghost sound. The air was cold. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan and his party, the Hunsha army immediately attacked them. "Haha, human beings. The land left by the gods is not where you should come. A supreme soul in the form of a giant cow. Since you are here, then stay." The other supreme soul said. Hundreds of Supreme Soul Demons flew over to Ning Xiaochuan. Each Supreme Soul Demons was equivalent to a top martial artist in the ancient world, and hundreds of them were equivalent to hundreds of martial artists in the ancient world attacking Ning Xiaochuan at the same time. However, no one is afraid of them. Monk Tanxian has seen the benefits of Soul Emperor beads, so he likes things related to soul ghosts very much and has already rushed up first. A golden light was emitted from Monk Tanxian's body, and more than a dozen supreme spirits were immediately shocked into the air. Ning Xiaochuan immediately beat out the heart-nourishing tripod, and took all the Supreme Soul Sha that was knocked down by Monk Tanxian, and refined them into Supreme Soul Sha pills one by one. At the same time, Yu Mingsong also held the soul-refining bottle in his hand, read the spell, and began to collect the surrounding Supreme Soul. Behind the Supreme Ghost, there is a large area of True Ghost. The true ghosts in the fourth level of God's sealing world are naturally not trivial. All of them are the ninth level of cultivation in the real world. Seeing that the Supreme Ghost was refined, those true ghosts went crazy and attacked Ning Xiaochuan and others. Hundreds of thousands of true ghosts formed a huge ghost army, arranged in battle formations. Xiaohong shows the speed of the dragon, turns into a huge fire dragon, flies quickly in the group of ghosts, and keeps spitting out the dragon fire, forming a sea of fire. Chi. A large number of true ghosts were burned to ashes. Of course, some were taken away by Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Mingsong and refined into ghost medicine. At this time, Ning Xiaochuan felt several strong breath, and he was the Supreme Soul King. How dare you slaughter my descendants? The king will tear you to pieces. One of the Supreme Ghost King rushed out of the void and directly attacked Ning Xiaochuan. The other Supreme Emperors attacked Monk Tanxian, Shui Lingshu, Xiao Hong, Xiao Linger and Qin Fizi after the nine-tailed demon. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan quickly put on the Oracle Supreme Armor, and his breath kept rising, and soon reached the ninth level of the Eternal Realm. Suddenly, he punched out and directly drove the Supreme Soul back several miles. The Supreme Soul Evil King was very surprised. How could a fourfold human in the Eternal Realm be so strong? He felt very incredible, so he attacked Ning Xiaochuan again. Ning Xiaochuan saw the flying Supreme Soul Evil King, not only fearless, but also full of war. Kill! Ning Xiaochuan attacked the Supreme Soul Evil King and planned to have a hard fight with it. After Yun Shenqi's tempering, Ning Xiaochuan's body is extremely strong now. Even the Supreme Soul King of the 9 layers of the Eternal Realm is not as good as Ning Xiaochuan. After the Supreme Soul King and Ning Xiaochuan collided, they felt that their bodies were like falling apart, which was very painful. He roared angrily and immediately fought with Ning Xiaochuan. On the other side, Shui Lingshu held a long sword and kept fighting against a Supreme Soul King. Every time the sword is released, there will be another wound on the body of the Supreme Soul King. However, the body of the Supreme Soul King is not an entity, so the damage of sword qi to it is very limited. The wound healed almost instantly. The Supreme Ghost King was angry, and his body made a crackling sound. His body rose to the ground and became tens of meters high, turning into a huge ghost. Burst out his most powerful strength to fight with Shui Lingshu. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan hit a palm print to repel the Supreme Soul Evil King. Evil fire to destroy the world. Countless flames poured out of Ning Xiaochuan's body and completely surrounded the body of the Supreme Soul King. In just a quarter of an hour, the Supreme Soul King was refined to death. Ning Xiaochuan immediately summoned the heart-nourishing tripod, forced it into the tripod, and soon refined a Supreme Soul pill. After another hour of chaos, the battle gradually came to an end, and all the 9 Supreme Ghost Kings were killed by Ning Xiaochuan and others. The king of the Supreme Ghost is dead, and the rest of the Supreme Ghost and the real Ghost naturally become a mess and collapse into an army. Ning Xiaochuan beat out the heart-nourishing tripod, and Yu Mingsong also sacrificed the soul-refining vase. With the cooperation of Lingshu, the queen of the nine-tailed demon, and monk Tan Qian, all the supreme souls were collected. The rest of the real ghosts are even more out of shape. Although they are numerous, they are headless and fly disorderly in the air. Even if they launch an attack, it is difficult to pose a threat to Ning Xiaochuan and others. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiao Hong simultaneously put out the dragon fire, turning into a huge sea of fire. In the other direction, monk Tan Qian's whole body emits Buddha light. Surrounded by the sea of fire and the light of the Buddha, countless true ghosts and demons became ashes, and only a few true ghosts and demons escaped. This time, we got 9 supreme ghost pills, 213 supreme ghost pills and 140,000 true ghost pills, which can be said to be a bumper harvest. Ning Xiaochuan gently clicked the elixir made by him and Yu Mingsong, and then distributed it to everyone. Ning Xiaochuan, give me 3 supreme souls, I want to impact the realm. In front of Ning Xiaochuan, Xiao Hong was rude. Ning Xiaochuan gave her 3 supreme soul ghosts. In the presence, Little Red and Princess Dashi have the weakest cultivation, and they really should be helped to improve their cultivation. Not to mention 3 supreme souls, even 1 supreme soul is extremely precious. If it is completely refined, it is definitely not as simple as breaking through a realm. Xiao Hong took one of the supreme soul ghosts, put the other 2 away, sat on the ground and began to refine the power of the elixir. Later, Ning Xiaochuan gave Princess Dashi 1 more supreme soul, Sha, and 30 supreme soul, Sha Dan. Lingshu, Xiaolinger and the queen of the nine-tailed demon all got part of the soul evil pill and began to practice one after another. The remaining soul, Sha Dan, stayed on Ning Xiaochuan. Everyone, while refining the soul evil pill, continued to look for the elixir of 10,000 years. Yu Mingsong felt out a roll of animal skin from somewhere, with lines drawn on it, like a roll of map. Under the guidance of Yu Mingsong, the crowd moved in a certain direction and came to the bottom of an ancient mountain. This should be the dragon-seeking mountain range recorded on the map. According to previous records, there is a 10,000-year holy medicine in the mountain range, named Darizhen Longwa! Yu Mingsong rode. Then what are you waiting for? I'll go first. Hearing the 10,000-year holy medicine, monk Tan Qian turned into a golden light like beating chicken blood, and immediately rushed into the dragon-seeking mountains.